Su Ming. The mountain stands as a verdant giant that a continuous expanse of majestic peaks stretches across the vast land, resembling the spine of a dragon, enveloped in a myriad of flora and resonating with the songs of birds and beasts. From a distance, the prominent ridges of the mountain range form 5 majestic summits, akin to the fingers of a hand reaching skyward. Among these peaks, on a large stone that dips into the earth, a young boy reclines in the shade. Beside him rests a woven basket brimming with medicinal herbs, exuding a fragrant aroma that wafts through the air. The boy possesses delicate features, though his slender frame suggests a certain frailty. He is clad in a simple garment fashioned from animal hides, adorned with a necklace of crescent-shaped beast bones, and his hair, somewhat tousled, is loosely bound with a grass rope. Seated there, he peruses a scroll made from a dozen pieces of animal hide bound together, reading with fervor, shaking his head as he immerses himself in the text. The barbarian tribes have ancestors who opened the heavens and created humankind, leaving a legacy enduring through the ages. Those who embrace the barbarian ways are known as barbarian warriors, capable of soaring through the skies and shifting mountains and seas. With the barbarian patterns, they can pluck the sun, moon, and stars. As he reads, a sigh escapes him. Without the barbarian body, how can one become a barbarian? A warrior. A warrior. Su Ming, you can only gather herbs and become a mere healer in the tribe. The aspiration to become a refined barbarian warrior remains a distant dream. The boy chuckles bitterly, setting down the scroll and gazing vacantly at the distant horizon. He has read this scroll countless times, if not memorized. It is nearly so. The heavens appear round. The earth seems square, boundless as the sky, infinite as the Su Ming murmurs, his mind drifting into the world. Within the scroll, unaware that the sky is dimming, dark clouds gathering ominously on the horizon. The mountain breeze carries with it a hint of moisture, rustling the leaves and foliage around him, creating a symphony of sound. In an instant, upon seeing the distant clouds, Su Ming's spirit ignites. Grandfather's predictions were indeed accurate today. There are dragon tears. His eyes gleaming with excitement, he swiftly rises, tucking the scroll into his cloak, grasping the basket of herbs on his back with his left hand, and skillfully seizing a nearby rope to ascend the mountain. From afar, the boy's seemingly frail body bursts forth with remarkable resilience like a nimble monkey. He leaps and climbs, covering great distances with agility. The dark clouds roll in, booming thunder reverberating as if the heavens themselves were unleashing their wrath upon the mountain range. The clouds connect heaven and earth, a blanket of darkness that encroaches ever closer. At this moment, Su Ming climbs with increasing speed, nearly reaching a height of several dozen yards from the summit, where a large, peculiar rock juts out, appearing as though it were a natural formation, hollowed out with countless fist-sized openings. The rock bears a resemblance to the head of a colossal serpent, coiled and merging with the mountain peak. Beneath this rock, sharp, fawn-like protrusions present a daunting sight, as they rise precariously above the mountainside, nearly suspended in air, challenging to navigate without the ability to fly. With his left hand gripping the rope, Su Ming retrieves a small vial from his basket with his right, placing it between his teeth, and cautiously maneuvers away from the rock. Shifting several paces to the opposite side, he leans against the mountainside, his fingers gripping the rock face, his gaze fixed intently upon the darkening sky above. Moments later, the clouds envelop him, and thunder crashes with deafening intensity as fierce winds rage, seemingly threatening to uproot the mountains themselves. Su Ming's fingers, white-knuckled against the rock, remain steadfast, his eyes reflecting unwavering determination. The winds grow more ferocious, uprooting the vegetation, their roars akin to the cries of a mighty beast, sweeping up with them countless dead branches and small creatures, their anguished cries swallowed by the howling winds that in this tempest. Su Ming endures as the sky becomes a complete shroud of cloud, and under the thunderous roar, torrential raindrops begin to pour, transforming the world into a realm obscured by a curtain of water. The rain cascades, intensifying with each moment. Yet, Su Ming grips the rain-soaked rope tightly, pressed against the mountainside. allowing the downpour to drench him entirely, remaining motionless, fixated on the Fong-like rock. Below, time passes unmeasured, as the rain continues to swell, shrouding the earth in a misty haze. The rock he gazes upon begins to ooze a dark liquid under the relentless assault of the rain. This black liquid mingles with the rainwater, forming a flowing stream that trickles downward. As Ming watches, his eyes alight with hope, yet he remains still, until the dark liquid dwindles, ultimately transforming into a golden hue in an instant. Ming's eyes narrow with resolve without a moment's hesitation. He releases his grip on the rock and slides down, swiftly retrieving the small vial from his mouth. With the rope already inclined, he is propelled forward, hurtling toward the protruding Fong-like rock with incredible speed. Due to the significant angle of the rope and his precise positioning, Ming arrives at the edge of the Fong-like rock just as thunder rumbles. He quickly places the small vial beneath it, and as the rope reaches its limit, he fills the vial to the brim with the golden liquid. But just then, a cacophony of sharp hisses erupts as 4 or 5 massive black centipedes, each as thick as an arm and half a foot long, emerge from the rock's numerous openings, lunging menacingly towards the airborne Ming. Unfazed as the centipedes appear, he instantly releases his grip on the rope, plummeting swiftly to evade their assault. Xiaohong. As he descends, the gales slice through him, rendering his body rigid. Despite avoiding the centipedes, the imminent ground threatens to obliterate him upon impact. Yet, he remains composed as a red figure darts from the cliffside, seizing a rope and racing towards Ming's falling form. In an instant, it reaches him, grasping him. Tightly, the red figure is a small monkey, baring its teeth yet exuding a spirited vitality. Together, boy and monkey land on the cliff face, precisely where Ming had been reading. His eyes widen with urgency as he swiftly stows the small vial he has been clutching. Xiaohong, we must flee. I've gathered too much dragon tears this time. Wait, what are you holding? Ming exclaims, noticing the small monkey clutching a dark fragment in its paw. The monkey's demeanor shifts to one of alertness, its paw retreating behind it as it emits a series of warning cries. Aware of the urgency, Ming refrains from further discussion and strides forward, leaping downwards, grasping the ropes as he and the monkey hasten their escape. Behind them, the cacophony of hissing intensifies as the centipedes race up the cliffside, trailing behind like a swarm of dark lines, relentless in their pursuit. The small red monkey bares its teeth repeatedly, shrieking at Ming, darting back and forth, glancing anxiously at the advancing centipedes, its eyes reflecting fear and indignation. That it is not the first time you have fled in such a manner. Those centipedes dare not descend the mountain. So spare the pretense. As per our usual arrangement, you shall receive a small portion of the centipede saliva. As Ming hurriedly escaped, his words carried a languid tone. Indeed, upon hearing this, the little monkey immediately brightened, revealing that its previous demeanor was merely an act. This man and monkey were exceedingly familiar with the terrain of the mountains. Additionally, for reasons unknown, the centipedes seemed to avoid certain areas of the mountain, opting to circumvent them instead. Consequently, although Ming and the little monkey did not possess the swiftness of the centipedes, they occasionally leaped directly downwards, managing to grasp a rope on several occasions. After a few such maneuvers, they descended the peak and vanished into the jungle. The centipedes, as expected, did not dare to pursue them down the mountain. After a prolonged roar filled with reluctance, they eventually crawled back to the summit. The ominous clouds gathered swiftly and dispersed just as quickly. Within a few hours, the mountains returned to their normal state, with the dark clouds rolling away into the distance. At the edge of the jungle, Ming and the little monkey emerged. By this time, twilight had descended, and faint flickers of firelight were visible on the horizon, indicating the location of Ming's tribe. You've consumed the portion I offered. Do you still desire more? Stepping out of the jungle, Ming, drenched from head to toe, seemed unperturbed. He cast a bemused glance at the little monkey trailing behind him, eyes wide with anticipation. This little monkey was remarkably perceptive. Ming had discovered it 3 years prior upon entering the mountains. They had experienced some conflicts along the way, but ultimately forged a friendship. The little monkey blinked, scratching its face, a look of hesitation crossing its features. However, it soon extended the dark shard it had been clutching to Su Ming, chattering insistently to convey its desire to exchange it for the centipede saliva. Very well, I shall grant you a bit more, but you may keep this wretched stone. Su Ming chuckled, retrieving a small earthen vial from his basket and handing it to the monkey. The little creature eagerly seized the vial, took a sip, and a look of rapture spread across its face. After a few sways of its body, it burped, tossing the black stone shard, along with the small vial back, to Su Ming before bounding away into the jungle. Su Ming observed the remaining half of the vial, a faint smile gracing his lips. He placed it back into his basket without concern and began to examine the dark stone fragment. This was a common fragment of stone, no larger than an infant's palm, irregularly shaped, with naturally occurring striations in a hollow aperture, resembling a pendant. Its overall appearance was unremarkable, quite ordinary. The only peculiarity was the warmth that emanated when Su Ming held it, a comforting heat that flowed into his body. Su Ming scrutinized it intently, but after a prolonged examination, he discerned nothing unusual. His grandfather had mentioned that this area was once the land of the fire barbarians. Perhaps this object possessed some residual fire barbarian power, accounting for the warmth it exuded. A plausible explanation. Su Ming untied the crescent bone pendant from his neck and threaded the stone fragment onto it, then replaced it around his neck. The fragment rested against his chest, its warmth intensifying. Time to head home. The youth strode purposefully towards the distant lights, breaking into a run. He failed to notice the faint glimmer that emanated from the stone fragment against his chest. As he approached, the faint lights became clearer, revealing a village encircled by a palisade of colossal trees. It was not extensive, housing only a few hundred inhabitants, but it filled Su Ming with a sense of warmth. The sounds of jovial revelry wafted from within, and through the gaps in the palisade, he could glimpse a massive bonfire at the village's heart, surrounded by tribesmen and women dancing around the flames. The village gate, also constructed of massive timbers, was typically raised by ropes. It was now firmly shut, guarded by several burly men clad in animal hides. Their skin was coarse, and they wore necklaces of stark white bones and bone rings in their ears, projecting an air of ruggedness. Their eyes were sharp and observant. When they spotted Su Ming approaching, they grinned. "La Su, the elder has been searching for you all day. Where have you been? Was it raining when you went to pilfer Wallongxian? The elder sought me? Lower the rope. My harvest was quite bountiful this time." Su Ming hastened his pace to the gate and proudly patted the basket on his back, shouting loudly. A woven rope descended from above, and Su Ming seized it, nimbly ascending. In mere moments, he reached the top of the gate, greeted the night watchman with a smile, and quickly descended the adjacent steps. That little tyke is agile and daring. He was venturing up Wulong Mountain to gather herbs years ago. He's destined to become the village's apothecary. Alas, he lacks the barbarian physique. Otherwise, he might have become a barbarian physician like the elder. The burly men watched Su Ming depart, sighing softly. Su Ming entered the village. Jogging along the path, villagers greeted him warmly, calling out La Su. The name La Su referred to all children in the village who had not yet undergone their second barbarian awakening. In the distance, a 5- or 6-year-old girl stood outside a hide tent, watching Su Ming. Her innocent face was adorned with a sweet, pure smile. She cradled a small white creature in her arms, a docile animal resembling a fluffy white ball. "Brother La Su, did you gather food for Pippi?" The little girl giggled upon seeing Su Ming. "Tong Tong, here you are." Su Ming chuckled and ran over, retrieving several berries from his pouch and handing them to the girl. Amid her delighted laughter, Su Ming reached the village's center, where a multitude of villagers were gathered around a bonfire, immersed in joyous merriment. A ring of fire-resistant wooden barriers encircled the bonfire, laden with succulent chunks of roasting meat, emitting an enticing aroma. Several village maidens nearby greeted Su Ming with smiles. In this village, the fair-skinned Su Ming stood apart from his fellow tribesmen, who were considerably more robust than he, including the maidens. He elbowed his way through the throng, seized a fragrant piece of roasted meat, and hurried onward. At the forefront of the crowd sat an elder, the only one not clad in animal hides but in coarse linen garments. His hair was braided into numerous small plaits, and he appeared venerable, yet his eyes possessed a captivating gleam that seemed to penetrate the soul. He held a position of great esteem, conversing in hushed tones while several tribesmen listened attentively, nodding reverently. Upon noticing Su Ming approaching, the elder smiled, nodded, and gestured for him to sit beside him. then resumed his dialogue with the tribesmen. The tribesmen also noticed Su Ming, their faces lighting up with smiles. Our Wushan tribe may be small, but we are the legitimate inheritors of the Wushan lineage. The barbarian duke of the Fingzhen tribe is celebrating his birthday, and as I once shared a bond with him, we cannot afford to be discourteous. The elder spoke deliberately. It's a pity that our Wushan tribe splintered centuries ago, leaving only 3 branches. Otherwise, our Wushan tribe would be a medium-sized tribe, ruling over the surrounding lands. The Fengzhen tribe would be subordinate to us. But as it stands, alas, the speaker was a man of approximately 40 years, the chieftain of the Wushan tribe. His physique was imposing, exuding tremendous power. The bone necklace around his neck comprised 9 teeth as thick as fingers. Most notably, his face bore a faint, menacing, resembling a demon, but it was indistinct, as if it could never fully solidify. Su Ming gazed at with envy. Through the animal hide scroll, he had learned that it was an unformed barbarian. No one in the tribe currently possessed the ability to draw and solidify a barbarian. Even the elder was only at the 9th level of. Yet, this sufficed to make him one of the strongest individuals in the vicinity of Wushan, comparable only to those of the Black Mountain and Wulong tribes. Former brethren who had split off. What's past is past. Without a Kai-Chen realm expert to protect us, we cannot become a medium-sized tribe. The deaths of the 2 Kai-Chen realm ancestors of the Wushan tribe were the root cause of the splintering. The elder in coarse linen garments sighed, speaking slowly. I have cultivated to this day, yet I cannot break through the 9th level of, let alone reach the 10th level, or the ultimate 11th level. I cannot draw a fully solidified barbarian, making it difficult to Kai-Chen. Enough, you may leave. Prepare the gifts. Tomorrow, Shanhen. As the leader of the Wushan hunting squad, you will lead the expedition. The elder rose, glanced at a middle-aged man standing beside the Wushan tribe chieftain, and turned to depart, walking into the distance. The middle-aged man remained composed and bowed, acknowledging the command. Su Ming hastily followed the elder, leaving the bustling bonfire area. The elder remained silent as they walked, and as the sounds of revelry faded into the distance, he arrived at a wooden hut and entered. The hut was small and sparsely furnished. Upon entering, the elder sat cross-legged and glanced at Su Ming, who had followed him in. Did you go to gather Wulongxian again? Now alone with the elder, who had watched him grow up, Su Ming felt immense respect. He placed the basket on the ground, picked up the small clay bottle, and handed it to the elder. With your agility, those few Wulong cannot harm you, but it is best to avoid it. After all, that area belongs to the Black Mountain and Wulong tribes. The essence of this elixir is of no use to me. You should keep it to nourish your own body. The old man gazed at Su Ming with a benevolent expression. Su Ming nodded, stowing away the small vial. Over the years, he had consumed a considerable amount of this substance, which had contributed to his remarkably agile physique. Furthermore, his grandfather had frequently prepared medicinal broths for him, enabling him to possess strength surpassing that of the ordinary tribesman, despite lacking the formidable physique of a true warrior. In 3 days, it shall be the time for your generation to undergo the initiation ceremony. I recall you have reached the age of 16. It is time for you to pay homage to the ancestral totem, the old man remarked slowly, his gaze fixed on Su Ming. The totem of our Wushan tribe descends from the original Wushan clan, although it does not stand as the principal totem and cannot be compared to those of mid-sized tribes. It remains formidable in our vicinity. Su Ming fell into a moment of silence before nodding in understanding. For the next few days, refrain from venturing out and take the opportunity to rest well. In 3 days, you shall join them for the initiation, the elder advised, gradually closing his eyes. After standing for a while, Su Ming silently departed, carrying the woven basket as he made his way towards his modest wooden dwelling not far from there. He would forever remember the scene from when he was 7, encircling the totem with all the children of his age in the tribe, participating in his first initiation ceremony. As a member of the warrior clan, one is destined to undergo 2 enlightening rituals in a lifetime, the first at the age of 7 and the second at 16. Concurrently, the elders of the tribe would harness the power of the totem to identify those endowed with the warrior's physique. With a soft sigh, a bitter pang stirred within Su Ming. He yearned to become a warrior, captivated by the vivid descriptions within the ancient scrolls. Yet, the harshness of reality had starkly revealed itself during his first homage to the totem at the age of 7. He lacked the warrior's physique and thus the eligibility to cultivate as a warrior. Warriors are the foundation of the world. Only by becoming a true warrior can one soar above the heavens and attain genuine strength. From the scrolls, Su Ming learned that there are numerous tribes, large and small, each possessing distinct totems. These totems are the essence of a tribe and essential for the descendants to embrace their warrior heritage. To comprehend the totem is to potentially receive its resonance, thereby naturally inheriting the warrior's legacy without the need for instruction, allowing for self-directed cultivation. However, failure to achieve this during both the ages of 7 and 16 signifies that one's fate is sealed. Su Ming's heart was rife with uncertainty. While he had hoped for answers, the impending culmination of his final opportunity loomed just 3 days away, instilling a growing fear within him. Would he succeed this time? Su Ming quietly returned to his dwelling and sat in contemplation. Chapter 3. The thorns of darkness. Night had fallen, and Su Ming lay in his humble abode, his eyes wide open in the encompassing darkness, unable to find solace in sleep. The words of his grandfather echoed incessantly in his mind, conjuring vivid memories of events from 9 years past. With a sigh that carried the weight of his thoughts, Su Ming rose and silently pushed open the wooden door of his dwelling. A cool breeze, as if carried on the moon's silvery beams, caressed his disheveled hair and swept across the land. Silence reigned, save for the occasional faint cry emanating from the distant Wu Mountain. The tribe slept, save for the central bonfire and scattered embers, along with the torches atop the colossal wooden palisade, crackling softly in the night. Su Ming gazed at the heavens, where the stars shone with brilliant intensity. The celestial river, an eternal presence, filled his eyes with a sense of profound bewilderment. The tribe has always treated me with kindness, yet my appearance is distinctly different from theirs. Perhaps this is a consequence of my failed attempt to commune with the barbarian deity. Lacking the barbarian physique, I am unable to cultivate and will remain here forever, unable to witness the world described in the beast hide books. Su Ming settled down, leaning against his dwelling, his eyes lost in the deepening enigma of the night sky. Suddenly, a mournful melody drifted from within the tribe, its notes weaving a tapestry of sorrow that seemed to meld with the moonlight, enveloping the land of the Wu Mountain tribe. Su Ming frowned, his reverie broken by the poignant tune. Without rising, he knew that it was Lu Di, the tribe's low-ranking barbarian warrior, playing his beloved son. The music was always filled with such grief that Su Ming found it unsettling and unpleasant. The barbarian race has ancestors who created the heavens and mankind, leaving behind a legacy that endures through the ages. Those who wield barbarian power can soar through the skies, traverse the earth, and command mountains and seas. With barbarian totems that reach the heavens, they can pluck the sun, moon, and stars. In the heart of the Wu Mountain tribe, a young man gazed at the sky, murmuring these words as the mournful notes of the sun filled the night. Unbeknownst to him, the black fragment hanging around his neck emitted another faint glimmer of light that vanished as quickly as it appeared. Time flowed onward, and the third day arrived swiftly. It was the day of the Reizu awakening for this generation of the Wu Mountain tribe. From the early hours of the morning, the entire tribe was abuzz with excitement. Nearly all the tribesmen emerged from their dwellings, each bringing their own Reizu to gather in the central plaza. The awakening ceremony often lasted an entire day, especially for Reizu reaching the age of 16. It was a rite of passage akin to a coming-of-age celebration, and on this day, those Reizu who had completed their awakening could even choose their life partners. A rhythmic drumming echoed from within the tribe, signaling the emergence of the Reizu from the crowd, who then took their places at the center of the plaza. This time, there were more than 30 Reizu completing their awakening. The majority were young men, their bodies already robust and exuding a fierce aura. Even the young women were similarly built. Amidst this assembly, Su Ming stood out, his delicate features setting him apart from the rest. Despite this, the tribe had long accepted Su Ming as one of their own. Although his appearance was different, they did not ostracize him, but embraced him as a member of the tribe. As the tribesmen encircled the Reizu, they began to perform a primal dance, offering their reverence and sacrifices to the heavens through their movements. Su Ming, I heard from the tribesmen that you went to Wu Dragon Mountain a few days ago and even brought back Wu Dragon saliva. A hearty voice broke through the outer circle of dancers. It was a young man of similar age, with rough skin and a sturdy build, nearly a head taller than Su Ming. His eyes shone brightly as he looked at Su Ming with a cheerful grin. Su Ming smiled at the young man. I brought some back. I went to look for you yesterday, but your father said you were out hunting with the team. Come to my place after the awakening ceremony, and I'll share some with you. The young man's eyes lit up, and he eagerly stepped forward, grinning. I could have returned earlier, but I encountered a sable deer along the way. You mentioned needing sable deer blood for medicine, so I followed it. I only returned last night. Su Ming knew that the other youth was downplaying the danger, as sable deer were notoriously difficult to kill. A warmth stirred within his heart as the two conversed. The jubilant singing and dancing gradually subsided, and the crowd dispersed. The Wu Mountain tribe's grandfather, clad in coarse linen garments and wielding a jet-black bone staff, walked forward. Surrounded by several tribesmen, and stood before the young Rezu. His presence silenced the crowd, and the young Rezu looked at him with awe and reverence. Clearly intimidated by the elder. Sacrificed to the barbarian ancestor. The grandfather's eyes gleamed as he scanned the crowd, pausing briefly on Su Ming. With a wave of his bone staff, dozens of burly men emerged from the crowd, each carrying a bound wild animal on their shoulders. The animals were still alive, emitting mournful cries as they struggled against their restraints, but their efforts were futile. A total of 49 different beasts were brought forward and placed around the young Rezu. Their cries echoed, creating a soul-piercing resonance, but the Wu Mountain tribesmen held them firmly, preventing them from escaping. Without hesitation, the tribesmen standing beside the beasts simultaneously lowered their heads and produced sharp stone blades in their left hands. They plunged the blades into the animals' necks, severing their heads. The cries reached their peak in that instant, as the heads were severed, shaking the heavens and earth, and causing several of the 30-odd Rezu to tremble with fear. Su Ming's face paled, but he gritted his teeth and endured. He glanced at Lei Chen beside him and saw a glint of savagery in his eyes. As if he were accustomed to and even relishing the scene, a stark contrast to his previous geniality. Torrents of blood erupted, spraying the 30-odd Rezu, their hair, bodies, and the ground beneath them with a foul-smelling crimson tide. You were fortunate, for there are no tribal wars at this time, but you were also unfortunate. The grandfather looked at the young men before him and spoke softly. When I was young, the rite of awakening at 16 years old required one to sever the head of an enemy tribesman and drink their blood. Compared to that, you are fortunate. But unfortunately, you have only seen the blood of beasts and have not touched the heads of your enemies. The grandfather murmured. Looking deeply at the Rezu before him, he raised his right hand, holding the bone staff, and pointed forward. At the same time, he raised his left hand, clenched his fist, and then suddenly released it. A powerful aura radiated from his body, stirring the surrounding air and creating a howling wind that swept through the entire Wu Mountain tribe. Lines appeared on the grandfather's face, intertwining to form a totem resembling a serpent's head. The serpent's head was lifelike, as if it were real, and it seemed to roar silently. Though no sound could be heard, all the Wu Mountain tribesmen, including the strong chieftain, trembled and retreated a few steps. The serpent pattern. This is the mark of my grandfather. Su Ming gazed blankly at his grandfather, observing the intricate lines on his face. As a wave of shock replaced his emotions. The last time he witnessed such a scene was 9 years ago, and now, seeing it again. The feelings stirred within him were exponentially stronger than before. His grandfather alone possessed the strength to annihilate an entire tribe, a figure of such formidable power. And yet he was merely at the 9th layer of the blood condensation realm. How powerful must one be to reach the dust opening realm? Not to mention the bone sacrifice realm that follows. The scroll of beast skins had stated that those who achieved the bone sacrifice realm were exceedingly rare even among medium-sized tribes. And only unimaginably large tribes could boast a few of such formidable beings. Su Ming's heart raced, and his desire to become a warrior intensified. With the blood of this land and the flesh of beasts, I summoned the Ushin totem. His grandfather's thunderous voice interrupted Su Ming's thoughts. As he spoke, the corpses of the beasts surrounding them erupted, their blood and flesh merging with the blood from the youths present, all drawn together by an unseen force. Coalescing in midair into a colossal mass of flesh and blood. Manifest, bellowed the robust leader of the Ushin tribe beside Su Ming. Without hesitation, all the youths, including Su Ming, bit their tongues and spewed forth blood, which swiftly ascended, absorbed by the mass. With a resounding roar, the mass transformed into a black statue. It was a grotesque figure, half human, half beast, emanating a primal, savage aura. One hand grasped a long dragon, while the other wielded a massive spear. Its eyes gleaming with madness and bloodlust. Its emergence dimmed the sky, as if its very presence subdued the heavens. The Ushin totem. Su Ming's heart raced violently, as if it might burst. At that moment, the shard around his neck radiated warmth, merging with his being, dissipating the uncomfortable sensations. This feeling startled Su Ming, prompting him to instinctively look down. Just then, his grandfather's voice resonated. Step forward in succession and pay homage to the totem. As soon as the words left his mouth, a youth took a few quick steps, stepping directly beneath the totem, only to vanish instantly. Shortly thereafter, he reappeared, his expression dim, retreating silently to the side. Next, commanded the leader of the Ushin tribe, his expression grave as he scanned the group of youths. One by one, the aspiring warriors stepped forward, disappearing and reappearing in turn. Finally, when a girl approached the totem, it emitted a flash of crimson light. Instantly, the spirits of the tribe's members were invigorated, and even Su Ming's grandfather gazed intently, witnessing the crimson light flicker 9 times before the girl's figure emerged. She possesses the warrior's physique. The 9 flashes of light signified her qualification. The girl appeared overjoyed. Your name is Ula, correct? Excellent, come to my side, his grandfather said with a smile, nodding at her. As she walked towards his grandfather, Su Ming remained silent, gritting his teeth as he took a step toward the totem, instantly drawing the attention of the tribe members. The Ushan tribesmen regarded him with a mix of compassion and pity, their gazes fixed upon Su Ming until he stood beneath the totem. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at his grandfather in the distance, closed his eyes, and in that moment of darkness, he felt an indescribable power envelop him, as though he were sinking into mud. When he opened his eyes, everything around him had transformed entirely. He was no longer in the Ushan tribe, but in a small, dark space, with only a black statue floating before him, radiating crimson light. The statue resembled the totem he had seen outside, exuding a primal, savage aura. After a moment of silence, Su Ming bowed deeply to the totem. After a prolonged bow, a bitter expression crossed his face. He knew that if one possessed the warrior's physique, a single bow would elicit the totem's brilliant crimson glow. Yet, the current situation mirrored that of 9 years prior, unchanged in the slightest. I shall never become a warrior. Su Ming bit his lip and sighed deeply, turning to leave. However, as he did so, an unexpected tremor coursed through him, and he abruptly turned to gaze at the totem, momentarily stunned. At the same time, he noticed the shard on his chest, which he had previously overlooked, emanating a blinding, ethereal light. Chapter 4. The Anomaly Beneath the Dark Mountain. Within the confines of the Wu Mountain tribe, nearly all the tribe's people gathered at the center, their eyes fixated on the group of wild Qishur. Suddenly, the immense idol hovering in midair trembled violently, accompanied by a thunderous roar that reverberated through the air, catching the attention of all present. Grandpa's eyes sparkled with urgency as he stepped forward, not glancing at the idol, but instead raising his gaze to the sky, where a grave expression emerged. More tribespeople sensed the anomaly and looked up at the heavens. They beheld dark mists materializing from thin air, swirling chaotically from all directions, soon forming a colossal vortex that dominated much of the sky, enveloping the entire Wu Mountain. Even from a distance, the peculiar occurrence was evident. As the vortex spun faster, it emitted a thunderous sound akin to rolling thunder, echoing all around. Within the vortex, arcs of electricity danced, lightning streaking across and intertwining with the thunderous booms. Is the ancestor manifesting? Someone from the Wu Mountain tribe cried out, prompting the others to kneel in reverence, their faces etched with awe and fear as they worshipped the heavens. Only Grandpa and a few tribal leaders remained standing, though even they bore expressions of alarm. The vortex's rotation quickened, and soon it felt as if a tempest swept across the land, completely engulfing the vicinity of Wu Mountain. The idol suspended in the air quivered violently, as if it could not withstand the force of the vortex. At that moment, on the opposite side of Wu Mountain, there lay another tribe of similar size known as the Haishan tribe. Within this tribe, all the members were equally astounded as a colossal idol, 10 zhang in height, floated ominously above them. This idol was pitch black and devoid of human form, resembling a lizard, and trembled incessantly, as if on the verge of collapse. Beneath the idol stood an elderly man, clad in a coarse black robe, his skeletal frame exuding a somber demeanor, lost in thought. The same scene unfolded across all tribes near Wu Mountain, even in more distant settlements. No one understood what was happening, nor why the vortex had appeared. Even Grandpa from the Wu Mountain tribe overlooked Su Ming, who had entered the idol to pray moments prior. Inside the idol, a flicker of ghostly light enveloped the surrounding space, casting a strange glow that permeated the area. To Su Ming's astonishment, he witnessed the idol tremble as if awakening from a deep slumber, giving him the unsettling impression that it possessed flesh and blood. He could see the once fearsome idol quaking intensely, seemingly unable to endure the radiance. This idol, half human and half beast, grasped a giant dragon in its left hand and a long spear in its right. Yet now, amidst its tremors, the primal and savage aura emanating from it shifted, revealing a hint of terror that left Su Ming uncertain of its reality. His mind was a blank slate. He did not comprehend the unfolding events nor their implications. Standing there in a daze, his entire being was suffused with the ghostly light, merging with the space around him. As the light grew increasingly bright, the world within the idol transformed entirely into a spectral hue. Su Ming felt a sudden explosion in his mind, as if an invisible barrier had shattered. And amidst his trembling, he envisioned a vast and desolate land. He seemed to hover in midair, gazing down upon nearly 1,000,000 souls gathered below. An endless sea of humanity. Where's this? Su Ming murmured, his heart shaken, his mind blank. The throng was divided into two factions, all kneeling in worship towards the sky, accompanied by a haunting rhythm of drums that echoed through the heavens. A palpable wave of sound rippled through the air, stirring the souls of all who heard it. In the space around Su Ming, he beheld nearly 100 majestic idols, each distinct, radiating and primal aura, their forms appearing as if imbued with life. They too knelt on one knee, paying homage to the heavens. Instinctively, Su Ming raised his gaze and beheld two towering figures at the zenith of the sky. Their features were obscured. Yet a mere glance instilled in him the sensation of encountering divine majesty, rendering him as inconsequential as an ant. They were like true deities. One figure had long purple hair. He raised his right hand towards the sky, and in an instant, the vibrant world transformed into darkness. Countless stars flickered, drawn towards him as if compelled by an unseen force, coalescing into a river of stars beside the purple-haired figure. With a mere gesture, he directed this celestial river, unleashing a thunderous sound that surged towards his adversaries, creating a spectacle akin to the collapse of the cosmos upon a single entity. Amidst the roar, the purple-clad man suddenly looked down, his gaze sweeping across, and to Su Ming's astonishment, their eyes met. A thunderous blast echoed in Su Ming's mind, as if he were forcefully expelled from that seemingly ethereal realm. With a jolt, he found himself enveloped in darkness, and after what felt like an eternity. When his senses returned, he discovered he was still within the idol's interior, the ghostly light absent, as if all had been a figment of his imagination. Breathless and drenched in sweat, he glanced down at the fragment hanging from his neck, which appeared dark and unremarkable save for a faint warmth. Was it an illusion? Or perhaps a memory of the idol? Was that, as described in the leather scrolls, the stars of the heavens? After a prolonged moment, Su Ming finally emerged from the bewildering visions, his thoughts clouded and disoriented. After a brief silence, he bowed once more in respect to the idol, preparing to depart. However, as he began his bow, a faint cracking sound echoed from the idol's visage, revealing a slender fissure that spread with his motion. It seemed to struggle against the weight of his reverence, as if a complete act of worship would lead to its collapse. This bizarre sight caused Su Ming to gasp, and he felt no doubt remain in his mind about the preceding events. They were unmistakably real. In that moment, as the fissure appeared, murmurs resonated in his mind, a voice that ignited a surge of ecstasy within him. This voice articulated the long-sought mantra of cultivating the blood essence of the wild practitioners. The teachings of the wild cannot be transmitted orally. The sole method of inheritance lies within the idol's essence, making the existence of such an idol crucial for the tribe's survival. When the murmurs faded, Su Ming's form vanished from the idol's interior, reappearing within the Wu Mountain tribe. As he materialized, he saw all around him, including Grandpa, looking skyward. Their hearts stirred. He followed their gaze to the massive vortex still spinning, emitting a deep, resonant hum. Su Ming, come to me. The voice of the elder resonated in Su Ming's ears, filling him with an unsettling apprehension. He sensed that the peculiarities of the sky might be linked to the fragment around his neck, yet he dared not voice this thought as he approached the elder, standing humbly behind him. Before long, the strange phenomena in the sky began to dissipate, gradually returning to normalcy. No one inquired whether Su Ming had successfully paid his respects. After all, the absence of radiant light signified failure. As the sky returned to its original state, the remaining members of the tribe once again engaged in their rituals. When all was concluded, it was revealed that 2 children had been identified as possessing the potential for the warrior's physique at the tender age of 16. These children were taken by the elder, destined to become significant members of the tribe and to impart some knowledge of the warrior's cultivation. The other members, filled with disappointment, departed in silence. Su Ming, too, remained quiet, though his heart raced with increasing fervor. He yearned to share everything with the elder. Yet a profound sense of gravity loomed over him, especially given the unsettling fissures that had appeared in the warrior's essence. Hesitating, Su Ming made his way back to his dwelling. The elder, clad in a linen robe, glanced at Su Ming's retreating figure with a hint of curiosity. Hastily returning to his abode, Su Ming perched on his wooden bed, gazing down at the irregular, black fragment resting on his chest. His eyes reflected a sense of confusion. After a moment's contemplation, he reached to remove the pendant from around his neck, but hesitated, instead rising to push the wooden frame against the door, ensuring he would have time to prepare should anyone enter. Once this was accomplished, he resumed his seat, cradling the stone fragment in his hands and observing it intently. What exactly was this piece? It was discovered by Xiao Hong, likely exposed by the fierce winds that day, which had blown away some decayed leaves, revealing this object for her to find. Su Ming's heart raced. He felt he had stumbled upon an unknown treasure. The warrior's essence seemed to be fracturing before it. He pondered where Xiao Hong had found it and whether there were more such fragments. Licking his lips, his eyes sparkled with excitement, originally devoid of the warrior's physique. I could not inherit the teachings of cultivation, yet this object has granted me the path to enlightenment. Su Ming inhaled deeply, suppressing his exhilaration, and focused all his attention on the stone fragment. Time slipped away unnoticed, and soon, weariness enveloped him. Clutching the fragment, he collapsed onto the wooden bed and succumbed to slumber. At that moment, the fragment began to emit a faint, flickering glow, weak yet enchanting. Chapter 5 Brother, brother, a delicate voice, imbued with a peculiar emotion, reverberated within the dreams belonging to Su Ming. Brother, can you hear me, brother? I am waiting for you. The voice, laden with fatigue, seemed to be a ceaseless murmur, gradually fading into silence. As the sound weakened, Su Ming felt a piercing pain, as if something of utmost importance was drifting away with that voice, a sensation that jolted him awake. Su Ming's body was icy, drenched in sweat, his complexion pale. In his rapid breaths, he glanced around, the familiar surroundings calming his frayed nerves. Outside, it was already deep into the night, with distant echoes of birds and beasts breaking the stillness. Silently, Su Ming sat on the wooden bed, fixated on the shard in his hand, his expression slowly turning contemplative. The dream had been peculiar. I was not even tired before. Yet I fell asleep while examining this shard. That dream, that voice. A look of confusion crossed Su Ming's face. He seldom dreamed, and such vivid dreams were unprecedented. Especially the voice of that woman, which felt inexplicably familiar. Everything must be connected to this object. Lowering his gaze and illuminated by the moonlight, Su Ming scrutinized the shard, his brow furrowing. What could this object be? After a moment's hesitation, he bit his fingertip, recalling the description on the animal skin scroll, which stated that most treasures in the world required a drop of one's blood to be activated. Having seen little treasure in his life, this shard was the only one he possessed. As he squeezed out a drop of blood from his fingertip and let it fall onto the shard, he stared at it with unwavering anticipation. Yet, after a considerable time, the shard exhibited no signs of change, and the blood remained unabsorbed. Su Ming scratched his head, a stubborn determination surging within him. He rose and attempted various methods, biting, forcefully prying, even soaking it in water, but ultimately, the shard remained unchanged. As dawn approached, Su Ming held the shard, lost in thought. Time slipped away, and when the horizon brightened and the first rays of the sun ascended, a sudden clarity struck him. This object had initially radiated warmth when held against him. Perhaps that was its purpose. Without hesitation, Su Ming placed the shard back onto the pendant and hung it around his neck, pressing it tightly against his chest. Waves of warmth emanated from it, flowing through his body, creating a sensation of comfort. Taking a deep breath, images of the cultivation methods he had acquired from the totem of the ancestors flooded his mind. The essence of the man was the foundation of the world. What Su Ming had obtained was the first realm of cultivation, known as the blood condensation realm. From the animal skin scroll, he learned that in ancient times, the ancestors of the man created humanity. Back then, everyone was considered divine, but countless ages later, the once mythical man had faded into the mundane. The methods of cultivation had been passed down from that time, but had since been altered to suit the present-day practitioners of the man. The first realm, the blood condensation realm, was divided into 11 levels, aimed at awakening the minuscule bloodline of the ancestors within the practitioner, allowing it to coalesce. The so-called man-body was essentially using the strength of the totem to identify those with a greater ancestral bloodline. For only they could tread further along the path of the man. Ordinary tribespeople, whose ancestral blood was exceedingly rare, were consequently deemed unworthy, thus losing the qualification to become part of the man and would not receive the cultivation methods bestowed by the unseen forces during their worship of the totem. However, Su Ming was unique, although he did not possess a man-body. He had obtained the elusive cultivation methods that were typically accessible only through the totem in most small to medium tribes, thanks to that extraordinary shard. To condense the ancestral blood within him, thus awakening it, and eventually inscribing his own totemic mark to step into the dust-opening realm, Su Ming murmured, his eyes gleaming with newfound resolve. He sat cross-legged, inhaling deeply before slowly closing his eyes, immersing himself in the unspoken cultivation methods that blossomed within his mind. Time passed gradually, and soon the sun had risen high in the sky. Smoke began to rise from the tribe, heralding the start of a bustling day. The hunting party, led by several leaders, donned their gear and, under the watchful gaze of their kin, departed the tribe to hunt sufficient food. Young children, around 4 or 5 years old, ran about the tribe, gleefully playing, their laughter bringing smiles to the faces of the adults who heard them. Meanwhile, the elder was sharing experiences of cultivation with 2 successful practitioners of the man body, as man warriors represented the most crucial force within a tribe. In the Wu Mountain tribe, with the passing of the elder generation, there were currently only 22 man warriors left. No one noticed that this morning. Su Ming's door remained tightly shut. Inside, he sat cross-legged, his body emanating a faint blood light. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a single bloodline flickering beneath his skin, radiating an eerie glow. At present, only one bloodline was visible on Su Ming's body, and it remained elusive, never fully revealing itself. After a long while, Su Ming opened his eyes, exhaling deeply. The more bloodlines that appeared within the blood condensation realm, the greater the probability of reaching the dust opening realm. However, attaining the dust opening realm was exceedingly challenging. According to the scroll, only those who reached this realm could be considered true practitioners of the man. And such individuals could elevate a small tribe to the status of a medium-sized tribe. The elder had already condensed the majority of his ancestral blood, yet remained unable to reach the dust opening realm. Throughout the various tribes, no one had ever been reported to have attained this realm. Su Ming murmured to himself, the dust opening realm felt too distant for him. What he cared about most now was whether he could successfully cultivate to the first level of the blood condensation realm. The first level of the blood condensation realm required the manifestation of 3 bloodlines. If one possessed the man body, one could quickly condense 3 or more bloodlines during initial cultivation, directly progressing beyond the first level of the blood condensation realm, unlike Su Ming, whose bloodlines remained faint. Although the beginning was not smooth, Su Ming did not feel disheartened. For him, the mere opportunity to cultivate signified hope. Moreover, as he condensed the bloodline within him, he distinctly sensed that the warmth emanating from the shard against his chest had intensified, further invigorating his spirit. He vaguely felt he had grasped the key to this treasure. As time flew by, 7 days passed. During these 7 days, Su Ming had scarcely left his dwelling, even experiencing little hunger, which puzzled him for a while. After all, the scroll had stated that practitioners of the man, especially in the blood condensation realm, would experience an increase in appetite due to the operation of their bloodlines, enabling their bodies to grow rapidly while generating more blood for cultivation. However, Su Ming did not experience this. After some contemplation, he attributed it to the peculiar effects of the shard's warmth. During these 7 days, Lei Chun visited once, delivering Marten deer blood and taking away some dragon saliva. Lei Chun had possessed the man body since he was 7, during his worship of the totem, and had now reached the 4th level of the blood condensation realm, condensing 23 bloodlines within him, making him a vital member of the hunting party. As he prepared to leave, he hesitated, wanting to offer Su Ming some words of comfort. But ultimately, he merely regarded Su Ming, speaking in a deep, earnest tone. Su Ming, we have grown up together since childhood. In the future, I will protect you. Anyone who dares to provoke you is effectively challenging me. Lei Chun. Upon finishing his declaration, he vigorously waved his arm, beaming with a hearty smile as he stepped outside. Su Ming watched Lei Chun depart, feeling a warm glow in his heart. Life in the tribe, though simple, is by no means dull. Nearly every member has their own responsibilities, contributing their strength to the tribe's existence. However, there are always a few individuals who, due to the loss of a warrior in their family and their own lack of strength, find themselves in a peculiar situation within the tribe, mostly idling away their days, drawn to novelty while others diligently contribute. Half a month after the end of the tribal initiation, Su Ming once again slung his woven basket over his shoulder. He bid farewell to his fellow tribesmen and set off alone towards the distant forest. Upon entering the woods, Su Ming seemed to transform, embodying a spirit of vitality. He darted forward like a swift arrow, nimbly leaping to scale a towering tree. Perched on a branch, a smile graced his face, evidently pleased with his newfound speed. Although I have yet to fully refine the first level of blood condensation, my body is undeniably far more agile than before. Su Ming placed 2 fingers to his lips and let out a sharp whistle, the sound resonating and echoing into the distance. Before long, a flash of red appeared, hurtling toward him with astonishing speed. Su Ming grinned, and at the instant the red streak approached, he leaped forward. The sound of squeaks echoed from the red blur, which was in hot pursuit. Xiao Hong, let us race again today and see who reaches the mountain first. Su Ming exclaimed joyfully, bounding ahead. The red streak was none other than a small red monkey, which wore a disdainful expression, gnawing on a fruit pit, seemingly uninterested in a serious competition. With a lazy flick of its face, it began to follow. However, as the chase progressed, the monkey's eyes turned red, its squeaks grew sharper, and its expression shifted to one of surprise and frustration as it angrily tossed aside the fruit pit and put forth all its effort to catch up. Chapter 6. Grace. Su Ming navigated the dense jungle with remarkable agility, his silhouette darting like an arrow loosed from a bow. Soon, he beheld the distant Wu Mountain. Crossing this thicket would lead him to the mountain. For Su Ming, who had harvested medicinal herbs here since childhood, every blade of grass and every tree exuded a comforting aura. The ancient beast's skin scroll spoke of the barbarian cultivators who, at the blood condensation stage, refined the fierce blood within to unleash their latent strength, continuously fortifying their bodies. I once thought such an experience was beyond my grasp, yet now I truly feel it. At the first layer of the blood condensation stage, one must consolidate 3 bloodlines within. Although I have yet to complete this task, my speed has notably increased, along with my strength. Su Ming's body swayed, and in a moment of inspiration, he leaped towards a towering tree, his right fist poised to strike. With a resounding thud, a faint imprint appeared on the tree, while his right hand tingled with a dull ache. Yet his expression radiated exhilaration. Just as he reveled in his triumph, a flash of red swept past him, accompanied by a series of triumphant chattering sounds. It was the little monkey, having overtaken Su Ming. With a slight smile, Su Ming chased after the red figure. Despite his own speed, he could not match the little monkey. In the past, upon arriving at Wu Mountain, the little monkey would often greet him with an air of disdain, as if it had been waiting there for an eternity. However, now, after a little over an hour, when Su Ming climbed to the midsection of one of the mountain peaks, near a large stone that had a noticeable indentation, he found the little monkey still displaying its usual contempt, though the beads of sweat on its forehead betrayed that it had not been there long either. Su Ming approached and affectionately ruffled the little monkey's head. He removed the woven basket from his back and stood atop the large stone, gazing into the distant, ethereal mist that hung between heaven and earth, inhaling deeply. He cherished standing here, observing the view ahead, even though just a few steps forward lay a bottomless abyss. The mountain winds could easily send one teetering into peril, yet for Su Ming, who had scaled this mountain since childhood, it felt like a second home. Xiaohong. What lies beyond the mountain? Have you ventured there? Su Ming pondered aloud, the winds rustling his beast's skin attire, creating a whispering sound. As his right hand instinctively touched the dark fragments resting on his chest, the little monkey glanced at the distant horizon, ignoring Su Ming as it busied itself, combing through its fur as if searching for something. Noticing the little monkey's indifference, Su Ming chuckled softly, shaking his head, before settling down cross-legged on the ground. Xiaohong, I will be away from the tribe for a while. I intend to reside here for some time. When you venture out to play, please bring back some wild fruits for me. The little monkey immediately perked up, its eyes widening in surprise. After scrutinizing Su Ming for a moment, it broke into a jubilant expression, nodding enthusiastically. Typically, it spent only a few days with Su Ming before he returned to the tribe, leaving it alone in the wilderness. Now, comprehending Su Ming's words, it was filled with joy. Su Ming took a deep breath, facing the mountain winds, and slowly closed his eyes, preparing to cultivate until he fully mastered the first layer of the blood condensation stage before departing. The events that had unfolded in his life were inexplicable. He harbored a desire to conceal them from others, not wanting anyone to know. With his eyes shut, it wasn't long before a bloodline manifested on Su Ming's body, emanating a faint crimson glow, steady and solid, devoid of flickering. This bloodline was no longer as elusive as it had been a fortnight ago. It was now fully revealed. Though perhaps lacking in natural talent for barbarian cultivation, Su Ming possessed resilience and an unwavering determination to persevere. As he sat cross-legged, time flowed slowly. Days turned to nights, and the mist within the forest ebbed and flowed. The sounds of birds and beasts echoed, enveloping the atmosphere in a unique tranquility. It was within this serenity that Su Ming opened his eyes the following morning. Stretching his limbs, he turned to find the little monkey had vanished, leaving behind a scattering of wild fruits and some discarded seeds. He collected a handful of the fruits, consuming 18 or 19. Given his appetite, these were sufficient to nearly satiate him. Although he relished wild fruits, he preferred not to overindulge at once. After finishing the fruits, Su Ming resumed his seated meditation, immersing himself in the refinement of his barbaric blood. However, this time, only a few hours passed before he opened his eyes, a look of confusion crossing his face. The first bloodline had fully condensed, yet the second one seemed elusive, as if his body's blood supply was insufficient. Su Ming could not quite articulate this sensation. It felt as though the first bloodline had absorbed most of his blood, leaving little to coalesce for the second. This contradiction was perplexing and hard to explain. Yet it was Su Ming's genuine feeling at that moment. Not enough blood. Su Ming scratched his head, deep in thought. Little did he know, barbarian cultivators, especially in the early stages, required a robust physique to sustain their training, necessitating the consumption of copious amounts of medicinal herbs to rapidly produce new blood, thus facilitating their cultivation and the formation of bloodlines. Hence, those who achieved higher levels within the blood condensation stage possessed formidable vitality. Upon unleashing their power, their physical strength could rend even the mightiest beasts, hence the term barbarian. This knowledge belonged to the tribe's secrets, known only to those who embodied the barbaric physique. Typically, when a member of the tribe suffered an injury and lost a significant amount of blood, they would appear pale and weak, requiring restorative herbs to replenish their vitality. Suddenly, Su Ming's eyes lit up as he recalled his role as the tribe's herbalist, responsible for foraging medicinal plants. He remembered how his grandfather often selected some of the herbs he gathered, while the remainder was sent to the chieftain for storage and later use in concocting medicinal broths. Among those taken by his grandfather was the prized Wulong Xian. However, it seemed to have lost its efficacy for him, leaving it all for Su Ming to nourish his body. The last batch of Wulong Xian he harvested was given to Lei Chun, yet some remained. Su Ming promptly rummaged through the woven basket, retrieving a small clay vial. Upon opening it, a familiar fragrance wafted forth, and he noted that it was still half full. Without hesitation, he brought the vial to his lips and drank it all in one gulp. Subsequently, he sat cross-legged, immersing himself in the essence of his lineage. Su Ming had consumed the Wulong Xian since childhood, often experiencing a dizzying sensation akin to intoxication after each sip. However, this time marked his inaugural attempt at cultivating through the methods of the Xiao man after drinking the Wulong Xian. As the blood within him began to circulate, he distinctly felt a refreshing cold current burgeoning within his body, rapidly extending to various parts. In this expansion, it gradually integrated into his bloodstream, significantly accelerating its flow, and even seemingly augmenting its quantity. Indeed, it was as he had anticipated. Su Ming's heart raced with exhilaration, just as he was about to continue his practice when suddenly, his entire being trembled, and his eyes flung wide open, revealing disbelief and a sense of disorientation. How could this be? It is grandfather. Within him, Su Ming distinctly sensed that with the absorption of that coldness, more cold currents emerged from various locations in his body. These currents appeared to have existed for many years, silently stored, awaiting the moment when the bloodline would circulate and unleash its power. The sip of Wulong Xian he had consumed was the catalyst for this eruption. Now, it felt as though countless streams converged from all directions, amalgamating into a vast ocean. This was a grand gift prepared by his grandfather throughout his life, a magnificent blessing that nurtured his body with Wulong Xian. Should Su Ming pursue the path of Xiao man, this power would greatly assist in his early cultivation. If he chose not to, it would still ensure his physical well-being. In a daze, Su Ming seemed to envision the kind, yet aging visage of his grandfather, filled with profound expectations, alongside the dimness from over half a month ago. Grandfather, Su Ming murmured, as a muffled sound reverberated within him. The immense power of the Wulong Xian accumulated over many years, propelling his blood, causing a second bloodline to manifest instantly and solidify rapidly. Moreover, following the emergence of the second bloodline, a third one arose with remarkable swiftness. Even a fourth bloodline seemed to be on the verge of surfacing. Subsequently, Su Ming's physique visibly began to grow robust at an astonishing rate, the circulation and strength of his vital energy driving his body to flourish. If this continued, he would no longer be frail, but rather possess a sturdy physique akin to that of other members of the man tribe. Yet, at that moment, the dark fragment upon his chest suddenly emitted a piercing ethereal glow, reminiscent of when it was within the man-like entity. In an instant, a change occurred. Chapter 7. With the emergence of that ethereal light, Su Ming distinctly felt a tremendous wave of warmth surging from his chest, rapidly spreading throughout his body, intertwining seamlessly with the coolness of the black dragon's saliva, permeating his very veins. Suddenly, a crisp roar resonated within Su Ming, whose meditative form trembled violently as a fourth bloodline crystallized within him. Concurrently, a copious amount of dark filth oozed from every pore of his body, accompanied by a foul stench that gradually dissipated with the mountain breeze. 3 bloodlines were sufficient to enter the first layer of the blood condensation realm, and now Su Ming had successfully transformed into a warrior of that tier. Yet, he remained with his eyes shut, showing no signs of awakening. As time passed, the bloodlines on his body finally solidified at the 4th. The next morning, as the little monkey approached, proudly sniffing its right paw, it paused upon seeing Su Ming, who was covered in black filth. It scratched its head, circling around Su Ming several times. Although it had gained sentience, it was utterly perplexed about the situation and cautiously approached, attempting to poke Su Ming with its paw. However, just as its paw was about to make contact, the ethereal light surrounding Su Ming flickered intensely, enveloping him entirely, and in an instant, he vanished before the monkey's astonished eyes. To the monkey, it appeared as though Su Ming had been consumed by the ethereal light. Instantly, it widened its eyes and let out a piercing screech. Darting toward the spot where Su Ming had disappeared, frantically searching, yet ultimately finding nothing, standing there in a daze. Unbeknownst to Su Ming, he found himself in an unfamiliar place, gazing around in confusion. He was enveloped by a shroud of white mist, obscuring his vision beyond a short distance, where he faintly perceived what seemed to be a mountain peak ahead. He had just awakened and recalled being on the Black Dragon Mountain. Yet he could not fathom how he had arrived here. His eyes gradually sharpened with alertness as he glanced down at his chest, his heart sinking as he realized the strange black fragments were gone. Gone. Su Ming's mind raced with uncertainty as he scanned his surroundings before slowly rising to his feet, his expression somber and cautious as he proceeded toward the mist-covered mountain peak. The distance to the peak was not far, and soon Su Ming stood at its base, looking up in astonishment. This was indeed a mountain, but devoid of vegetation. Its surface smooth and barren, adorned with numerous totems depicting landscapes, mythical beasts, and the vast sky, alongside some inscriptions he had never seen before, exuding an air of primal mystique, reminiscent of ancient myths. Almost as soon as he beheld the carvings on the mountain, a thunderous sound echoed, and a fissure appeared in the middle of the mountain, as if an invisible force had cleaved it open. The gap was narrow, leading into darkness at Su Ming's feet. After a moment's hesitation, Su Ming resolved to step forward, realizing he was unaware of how to leave this place, nor did he even know where he was. With a path ahead, he had no choice but to venture forth. Deep within, he felt an instinctual connection to the black fragments, recalling the overwhelming warmth they had emitted. As he traversed the narrow fissure, Su Ming felt as though he had walked for an eternity. Gradually, the passage widened, revealing peculiar carvings on the walls, depictions of medicinal herbs and figures that appeared to be clad only in disheveled hair, diligently pounding herbs in a strange, oversized cauldron. As he gazed at these carvings, he soon arrived at a door, halting before it. The door was similarly adorned with carvings, featuring 5 herb motifs, with irregular lines radiating a familiar ethereal light, encircling the 5 designs in a circular pattern. At the center of the door, 15 small depressions appeared, seemingly meant to accommodate certain objects, arranged in a circular formation. Su Ming furrowed his brow, scrutinizing the door before his gaze fell upon the 5 herbs. This is iron core flower. Indeed, it is iron core flower. This one resembles happy leaf, yet also bears resemblance to Xiling herb. And this is the shining night branch. I often gather this. What is this? It seems familiar. The last one, I have never seen before. Su Ming pondered for a while, hesitating whether to push the door open to see if it would yield. Just as he was caught in his indecision, the circular lines surrounding the 5 herbs suddenly began to rotate, the ethereal light flickering violently. In a moment of surprise, the light surged forth from the door, rushing towards Su Ming. The ethereal light moved with such swiftness that Su Ming could not evade it. In an instant, he was enveloped by the luminous glow. Simultaneously, an influx of memories not his own flooded his mind, those memories materializing as vivid scenes, forcibly implanted within him, causing discomfort in his head. Within those visions, a phantasmal figure mirrored the actions depicted in the carvings, skillfully tossing herbs into a peculiar cauldron, each time pausing to inhale the aroma, its expression grave. Occasionally, it would raise its right hand, conjuring flames that engulfed the cauldron, controlling the intensity with meticulous precision. This complexity was foreign to Su Ming and his tribe. The process was far simpler. Herbs were typically consumed directly, or at most, crushed into a juice to enhance effects. Unconsciously, Su Ming immersed himself in these memories, until, after what felt like an eternity, the spectral figure slapped the cauldron's exterior. Instantly, the flames surrounding the cauldron dissipated, and the figure lifted the lid, revealing 3 green, round objects the size of fingernails within. Though merely a memory, Su Ming could almost perceive the fragrant aroma wafting towards him, his gaze fixated upon those three circular objects, leaving him utterly stunned. Having cultivated herbs since childhood, he could discern their quality at a glance, and these unprecedented objects bewildered his imagination. As the ethereal light that had enveloped him receded, returning to the door, the intricate circular lines inscribed upon it stilled. In that instant of departure, Su Ming's vision blurred, and he felt himself transported by an enigmatic force. When clarity returned, a red figure dashed toward him with jubilant cries. It was the little monkey, bounding around Su Ming in delight. Its previous fear at Su Ming's disappearance was now replaced with elation upon seeing him return. Su Ming, taken aback, quickly surveyed his surroundings, realizing he had returned to the stone platform on Black Dragon Mountain. Lowering his gaze, he was relieved to see the previously vanished fragment still resting on his chest. This must be related to that object. Perhaps my attainment of the first layer of the blood condensation realm triggered its power, leading to the events that transpired earlier. Observing the monkey's exuberance, he recalled the memories that had surged within his mind. The method of quenching and dispersing, the medicinal stones. For a long time, Su Ming murmured to himself, recalling the myriad names associated with the alchemical processes he had previously observed. Qingshan San. This was the name of the medicinal stone, now firmly etched in the newfound memories within Su Ming's mind. As he whispered the name, images of the intricately carved patterns on that mysterious door arose before him, gradually illuminating his eyes with a bright gleam. Although he remained unaware of the exact location it referred to, the notion of quenching and dispersing had undeniably piqued his profound interest. In his perspective, the cultivation of a warrior was inextricably linked to the use of herbs that replenished vitality and blood. A substantial intake was essential for enhancing one's strength. Thus, this so-called quenching and dispersing might prove to be immensely beneficial for his own training. Within the tribe, he had never encountered such round medicinal stones, not even at his grandfather's place. Otherwise, he would have certainly seen them. However, this round stone appeared quite promising, albeit he was uncertain of its efficacy post-refinement. The next step was to seek out the 5 specific herbs. Xiaohong, have you ever seen these 2 types of herbs? After solidifying his resolve, Su Ming promptly summoned Xiaohong, taking up a stone and sketching on the ground before her. He illustrated the 2 herbs of which he was uncertain, casting an expectant gaze toward Xiaohong. Xiaohong bared her teeth in contemplation before ultimately nodding in acknowledgement. Su Ming felt a surge of energy. Pacing around the stone platform, his mind racing with thoughts. The herbs could be found, yet the process of refining such a medicinal stone was exceedingly intricate. It even required fire, akin to cooking rice, quite fascinating indeed. After a moment of careful consideration, Su Ming furrowed his brow. He recalled that the large cauldron was rather unusual, distinct from those used in the tribe for cooking. In searching through his memories, he discerned that the cauldron for quenching and dispersing bore a peculiar name, Huangding. The cauldrons of the tribe would likely prove inadequate, and it also required fire. Su Ming suddenly lifted his head, his eyes gleaming with brilliance as he gazed towards the distant peaks of the Wulong Mountain, particularly at one mountain that stood farther away. Its hue was a deep brown, occasionally belching forth thick plumes of smoke. Chapter 8. The Red Clay. The 5 peaks of Wulong Mountain each possess their unique characteristics, with the peak that yields abundant Wulong resin being the closest to the Wushan tribe. As one ventures deeper, the likelihood of encountering members of other tribes increases. Thus, Su Ming typically remains in this vicinity, only cautiously departing to gather rare herbs, always on high alert. Before his eyes looms a mountain, occasionally shrouded in billowing smoke, known as Black Flame Peak. It is said to house a substantial amount of underground fire and was once the heart of the Fire Barbarian territory. Despite the passage of countless years, approaching this peak still exposes one to waves of oppressive heat. Su Ming is no stranger to Black Flame Peak. He has ventured there numerous times and even encountered individuals from the Black Mountain tribe. Had it not been for his nimbleness allowing him to escape in time, he might have long since become a mere skeleton. The proximity of this peak to the Black Mountain tribe is significant, as generations of grievances exist between them and the Wushan tribe. Though large-scale wars have been absent, the small skirmishes between hunting parties remain bloodily brutal. After a moment's hesitation, a glint of determination sparkles in Su Ming's eyes. He withdraws his gaze from the Black Flame Peak and hastens deeper into the platform, where several large stones lie in a hollowed area. Upon moving these stones, he uncovers an object beneath them, a rough bow. Despite its crude appearance, the bowstring, as thick as a finger, is taut, radiating an undeniable latent power. In the Wushan tribe, only members of the hunting team are permitted to possess bows. Other tribes' people rarely have the opportunity. Su Ming crafted this bow himself after exchanging herbs for materials, keeping it hidden here, a secret shared only with Lei Chen. As he grips the bow, a flash of brilliance ignites in Su Ming's eyes. He reaches beneath the large stones once more to retrieve 5 sharp arrows. Their tips finely crafted from stone. He regularly sharpens these arrowheads here, ensuring they are exceedingly lethal. Placing the 5 arrows into the woven basket on his back, Su Ming gives a whistle to the small monkey and points to the herbs he has drawn on the ground. The monkey comprehends his intent, baring its teeth before dashing ahead like a crimson shadow. Su Ming, vigilant, follows closely behind. In a few swift movements, the pair vanishes from sight. In terms of familiarity with Wulong Mountain, even Su Ming cannot rival the small monkey. Under the monkey's guidance, as the sun sinks into the horizon, Su Ming's basket is soon filled with an assortment of herbs. These herbs comprise 7 or 8 varieties, each in considerable quantity, resembling those depicted in his drawings. Unable to differentiate them, he decides to take all that bears semblance. You say there is another similar herb? With the sun nearing its descent, Su Ming and the small monkey find themselves in a thicket close to Black Flame Peak. He points toward a dark patch of muck and looks at the monkey. The monkey nods vigorously, gesturing for some time before indicating the setting sun. A spark of realization ignites in Su Ming's eyes as he crouches, focusing intently on the mire, awaiting the sun's final descent. Time slowly passes, and after a while, the light in the forest dims significantly, with darkness seemingly ready to engulf everything beyond 10 paces. Just when the surroundings are enveloped in complete darkness, the mire suddenly bubbles violently, revealing a hint of crimson radiance darting within. This extraordinary spectacle sends chills down Su Ming's spine, yet he remains motionless. He fixates on the crimson glow, which gradually emerges from the muck, revealing clusters of red flower buds. Their roots are hidden beneath the sludge, and the earlier glow is evidently caused by their root shifting. As Su Ming watches the buds breach the surface, he witnesses their blooming, accompanied by an indescribable fragrance that wafts through the air. Upon inhaling, he is instantly engulfed in a sensation of boiling blood, as though flames are enveloping him, threatening to unleash a fiery toxin. At that moment, the small monkey emits a tense screech. Without a moment's hesitation, Su Ming lunges forward, reaching for the nearest red flower. With a sharp stone knife in hand, he deftly severs the flower from its roots, swiftly placing it into his woven basket. Completing this action with fluid grace, he retreats with the small monkey, both hastily fleeing. As they make their escape, a feral roar erupts from the mire, causing all the red flowers to retract into buds and disappear into the muck. Almost immediately, a pool of crimson blood oozes from the mire, saturating the area with a pungent scent. Su Ming and the small monkey hurry away until darkness fully envelopes the land. Perched in the branches of a great tree, they utilize the moonlight to examine their day's bounty. The basket brims with herbs, igniting a sense of excitement within Su Ming. Memories of the earlier events flood his mind, filling him with anticipation. Yet, he remains uncertain of the precise effects of the Qingshan powder. It should be beneficial, he muses. Su Ming licks his lips, his gaze settling on 2 herbs within the basket. These 2 herbs are nearly indistinguishable in color, appearing almost identical at first glance, both a vivid red. The sole distinction lies in one possessing 6 petals while the other has 5. Su Ming is unfamiliar with either, both being the only substances he has yet to encounter in the concoction of Qingshan powder. Fortunately, the small monkey has some recollection of these herbs, guiding him to their location. Which of the 2, he wonders, is essential for crafting the medicinal stone? Furrowing his brow, Su Ming scrutinizes the 2 herbs. The 6-petaled one he obtained from the mire, and recalling its peculiar bloom, he harbors a nagging fear that consuming it might lead to immediate death. After placing the herbs back into the basket, Su Ming reclines against the tree trunk, biting into a wild fruit. He gazes at the stars above, inhaling the essence of the forest, while the sounds of birds and beasts create a symphony around him. In this moment, he feels a profound connection to the wilderness, a sensation that brings him comfort. The small monkey sits beside him, grooming its fur while occasionally casting wary glances into the surroundings. Together, the man and the monkey spend the night amidst the trees of the forest. The following morning, as the first rays of sunlight pierce the horizon and the forest remains shrouded in twilight, Su Ming and the small monkey descend from the branches and set their sights on Black Flame Peak. With bow in hand, Su Ming remains vigilant, and the small monkey mirrors his caution. As the sun rises fully and the mist dissipates like snow, a magnificent brown mountain appears before them, heat radiating from its surface. Atop the peak, a plume of black smoke ascends, a sight both awe-inspiring and foreboding. Black Flame Peak, Su Ming murmurs, scanning his surroundings before resolutely ascending the mountain. He had prepared for this journey, having placed several heat-repelling herbs beneath his feet. Now, with determination, he begins his climb toward the summit. Though his ascent is swift, his caution only intensifies. After an unknown duration, as he reaches the mountain's midpoint, he prepares to continue when the small monkey emits a faint warning call. Without a moment's thought, Su Ming shifts, pressing himself against the cliffside and concealing himself in a crevice of the mountain. He secures his footing, drawing his bow with his right hand while swiftly retrieving an arrow with his left, all executed in a heartbeat. The small monkey arrives just in time. Pressing itself against him, Su Ming breathed slowly, his eyes glinting with a cold light. In this position, should he encounter the members of the Heishan tribe, a mutual discovery would inevitably lead to a life-and-death struggle. Before long, indistinct voices began to drift through the air, mingled with the sound of stones crumbling. Early in the morning, we are tasked with excavating these worthless rocks, the purpose of which remains a mystery. You have been rambling this entire time. Since it is the chieftain's command, we must fulfill it. By the way, have you heard? It seems that grandfather has made a breakthrough. I heard someone in the clan mention yesterday that grandfather appears somewhat different than usual, now exuding an air that is rather intimidating. Do you think the chieftain's order to dig these stones is connected to grandfather? As the voices of the two men gradually grew clearer and then receded, Su Ming remained motionless against the crevice, only releasing a sigh of relief once he sensed their distance. The barbarian lord of the Heishan tribe has broken through. I recall grandfather mentioning that this barbarian lord was at the 8th level of blood condensation but possessed a form of malevolent technique that allowed him to contend, albeit barely, with grandfather. Su Ming's eyes flickered with determination. Upon returning, he would report this matter to grandfather. After waiting a moment longer to confirm that the two men had indeed departed, Su Ming was about to continue his ascent when the little monkey beside him tugged at his clothing. Su Ming turned around immediately, only to see the little monkey's face alight with excitement, pointing towards the depths of the crevice where a small natural hole exhaled warm air. Su Ming's gaze sharpened. He promptly abandoned his climb and approached the small opening. After a careful examination, he removed the woven basket he was carrying and, taking it with him, crawled inside, with Little Red following closely behind. The small hole was scarcely large enough, had it not been for Su Ming's slender frame. An ordinary barbarian would have found it impossible to pass through. Chapter 9. Quenching the small cave was quite peculiar, its dimensions uniform throughout. After crawling approximately 10 zhang, Su Ming noticed the end ahead and slowed his movements. Cautiously, he approached the exit, and upon a glance, he found himself momentarily stunned, taking a deep breath. This was a molten cave, with numerous conical stones hanging from above, their surfaces cracked and appearing as if they could break apart at any moment. The ground, originally pitch black, was interspersed with patches of red rock, casting a warm hue throughout the cavern. The heat here was several times more intense than outside. Not far off lay a dark skeleton, approximately 8 to 9 zhang in length, and Su Ming immediately recognized it as the bones of a python. Upon the skull of the serpent rested a horn as thick as a human arm, also black in hue. Such a lengthy python was unlike anything Su Ming had ever encountered. Though he had vaguely heard his grandfather speak of a time long ago when a ferocious serpent roamed the Wulong Mountain, this particular species, known as the horned python, had a sharp horn on its head, often regarded as a treasured offering within tribes. Their own Wu Mountain clan possessed a horn from a horned python, passed down through generations of chieftains. Could this be the horned python? After surveying the skeleton and glancing back at the small cave, he began to form a conclusion. In contemplation, Su Ming retrieved a medicinal herb from his woven basket and tossed it below. The herb fluttered down, emitting a sizzling sound upon contact with the ground. And after about a quarter of an hour, it gradually dried out. He repeated the process several times, ultimately confirming that while the ground was indeed hot, he could withstand it for some time, provided he avoided contact with the red rocks. At that moment, Xiao Hong had grown impatient. Had she not known of the dangers here, she would have likely jumped out long ago. Su Ming cautiously crawled out and leapt down, landing on the ground, where a sizzling sound echoed beneath his feet. A wave of heat surged through him, yet it was not intense enough to scald his soles. Upon entering the molten cave, Xiao Hong was instantly drenched in sweat. After much contemplation, she retreated back into the small cave, refusing to enter and swiftly darted off to play elsewhere. Su Ming did not persuade her, but instead hastened onward with his basket, surmising that this place might connect with the depths of the Black Flame Peak, potentially leading to a suitable area for quenching. He had not ventured far when he encountered an open expanse, the destination unknown. The ground was uneven, and the heat intensified significantly to the point where Su Ming could feel the scorching beneath his feet. As he hesitated, just as he was about to lift his foot to step down, a sudden wave of heat erupted, causing Su Ming to exclaim in surprise and retreat. His pupils contracted as he witnessed a flame, as thick as an arm, burst forth from a depression in the ground, illuminating the cave in fiery light. Taking a deep breath, he retreated until he was pressed against the cave entrance, his gaze fixated for the better part of half an hour as the flames gradually subsided. However, it was not long before another depression erupted in flame, the cycle continuing without end. Fire. Su Ming stared intently at the depressions, his eyes beginning to gleam with excitement. There was indeed fire, yet it appeared intermittently rather than in a steady stream. After basking in his delight for a moment, he pondered the situation. Though entering directly from the mountain peak might lead him to a better location, this place offered concealment, and should danger arise, he could swiftly escape. Thus, for the time being, he resolved to make this his first quenching cave of his life. With excitement in his countenance, Su Ming glanced around once more. Fire was present, but he still needed a cauldron. I can craft one myself. His gaze fell upon the scattered stones on the ground. These rocks had withstood the test of time without being reduced to ash, clearly exhibiting remarkable heat resistance, suitable for quenching. Rubbing his head in thought, he shifted the medicinal herb beneath his feet and leapt down once more, selecting a large stone that seemed appropriate. After a moment's hesitation, he touched its surface, which felt merely warm rather than scorching. Determined to use this stone as material, Su Ming retrieved his medicinal knife, which was exceptionally sharp from frequent sharpening. With all his strength, he began to chip away at the stone. Though a monotonous task, Su Ming was accustomed to it and displayed no impatience. As he worked, an epiphany struck him. He glanced at the python's bones in the distance, particularly the black horn atop its skull. After a brief contemplation, he hurried over to the vicinity of the skull, striking the bone with a decisive tap. The sound of cracking echoed, and the bones disintegrated into a fine powder scattered across the ground. Amidst the debris, only the black horn remained intact. Indeed, this horn was extraordinary. He had been curious about how the python had managed to burrow in. Su Ming picked up the horn and drew it across the wall, leaving a distinctive scratch. This sight did not surprise him. However, he pondered why the horned python had felt compelled to force its way in from the outside. Unable to comprehend, he returned to the large stone and resumed his chipping. With the aid of the horn, after several hours, a quenching furnace resembling the ones from his memories took shape, even incorporating a lid to retain the heat within. Let us give it a try. With excitement in his demeanor, Su Ming maneuvered the newly fashioned furnace to the depressions, suppressing his anxiousness and waiting patiently. After several hours, amidst the recurrent bursts of flame, one of the depressions erupted with fire. Almost synchronously as Su Ming swiftly positioned the quenching furnace over the fiery pit, effectively covering it. His expression was tense. The success of the quenching depended on whether the furnace could endure the high temperatures. Soon, the stone furnace glowed red, waves of heat radiating outward, accompanied by cracking sounds. Su Ming's heart raced, yet after a long moment without the stone fracturing, he gradually relaxed. An hour. Each quenching only lasted an hour, which seemed insufficient. Su Ming contemplated, having exerted considerable effort for this quenching. A plan began to form in his mind. He stepped back a few paces. Although he had an idea, he refrained from acting hastily, instead standing in a relatively cooler spot, fixated on the depressions, watching intently for an entire day. During this time, Xiaohong returned, leaving some wild fruits behind before scampering off to play again, deeming it too hot. As for the stone furnace, it withstood the test, never shattering despite several fiery onslaughts. The flames erupting from the ground displayed some patterns, yet remained unpredictable. After a day, Su Ming, with the horn in hand, stepped forward, swiftly carving a trench in the ground to connect one of the depressions with the area beneath the furnace. Without pausing, he drew 6 lines in quick succession before retreating. Before long, when one of the depressions erupted in flame, a significant portion of the fire was diverted through the trench and funneled into the furnace below. Success. Su Ming observed for a while longer, seeking out gaps to carve 5 more trenches, continuing to monitor for an entire day to ensure his method effectively prolonged the furnace's flame, finally allowing himself to relax. In truth, he harbored some doubts, The lines of the trenches and their connections were not arbitrary. The flame beneath the furnace had to remain neither too great nor too little, or else anomalies could easily arise. After all, in his observations, there were several occasions when multiple uneven grounds simultaneously erupted in flames. A miscalculation could lead to peril. Having resolved these two fundamental issues, Su-Ming calmed himself and began his first attempt at refining within the dark flame peak, guided by the vivid recollections etched in his memory. The sustenance was provided by a small monkey, or, alternatively, Su-Ming would venture out to hunt small beasts, bringing them back to roast over the fire. Additionally, during his hunting excursions, he encountered a hunting party from his own tribe and relayed the matters concerning the Black Mountain clan. As days turned into weeks, this place of refinement bore witness to Su-Ming's frustrations, and after half a month, his eyes were bloodshot. Despite countless attempts at concocting the elixir, not a single one had succeeded. At present, he had reached the first layer of the blood condensation realm, possessing 4 bloodlines. Just 2 more would allow him to ascend to the second layer. Upon achieving this, he would be able to wield the first barbarian technique from the legacy he had inherited, a dream he fervently pursued, serving as the driving force behind his relentless endeavors in alchemy. Yet, the failures that plagued him over the past month nearly extinguished his spirit. Nevertheless, the inherent stubbornness within him refused to succumb to despair. "I refuse to believe it," he murmured, tossing a woven basket towards the grinning little monkey at the cave entrance, urging it to assist him once more in gathering herbs. The monkey caught the basket, beamed with a smile, and dashed off, day by day, failure upon failure until another fortnight had passed. On one particular afternoon, with disheveled hair, Su-Ming stood before the desolate cauldron, holding 2 types of herbs in his hands, both crimson, one with 6 petals and the other with 5. Which one should he choose? Su-Ming realized there was little time for contemplation and, with a determined grit, he bit down resolutely. Chapter 10. Blood Ignition with Determination. Su-Ming gritted his teeth and cast the red herb with 6 petals directly into the refining furnace. This herb, which he had salvaged from the mire, possessed the remarkable property of igniting one's blood when it bloomed. The moment the herb made contact with the elixir at the bottom of the furnace, Su-Ming distinctly witnessed a mesmerizing crimson glow flashing within. He refrained from covering the furnace. Instead, he took several steps back, maneuvering around it. On the ground, he skillfully selected several flowing flame channels, using bone fragments to carve them horizontally, effectively halting the addition of flames to exert control. The channels on the ground had multiplied significantly compared to a month ago, marked with scar-like imprints from Su-Ming's own experiments and innovations over the past month. At this moment, he was exceedingly anxious, his focus entirely on the furnace. Based on his observations over the past month, he calculated that at this time, he had at least half an hour of safety, free from external concerns. As time trickled by, the half-hour mark arrived. Su-Ming promptly retreated from the vicinity, and shortly after his departure, a torrent of flames erupted from the ground. Despite the spectacle, he remained a short distance away, drenched in sweat, yet fixated on the furnace. His experience from the past month indicated that he still had approximately 7 or 8 hours before he could ascertain the results. During this time, he needed to continuously adjust the intensity of the flames based on the changes in the elixir within, culminating in the critical moment when he would have to seal the furnace, allowing the heat to surge and solidify the medicinal stone. This sequence of actions had become second nature to him after countless repetitions over the month. As 1 hour passed, then 2, a red mist gradually emanated from the furnace. The mist bore no scent, yet it flickered with an eerie luminescence, quickening Su-Ming's own blood flow. He adjusted the flame's intensity several times, and as the outer world darkened completely, his eyes turned bloodshot, filled with veins. He had devoted the entirety of the day to the refinement of this medicinal stone, and everything had proceeded smoothly. Now, he was on the verge of the final step. Through the crimson mist, Su-Ming could faintly discern that the elixir within the furnace was dwindling, bubbling incessantly. Each bubble that burst released a wisp of red fog. It was nearly time. Drawing upon the multitude of failures he had experienced, Su-Ming's eyes glinted with resolve. Without a moment's hesitation, he seized the lid of the furnace and swiftly approached, decisively covering it. As the lid sealed the furnace, a deep, resonant roar reverberated throughout the fiery cavern. This moment would determine success or failure. With the lid secured, Su-Ming took a deep breath, retreating a few steps to sit cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes to gather his thoughts. He understood that he had done all that was required. The outcome now rested beyond his control, reliant on fate. Nearly an hour later, The rumbling from within the furnace intensified, culminating in 9 resounding echoes before gradually subsiding. Aside from the flames beneath the furnace that continued to burn, silence enveloped the chamber. Su-Ming kept his eyes closed, maintaining his meditative state, patiently awaiting the opportune moment. When the flames below the furnace extinguished, he suddenly opened his eyes. Rising to stride forward, grasping heat-resistant herbs in his right hand, and forcefully pushing the lid open. The moment the lid was lifted, a wave of red heat surged forth. However, Su-Ming was prepared. He swiftly retreated as the lid opened. After a brief interval as the red heat dissipated, his heart raced with excitement and anticipation. He cautiously approached the furnace, peering inside. To his astonishment, Su-Ming burst into laughter. There, at the bottom of the furnace, lay 3 crimson medicinal stones. Carefully extracting these precious stones, he sat beside them, filled with exhilaration as he examined these extraordinary objects he had only glimpsed in memories. Their round shape delighted him, and he brought one to his nose to inhale deeply, only to find no medicinal fragrance, but rather a faint metallic scent. Moreover, these medicinal stones appeared quite fragile. He sensed that with a mere exertion, he could reduce them to powder, which indeed proved to be the case. However, he did not dwell on this aspect. After a month's endeavor, he had finally succeeded in refining them. The more he gazed at them, the more his joy intensified. He raised one to his mouth, ready to taste it, but hesitated momentarily. Suppressing his excitement, he recalled the bizarre scene from when he had harvested the 6-petaled herb. If this herb had ultimately yielded medicinal stones, might another unknown herb also be capable? Contemplating, Su-Ming reverently placed the 3 medicinal stones aside and retrieved the 5-petaled red herb. After a moment of silence, his eyes gleamed with realization. Calculating the time, he closed his eyes once more, channeling the power of his bloodline to restore his energy. The night passed without incident. In the middle of the night, the little monkey returned, its face radiating bliss as it sniffed its right paw, ignoring Su-Ming and instead curling up in a cooler spot nearby. Over the past month, it had grown accustomed to this cave. Even as it lay there, the little monkey continued to sniff its paw, becoming increasingly entranced, as if recalling something that made it grin widely. On the following morning, Su-Ming awoke from his meditation, stretching his body to dispel the weariness of the previous day. Feeling invigorated, he grasped the 5-petaled herb and resumed his refining process. Days later, Su-Ming emerged from the fiery cavern he had not left for quite some time. Upon encountering the sunlight, his eyes stung momentarily. Accustomed to the furnace-esque glow, he found the brilliance of the outside world somewhat disconcerting. After taking a few deep breaths of fresh air, he waited for his vision to adjust before cautiously surveying his surroundings and beginning his descent down the mountainside. He moved swiftly, remaining vigilant, with the little monkey keeping watch by his side. Fortunately, they encountered no dangers and safely reached the base of the mountain. Finding a river at the foot of the mountain, where the water emitted warmth, Su-Ming shed his clothing and immersed himself, feeling as though the fatigue from days of refining evaporated. Reluctantly, he emerged, quickly leaving with the little monkey, as he had more pressing matters to attend to. Within the jungle, Su-Ming and the little monkey dashed about, and after a few laps, he had captured several fierce-looking small beasts. The little monkey had also managed to catch a few. In a secluded corner, Su-Ming glanced at the 4 small beasts tied up, ignoring them as he withdrew his gaze and, with a solemn expression, retrieved 2 small clay vials from his pocket. Each vial contained a different medicinal stone. One was a striking crimson, while the other was azure, exuding a faint medicinal fragrance that invigorated the senses. The blue medicinal stone was the product of his previous day's efforts with the 5-petaled herb, clear dust elixir. By intuition, Su-Ming believed that the blue stone was indeed the clear dust elixir. But what of the red one? His gaze flickered. Each vial held 3 stones. He first extracted one from each, raising them to observe the small beasts before approaching them. After feeding the 2 small beasts each a different stone, Su-Ming stepped back, anxiously watching their reactions. Even the little monkey seemed to share in his apprehension. After a long wait, the 2 small beasts that had swallowed the medicinal stone showed no signs of change, continuing to roar fiercely at Su-Ming. With a frown, Su-Ming waited a while longer, but the situation remained unchanged. How could this be logically? There should be some reaction. However, it was evident that the stones were non-toxic. Could it be that they were for external application rather than ingestion? A spark of realization ignited in Su-Ming's mind as he took out a bone shard and approached the other 2 small beasts that had not consumed the medicine. He made 2 shallow cuts on their bodies, from which blood oozed forth. The little monkey hurriedly came forward to observe. After making the incisions, Su Ming immediately retrieved the two different medicinal stones and placed them upon the wounds of the small beasts. Suddenly, an unexpected transformation occurred. The small beast that came into contact with the red medicinal stone, without a single cry of anguish, quivered violently and instantaneously transformed into a pool of blood. Before the crimson liquid could touch the ground, it ignited and descended as a cloud of red mist. This all transpired in the blink of an eye. So swiftly that Su Ming gasped in shock and retreated hastily, while the little monkey, startled, scrambled away in a panic. The Su Ming gasped. Terror reflected in his eyes. He had never anticipated that the red medicinal stone he had concocted would be so astonishing. As the red mist dissipated into the air, only a heap of purplish-red bones remained on the ground, a sight both shocking and gruesome. The other small beasts nearby, despite being unscathed, were evidently frightened. Breathing rapidly, Su Ming looked down at the small vial in his hand containing the red medicinal stones, noting that one remained inside. Yet, this remaining stone now appeared drenched in blood. While ingestion posed no danger, the sight of blood would surely lead to death. This powder I have refined shall henceforth be known as blood powder, Su Ming murmured to himself, suppressing the fear within as he carefully stored the medicinal stone. He sensed that this item could potentially become his secret weapon. The blue medicinal stone must indeed be the clear dust powder. What, however, is its efficacy? Su Ming pondered in silence, his gaze falling upon the wound where the blue medicinal stone had dissolved, yet the small beast showed no signs of distress. Chapter 11. The fury of Su Ming. Su Ming pondered for an extended period, yet he could not discern the purpose of the Qingqian San. Within the memories he had acquired, only the method of its concoction was evident, devoid of any specific utility. As noon arrived, with the sun blazing fiercely, Su Ming hesitated before departing from that place. He raced back to his refining area alongside the little monkey, who did not linger long before darting off again. Outside, as the mountain breeze enveloped him, Su Ming leaned against a wall, cradling the azure medicinal stone in his hand, deep in thought. What could its function be? Ineffective when ingested, and equally so when applied externally. He furrowed his brow, feeling disheartened by the thought that the painstaking effort he had invested over the past month seemed to have been in vain. Glaring at the medicinal stone, he clenched his teeth. Enough. I must personally experience its effects. With a decisive nature, he wasted no time in placing the Qingqian San into his mouth. The stone dissolved instantly, releasing a rich medicinal aroma that filled his mouth, akin to a warm current surging through his body, only to dissipate almost immediately, leaving little sensation. Su Ming stood there in shock, hastily meditating to consolidate his bloodline, but it felt no different than usual, still marked by a sense of insufficient vitality. Frustrated, he tugged at his hair, overwhelmed by the notion that he had indeed squandered a month of effort. Impossible. There must be other effects. Despite his disappointment, Su Ming refused to concede, though no matter how he contemplated, clarity eluded him. With a long sigh, he smiled bitterly. After a while, the little monkey, transformed into a crimson shadow, dashed up from the mountain below, leaping before Su Ming, scattering a handful of wild fruits before scampering off again. Su Ming sighed internally, his stomach empty, and began to consume the wild fruits while continuing to ponder. 1, 2, 3. Unbeknownst to him, he let out a satisfied burp, discarding the pits and rubbing his stomach before resuming his contemplation. As he glanced at the remaining fruits, just as he was about to look away, he suddenly froze. Full. Su Ming's eyes widened as he stared at the wild fruits, quickly counting the discarded pits, 15 in total. A flicker of realization danced within him, and his heart raced. I have always relished these wild fruits. Over the years, Xiao Hong has frequently gathered them for me. Yet, I never liked to overindulge. In the past, consuming 18 or 19 would leave me quite satiated. But just now, I have only eaten 15 and feel completely full. Has my appetite diminished? Or perhaps, it is related to something else. Su Ming licked his lips, recalling that he had previously swallowed a grain of Qingqian San. Could it be that the Qingqian San serves as a substitute for food? He pondered deeply. Or perhaps the Qingqian San enhances the effects of other substances. His heart raced with anticipation. He inhaled deeply, having exhausted all avenues of thought regarding the Qingqian San's effects. Yet now, feeling as though he was on the brink of discovery, he swiftly retreated into the small cave, eager to return to his refining area. He remembered that there remained a precious few drops of Wulong Xian, a rare substance that could only be obtained on non-rainy days. Reluctantly, he had saved the remaining drops for a long time. Upon swiftly returning to the refining cave, Su Ming retrieved a small vial containing the precious liquid, opened it without hesitation, and drank it down in one gulp. Familiar with Wulong Xian, he felt the cool essence permeate him, circulating throughout his body and gradually blending into his blood. Yet at that moment, he sensed an unusual increase in the cool sensation, roughly by a tenth, though seemingly slight. Su Ming felt the change distinctly. As the cooling essence merged with his blood, it ignited into a fervent energy, causing 4 bloodlines to manifest upon his body, radiating a crimson glow. After a prolonged moment, Su Ming opened his eyes, exhaling a long breath of turbid air, his gaze alight with excitement. Indeed, the Qin Shinsen may lack effect when taken alone, yet when consumed alongside other substances, it enhances their inherent capabilities, a seemingly simple notion, yet profoundly extraordinary. Filled with vigor, Su Ming felt a renewed sense of purpose toward his refining art. At the entrance where he had acquired the refining method, there were 15 small holes, evidently designed for the insertion of 15 such medicinal stones. However, at present, he lacked sufficient stones for personal consumption. After a brief contemplation, he decided to proceed with caution. Resolute, he hurried to the side of the desolate cauldron and began refining with the remaining herbs. In addition to his own refining, he also dispatched the little monkey to seek out herbs, gathering in abundance those plants his grandfather had always insisted upon, crushing them into a juice to consume. Supplemented by the Qin San, this approach swiftly accelerated his cultivation pace. Time passed, and 2 months slipped away. During this period, Su Ming seldom ventured outside. The volcanic cave had become akin to a second home, its concealed nature allowing him to train undisturbed. Throughout these 2 months, he refined numerous batches of Qin San, consuming them alongside the blood-boosting herbal juices, gradually consolidating a 5th bloodline within his body. Even a 6th seemed to flicker into existence, suggesting that, should he persist, he would soon attain full realization. Now, winter had arrived. The surrounding peaks lay blanketed in snow, while the Black Flame Peak remained untouched by snowfall, its surroundings shrouded in mist, presenting a curious sight from afar. To an outsider, this place would undoubtedly evoke intrigue, yet for Su Ming, who had grown up nearby, its peculiarities were nothing new. On this day, seated cross-legged, the blood radiance around him intensified, the 5 slender lines swirling about his form as if alive, creating an astonishing spectacle. The bloodlight pulsed continuously, beads of sweat glistening on his skin, his body trembling slightly, yet his expression remained resolute. This was his 3rd attempt in half a month to consolidate the 6th bloodline. Should he succeed, he would ascend to the 2nd level of the blood condensation realm. Most importantly, he would unlock the ability to wield his first martial technique, a tribal art known as spirit devouring. The spirit devouring technique does not manifest from thin air. It requires the fresh remains of recently deceased beasts, allowing the practitioner to draw upon the essence of the slain creature through the bloodlines they have cultivated, temporarily enhancing their own abilities. Mastery of such techniques would distinguish him as a true warrior, setting him apart from his kin and amplifying his strength manifold. After a considerable duration, Su Ming felt a tremor throughout his body, the sanguine radiance surrounding him gradually dissipating, and the 5 bloodlines upon his skin receding. His attempt to consolidate the 6th bloodline had once again failed. Exhaling deeply, he remained silent for a moment before retrieving some herbal juice and Qin San, consuming them to recommence his training. Days turned into weeks, and before long, another month had passed. The entire Wulong Mountain was enshrouded in thick snow. Even the Black Flame Peak veiled in deepening mist, its warmth seemingly fading. The coldest period of the year had arrived. However, for Su Ming, this moment is of utmost significance. Through relentless effort, combined with ample medicinal herbs and the cleansing powder, Su Ming's cultivation speed within the blood condensation realm has accelerated remarkably. Now, the 6th bloodline has taken shape, poised at the critical juncture of solidification. The little monkey, reluctant to venture out in the winter, with its fiery red fur standing out against the white snow, has chosen to remain quiet during this season. At this moment, it crouches beside Su Ming, exhaling puffs of breath while its keen eyes observe him intently. Suddenly, it whips around, its eyes gleaming with intensity, ears twitching as it picks up faint sounds from outside. Yuchi, are you certain that the Tianyin grass grows here? We've searched for quite some time without success. Could you have made an error? A chilling voice echoes, sending a shiver through the little monkey. It should not be the case. I distinctly remember seeing it in its seedling stage, and I concealed it with a primitive technique nearby. Given the passage of time, it should have matured by now. Understand that ordinary tribesmen come here to gather herbs. They would not discern my concealment. The speaker replies, their tone slightly sharp. Then let us hasten our search. If we truly find the Tianyan grass, it may enable me to swiftly break through to the third tier and ascend to the fourth. As for you, you should also be able to reach the third tier. Do not fret. It must be nearby. I can still sense the remnants of the primitive technique. If you can attain the fourth tier, you will be eligible to join the Heishan hunting team. I have heard that this time, the prey has been personally designated by the elder. Whatever we capture will be ours. The voices of the two individuals grow increasingly proximate, as if they are just outside, causing the little monkey to hold its breath in anxiety. It can sense the immense threat posed by the two outside. It casts frequent glances at Su Ming, who remains with his eyes shut, his body trembling slightly, the bloodlight around him becoming ever more luminous, the sixth bloodline seemingly on the brink of complete solidification. But at that moment, found it. Oh, look here, there's a small cave. What a pity it's a bit small. Indeed, it is the Tianyan grass. As for this cave, this was once the territory of the fire barbarians. It is warm around the entrance, and it should be empty inside. Since we are here, we might as well explore it. A mere cave entrance will not deter me. The voices of the two draw closer, their words striking fear into the little monkey's heart. In a moment of desperation, it grits its teeth, glances deeply at Su Ming, and transforms into a crimson shadow, darting into the small cave, swiftly disappearing within. Outside, exclamations of excitement erupt. It's a fire monkey, and a juvenile at that. Haha. This is its winter refuge. Capture it. Its blood is a great tonic for us, and its fur can be offered to the elder. As a piercing scream echoes, the voices outside gradually recede. Yet inside the cave, Su Ming's expression contorts, trembling violently. You seek death. Su Ming suddenly raises his head, unleashing a furious roar. Chapter 12. A killing intent. At the moment Su Ming raised his head, his eyes were suffused with crimson veins, and his entire body was enveloped in a frenzied bloodlight that illuminated the molten cave in a ghastly hue. His form trembled incessantly, the rhythm of his heart quickening, as if it might explode at any moment, twisting his expression into a grimace. He was at a pivotal juncture, unable to abruptly halt his actions. Yet the anguished cries of the little monkey and the events that had transpired were etched vividly in his mind. He watched helplessly as the little monkey, in a bid to protect him, dashed out alone to divert the two intruders. In all his life, Su Ming had never experienced such madness as he did now. The little monkey was his sole companion in this wilderness, a being he had cherished like family over the years. This madness surged within him, causing veins to bulge and a muffled roar to echo inside his body. 5 bloodlines manifested upon his skin, radiating a blinding light, while the 6th bloodline, faint yet struggling to coalesce, seemed on the verge of breaking free from its chrysalis. Cursed be the 2nd layer of blood condensing. Su Ming shouted, his eyes aflame. His previous attempts had been rather mild, causing no physical repercussions, even in failure. But now, with the fate of the little monkey hanging in the balance, every fleeting moment kindled a burning urgency within him. He threw caution to the wind, madly circulating the blood within him, channeling it towards the faintly emerging 6th bloodline. With a thunderous crack, blood spilled from the corner of Su Ming's mouth, his body trembled, and his complexion turned pale. Such reckless actions were deemed taboo in the realm of blood condensing. Practitioners, especially at the 1st layer, were expected to tread carefully and not act impulsively. The roaring sound, though moderate to the outside world, reverberated in Su Ming's mind like the collapse of heaven and earth. Damn it! Su Ming fixed his gaze on the exit ahead, envisioning the little monkey's panic-stricken and resolute expression. Without hesitation, he once again mobilized all his blood for a second assault. More blood flowed from his lips, dripping to the ground. The 3rd, 4th, and 5th strikes. At the moment of his 5th surge, a torrent of blood erupted from his mouth, his visage paling completely. Yet, an overwhelming killing intent emerged upon his face, merging with the blood at the corner of his mouth, rendering Su Ming a figure of chilling ferocity. Rising abruptly from his seated position, a cataclysmic sound erupted within him, and the 6th bloodline solidified entirely. With its formation, an aura vastly different from the 1st layer of blood condensing erupted within Su Ming, causing his hair to stand on end, while the 6 bloodlines danced upon his skin as if alive. 2nd layer of blood condensing. Before this 2nd layer could fully stabilize, Su Ming swayed and, with double the speed of before, seized a nearby bough and a bone horn, racing towards the exit and vanishing in an instant. Emerging from the small hole, he found himself amidst swirling snow and a setting sun, enveloped in twilight. A 2nd layer of blood condensing, a 3rd layer. Veins seeped through his eyes, a glint of cold light flashing. Despite the formidable foes, he felt no fear, only an insatiable thirst for vengeance. At this moment, he had long forgotten dread. The two barbarian warriors from the Black Mountain tribe had become his sworn enemies, a life-or-death struggle. It was either their death or his own, like a moth drawn to a flame. Yet outsiders could not fathom the tale of the moth and the flame. It was a tale of obsession. A struggle for survival, fire extinguished, or the moth consumed. With no hesitation, Su Ming surged forward at full speed, a child of the barbarian tribe. Familiar with the mountains since childhood, adept at deciphering the traces left behind. As he raced, he kept his eyes on the ground, swiftly wiping the blood from his lips and hands. Moments later, his gaze sharpened as he discerned some disturbed foliage ahead. Grabbing a broken branch for closer inspection, his resolve intensified, and he veered off in a new direction. Throughout his pursuit, Su Ming disregarded all else, unleashing his full speed, pushing his agility to its limits. Along the way, he uncovered numerous clues and stumbled upon a pool of blood. The crimson liquid bore several strands of red fur, belonging to the little monkey. Yet the blood had begun to congeal, indicating that the captors had taken the little monkey some time ago. I cannot catch up. Su Ming's expression darkened. Fists clenched, a renewed madness glinting in his eyes. They were of the Black Mountain tribe and would undoubtedly return there. If so, there was a shortcut from this place to their stronghold. With a determined turn, he swiftly vanished into the snow-laden forest. Faster. Su Ming raced through the woods like the wind, yet still felt his speed insufficient. As he advanced, a trail of footprints marked the snow. Just then, as Su Ming leaped into the air, the snow beneath him suddenly gave way, revealing a small creature resembling a fox, entirely cloaked in white fur, adorned with antlers. Leaping from its snowy concealment, closing in on Su Ming with alarming speed. A weasel. Su Ming did not reduce his pace. As the creature sprang forth, he suddenly thrust his right fist forward with tremendous force. Had this been the Su Ming of yore, such a punch would have lacked the necessary strength, but now, as a warrior of the second layer of blood condensing with 6 bloodlines, his speed and power had multiplied severalfold. The punch landed squarely on the weasel, which shrieked in agony, its eyes wide as it attempted to evade midair. Yet Su Ming lunged forward, unexpectedly brandishing the bone horn, which tore through the creature's body as they passed each other. Blood splattered, and the weasel writhed in the snow, staining the ground crimson. With a swift motion, Su Ming halted, casting a glance at the lifeless weasel. He knelt, inhaling deeply, circulating his blood, and immediately a sanguine glow enveloped him, merging with the blood on the ground. Beneath this bloodlight, the 6 bloodlines emerged upon his body. He gently placed his right hand upon the recently deceased creature, his eyes gleaming with an unusual light. To his astonishment, one of his bloodlines began to writhe, extending down his arm and into the weasel's corpse. Suddenly, the lifeless body trembled, its fur shedding, quickly withering away until nothing but bones remained. Yet simultaneously, a wisp of white vapor ascended, coalescing into a hazy semblance of its former self, as if a gust of wind could scatter it away. This marked Su Ming's first use of the soul-devouring technique. Within the teachings he had acquired, this technique required time to cultivate before it could be utilized effectively. However, time was a luxury he could not afford. He hastily inhaled the white vapor, drawing the spirit of the weasel into himself. Su Ming shuddered, acutely aware of an infusion of power coursing through him. Though this newfound energy was rapidly dissipating, threatening to return him to his previous state all too soon. With a swift motion of his legs, he accelerated, moving faster than before, becoming increasingly akin to the wind. The mournful sound of the rushing air howled past his ears, and Su Ming's singular thought was to catch up and intercept the assailants, to rescue the little monkey. As for the method, he was not reckless. He had long been prepared. Half an hour later, the extra strength within him had dissipated, but it had afforded him some time. Bringing him to the vicinity of Heiyin Peak, near the Haishan tribe, here stood a small hill, resembling a mound of earth. From this vantage point, he could see far and wide. As he approached, Su Ming's eyes gleamed with intensity, fixated on the distant direction of Heiyin Peak. Soon, he spotted 2 rapidly moving figures at the edge of his vision, one of whom held the still little monkey in his grasp. Su Ming stood resolutely, retrieving a small vial from his pocket, which contained a single red medicinal stone. Ensuring there was no blood on his hands, he clutched the stone tightly. This stone was his trump card. Calming his breath, he readied his bow, his gaze void of emotion, as the 2 figures drew ever closer. Now within mere miles of him, each aware of the other's presence. Both figures were robust, exuding strength. The man gripping the little monkey wore only a thin layer of animal hide, exposing his torso to the winter chill, from which plumes of white vapor emanated, as if his very vitality could thaw the frost of winter. However, Su Ming merely glanced at him before directing his attention to the second figure. This individual was also sturdy, bearing several long spears upon his back, though he was slightly shorter in stature. Yet, Su Ming could sense a tremendous vitality within him, far surpassing that of his companion and incomparably greater than his own. This was a formidable adversary. Su Ming's pupils contracted, but he lifted his hand holding the bow, pointing decisively at the larger man. At that moment, as Su Ming's gaze fell upon him, the man also noticed Su Ming, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes, tinged with a hint of ferocity. Chapter 13. The Savage Other Tribe's Savage Warriors, or the Lone Individual. Observing the aura of his blood. It appears to be merely at the second level of blood condensation. To slay him would be effortless. Given our proximity to the tribe and the fact that we are two, we need not fear any traps he may devise. However, since he dares to challenge us, he must possess some abilities. Yet, with my strength at the third level of blood condensation, I am untroubled. The slightly shorter warrior from the Black Mountain tribe, also at the third level, grinned maliciously, completely disregarding Su Ming. In his eyes, there was an insurmountable gap between them, and Su Ming's frail physique suggested he lacked significant offensive capabilities. More importantly, the nearby tribes, apart from Fengtian, would not hesitate to kill any isolated individual they encountered. It is a world governed by the law of the jungle, where the weak are devoured by the strong. Previously, had Xiaohong not ventured out to divert danger, they would have ruthlessly slain Su Ming upon entering the cave, claiming his head to exchange for rewards. Yuchi, I will deal with him. You wait here. The big man spoke, his body surging forth like a roaring tiger, swiftly closing the distance between himself and Su Ming. Yuchi, the Black Mountain warrior holding the little monkey, dared not voice any objections to this arrangement. Although he knew that slaying warriors from other tribes and bringing back their heads would yield rewards, he did not wish to contest for credit. Very well, this man and I are both at the second level. Engaging him would only waste time. If he goes, he can quickly secure the kill, and with such merit, perhaps I could share in some spoils. Yuchi's mind turned, as he perceived this encounter as an inevitable clash. A cruel spectacle he could already envision, a scene drenched in blood yet aesthetically pleasing. Sharing similar thoughts was the towering third-level warrior, who drew closer to Su Ming with each stride, rapidly reducing the distance to less than 100 paces, 80 paces, 70 paces, 60 paces. As he approached, he could clearly see Su Ming's features. With a sinister grin, he let out a low growl, causing the surrounding snow to tremble. The snowflakes were suddenly propelled into the air, exploding into a cloud of flurries that obscured the view. In that instant, the warrior swiftly drew a long spear from his back and hurled it at Su Ming, now 60 paces away. A sharp whistling sound pierced the air as Su Ming immediately sensed the lethal intent rushing towards him. Without a moment's hesitation, he sidestepped, feeling the spear graze past his hair with a whoosh. The warrior, having thrown the spear, did not glance back at the outcome. Instead, tendrils of black mist coiled around his feet, dramatically amplifying his speed as he closed the distance to Su Ming to merely 30 paces. Die, he bellowed, raising his right hand to draw a second spear, just as a sudden arrow pierced through the swirling snow, hurtling towards him like a bolt of lightning. The warrior laughed maniacally, nonchalantly deflecting the incoming arrow with his spear. With a resounding crack, it shattered. Yet, in that moment, several more arrows whizzed through the air. The speed and placement of these arrows were exceptionally cunning, prompting the warrior to frown. Nevertheless, he released a significant amount of black mist, enveloping his body and forming a shroud. As the three arrows approached, they melted into dark water upon contact with the mist, while the black mist dissipated somewhat. Revealing the warrior's form, he scoffed, "A mere second-level warrior dares to strike at me." He leaped forward, closing the distance to just 20 paces from Su Ming. Su Ming's complexion was pale, yet his legs remained steadfast, his gaze devoid of panic, maintaining an eerie stillness. He drew another arrow and shot swiftly at the warrior, one arrow. Then another, and another. 5 arrows flew forth in rapid succession. These 5 arrows formed a nearly straight line, appearing to possess immense power as they surged towards the warrior. Noticing this, the warrior's brow furrowed. Few in their tribe could shoot arrows with such precision. 5 arrows in rapid succession. He raised his spear to intercept the first arrow, which shattered upon impact. The second arrow, propelled by the warrior's swirling black mist, melted away upon contact. The third arrow flashed close, but the warrior evaded it with a swift movement. The fourth arrow arrived suddenly, and with a fierce growl, he clenched his fist, smashing it into the arrow, causing it to disintegrate, yet inflicting a minor wound on his hand. At that moment, the fifth arrow, striking like a bolt of lightning, came forth. The warrior attempted to dodge, yet it grazed his shoulder, leaving a thin line of blood. "I will tear off your head," he roared, dismissing the minor wound as inconsequential. With a wicked grin, he advanced, quickly closing the distance to Su Ming to just 10 paces. He was convinced of his victory. This battle posed no real threat to him, merely a brief entanglement with arrows. Yuchi, watching from a distance, licked his lips, relishing the imminent bloodshed that excited him to his core. As the warrior approached, Su Ming's countenance remained pale, yet his eyes were devoid of life. In a moment that stunned both the warrior and Yuchi, Su Ming made an unexpected decision. He abandoned the bow and arrow, clenching his right fist, rushing to meet the advancing warrior. No one noticed that within Su Ming's clenched right hand, a crimson medicinal stone had been crushed to powder. Seeking death, the warrior and Su Ming closed the distance rapidly. 3 paces, 2 paces, 1 pace. The warrior's right fist erupted with immense power, aimed at Su Ming's head. Should he land a blow, Su Ming would surely perish. In that fleeting moment, Su Ming abruptly raised his head. The lifelessness in his gaze replaced by an overwhelming killing intent so potent that it shocked the warrior. Yet, it was too late for the warrior to be frightened. As Su Ming lifted his gaze, he swung his clenched right hand toward the approaching warrior, scattering a cloud of red powder into the air. Some of it settled upon the wound on the warrior's fist and the minor scratch on his shoulder. The warrior's body trembled violently, but there was no agonizing scream or struggle. Before Su Ming, he seemed to boil away, as if erased by the very heavens, transforming into a crimson mist that dissipated into the sky, leaving only his skeletal remains behind, which crumbled into dust at the slightest breeze. Amidst the bone fragments lay a peculiar black and white herb, emitting a faint glow. This sudden turn of events left Yuchi completely stunned, unable to accept what he had witnessed. He could hardly believe his eyes, staring at the cold, indifferent expression of the frail youth advancing toward him. This fire ape's corpse is a treasure for refinement. I shall claim it. Su Ming's gaze flickered as he spoke. Yuchi shuddered, jolted into awareness, cold sweat enveloping him. The words ignited a primal instinct to abandon his earlier thoughts of using the little monkey as leverage, now fixating on the notion that Su Ming was coming to seize this precious item. As soon as the thought arose, he immediately fled in a frantic manner. To this day, he cannot comprehend why his companion met such a grim fate, particularly the horrific visage of death that has instilled an unbearable terror within him. "You are barbaric. You are barbaric." Yuchi's voice pierced the air, his complexion ashen, entirely consumed by fear. He could not accept this harsh reality, and he was paralyzed by terror, daring not to face Su Ming. Instead, he channeled all his energy into fleeing. Su Ming's position was the pathway leading to the Black Mountain tribe, and Yuchi realized he could not return to the tribe. So he fled towards the Black Flame Peak. Su Ming was poised to pursue, yet a wave of dizziness washed over him, accompanied by an overwhelming fatigue. He shook his head, forcing himself to regain focus. Casting a glance at the skeletal remains on the ground, he recognized that this was his first act of taking a life. Yet this was not the moment for hesitation. He chose not to chase immediately. Instead, he swiftly tidied the area, retrieving usable arrows and plucking a peculiar herb from the remains. With a steely gaze fixed on the direction in which Yuchi had fled, a murderous intent flickered in his eyes. With Xiaohong still in his possession, he resolved that since he had already taken one life, he might as well claim another. This way, the place would remain undetected. Gritting his teeth against exhaustion, he set off in pursuit. The two raced through the forest, Yuchi too frightened to glance back at Su Ming, merely hastening his escape in an attempt to widen the distance. However, despite his familiarity with Wulong Mountain, Yuchi found himself unable to match Su Ming's prowess. Even though he had a slight head start, he gradually felt the relentless approach of Su Ming, who was closing in based on subtle clues. Enduring the fatigue, Su Ming's eyes fixated on the swiftly leaping figure of the Black Mountain warrior ahead. He understood that his earlier actions had instilled fear in his opponent, causing him to hesitate in engaging. This was precisely what Su Ming had anticipated. With bloodshed in the air, as long as he could dispatch one cleanly, the other would inevitably be stricken with dread. For most would be terrified upon witnessing such an uncanny scene for the first time. Su Ming did not pressure too closely. Instead, he pursued with calculated stealth, occasionally hindered by obstacles. This tactic caused Yuchi, when on the verge of confronting Su Ming in a desperate final stand, to realize that the distance between them had once again widened, leading to an involuntary hesitation. Chapter 14. Transformation. The saying, one burst of energy leads to rest. And the third extinguishes and encapsulates this principle. From a young age, Su Ming had followed his grandfather, poring over countless ancient beast-skin scrolls that brimmed with mesmerizing wisdom. This wisdom, absorbed over time, had unconsciously etched itself into Su Ming's mind, lying dormant until now. In the aftermath of his first act of violence, he slowly awakened this latent knowledge during the pursuit. At this moment, Yu Qi felt a profound anxiety. He had initially resolved to confront his adversary with everything he had, but upon realizing the growing distance between them, his resolve waned. With each passing moment, the fierce determination he once possessed faded away. To Su Ming, Yu Qi was merely prey, frightened prey at that. As long as he fostered a glimmer of hope within Yu Qi, he could methodically dismantle his confidence and courage. Su Ming employed this strategy, gradually eroding Yu Qi's morale. As the chase continued, he occasionally allowed the gap between them to widen, giving Yu Qi a fleeting sense of relief. Su Ming vaguely recalled a passage from one of the scrolls that suggested prolonged tension, once released, magnifies fatigue and suffering exponentially, an overwhelming sensation capable of drowning any living being. Previously, he had only grasped this concept intellectually, but now, in the throes of pursuit, it seamlessly transitioned into instinctive thought, achieving the desired effect effortlessly. For Su Ming, this day marked his inaugural act of killing, his first chase, and an intangible metamorphosis in his life. Regrettably, only Yu Qi could truly perceive this transformation. Yu Qi's experience was profound, though he remained oblivious to its cause. He simply felt an erosion of confidence and bravery after witnessing the bizarre act of murder, which gradually dissipated during the chase. Unbeknownst to him, his resolve to fight back diminished, as he believed that turning back would spell certain doom, while fleeing offered a glimmer of survival. He was unaware that a sense of fatigue had invisibly intensified, particularly as he noticed the distance between himself and the pursuing youth widening, leaving him weak and unsteady. Yet he pressed on through sheer will. However, this persistence soon morphed into overwhelming exhaustion upon the reappearance of Su Ming's figure behind him, igniting a near-manic sense of desperation. He's a savage. He must be a savage. Yu Qi trembled in fear as he encountered a fork in the path ahead, one leading deeper into the forest, away from the Black Flame Peak, and the other circling it, toward the Black Mountain tribe. Su Ming, aware of this divergence, seized the moment. His eyes glinted as he suppressed his fatigue and surged forward, not directly in pursuit, but weaving through the trees toward the right path. It seemed he anticipated Yu Qi would choose the right path, and thus he moved preemptively to close the distance. In a leap, Su Ming drew his bow and loosed several arrows toward the right fork. The arrows whistled through the air, striking the trees along the path and trembling with a resonant hum. This peculiar sound carried an uncanny power that momentarily halted Yu Qi's steps. As Su Ming readied himself to pursue once more, Yu Qi let out a desperate cry, intending to flee right. Yet Su Ming accelerated, creating an illusion of imminent capture should Yu Qi continue in that direction. Believing that veering left would afford him a chance to widen the gap, Yu Qi gritted his teeth and swiftly turned, disappearing into the thicket. Su Ming's eyes gleamed with a chilling satisfaction. He swiftly retrieved his arrows from the trees and continued his relentless pursuit of the fleeing man. Control the direction of the enemy's escape, and you control their body, he murmured, recalling this lesson from a scroll. Previously vague, it now crystallized into clear understanding. As time drifted into the depths of night, the moon illuminated the snowy ground, casting a silvery glow over the darkened forest. Through this pursuit, Su Ming had already altered Yu Qi's escape path thrice, gradually manipulating his movements to guide him where he desired. Feeling the weight of fatigue, Su Ming's gaze softened as he cradled a small, unconscious monkey in his arms. Earlier, he had maneuvered Yu Qi into abandoning the creature in an attempt to gain distance. This tactic had worked, allowing Su Ming to reach the monkey quickly, which had momentarily eased Yu Qi's mind, but only accelerated Su Ming. Before long, Yu Qi was alarmed by the sound of arrows whistling past him once more, driving him to the brink of madness. The night had fully descended, stars twinkling like countless eyes watching the unfolding chase. Yu Qi, utterly exhausted, stumbled forward, his body secondary to the turmoil in his heart. Regret gnawed at him. He lamented discovering the small cave and pursuing the fire monkey, wishing he had never embarked on this path. Ahead lay a dense thicket of underbrush, obscured even in winter. Without a second thought, Yu Qi plunged into the jungle. Moments later, Su Ming emerged at the forest's edge, breathing heavily, clouds of vapor escaping his lips, yet his eyes bore a chilling intensity. He ceased his pursuit, instead waiting silently. "This is the grave I have laid out for you. If you can escape from here in your current state, it will be a testament to your luck," Su Ming whispered after regaining his breath. No sooner had his words faded than a piercing scream erupted from the depths of the forest, echoing hauntingly and sending chills down the spine of anyone who heard it. Gradually, the scream waned into a faint wail. Su Ming moved silently forward, carefully navigating the thicket, often pausing to survey his surroundings, retreating, sidestepping, or leaping over obstacles. This area was a trap set by the Wu Mountain tribe for capturing beasts, filled with hidden snares unknown to other tribes. Even Su Ming was only acquainted with a few of the traps, with many remaining a mystery. Had Yu Qi been at his peak, he might have had a chance of escaping. However, in his current state, entering this place was akin to stepping into the underworld. Su Ming cautiously made his way forward, the distant wails barely audible, gradually fading as he advanced. Before him lay the ghastly sight of several trees, sharpened to the thickness of a human limb, impaled like a harpoon, with a figure, Yu Qi, suspended among them. Covered in blood yet clinging to life, he trembled, emitting faint groans. Silently, Su Ming approached, observing the unfortunate soul, and after a prolonged moment, he withdrew a bone dagger and drew it across Yu Qi's neck. The latter thrashed violently for a few moments before succumbing to death. His eyes fixated on Su Ming, radiating boundless hatred. In silence, Su Ming severed the trap's ropes and rummaged through Yu Qi's lifeless body, extracting a few miscellaneous items, along with the scant remnants of blood powder. With a touch, he reduced the corpse to mere bones, which then disintegrated into ash. Turning away quietly, Su Ming exited the thicket, gazing at the bright moon in the sky, his expression one of bewilderment. This marked the second time he had taken a life, leaving him at a loss for words. An amalgamation of anxiety, apprehension, and confusion enveloped him. After a lengthy pause, he sighed softly. Although the Heishan tribe and his own Wushan tribe shared a common lineage, centuries of enmity had rendered them bitter rivals. Whenever one tribe gained strength, the other faced the imminent threat of annihilation. All the male members would be slaughtered, while the women would be abducted to ensure the continuation of the conqueror's lineage. Fortunately, such occurrences had never transpired, as the elders of both tribes had remained in similar realms of power, refraining from instigating war lightly. Taking a deep breath, exhaustion washed over Su Ming, and he dragged his nearly unconscious body away into the distance. As time flowed slowly, with the dawn's first light peeking over the horizon, Su Ming returned to the place of tempering at Haiyan Peak. His complexion pallid, he entered the cave, emerging from the molten chamber before collapsing to the side, succumbing to unconsciousness. Chapter 15, Grandfather, Brother, can you hear me? The familiar, yet melancholic and tender voice echoed once more in Su Ming's mind, lingering persistently. His unconscious body trembled slightly, as if struggling against some unseen force. "Brother, I am waiting for you." As this calling reached its zenith, Su Ming abruptly awoke, his eyes vacant, staring blankly at the wall before him. His reverie was shattered by a series of excited chirps. He turned to see Little Red, its small form quivering with joyous agitation, leaping onto him, its tiny paws grasping at his clothes. Little Red had awakened some time ago, having only been briefly stunned, escaping any serious injury. Upon regaining consciousness, it grew anxious for Su Ming's well-being, waiting anxiously at his side. Now, witnessing Su Ming's awakening, it was overcome with elation. Su Ming regarded the small monkey, a faint smile gracing his lips, yet within that smile lay a hint of bewilderment. That dream had returned for the second time. He exhaled deeply, shaking his head, forcibly banishing the strange dream from his thoughts. He lowered his gaze to the seemingly unremarkable black shard hanging from his neck. Caressing the shard, Su Ming's eyes gradually brightened with understanding. He had personally experienced the transformative power of the black shard. The concoction of the cleansing dust had significantly accelerated his cultivation, and the accidental creation of the crimson medicinal stone had granted him the upper hand in his recent life or death struggle. The medicinal stones must continue to be refined. He murmured to himself. In that peculiar place, I only saw a door, but upon that door were 15 small holes. Previously, I hesitated due to a lack of medicinal stones, but now I am eager to discover what changes will occur when I offer 15 cleansing dust pills to that door. Furthermore, I must refine more blood dispersion. This powder is my trump card. In addition, I must return to the tribe. It has been too long. Grandfather seems to have made little progress in his cultivation over the years. Perhaps the cleansing dust will be of assistance to him. Su Ming rose to his feet, lost in contemplation. After stretching his limbs, the fatigue that had plagued him began to dissipate. He rallied his spirits. Immersing himself once more in the refinement of the powder, diligently cultivating the blood within his veins. However, in certain areas of his body, he felt a slight stiffness in the flow of blood, lacking its previous fluidity. Su Ming surmised that this was due to residual injuries sustained during his breakthrough to the first level of blood solidification, which would likely take some time to fully heal. A month passed swiftly. During this time, Su Ming ventured out several times, enlisting Little Red's aid in gathering herbs. He returned with 2 of the red herbs used in the creation of blood dispersion. He had intended to gather more, but sensed an underlying danger in that place, and after some deliberation, decided against greed. Using these abundant herbs, Su Ming devoted himself tirelessly to condensing and refining his blood essence, as well as concocting medicinal stones. The muffled thuds of his work often echoed throughout the cavern. 1 month later, as dawn painted the sky with its first light, Su Ming imparted a few instructions to Little Red and descended the mountain alone, disappearing into the depths of the forest. Within the forest, Su Ming, now at the second level of blood solidification, moved with astonishing speed, darting across the snowy terrain. Before midday, he had traversed the forest and arrived at the outskirts of the Ushan tribe. Gazing upon the distant settlement, a smile graced his lips. It has been some time since I returned. Su Ming strode forward, approaching the tribe. The village was as he remembered it, with children playing and tribesmen engaging in friendly sparring matches. Su Ming's return garnered the attention of some of the tribesmen, as he had been away for quite some time. He exchanged greetings with them, a warm smile upon his face. Su Ming, you've returned. Where have you been all this time? Su Ming ruffled the hair of a nearby child, preparing to head towards his grandfather's dwelling, when a hearty voice called out from behind. Turning around, he saw Lei Chun, a robust man with a youthful countenance that belied his age. Su Ming exclaimed, casting a glance at Lei Chun. He could clearly sense the vigorous blood essence emanating from Lei Chun, seemingly even more potent than that of the Haishan tribesmen he had slain with blood dispersion. You were about to break through to the 4th level of blood solidification? Su Ming inquired in surprise. Lei Chun grinned, approaching Su Ming and lowering his voice. I feel like I'm about to break through recently. Grandfather says that the barbaric blood within me is very pure, and if I have enough time, I might even reach his level. As Lei Chun spoke, his eyes shone with excitement, but he soon paused, scrutinizing Su Ming intently. Suddenly, his eyes widened in disbelief, and he was about to speak. Come to my place tonight, we can talk then. I'm going to see grandfather first. Su Ming, aware of what Lei Chun intended to say, smiled faintly and turned towards his grandfather's residence. Watching Su Ming's retreating figure, Lei Chun stood dumbfounded for a moment. Scratching his head, he muttered to himself, unable to comprehend what he had just witnessed, but he remembered his promise to visit Su Ming later that night. As he neared his grandfather's abode, Su Ming slowed his pace. A hint of trepidation crept into his expression. He held his grandfather, who had raised him since childhood and guided him to adulthood, in the highest regard. To him, his grandfather was like a paternal figure, a bond that transcended mere words. He did not wish to deceive his grandfather, but there were certain matters that he could not fully disclose, such as the shard around his neck. Su Ming was no longer a child. He understood that if this object were to become known, it could bring calamity not only upon himself but upon the entire tribe. He could not speak of it. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming halted outside his grandfather's residence, refraining from entering immediately. He could faintly hear voices within, as if several people were engaged in discussion. After waiting patiently for a moment, the door to his grandfather's residence opened, and 3 imposing men emerged. These men were exceptionally burly, like small mountains, and their presence exuded a powerful aura that caused Su Ming to feel a distinct pressure. Indeed, the appearance of these 3 men stirred Su Ming's blood essence, giving him the sensation of being caught in a storm, about to be swept away. Su Ming gasped, instinctively retreating a few steps. The man leading the trio was none other than the chief of their Ushan tribe. In the past, Su Ming had not felt much when he saw him, merely knowing that he was the strongest person in the tribe besides his grandfather. But now, having attained the 2nd level of blood solidification, Su Ming's perception was vastly different. In his eyes, the Ushan tribe chief possessed a blood essence that seemed capable of shaking the heavens and earth, especially when combined with the faint patterns on his face, creating an aura of formidable terror. Su Ming recognized the 2 men beside the chief. The man on the left, also around 40 years of age, had a scorpion-shaped pattern flickering faintly on his face. His blood essence was vigorous, second only to that of the Ushan tribe chief. This man had long arms and carried a large bow on his back. For some reason, when Su Ming saw the bow, he seemed to hear countless wails, causing him to feel a pang of terror. This man was the Ushan tribe's lookout chief. Lookout chief was not a name, but a title passed down through generations. Each tribe could only have one lookout chief, an honor bestowed upon the strongest archer in the entire tribe. The last man, on the Ushan tribe chief's right, was a man of about 30. He had a taciturn expression, never smiling, and his eyes were often narrowed, revealing only a glimmer of light within the slits, making it difficult to discern his pupils. He was the leader of the Ushan tribe's hunting party, responsible for all hunting activities on the outskirts of the Ushan tribe, and his name was Shan Hen. These three men could be considered the strongest individuals in the entire tribe, second only to Su Ming's grandfather. Su Ming inhaled deeply, quickly bowing to the side. At this moment, the chieftain of the Wushan tribe furrowed his brow, evidently displeased with the earlier conversation at the elder's abode. Upon exiting the dwelling, he chose not to acknowledge Su Ming, passing him by instead. The lookout, armed with a bow and arrow, smiled upon seeing Su Ming, nodded, and then followed the chieftain away. As for Shan Hen, the leader of the hunting team, Su Ming seemed to be invisible to him, as he walked past without a glance. Once the three had departed, a flicker of doubt crossed Su Ming's eyes. He pondered why the warriors from these three tribes could not perceive the vitality within him, which even Lei Qin could sense. Did I not help you conceal your essence? Why do you linger outside? The elder's stern voice echoed from within the dwelling, prompting Su Ming to lower his head and step inside. You've returned, I see. The elder remarked, clad in coarse hemp garments, his hair adorned with numerous small braids. His visage bore the marks of age, yet his eyes shone brightly. Despite the seriousness of his words, the joy in his gaze was undeniable. Su Ming murmured a few words, keeping his head lowered, hesitant to speak more. So now you possess the ability to stay away for months, forgetting this old man. Humph. Lift your head. Come let me see you. The elder's tone carried a hint of discontent. With a grimace, Su Ming raised his gaze to meet the elder's. Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed the elder, seated cross-legged before him, suddenly fixate intently, raising his right hand to grasp at Su Ming. Instinctively, Su Ming stepped forward, his body being gently pressed against his chest by the elder's hand. A soothing energy flowed into Su Ming, merging with his blood and circulating throughout his body, swiftly healing several hidden injuries he had not even been aware of. It also remedied the repercussions of his reckless attempt to breach the second realm without solidifying his previous gains before venturing out to engage in battle. As the elder withdrew his hand, Su Ming felt a jolt throughout his body. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved a medicinal knife, slicing open a wound on his arm, from which dark blood began to seep, carrying a faint, foul odor. To rush into combat without solidifying your cultivation. You have truly gained some audacity, the elder observed, his eyes filled with admiration, though his words remained stern. Nonetheless, he handed Su Ming a small bottle of dark green hue. As the black blood flowed freely from the wound, Su Ming felt a surge of vitality. He accepted the small vial, opened it, and dipped his finger into the contents, applying it to the wound. Chapter 16, The Barbarian Pattern Grandfather, It's not my intention. It's just that they have gone too far. They took Shahong away, Su Ming muttered. They? Grandfather was taken aback. One at the second layer of blood condensing, and another at the third layer. Su Ming capped the small vial and set it aside on the table. The Heishan tribe? How did you escape? Grandfather's eyes flashed, revealing a hint of coldness. I didn't escape. They are dead, Su Ming replied, looking up at Grandfather. Grandfather was momentarily stunned, then his expression softened. After a moment of contemplation, he refrained from inquiring about the details. To him, Su Ming was like his own child. He had watched him grow and understood his character. You encountered them at High Peak, didn't you? The message you relayed last time was of great significance to the tribe. It warrants a reward. However, your omission about becoming a barbarian means the reward is rescinded. Since you have also become a barbarian, stay. I shall share my experiences in cultivating barbarian techniques. And I will help you refine your bloodlines, Grandfather said with a smile. Grandfather. Su Ming scratched his head, hesitating before softly speaking. Am I not going to tell you how I became a barbarian? Why ask so many questions? Everyone has their secrets. All I need to know is that my Su Ming has finally become a barbarian, and that is sufficient. Grandfather chuckled heartily. Su Ming's eyes glistened with moisture as he gazed at Grandfather, nodding silently. He would not forget Grandfather's kindness, nor the gentle flow of the mysterious essence within him, nor all that had transpired. These memories were etched in his mind and soul. "Grandfather, I have some medicinal stones." Su Ming looked at grandfather and spoke softly. "Medicinal stones?" Grandfather was taken aback, then shook his head and laughed. "You mean herbs? I know you must have some extraordinary herbs, but as the barbarian lord of the Wushan tribe, I have seen countless herbs, except for a few rare ones." Wait. Before grandfather could finish, Su Ming had already produced 2 small vials, opening them and placing them before grandfather. Both vials contained green medicinal stones exuding a fragrant aroma, each filled with over a dozen small pellets. Grandfather's eyes sparkled with interest, his expression suddenly turning serious. He picked up the vial containing the medicinal stones, examining this clearly unusual item closely, then inhaled its scent, causing his expression to shift dramatically. What peculiar medicinal properties! Just one whiff can seemingly accelerate the flow of blood within the body. Grandfather murmured, focusing intently. After a lengthy contemplation, he closed his eyes in deep thought. Eventually, when he opened them again, he gazed at Su Ming. "These are called medicinal stones?" Su Ming nodded and began to explain their usage and effects. But grandfather's expression changed dramatically halfway through. Without hesitation, he raised his right hand and waved it forward, and suddenly, a spectral barbarian figure materialized before Su Ming, an image reminiscent of the half-human, half-beast representation of the Wushan tribe. As this figure appeared, a gentle power radiated outward, enveloping the entire room. "Continue," Su Ming urged, his heart racing as he observed grandfather's solemn expression. He slowly divulged all the effects of the Qingqin San. Grandfather had already risen from his seated position. After listening to Su Ming, he poured out a pellet of Qingqin San, focused on it for a moment, and then suddenly swallowed it. He trusted Su Ming implicitly and did not hesitate. Then he retrieved a small purple vial, downing the remaining few drops of medicinal juice in one go. He resumed his seated position, and soon, a brilliant blood light burst forth from his body, illuminating the entire room. Su Ming stepped back a few paces, a look of reverence on his face. On grandfather's body, intricate lines of blood flickered, making it difficult to ascertain their number. A sense of vitality far surpassing that of the Wushan tribe leader filled the room. Su Ming inhaled sharply, noticing the luminous barbarian figure hovering in the air, vaguely sensing that if it were not for this spectral presence, the radiance emitted by grandfather's cultivation would have likely spread throughout the entire tribe, visible even from afar. The brilliance appeared swiftly and faded just as quickly. Moments later, as grandfather opened his eyes, the crimson glow around him vanished without a trace. His gaze, filled with excitement, fell upon the Qingqin San. "Su Ming, you must remember one thing." Grandfather looked up at Su Ming. Su Ming's expression turned serious as he listened attentively. "Regarding the matter of these medicinal stones, from this day forth, you must not disclose it to anyone, not even if I inquire again. Henceforth, I will never ask you about this again, even within the tribe. You must remember this. No one can know, not even Lei Chen." Grandfather spoke with profound significance, his tone grave. Su Ming hesitated for a moment. Grandfather sighed, understanding Su Ming's pure-hearted nature, and reiterated firmly, "Su Ming, heed my words. Do not tell anyone." Su Ming nodded silently, determination evident in his eyes. "The tribe is not safe," grandfather murmured, prompting Su Ming to startle, especially recalling how grandfather had concealed his aura before the tribe leader and others. "There is a traitor in our tribe. Only you, I, and the tribe leader know of this, and no one else. This traitor is hiding too well. We do not know who it is. Coupled with the news you brought back, my old rival, the Haishan tribe, may have truly made a breakthrough. I have sensed something amiss in the atmosphere surrounding us lately. An ominous feeling seems to loom. Your medicinal stones are quite remarkable. I shall keep them. There is no need for you to provide me with more. If I can achieve a breakthrough, these will suffice. If not, even more will be of no use." Grandfather sighed lightly, sharing with Su Ming some of his lifelong experiences in cultivating barbarian techniques. He then produced a peculiar object constructed from wooden slats, his expression turning nostalgic as he regarded it. After a long while, he reverently handed this object to Su Ming. "This is something I obtained during my youth while traveling. It is called a wooden tablet, and you can only find such items in large tribes. It records the characteristics of many herbs. Take it with you." Su Ming accepted the object, finding it intriguing, and tucked it away as he prepared to bid farewell to grandfather and return to his dwelling. At that moment, grandfather looked at Su Ming, his eyes gleaming with intensity, his expression slightly serious. "Su Ming, you have become a barbarian, and I am very pleased. But you must understand that once you step into the realm of barbarians, you will be vastly different from ordinary tribesmen. The path of cultivating barbarian techniques is fraught with peril, often leading to life and death. This should have become apparent to you during your experience at Hind Peak. However, as members of the barbarian tribe, can we forsake our aspirations due to fear of death or the difficulties ahead? I understand your dreams. You wish to venture beyond these confines and explore the world outside. I wholeheartedly support you in this. Su Ming listened quietly, nodding in agreement. You are a filial child. I have watched you grow for many years, and I know this well. Yet, my abilities are limited, and I cannot assist you much. But if our Su Ming does not become a barbarian, so be it. Once you embark on the path of cultivation, I will do everything in my power to ensure your journey is a little smoother. A smile gradually emerged on grandfather's serious face as he beckoned to Su Ming. Come, sit cross-legged before me and cultivate your bloodline power as you usually do. Su Ming gazed at his grandfather, whose hair had turned gray and whose face bore wrinkles, yet his eyes radiated warmth. Although he understood that he and grandfather were not related by blood, the bond they shared transcended all. Grandfather, Su Ming muttered, why aren't you coming over quickly? Grandfather chuckled heartily. Su Ming obediently approached him, settling down cross-legged and taking a deep breath. Gradually, he began to circulate the vital energy within his body, and 6 bloodlines began to manifest, radiating a crimson glow. Amidst this, a faint shadow of a 7th bloodline started to coalesce. The 7th bloodline had eluded Su Ming for an entire month, its phantom remaining absent due to the internal injuries he bore. However, with grandfather's healing, the 7th bloodline naturally emerged as he channeled his energy. You have inherited the essence of the Man clan. To ascend to the 3rd tier within the blood condensation realm, one must possess 11 bloodlines, while the 4th tier demands 25. The 5th tier requires 53 bloodlines, and beyond that, the numbers increase, until one reaches the 11th tier of blood condensation, where the requisite count stands at 781 bloodlines. Yet, what you may not know is that the number of bloodlines is not fixed for everyone. Most warriors of the Man clan adhere to these norms, but there are exceptional individuals who can elevate their bloodline count further. The greater the number of bloodlines, the more likely one is to transcend into the opening dust realm. Throughout history, according to grandfather's knowledge, any warrior who has reached the opening dust realm in the blood condensation stage nearly always possessed no fewer than 900 bloodlines. Take for instance the chieftain of the Fingxian tribe. I have known him for many years, and I am aware that in his prime, he possessed as many as 917 bloodlines. Grandfather has heard tales of individuals in larger, mid-sized tribes, and even in some grand tribes, who surpassed 930 bloodlines during their blood condensation phase. This is the essence of our Man clan's blood condensation. In the annals of our history, there have been those who expanded their bloodlines to 999, most of whom gained great renown. There are even legends stating that achieving 1,000 bloodlines signifies complete mastery of the blood condensation realm. However, such perfection, aside from the ancient era of the first barbarians, is exceedingly rare today, perhaps non-existent. As for the specifics, grandfather admits his limited knowledge on the matter. His voice carried a peculiar power, resonating in Su Ming's mind as he circulated his inner energy. After blood condensation comes the opening dust. This entails condensing all 1S bloodlines into pure man blood, and inscribing a unique man pattern upon oneself, an emblem of 1S thoughts and aspirations. Grandfather is filled with anticipation and curiosity. Should you one day reach the opening dust realm, what design would you choose for your man pattern? Chapter 17. The Art of the Primal Barbarian Su Ming. These are matters that are absent from the inheritance of the barbarian lineage, yet they are essential knowledge that every barbarian warrior must understand and remember. Perhaps my grandfather will never reach the realm of opening dust. The chieftain of the Fingxian tribe was once inferior to me before he turned 20. It was not until he reached 34 that he could barely contend with me. By then, my grandfather was already a figure known far and wide among the tribes in the vicinity. As my grandfather spoke slowly, a fleeting flush appeared on his aged visage, his eyes reflecting a distant pride. However, that pride seemed to be sealed in dust, long forgotten. At that time, I had already attained the 8th layer of blood condensation. With a sigh, my grandfather murmured in bittersweet reminiscence, a trace of sorrow gradually becoming apparent in his expression. Su Ming, remember this. In this world, there are heavens beyond heavens and people beyond people. Never allow yourself to become complacent. My grandfather shook his head, seemingly unwilling to delve further into his past. Throughout his life, He ventured out 3 times, experiencing much and losing even more. Yet I learned a barbarian technique from him, one that the Finjan tribe could never comprehend. Even within larger mid-sized tribes, it is seldom acquired. It is a method known only to the grand tribes. The true primal awakening technique, which can only be wielded once in a lifetime. A blessing prepared for future generations. My grandfather's gaze sharpened, and his right hand abruptly rose, turning crimson in an instant as he placed it gently upon my crown. Su Ming, this is the sole primal awakening my grandfather will bestow in his lifetime, and I bless you. Hoping you may fulfill my wish and allow our Wushan tribe to once again witness the opening dust. Channel your blood and essence. Merging with my grandfather's condensed barbarian blood of 80 years. A surge of blood light erupted from my grandfather's body, particularly from his right hand, which seemed on the verge of dripping with blood as numerous bloodlines emerged, appearing to number over 700. This was my grandfather's true power. Despite only being at the 9th layer of blood condensation, he was formidable enough to battle with those at the 10th layer. I trembled as a magnificent warmth surged through my body, flowing from my crown and invigorating every fiber of my being. A deluge of dark impurities began to seep from my pores, and my body gradually felt a sense of clarity, as if each breath I took was a simultaneous absorption of the world's essence through countless pores. The sound of cracking echoed, and my body ceased to tremble. Instead, my complexion flushed as if I had consumed a restorative elixir, and the bloodlines on my body began to transform. The illusory 7th bloodline solidified in an instant, and upon its emergence, the 8th followed suit, with the 9th becoming faintly discernible. The speed at which my blood circulated reached a terrifying zenith. Each cycle made it feel as though my blood was being refined, creating an illusion that it had become an extraordinarily viscous substance. This was the true essence of blood condensation. I had often felt that my blood was insufficient during my training, yet now, under the overwhelming warmth cascading from my crown, that sensation vanished, replaced by a profound illusion. Surrounded by a halo of blood light, my grandfather appeared as a massive crimson orb, while I too became a similar orb of light, albeit as a firefly compared to his full moon. Yet, this firefly was rapidly absorbing the moon's radiance, growing ever larger. This was what my grandfather referred to as the true primal awakening of our barbarian lineage, a technique possessed solely by grand tribes. The 9th bloodline materialized with clarity, a sensation of power flooding my entire being, and the dark impurities that once plagued me seemed to have dissipated, replaced by an indescribable fragrance. I reveled in this feeling. Enveloped in warmth, my grandfather meticulously observed my transformation, aware that the essence of this primal technique was not merely to elevate a descendant's cultivation, but to expel all impurities from their body, thereby crafting a suitable vessel for smoother progress in their training. This was not a simple expulsion of filth. It was a process guided by my grandfather's barbarian blood, executed in a manner he did not fully understand, and it could only be performed once in a lifetime. Should he attempt it again, the practitioner would perish instantly, their soul scattering into oblivion. As the fragrance emanating from my body intensified, a smile gradually graced my grandfather's face. Yet he did not cease. Taking a deep breath, he raised his left hand and struck his right hand with force, unleashing an even more potent warmth into my being. A jolt surged through me, and though my body had seemingly expelled all dark impurities, the influx of warmth now reverberated within me, producing a rhythmic thumping as more of the dark impurities reemerged. Concurrently, the 10th bloodline rapidly solidified from obscurity, and in a mere moment, it was fully formed, with the 11th bloodline also beginning to materialize. Once the 11th bloodline solidified, it would signify my ascension to the 3rd layer of blood condensation. However, this 11th bloodline proved elusive, remaining indistinct until my body had expelled all impurities and filled with fragrance. Su Ming, my grandfather cannot forcibly elevate your realm. Such would be detrimental to you. However, with your diligence, it will not be long before you reach the 3rd layer on your own. My grandfather's voice echoed in my ears. Taking a deep breath, I slowly opened my eyes. In that instant, the world before me transformed, clearer than ever, revealing countless subtleties previously unnoticed, now vividly apparent. The world had changed. My eyes sparkled like water, yet upon closer inspection, they possessed an abyssal depth that drew one in, impossible to escape. I beheld my grandfather, now appearing considerably older. Fatigue etched across his features, his gaze filled with profound affection and kinship. I gazed at him in a daze, silently kneeling and gently bowing my head in reverence. You have grown, "You are no longer the child you once were," my grandfather remarked tiredly. "You may return now, allowing me a moment of rest." "Grandfather." I bit my lip, casting one last, deep look at him, etching every detail into my memory. For all eternity. I would not forget that there was someone who had accompanied me through my youth, showing me the essence of familial love, a bond that could never be repaid. In a few days, accompany me to the Fingxian tribe to visit their chieftain and witness the barbarian warriors there. The Haishan tribe, the Wulong tribe, and other nearby small tribes will also attend. To partake in a gathering for your generation, my grandfather's voice reverberated in my mind as I prepared to depart. The essence and fragrance that now envelop you, I have concealed with barbarian techniques. Unless someone surpasses my cultivation, no one will perceive it. Do not speak of your status as a barbarian to anyone. All will be decided once I have located the traitor. I nodded, watching as my grandfather settled into a meditative posture, his eyes closed in deep focus before I quietly departed. I knew the Fengxian tribe was the only mid-sized tribe among the nearby factions, essentially the dominant force in the area. I had heard tales that the chieftain of the Fengxian tribe was a formidable figure in the realm of opening dust, blessed with an extraordinarily long lifespan and incredible power. In the realm of dust opening, I ponder whether I can, in this lifetime, achieve the ability to inscribe my own tribal markings. A yearning gleamed in Su Ming's eyes. To him, the dust opening seemed as legendary as a distant dream. It was astonishing to realize the true strength of his grandfather. Might the Black Mountain tribe's chieftain also harbor hidden secrets? If not, their lineage could not possibly have endured until now. Shaking his head, Su Ming chose not to dwell on such matters further. Upon returning to the home he had not visited for months, Su Ming gazed upon the familiar surroundings, allowing a sense of tranquility to wash over him. The space was impeccably tidy, devoid of dust, indicating that Chen Xian must have visited during his absence. Chen Xian, the sole tribal girl from the Wu Mountain tribe with whom Su Ming had established a close connection, was the daughter of the chief, destined to marry the future leader to ensure the tribe's continuity, thus preventing any fragmentation. Su Ming had long been aware of this and felt little emotional response. In his heart, Chen Xian was akin to a younger sister, devoid of other sentiments. Sitting cross-legged on the wooden bed, Su Ming caressed the shard around his neck. Lost in contemplation, as dusk settled, Lei Chen arrived, his face a mask of curiosity. Yet upon seeing Su Ming, he paused, his innocent demeanor eliciting a chuckle from Su Ming. He retrieved the herbs obtained from the bones of the Black Mountain warriors. This particular Tianyin grass was well known to Su Ming, a rare treasure he had only encountered once in the mountains, and that had been merely a seedling. Unlike the fully grown specimen before him, boasting 6 leaves. "I require more for alchemical purposes," Su Ming mused. "I can spare you a leaf. It may significantly enhance your cultivation." He plucked a leaf and handed it to Lei Chen. The latter, scratching his head in embarrassment, accepted it and patted his chest. "Su Ming, I know nothing, but I've always told you that one day I will be the chief of our tribe. As long as I am here, I will forever protect you." Su Ming laughed heartily. After exchanging a few more words, he noticed Lei Chen, absorbed in thoughts of immediate consumption for cultivation, holding the Tianyin grass leaf as if in a trance. Thus, Su Ming feigned fatigue, prompting Lei Chen to perk up, hastily bidding farewell. As night enveloped the land, the tribe gradually fell into silence. With a chair propped against the door, Su Ming sat cross-legged on the bed, inhaling deeply. His right hand brushed against the shard at his neck, and images of the peculiar place he had once encountered began to surface in his mind. "I have prepared ample clear dust powder. This time, I wonder if there will be any gains." Su Ming closed his eyes. Having already devised a method to enter that extraordinary realm, it required meticulous practice to concentrate all the bloodlines within his chest, allowing him to step into a unique sensation. He had attempted this during previous training sessions. Now, he was ready to put it into action. Chapter 18. The mist still lingered in every direction, obscuring the view of distant landscapes, with only the peaks within the fog faintly visible. The surroundings were tranquil, devoid of wind and sound. Su Ming gazed upon the mountains shrouded in mist. This was his second visit to this place, his second time scrutinizing the peculiar peaks from this vantage point. Especially upon recalling the countless bizarre characters and patterns etched upon the summit, a profound sense of reverence welled within him. He inhaled deeply, glancing down at the pendant resting on his chest, where the black fragments had vanished. Testing his body, Su Ming reassured himself that he was not merely dreaming, but had truly arrived at this location. He reached into his pocket and confirmed that the small vials containing Chinchin sand were still there. With a flicker of determination in his gaze, he hastened towards the mist ahead, soon arriving at the base of the mountain, stepping into the passageway. Without pausing, he approached the stone door at the passage's end. Observing the familiar stone door adorned with concentric lines and the 15 small holes at its center, Su Ming hesitated for a moment before resolutely retrieving a medicinal vial from his robe. He poured out a single pill, pinched it between his fingers, and placed it into the first small hole. The instant his fingers made contact with the aperture, he felt a faint yet sudden pulling force emanating from within. Drawing the medicinal stone into the hole, Su Ming's expression grew serious, tinged with caution, uncertain whether his judgment was sound, and oblivious to what might transpire once all 15 holes were filled. Nevertheless, he had contemplated this journey for quite some time, an undercurrent of anticipation coursing through him. He refrained from rash actions. After the first hole consumed the medicinal stone, Su Ming remained vigilant, but after a considerable interval, the small hole showed no sign of change. Scratching his head in contemplation, he decided to place another stone into the second hole and continue this process. With a twinge of regret, he inserted all 15 medicinal stones, his anxiety intensifying. 15 stones, if there were no changes, it would all be for naught. Su Ming's gaze remained fixed upon the 15 small holes. Suddenly, a gentle radiance burst forth from within them. His spirits lifted as he quickly stepped back, witnessing the stone door gradually illuminating with vibrant light emanating from the holes. The intricate lines on the door seemed to come alive, slowly rotating until they coalesced into a swirling vortex. As the vortex spun, the light from the 15 holes appeared to be drawn into it, enveloping the stone door in a cascade of brilliance. A resounding roar erupted, echoing through the passageway, deafeningly loud, causing Su Ming's body to tremble as he felt a surge of blood coursing through him, instinctively resisting the force. After a brief moment, 15 wisps of green smoke emerged from the small holes, as if the medicinal stones had been transformed into vapor. Following the appearance of the smoke, the massive stone door began to tremble, and a straight fissure opened in its center. This gap connected the top and bottom, and then the stone door slowly parted to reveal a stone chamber. Su Ming's heart raced as he beheld the scene before him, awestruck. Once the stone door was fully opened, he gasped. Behind it lay not another passage, but a modest stone chamber. The walls of this chamber were not smooth. They were adorned with carved patterns, and directly in front stood a large, tightly shut door. Above the chamber's ceiling, small stones emitted a faint glow, embedded within the walls, accompanied by a subtle fragrance that invigorated the senses. Su Ming's eyes sparkled with caution as he approached, scanning the chamber's walls. The carved images mirrored those he had seen in the passage, figures with disheveled hair, appearing primitive, brewing medicinal stones. When Su Ming first entered this place, he had found such images perplexing. Yet now, armed with newfound knowledge from his successful concoctions, he could discern much more. The figures depicted various medicinal stones being crafted, and as he immersed himself in the scenes, he became engrossed, losing track of time as he validated his experiences against theirs. After completing one depiction, he swiftly moved on to the next, unaware of how long he had spent until he finally gazed at the tightly closed door within the chamber. This door differed slightly from the first. It was entirely black, exuding a faint aroma, as if its material were extraordinary. It bore intricate designs, including a colossal cauldron, with wisps of smoke artistically carved to appear lifelike. Su Ming couldn't help but admire it, wishing for such a cauldron of his own. Above and beside the cauldron, he noted several different herbs, and his spirits soared as he scrutinized them closely, for his purpose here was to discover other configurations for medicinal stones. On the left side of the cauldron's image, 7 herbs were listed, 5 of which were essential for concocting Chinchin sand, while the remaining 2 were unfamiliar to him. He focused intently, committing their appearances to memory. Beneath this herbal recipe, 8 small holes lined the stone door. To the right of the cauldron, 8 additional herbs were listed, 5 of which were also necessary for Chinchin sand. The 3 extra herbs caught his attention, 2 of which he recognized, albeit they were uncommon. Beneath this recipe were 12 small holes, slightly more than those on the left. As Su Ming examined the 3rd recipe above the cauldron, his expression grew grave. This recipe was not for herbs, but for 3 astonishing symbols. The first depicted the scales of a serpent's tail, the second the 9th leg of a 9-legged spider, and the third, a palm-sized black figure, specifically the 3rd finger of its right hand. Strangely, this 3rd recipe had no small holes beneath it, suggesting the difficulty in crafting such stones, thus no coercion for their creation. After pondering for a moment, Su Ming approached the stone door, lifting his right hand and decisively pressing it against the surface. Immediately, the cauldron's image radiated a blinding, ethereal light that enveloped him. After a moment of discomfort, a fragment of memory resurfaced in his mind, revealing the crafting methods and names of the 3 medicinal stones. Nanli-san. His gaze darted to the left side of the cauldron's image, then to the right. Shanling-san. As for the last one, Najin-san. Su Ming murmured, contemplating the peculiar recipe above the cauldron. As he pondered, the swirling light around him gradually dimmed, and the brilliance of the cauldron on the stone door weakened. The instant the illumination faded entirely, his vision blurred, yet he felt no alarm. He had experienced this before. A peculiar whistling echoed in his ears, and as it subsided, clarity returned, revealing he was once again in his room within the tribe. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming moved to the door, pushed aside the chair, and opened the door. Outside, the night remained, the stars twinkling in the sky, and the surroundings enveloped in silence. With a cool night breeze brushing against him, in the distant horizon, a faint white line appeared, signifying the impending dawn. The passage of time within and outside seemed to align closely. Su Ming closed the door and sat cross-legged once more, resting his chin in contemplation. The methods for refining these 3 medicinal stones varied significantly among the 2 herbs in the recipe from Nanli. There were those I had never encountered and could thus set aside for now. As for the Nashin-san, Su Ming's pupils subtly constricted. This elixir was not derived from flora, and the materials required were exceedingly rare. However, from the memories I had acquired, the manifestations following its concoction were astonishing. Su Ming recalled the figures he had seen in his earlier memories. Upon the creation of Nashin-san, it seemed to evoke a transformation in the heavens and earth. Stirring winds and clouds, which left his heart racing. Should this medicinal stone be successfully refined, it would undoubtedly be remarkable. Alas, even the stone door bore no small opening, indicating that the crafting of this elixir was exceptionally arduous. Thus, it bore no relation to the opening of this door. Su Ming pondered briefly and pieced together the fragments of understanding he had. The only concoction feasible at this moment was the Shanling-san, and among the additional 3 herbs, I recognized 2, although I did not possess them. The tribe's medicinal repository would surely contain a considerable stock. As Su Ming was deep in thought, the outside world gradually brightened, heralding the arrival of a new day. Despite a night devoid of rest, Su Ming felt no trace of fatigue. This sensation had become markedly pronounced since he reached the 2nd tier of the blood condensation realm, as if he were imbued with boundless energy. Unless he endured several consecutive nights without sleep, he would feel no weariness. As dawn broke and the tribe's members busied themselves with the day's activities, Su Ming refreshed himself and made his way toward a nearby dwelling. Constructed of grass and wood, surrounded by a fence, with tribesmen standing guard at all times. Chapter 19. Northling. The morning breeze carried a hint of chill, akin to the sharpness of a blade in this wintry season. However, the flickering campfires scattered throughout the tribe seemed to dispel the cold, allowing warmth to permeate the entire community. For the fierce warriors, the circulation of their vital energies could fend off the cold. Yet, the ordinary tribespeople, who constituted the majority, tended to reduce their outdoor activities during winter. Even when they ventured outside, they often draped themselves in thick hides to shield against the frost. During this season, the tribe's common healers were particularly busy, concocting copious amounts of medicinal brews to bolster the people's resistance to the cold. Even the elder would personally lend a hand, channeling his internal energies to assist the entire tribe in withstanding the biting winter winds. As Su Ming walked upon the snow-covered ground, the crunching sound echoed beneath his feet. Wrapped in a fur coat, he traversed the familiar paths of his tribe, greeted by the warm smiles and nods of his fellow tribespeople. A sensation so comforting that it seemed capable of banishing the winter's chill. The tribe's dwellings were mostly rudimentary. They sufficed in ordinary times, but during winter, they struggled to keep out the wind. This necessitated the application of numerous animal hides outside the homes to block the frigid gusts. However, these hides often lost their adhesion all too soon, requiring frequent reattachment. Furthermore, the campfires within needed constant replenishment with branches, rendering winter a torment for most of the tribe's inhabitants. Fortunately, it wasn't deadly cold, merely cumbersome. As Su Ming approached the enclosure that housed the tribe's precious medicinal herbs, he felt the warmth emanating from the thick hides and the several campfires that blazed outside. He was well acquainted with this place, having delivered herbs here countless times in previous years. Thus, the guards welcomed him with smiles, allowing him entry without obstruction. Su Ming returned their smiles and exchanged greetings as he stepped inside the enclosure. Just as he was about to push open the door, a voice of delight called out from behind him. Su Ming, when did you return? It was a woman's voice, sweet and melodious, reminiscent of a lark. Su Ming paused, turning to see a tall woman, enveloped in thick furs, with her long hair tied back with a grass rope. 2 exquisite white bone rings adorned her ears. And though her skin bore a hint of roughness, it did little to conceal her beauty. Her large eyes sparkled like a clear pool of water, radiating innocence and joy as she hurried towards him. I returned yesterday, Su Ming replied with a smile. This woman was Chun Xin, who frequently tidied his dwelling in his absence. Suddenly, Su Ming's smile faltered, and his gaze shifted. She was not alone. A young man of about 18 or 19 followed closely behind her. He was robust, even more so than Lei Chun. And despite wearing only a thin fur garment in the winter, his disheveled hair was not unkempt. His chiseled features exuded an air of confidence and pride. His eyes, reminiscent of stars, seemed to hold a mysterious totem that flickered within their depths, imparting an unspoken sense of pressure that instinctively aroused caution, akin to encountering a fierce beast. He stood there, bow slung across his back, his piercing gaze fixed upon Su Ming. Su Ming, brother. Bei Ling. Su Ming addressed the young man, a complex expression flickering in his eyes as he spoke respectfully. The young man before him was the strongest among the younger generation of their tribe, possessing a physique so formidable that even the elder acknowledged his prowess. Only after Lei Chen's exceptional talent was recognized could he be deemed a contender. As the most promising among the youth, Bei Ling's cultivation progressed rapidly. Su Ming once overheard the elder mention that Bei Ling was the most likely candidate to break through to the blood condensation realm and achieve the legendary opening dust realm. His name echoed through nearby tribes, and even in Fengxian tribe, word had spread, leading them to send emissaries to take him away for training. Su Ming had not anticipated encountering him today. His complex feelings stemmed from Bei Ling's past kindness towards him during his childhood, treating him like a true brother and even imparting some archery skills, given Bei Ling's exceptional talent in that area as the tribe's scout. However, everything changed when Chun Xin turned 12. Perhaps their close relationship caused Bei Ling to regard Su Ming with suspicion and coldness, eventually leading to complete estrangement. Su Ming later learned that this was due to an engagement arranged between the tribe leader and Bei Ling's father. Though Su Ming wished to explain, his words were met with the same indifferent gaze, leading him to quietly lament the growing distance between himself and Chun Xin. He understood his place as an ordinary tribesman, a foundling picked up by the elder over a decade ago. Despite the tribe's warm acceptance and the familial bonds he had formed, he could not escape the unspoken differences marked by his appearance. Why didn't you let me know you were back? I looked for you several times, but you were always gone. Chun Xin pouted, her nose scrunching in playful reproach. Su Ming rubbed his nose, avoiding her gaze. He felt a familial affection towards Chun Xin, devoid of any other emotions, and he wished to prevent any further misunderstandings with Bei Ling, who had once treated him kindly. Brother Bei Ling, when did you return? Su Ming inquired, gazing at the imposing figure of Bei Ling up close. He could clearly sense the overwhelming vitality emanating from him, a strength surpassed only by the elder and a few others in the tribe. Yet, the haughty demeanor that accompanied this strength was suffocating, giving Su Ming a sensation of breathlessness. Yesterday, Bei Ling replied, his expression as impassive as ever, his words curt and seemingly dismissive. He then turned to Chun Xin. Xiner, weren't you supposed to gather herbs for your mother? Let us go inside, Bei Ling said, taking Chun Xion's hand and passing by Su Ming as he opened the door to the herb storage. Chun Xion appeared ready to say something but hesitated before nodding at Su Ming and following Bei Ling inside. Su Ming stood there in silence for a moment, letting out a soft sigh before stepping inside as well. Chapter 20. Poverty. The storeroom for medicinal herbs was spacious and remarkably orderly, with rows of neatly arranged shelves categorizing various herbs. Deep within, there was a somewhat smaller chamber, distinct from the outer storage, designated for the clan's warriors, which ordinary tribespeople were forbidden to enter. Even physicians required a hand signal from the clan leader or the elder to step into that room, which was of utmost significance to the entire Wushan tribe. However, these regulations held no sway over Su Ming, for long ago. The elder had conferred upon him a unique status, granting him unrestricted access for the purpose of identifying herbs. Upon entering the storeroom, Su Ming observed Bei Ling leading Chun Xion by the hand towards the small chamber filled with precious medicinal substances. Outside the door sat an elderly man, cross-legged, clad in leather garments made from animal hides. His frail body was crowned with white hair, and his face was a tapestry of wrinkles. He had been meditating but opened his eyes just a sliver to accept the hand signal from Bei Ling and Chen Xin, his expression betraying no emotion before he closed them once more. Su Ming slowed his pace, aware that Bei Ling was reluctant to see him. Instead of following them into the small chamber, he wandered around the rows of shelves, gazing at the many herbs that he was quite familiar with, having harvested nearly every type here at some point. After examining all the shelves, he noted that Bei Ling and Chen Xin had yet to emerge. Hesitating, he lingered outside the small room. "What are you hesitating for, little Leisu?" A frail voice interrupted his thoughts. Looking up, he saw the elderly guardian of the chamber. "Grandfather Nansong, I'm no longer a Leisu." Su Ming scratched his head and smiled. "I remember now. The Leisu of your generation completed their initiation months ago. I can no longer call you little Leisu." The old man grinned warmly. "Since you are here, why not go inside? Do not be afraid, Grandfather Nansong has your back. In my day, I dared to compete with your grandfather for women, so what is there to fear?" The old man winked playfully. Su Ming's eyes widened. This was the first he had heard of such a tale. After a moment's hesitation, he forced a bitter smile and pushed open the door to the small chamber. His hesitation was not about Chen Xin, as the old man suggested, but rather stemmed from uncertainty on how to explain his feelings to Bei Ling, who had been kind to him. After all these years, she remained as indifferent as ever. Sighing inwardly, as he opened the door, he caught sight of Chen Xin, who was selecting herbs, beside a striking figure. That individual turned, furrowing his brow and casting a cold glance in Su Ming's direction. After meeting the gaze, Su Ming averted his attention and approached a nearby shelf, choosing to ignore the two of them. He began searching for the herbs needed to concoct the mountain spirit powder. Guided by memory, Chen Xin, noticing Su Ming, felt compelled to speak but hesitated, ultimately remaining silent. Having matured, she understood many things, including the nature of her relationship with Bei Ling. The faint feelings she once held for Su Ming had gradually diminished. Night sap herb, thousand-leaf flower. Su Ming strolled slowly through the small chamber, his eyes scanning the precious herbs until he finally found the two required for his concoction. Unfortunately, the final ingredient was absent. Deep in thought, he perused every herb within the modest room. At this moment, Chen Xin and Bei Ling completed their selection. After exchanging farewells with Su Ming, Bei Ling paused, not turning around but speaking calmly. "Without the barbarian body, these herbs are of no use to you. It would be better to leave them for the other tribespeople. Take care." With that, Bei Ling led Chen Xin out of the room. Su Ming remained silent, watching their departing figures without uttering a word. After a final inspection of the small chamber, he took the two herbs he needed and exited. The elderly man at the door showed no discontent at Su Ming's actions, but regarded him with genuine interest. "Grandfather Nansong, it is not as you think." Su Ming rubbed his nose awkwardly. "What do you mean by that? I did not mention anything about the complicated relationship between you and those two young laces." The old man chuckled heartily. Su Ming's face flushed slightly, feeling embarrassed. Suddenly inspired, he crouched down to address the old man, "Grandfather Nansong, have you ever seen this type of herb?" He began drawing a representation of the herb in the dirt. The old man smiled, looking down thoughtfully before suddenly slapping his forehead. "Isn't this the luoyuan leaf? We do not have it in Wushan. It requires a special environment to grow. Only the Fengxian tribe nearby sells it. Why do you need it? I saw it in a roll of leather scrolls at grandfather's place, but I could not find it in Wushan after searching for so long." Su Ming replied, a look of realization dawning on his face. "Of course, we don't have it. It is an excellent cultivation herb for low-tier barbarian warriors in the blood condensation realm. If the Fengxian tribe sells it, the price will be exorbitant. However, if you desire it, your grandfather could take you to the trading post outside the Fengxian tribe, where various herbs are often exchanged and sold." The old man shook his head, still smiling. Su Ming's mind raced, and after asking a few more questions, he bid farewell to the old man, hurriedly leaving under the elder's teasing gaze from earlier. As he stepped out of the medicinal herb storage, Su Ming pondered deeply while treading through the snow-covered ground of the tribe. "Luoyuan leaf. I can gather all the other herbs for the mountain spirit powder myself. But this luoyuan leaf, Grandfather Nansong mentioned it is quite expensive." Sigh? Su Ming frowned, patting himself down. Aside from a few stone coins he had taken from the deceased Yu Qi, he possessed nothing else of value. In the tribe, bartering was the norm, with currency rarely in use. However, once outside the tribal confines, stone coins were necessary for procuring goods. Stone coins were a form of currency made from special stones. and only large tribes could mint them. Any attempt at counterfeiting would result in the obliteration of the offending tribe by the dominant local tribe. After searching through his belongings, Su Ming found only 3 stone coins, all belonging to the late Yu Qi, while he himself had none. Without money, how can I buy it? If only I had 100, 1,000 stone coins. As for the trading post, I recall grandfather mentioning its approximate location. Once tribespeople become warriors, they can go in groups, and it is not too far from here. Su Ming sighed, feeling a dull ache in his head. Chapter 21. Will we change? During midday, Su Ming pondered deeply for quite some time. Gritting his teeth, he shouldered a woven basket and departed from the tribe, accompanied by Lei Chun. Having visited the workshop recently, Lei Chun, upon hearing that Su Ming was borrowing stone coins, eagerly pressed for details, and, with a renewed spirit, volunteered to guide him. Su Ming, I only have 2 stone coins, which I managed to acquire with great difficulty. When will you return them to me? Lei Chun gazed longingly at Su Ming as they sprinted swiftly through the forest outside the tribe. You've been going on about this for ages. It's just 2 stone coins. Considering the countless amounts of Yulong nectar I've given you over the years, Lei Chun, are we not good friends? How can you be like this? Su Ming feigned confidence, though a hint of guilt flickered in his eyes, silencing Lei Chun's forthcoming words into a jumble of murmurs. Those coins were hard-earned. Lei Chun scratched his head, suddenly recalling something, and looked at Su Ming with surprise. Oh, I just remembered. What do you need the stone coins for at the workshop? To buy Luo Yun leaves. Su Ming's body swayed as he agilely leaped through the forest, his speed almost surpassing that of Lei Chun. What are Luo Yun leaves? Lei Chun asked, bewildered, only to notice Su Ming had already dashed ahead. He quickly took long strides to catch up. Su Ming, remember to return them to me. Those coins are something I have saved for many years. Even my father doesn't know about them. How did you find out where I hid them? What are Luo Yun leaves? Why aren't you telling me? Lei Chun's voice trailed off as he continued to pester Su Ming. Along the way, Su Ming's ears buzzed incessantly. He had long been aware that Lei Chun loved to talk, and once he started, he could go on endlessly. However, he never expected that Lei Chun could maintain such a relentless chatter throughout their journey. As dusk fell, the two had ventured far from the tribe, deep into unfamiliar woods. Su Ming could no longer bear it. He slowed his pace and leaned against a large tree to catch his breath, glancing back at Lei Chun, who was also gasping for air and plopped down on the ground. Su Ming, you, remember, to return my coins. Lei Chun wheezed, but upon seeing Su Ming turn, he perked up and resumed speaking. I promise. I will return them. But I have a request. Su Ming smiled wryly, at a loss for words in response to Lei Chun. What request? Lei Chun blinked, revealing his simple-minded demeanor once more. Don't make that face. Even Xiao Hong can act more convincingly than you. Lei Chun, I know you've been circling around wanting to ask something, but I cannot say. You will find out in due time. Su Ming's eyes narrowed. Having grown up alongside Lei Chun, he understood him better than even Lei Chun's own parents. Though Lei Chun appeared simple, he was quite cunning, and many were deceived by his innocent expression, overlooking the glint of cleverness that occasionally flickered in his eyes. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, Lei Chun rubbed his nose and grinned foolishly. My request is simple. If you can remain quiet during the journey. Once we return after I complete my task, I will tell you what you wish to know. Su Ming regarded Lei Chun, responding leisurely. Lei Chun froze, his entire being seemingly petrified, his eyes widened in shock, fixed on something behind Su Ming. Lei Chun. Su Ming chuckled. He was well accustomed to their playful banter and would not fall for such tricks. You told me to be quiet. I want to nod. But even nodding would make noise, wouldn't it? Look at me, completely still, making no sound at all. Doesn't that count as quiet? You've already made me quiet. Rest assured. I will maintain this state without producing any noise. However, you cannot blame me for the sound of my running. Stop. That's enough. Just stay quiet. Su Ming rubbed his temples, recognizing the playful glint in Lei Chun's eyes, understanding that this fellow was being deliberately mischievous. All right, I will tell you. I possess the strength of a barbarian, but it has been concealed by my grandfather's magic. You must not disclose this to anyone. Su Ming's tone grew serious as he concluded. Taken aback, Lei Chun nodded gravely, understanding the weight of the revelation. Had I known this, I wouldn't have asked. I merely wanted to confirm whether you had trained in the barbarian arts. Now I can rest easy from this day forward. We shall become the eagles of the Wushan tribe. Su Ming also smiled, and after resting for a while, the two rose once more. Continuing their journey despite the darkening sky, the moon emerging shyly, accompanied by twinkling stars. The thick blanket of snow on the ground and the howling cold wind did not deter their pace, and they occasionally exchanged words, fostering a deep camaraderie. Today, I saw Bei Ling. Just the sight of him irritates me, especially with Chen Xian by his side. He has known for ages that she has feelings for you. Lei Chen muttered, visibly agitated. He has changed so much. Has he forgotten he belongs to the Wushan tribe just because he spent a few years in Fengzhen? Did you see his expression? He was lecturing me about this and that. Su Ming remained silent. I will surpass him one day. Lei Chen clenched his fists as he ran. He is Bei Ling's elder brother. He took care of both of us when we were young. Don't you remember how he secretly taught you about training in the barbarian arts? He even faced punishment from grandfather for that incident. Moreover, he taught me archery too. Su Ming spoke calmly. As for Chen Xian, I have already told you. My feelings for her are purely sibling-like, nothing more. Yet you continue to speculate. Su Ming's tone remained steady. Lei Chen wanted to say more, but upon seeing Su Ming's composed demeanor, he held back his words. He understood Su Ming as well as Su Ming understood him. He knew Su Ming valued loyalty. Su Ming, people do change. After a long silence, Lei Chen spoke softly. As we grow and experience life, we inevitably change. Perhaps one day, I too will change. And I believe you will as well. Lei Chen murmured. Will we? Su Ming continued to run, lost in thought. As night fully enveloped the sky, Su Ming and Lei Chen came to a halt. Traveling at night posed many challenges, and with a considerable distance still to the workshop, they sought refuge beneath a large tree, quickly constructing a makeshift resting place. One meditated to circulate their internal energy while the other kept watch, alternating roles in preparation for an overnight stay. Leaning against the tree trunk, Su Ming's gaze fell upon Lei Chen, who was seated cross-legged. A glow of red light flickering from his body, revealing many red threads undulating rhythmically. After observing for a while, Su Ming lifted his gaze to the pitch-black sky. The bright moon cast a silvery glow, blending beautifully with the stars. It was a sight that evoked a sense of one's own insignificance. People do change. Will I? Su Ming contemplated silently, memories of Bei Ling from his childhood surfacing in his mind. If one day I change, what will I become? A look of confusion clouded Su Ming's eyes. For a 16-year-old, this question was profoundly intricate. Perhaps I shall become a formidable shaman like my grandfather, journeying alongside Xiaohong across the vast expanse of the earth, exploring uncharted territories, visiting diverse tribes, and healing many of the savage folk. It is also possible that I may ascend to the status of a tribal leader, encountering a woman whom I cherish, sharing a life together as we traverse the world until our hair turns white. Xiaohong shall transform into Old Hong, and I will recount my experiences to the tribe's Reizu, just as my grandfather often shared tales of his life with us. Su Ming chuckled, his laughter pure, innocent, and full of joy. Or perhaps, I might uncover the truth of my origins and lineage. With a smile, Su Ming let out a soft sigh. Lei Chen, I shall not change. He inhaled deeply, in the moonlight, on this land of the tribes, whispering words meant only for himself. He was certain, as all youths are, that the future holds beauty. The night slipped by unnoticed, and as dawn broke the next morning, Su Ming and Lei Chen rose early, splashing their faces with snow melt, the icy chill invigorating their spirits. According to their journey-'s calculations, they would reach the tribe by noon. Lei Chen, who had visited the tribe several times, rubbed the snow from his face and spoke to Su Ming. Su Ming nodded, and after they finished their ablutions, they set off towards the rising sun, racing through the forest. The journey was smooth, and by midday, Su Ming caught sight of a cluster of thatched huts beyond the thicket, bustling with voices. As many warriors from nearby tribes gathered there. We have arrived, Lei Chen exclaimed, casting a lingering glance at Su Ming's woven basket. Though it was tightly wrapped in animal skins, concealing its contents, Su Ming observed the expansive tribe before him, comparable in size to a small village, yet lacking a fence. Instead guarded by robust men who coldly surveyed their surroundings, maintaining order and warding off wild beasts. At the heart of the tribe stood a massive tent made of purple beast skins, heavily fortified and forbidding others from approaching. This was the domain of the tribe's leader, reputed to be a powerful warrior, who only received the chieftains of various tribes. As Lei Chen and Su Ming emerged from the forest, he quietly introduced the surroundings as they made their way toward the tribe. Su Ming cast a fleeting glance at the purple tent before averting his gaze, stepping into this unfamiliar place under the watchful eyes of the guards. Suddenly, a chilling voice of a woman pierced the air from nearby. Lei Chen. Su Ming halted. immediately sensing the tremor in Lei Chen beside him as the voice echoed. Chapter 22. A first encounter. Su Ming could distinctly sense that Lei Chen's expression was quite unnatural, as if he were gripped by fear and helplessness. Following the direction of the sound, Su Ming turned his gaze, revealing a scene that left him utterly astonished. Before him stood a woman, clad in a fur coat made of sable, her tall stature seemingly towering over the slender Su Ming, accentuating her exquisite figure. Unlike the other barbaric tribespeople, her skin was not coarse but rather fair, exuding a captivating beauty that stirred one's heart. Her hair, as dark as night, was tied with a red cord, cascading into two small braids by her ears, while the rest flowed down her back, fluttering in the breeze, enhancing her allure. Her eyes resembled pools of clear water, holding a sharpness that hinted at hidden coldness, adorned with glimmering flecks on her forehead that sparkled under the reflection of the snow on the ground. Particularly striking were the glimpses of her pearly white canine teeth that emerged when she spoke, emanating an untamed charm. She was not an ordinary individual, but a warrior of the barbarian tribes, though her aura suggested she was merely at the third level of the blood condensation stage. She was not alone. 3 burly barbarian men loomed behind her like small mountains, their gazes cold and fixated on Su Ming and Lei Chen, exuding a vitality slightly weaker than what Su Ming had observed from Beiling. Each of these men bore markings that resembled centipedes, a detail that did not escape Su Ming's notice. Lei Chen, you have quite the audacity. The woman glared at Lei Chen, her teeth clenched in ire. Lei Chen scratched his nose, displaying his usual innocent demeanor, grinning foolishly. Last time, I was tricked by your appearance and bought a worthless herb dyed in color for 3 stone coins. The woman stood before Lei Chen, visibly furious. I can't be blamed. I didn't even know what that herb was. It was just lying there, and you insisted on buying it. Lei Chen replied, feeling aggrieved. Humph. Hand over the stone coins. The woman glared at Lei Chen, her disdain extending to Su Ming, though she quickly dismissed him after a cursory glance at his frail form. But Lei Chen forced a smile, about to speak, when he caught the glint of coldness in the woman's eyes. The 3 men behind her sharpened their gazes, and he swallowed his words, silently lamenting his fate. Lei Chen. She is one of the people from the Wulong tribe you mentioned to Grandpa, right? Su Ming said flatly, his expression unreadable. Upon hearing this, Lei Chen was momentarily taken aback, but swiftly regained his composure, understanding that Su Ming, known for his calmness, would assist him in this matter. He took a few steps back, positioning himself behind Su Ming, adopting a posture of deference, reporting to the young barbarian, "This is indeed the woman." Lei Chen spoke respectfully, his voice lowered. This prompted the woman to involuntarily shift her gaze towards Su Ming, her expression one of surprise. The title young barbarian often signified a future candidate for tribal leadership. After scrutinizing Su Ming, she concluded that he appeared to be an ordinary tribesman. Yet her features remained fierce, her voice icy. I don't care whether you're a young barbarian or not. Return my stone coins. Very well. Here are your coins. But I came here today with Lei Chen specifically to find you. Su Ming responded with a calm demeanor, retrieving 3 stone coins from his pocket. Hand over the herb you bought from Lei Chen. Su Ming gazed steadily at the woman as he spoke. The woman was taken aback. Not expecting to reclaim her coins so easily, her heart raced with surprise as she scanned the expressions of Su Ming and Lei Chen. What herb is that? She hesitated, refraining from taking the coins, instead cautiously inquiring. That is. Lei Chen began to speak, but was abruptly interrupted by a sharp command. Silence. Su Ming shot a cold glare at Lei Chen, causing him to tremble and lower his head in apparent submission. This moment left the woman blinking in confusion. After a moment's hesitation, she retrieved a purple herb from her garment. The herb appeared ordinary, save for its entirely purple hue, which gave it a somewhat menacing appearance. As the herb was presented, the woman offered it to Su Ming, yet her eyes remained fixed on him. When she noticed Su Ming's eyes light up, as if eager to grasp it, she suddenly laughed like a silver bell, retracting her hand swiftly. What are you doing? This is my herb. I bought it. The woman wrinkled her nose, huffing indignantly. Miss, do you still want the stone coins? Su Ming asked, momentarily taken aback, frowning. Why would I refuse? I just need to think. Unless you can prove you are the young barbarian of the Wushan tribe, I won't give you this herb. A cunning gleam flickered in her eyes, intensifying her wild aura. Even Su Ming felt his heart race, though his expression remained largely unchanged. After a brief silence, he regarded the woman before him, taking a deep breath. As he raised his left hand, A palpable aura of the second level of the blood condensation stage emanated from his right hand. Is this proof sufficient? This sudden display caused the woman's pupils to constrict, and the three men behind her immediately adopted serious expressions. Their reaction was understandable. Moments ago, Su Ming had appeared as an ordinary tribesman devoid of any discernible vitality. Yet now, the stark difference in his aura sparked uncertainty among them. Young master, this person must be under the influence of a powerful warrior who concealed the signs of his vitality. Such a warrior far exceeds the strength of the three of us. Otherwise, we wouldn't have failed to notice. Indeed, I observed closely just now and sensed nothing. Only a tribal leader from the Wushan tribe could achieve such a feat. The three men murmured in hushed tones. The woman's gaze flickered, and she glanced down at the purple herb in her hand, hesitating momentarily. She had acquired this herb some time ago, having exchanged many words with Lei Chun to obtain it, initially believing it to be something unknown. She planned to consult her grandfather, only to discover that the purple hue had evidently been dyed the following day. This revelation had infuriated her, and she had frequently returned to this location, hoping to encounter the wretched Lei Chun once more. Caught in her thoughts, Su Ming's slightly anxious voice broke through. All necessary proofs have been provided. Do not go back on your word. Here are 3 stone coins. Actually, I'll give you 5. Su Ming gritted his teeth and produced 2 additional coins, extending them towards the woman. 5 stone coins for the herb. The woman blinked, recognizing that Su Ming had claimed to be from the Wulong tribe, a detail evidently relayed by Lei Chun. Moreover, he had raised the stakes, enhancing the value of the transaction. This must be genuine. The herb is indeed a treasure. A proud smile spread across her face as she nodded her head. What is going on? What if I change my mind? This is mine. If you want to trade for it, I'll need 30 stone coins, the woman declared. Reveling in Su Ming's bitter expression and Lei Chun's disheartened demeanor, with a satisfied huff, she turned and hastily departed, the 3 burly men trailing behind her, gradually fading from view. Once the 4 had left, Lei Chun's gloomy expression lifted, and he chuckled at Su Ming, scratching his nose. Su Ming, how did you discern that she belonged to the Wulong department? It appears you exchanged 3 stone coins, and there's 1 remaining. Bring it forth. Su Ming cast a glance at Lei Chun, carefully stowing the stone coins back into his pocket, and spoke languidly. Oh, that stone coin was spent on something last time. Haha, I have some matters to attend to, so let us part ways for now. I shall wait for you here this evening, and we will return to the tribe together. Lei Chun's eyelids twitched. He quickly interjected, not allowing Su Ming a moment to respond, and hastened a few steps into the bustling marketplace, vanishing from sight. Observing Lei Chun's hasty retreat, Su Ming shook his head. Were it not for his current impoverishment, he would not reveal his vital energy. His grandfather's martial prowess was exceedingly formidable, unless Su Ming willingly disclosed it. Outsiders would find it difficult to discern any clues. Yet, if he refrained from this course of action, not only would he have to return the 2 stone coins acquired from Lei Chun to that young lady, but he might also find himself at a loss. Alas, it seems that I must resort to that method. Su Ming raked his fingers through his hair, feeling quite tormented as he made his way towards the marketplace. The atmosphere within the marketplace was vibrant. Within each thatched hut of grass and bark, transactions were bustling, and even on the snowy ground outside, individuals had spread out small animal hides, displaying herbs and goods for trade while seated nearby, awaiting potential buyers. This was Su Ming's first visit to such a place, and everything felt remarkably novel to him. As he wandered through the marketplace, he observed an array of unfamiliar items, including beast bones and various peculiar herbs. And even some finished medicinal concoctions were present. Wulong saliva was also available for sale, and a small vial commanded a price of 1 stone coin. Su Ming halted in his tracks, his gaze fixed upon the vial of Wulong saliva resting on the animal hide nearby, blinking in disbelief. How many vials of Wulong saliva have I consumed since childhood? How many stone coins would that entail? And Little Hong has consumed quite a bit as well. Just as Su Ming was about to depart, his attention was suddenly captured by an object laid out on the animal hide in the distance. This is... Su Ming inhaled deeply and approached the location of the animal hide, casting a glance at the stall's proprietor, a gentleman of approximately 50 years, clad in loose animal hide garments, seated cross-legged in the snow, utterly still. Chapter 23. Now, it is dead. As if sensing the approach of someone, the elderly man opened his eyes, casting a fleeting glance at Su Ming, revealing a hint of surprise. After scrutinizing him for a moment, he closed his eyes once more. Su Ming fixated on a blue object resting on the animal's skin. It resembled a plate, its edges sharp yet marred by several cracks, the deepest of which almost pierced it through. Quietly placed upon the hide, it occasionally emitted a faint glimmer, giving the illusion that it possessed a life of its own. Amidst the intertwining cracks, Su Ming could discern some carvings depicting a ghastly visage, its appearance truly terrifying. This is a defective barbaric tool, one you cannot afford. An aged voice interrupted Su Ming's observation. He looked up to find that the speaker was the seated elder. Barbaric tool? Su Ming inhaled sharply, his earlier suspicions confirmed. From the leather-bound tome, he had learned that such artifacts were exceedingly precious, only attainable by those of the dust-opening realm, while those of the blood condensation realm found it nearly impossible to acquire. Even if they did, such items were often inherited through tribes, which had to be able to safeguard them from being forcibly taken by dust-opening strongholds. It is damaged and unusable, but it was crafted by a dust-opening expert. Worth 1,000 stones, the elder spoke slowly. Su Ming gazed at the blue plate, his eyes reflecting a mix of desire and envy. Yet he possessed only 5 stone coins, rendering it utterly beyond his reach. With a quiet sigh, he stole another glance at the plate before reluctantly departing. Someday, I too shall possess my own barbaric tool. Su Ming mused as he wandered through the marketplace. The area was bustling with many vendors displaying their wares upon animal skins. Yet after a thorough exploration, he found no further barbaric tools for sale. However, he did notice Luo Yunyi had spotted a few, being sold by various individuals at slightly elevated prices, each requiring a stone coin, nearly equivalent to the value of a Wulong saliva. As dusk approached, the sun cast its final rays across the horizon, illuminating the earth, while the marketplace grew increasingly lively, teeming with patrons. Observing the surroundings, Su Ming continued to meander, venturing into some of the bark tents where goods were sold at steep prices, albeit ensuring quality. Numerous individuals frequented these tents. With keen observation, Su Ming noticed some of the barbarian folk entering the bark tents not to purchase, but like him, carrying woven baskets to sell goods to the tent owners. A smile crept upon his lips. After an afternoon of careful observation, he had assimilated many details and understood a significant portion of the local trading customs. As night fell and the marketplace illuminated with numerous torches, Su Ming stealthily retreated to a secluded corner devoid of firelight. Vigilantly scanning his surroundings, he swiftly removed the woven basket from his back, unwrapping the animal skin shroud that cloaked him. He then donned several hides he had meticulously prepared, ultimately layering a black animal skin resembling a robe over it all, enveloping himself securely. Thus, Su Ming's appearance transformed. His visage obscured, his figure robust and unrecognizable. He now resembled a completely different person from his former frail self. Adjusting the layers of hides for a snug fit, he glanced at the woven basket. Inside rested an item he had specifically prepared for this venture, though heavy. It served a purpose. Hoisting the basket back onto his shoulders, Su Ming lowered his head and took a few steps before pausing, pondering for a brief moment before arching his back, moving swiftly towards a pre-selected bark tent. This particular tent was the dimmest, and its patrons had largely mirrored his current guise, masking their identities as if reluctant to be recognized. Despite being a newcomer to this marketplace, Su Ming's observations throughout the afternoon had equipped him with a considerable grasp of the nuances here. Outside the chosen bark tent, he refrained from entering immediately, instead circling nearby in the shadows, occasionally glancing toward the tent. Before long, the tent's entrance swung open, and a figure cloaked in anonymity hurriedly exited, departing the marketplace. Su Ming noted that he had witnessed many such individuals throughout the day, growing increasingly certain that none were pursued upon their exit. Seizing the moment while the tent remained unoccupied, he briskly advanced, lifting the tent's flap and stepping inside without hesitation. Upon entering, Su Ming immediately felt a piercing gaze upon him. A middle-aged man sat cross-legged inside the tent, bare-chested, with a campfire flickering before him, crackling as it burned. One of the man's eyes was hollow, while the other glimmered with an intense light, fixating on Su Ming in silence. The firelight was somewhat blinding. Wrapped in animal hides, Su Ming felt secure in his anonymity and spoke slowly, his voice slightly hoarse and distinct from his usual tone. The one-eyed man scrutinized Su Ming for a considerable time before averting his gaze, concluding that apart from lacking blood vitality, Su Ming bore no other distinguishing features from the other patrons who had entered. Though he sensed no vitality emanating from Su Ming, the latter's presence within the tent, coupled with an air of familiarity with the rules, indicated he was not an unknown entity. The man raised his right hand and pressed it against the campfire, causing the flames to dim significantly, casting the tent into deeper shadows. Present your item. If it is of value, I shall offer you a fair price. The man eventually spoke, retracting his hand. Su Ming's gaze emerged from the animal skin concealing his face, assessing the man before breaking into a raspy chuckle that echoed within the tent, prompting a furrowed brow from the man. In that fleeting moment of confusion, Su Ming raised his right hand and waved, releasing a waft of medicinal fragrance as a round object hurtled toward the man, who caught it in his hand. Upon inspecting it, a bright light flickered in his right eye, accompanied by an involuntary gasp. What is the worth of this item? Su Ming's voice resonated, gravelly yet inquisitive. What kind of medicine is this? Where did you acquire it? What properties does it possess? The man's gaze remained fixed on the object, his expression now serious. As a flicker of intrigue passed through his pupils, I encountered this beast on my way to the marketplace, Su Ming replied, evading the man's inquiries. Instead, he set down the woven basket beside him, raising his right hand to retrieve an item from within. After a brief commotion, he emerged holding a bound marten, placing it on the ground. The creature appeared weary, its eyes fierce, though it bore unhealed wounds and was unable to flee due to being restrained. The man was momentarily taken aback, seemingly perplexed by Su Ming's words. His gaze swept over the marten, perceiving it as merely an ordinary wild beast. Failing to draw significant interest, he then casually grasped the creature, stating, "Look, it is still alive." Su Ming's voice was low and measured, yet within the dim confines of the tent, it carried an air of the uncanny. "What are you implying?" The man inquired, his brow furrowing. "I mean, it is still alive. Do you understand why I captured it?" Due to an excessive curiosity, it had followed closely behind me for quite some time. Su Ming raised his left hand and gently caressed the creature, but as his fingers brushed over the unhealed wounds on the creature's body, it suddenly trembled violently. There was no cry of agony, nor a roar, only a shudder, and in an instant, the entire form of the creature transformed into a mist of blood, as if its very essence had ignited. In the astonished gaze of the burly man, the beast disintegrated entirely, leaving behind a heap of intermingled dark red bones. Now, it was dead. When Su Ming's left hand touched the remnants of the beast's bones, they instantly crumbled into dust, scattering across the ground. The man gasped, instinctively rising and stepping back several paces, his eyes betraying an unmistakable fear and shock. He stared for a long moment, and when he looked back at Su Ming, his expression was filled with trepidation and reverence. "Barbaric." Su Ming scoffed softly. The man shivered, about to offer an explanation, but he was met with a dismissive wave of Su Ming's hand, as if he were growing impatient. "Tell me, what is the worth of the item in your hand?" "The utility of this item is quite straightforward. It can enhance the effectiveness of any medicinal herbs you consume by 10%. As for your other inquiries, your curiosity has become rather excessive," Su Ming stated slowly. The man's face turned pale. The earlier scene had left him deeply unsettled. He hadn't even sensed the flow of energy within Su Ming, as the beast before him had turned into a mist of blood. "This item." The man took a moment to collect his thoughts, glancing down at the circular object in his hand. "Senior, I have never encountered such a thing." He hesitated to speak. Under normal circumstances, he would never show such hesitation, but the earlier spectacle had rendered him reluctant to offend. "You may conduct an experiment on the spot. If it proves ineffective, I shall take my leave. If it is effective, we shall discuss its worth," Su Ming remarked, his tone calm and unhurried as he sat there. The man breathed a sigh of relief, respectfully acquiescing. He reached into his pocket and produced a small bell, giving it a gentle shake, which immediately produced a melodious chime. Su Ming's gaze flickered momentarily, glancing at the bell, while his left hand, concealed within his cloak, tightened slightly, still bearing remnants of blood and dust. Chapter 24. Her name is by Ling. Su Ming felt an intense sense of unease as he regarded the imposing figure before him. The aura of vitality emanating from this man far surpassed that of Lei Chen, suggesting a cultivation level around the 5th or 6th layer of blood condensation. Such an individual was simply insurmountable for Su Ming. If this man were to harbor any ill intent, evading disaster would be exceedingly difficult. However, Su Ming desired a substantial quantity of luoyun leaves, necessitating an ample supply of stone coins. Thus, he had no choice but to take a risk. After the harrowing experience of being hunted in the jungle by the Yuchi, he sensed a subtle shift in his thoughts. The knowledge he had absorbed from the animal skin leather books at his grandfather's place lingered vividly in his mind. He vaguely felt that if he could not overpower his opponent in cultivation, he must instead instill doubt in the other to deter any rash actions. Therefore, prior to his arrival, he had chosen to disguise his appearance and brought along a beast, intending to use it as a means of intimidation at the opportune moment. As it turned out, this strategy seemed effective, yet Su Ming remained tense, showing no sign of relief. In fact, the tension within the tent was not solely his. The large man was even more anxious than Su Ming. He frequently glanced at the spot where the beast had perished, and the sight of scattered bones sent his heart racing, not from excitement, but from sheer terror. To him, the figure before him, shrouded in animal skins, exuded an inscrutable air of mystery, compounded by the earlier shocking scene that had placed a burden upon him far heavier than Su Ming's current anxiety. This man's demeanor was seasoned, his speech composed, and his actions decisive. He was undoubtedly a hidden savage of the nearby mountains yet, from his earlier words, he seemed to possess a degree of reason. As the large man wrestled with his unease, footsteps approached from outside the tent, followed by the entrance of another imposing figure. This newcomer appeared wooden and silent, standing to the side and awaiting instructions from the one-eyed man. Upon his entrance, Su Ming cast a casual glance, noting that this man's vitality was weak, likely at the same blood condensation second layer as himself. Consume this, and also this. The one-eyed man wasted no time, producing a medicinal stone and a herb, urging the large man to ingest them together. The large man, maintaining his usual expression, took the items and chewed them before sitting cross-legged to circulate his inner blood. However, his demeanor soon shifted to one of surprise. Moments later, he opened his eyes, gazing blankly at the one-eyed man. There is no effect. It feels only slightly enhanced compared to the usual spirit decision grasp, perhaps just about a layer. Upon hearing this, the one-eyed man's pupils constricted, and his heart raced uncontrollably. He understood the significance of this additional layer. If it were an ordinary herb, the effects might not be pronounced. But if it were a medicinal substance used at the 8th or 9th layers of blood condensation, its worth would be incalculable. Ordinary herbs might be valued at 10 stones, while this one could reach a value of 100 or even 1,000 stones. The more he contemplated, the more excited he became, though he remained uncertain whether this substance would yield similar results with high-grade herbs. Regrettably, his own stock of stone coins was dwindling after a brief moment of reflection. He subdued his excitement and sent the large man away, standing respectfully before Su Ming with a forced smile. "Senior, this medicinal substance is truly marvelous. How about I offer 30 stones for one?" The one-eyed man dared not offend Su Ming, perceiving him as a savage capable of producing such extraordinary herbs. 30 stones. The proposition made Su Ming's heart race, yet his voice suddenly turned icy. "That, senior, 30 stones is already the maximum, and it's uncertain whether this substance is effective for high-grade herbs." The one-eyed man hastily interjected, but before he could finish, Su Ming interrupted him. "This substance, regardless of the herb you consume, can enhance its effects by 1 layer. Were it not for my need for a savage artifact, I would never part with it." The one-eyed man struggled for a moment before biting his teeth and nodding. "Senior, how many do you have?" "Counting the one you previously squandered, there's only 1 left," Su Ming replied, retrieving a small vial containing a single clear dust pill. The man's mind went blank at the mention, and his heart ached with regret. Just as he hesitated, Su Ming stood to place the vial back in his pocket, raising his left hand, now stained with the blood mist of the small beast, exposing a fearsome gaze from beneath his disguise. This prompted the man to recall the 1 pill he had previously used for experimentation, and he quickly exclaimed, Senior, this 50 stones. This is truly my limit." Su Ming, unwilling to linger, cast a sharp glance and decisively stated, "All right," adding the previous pill. "The total is 100 stones." The one-eyed man hesitated briefly before promptly retrieving a leather pouch and respectfully handing it to Su Ming, containing 2 white stone coins. The color of the stones denoted their value, gray being the lowest, black representing 10, and white signifying 50. If purple stones were present, they would denote 100. "Give me black stone coins," Su Ming suddenly commanded. The one-eyed man was taken aback, but did not question further, instead producing 10 black stone coins to hand over to Su Ming. Accepting the coins into his pouch, Su Ming tossed the vial to him, picked up the woven basket from the ground, and without casting another glance at the one-eyed man, he turned and exited the tent. Upon leaving, Su Ming refrained from acting rashly, instead wandering around the market for a while. The moon hung high, and torches flickered everywhere, yet the number of patrons remained largely unchanged. However, those who appeared at this hour were predominantly individuals like Su Ming, preparing for trade. After ensuring that no one was watching, He swiftly purchased over 60 Luo Yun leaves from several locations he had previously scouted during the day. Subsequently, he changed his attire in a secluded corner and hurriedly departed. At the rendezvous point with Lei Chun, he found him panting heavily, awaiting his arrival. Without a word, Su Ming brushed past him. Lei Chun was momentarily taken aback, yet he silently followed suit, and the two swiftly vanished into the night-shrouded forest. As they hurried along, Su Ming frequently changed directions without pausing for breath until dawn began to break, at which point he finally slowed, his complexion pale and filled with trepidation. Lei Chun, gasping for air, though puzzled, did not inquire further. Especially when Su Ming tossed him 5 stone coins, he caught them and instantly broke into a silly grin of excitement. After a brief rest, Su Ming rose once more, racing alongside Lei Chun toward the direction of their tribe. This time he did not halt, but rather propelled himself forward at full speed, his movements swift and agile. Although his cultivation level did not match that of Lei Chun, his speed left even Lei Chun astounded. This haul had proven quite fruitful initially. He had intended to purchase 5 Luo Yun leaves as a trial if the medicinal stones did not sell, yet the outcome had been surprisingly smooth. As he advanced, a contemplative expression crossed Su Ming's face. The one-eyed man must have been intimidated by me, yet one cannot afford to be complacent. Returning to the tribe swiftly is paramount. Su Ming remained vigilant, even as they distanced themselves from the marketplace, occasionally altering their course and employing his experience in the forest to erase any traces of their passage. As the sun ascended in the distance, with still some time before noon, Su Ming and Lei Chun finally caught sight of their tribe. Here, Su Ming could finally breathe a sigh of relief, a smile gracing his face. Finally back home, Su Ming. You still Haven T told me how you knew Bai Ling was from the Wulong tribe yesterday? Breathless, Lei Chun seized the opportunity as Su Ming slowed his pace to voice a long-held question. Bai Ling, the image of a tall, extraordinarily beautiful woman flickered before Su Ming's eyes, particularly the scene where she crinkled her nose, her sparkling eyes radiating a wild beauty. I didn't know she was from the Wulong tribe. A smile crept across Su Ming's lips. That woman named Bai Ling was the most stunning person he had ever encountered throughout his life. Impossible. If you didn't know, how could you articulate it so effortlessly? Lei Chun pondered this question for a long time, yet found no answer. Seeing Su Ming's reluctance to elaborate only heightened his urgency. Su Ming glanced at Lei Chun and chuckled. Lei Chun, could it be that you have taken a liking to her? Nonsense. Lei Chun vigorously shook his head, mumbling to himself. She's too slender for my taste. I prefer women of a more robust stature. He scratched his head, having always favored the more robust women of his tribe since childhood. As Su Ming laughed and bantered with Lei Chun while they made their way to the tribe, their carefree smiles and camaraderie began to spread like warmth against the frigid winter winds. The 3 individuals following Bai Ling bore the Wulong totem, a distinctive mark among those who adorned themselves with it, exclusive to the Wulong tribe. Approaching the tribe, Su Ming spoke with a grin. Upon hearing this, Lei Chun could not help but smile ruefully, surprised by the simplicity of the realization. After a safe journey, Su Ming and Lei Chun returned to their tribe. Inside his humble abode, Su Ming retrieved the Luo Yun leaves he had purchased during their visit to the trading post, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. The mountain spirit elixir. I wonder what effects it will yield this time. Su Ming contemplated, resolute in his decision. Grandfather advised me to refrain from venturing out recently. I shall make a swift trip. It shouldn't take too long. Meanwhile, far from the Wushan tribe, an extraordinary event was unfolding within the trading post. The catalyst for this incident lay in the round vial of medicine. After Su Ming's departure, the one-eyed man hesitated for a long while within the confines of his leather tent, refusing to meet any other customers for trade. In a moment of determination, he clenched his teeth and hurriedly approached the grand purple leather tent of the trading post's proprietor, clutching the small bottle containing the medicinal stone. Chapter 25. The blood moon begins. After waiting for an extended period outside the tent, he was finally granted entry. With an expression of reverence, he stepped inside, and half an hour later, he exited with a face radiating joyous ecstasy. Within the purple tent sat 2 elderly men, both with graying hair, yet bright and spirited eyes. Before them lay an unremarkable little vial, which was empty. One of the old men, donned in a white robe, delicately held a medicinal stone between his fingers. After a prolonged moment of scrutiny, a glimmer of brilliance flickered in his eyes, mingled with astonishment and hesitation. He contemplated for a moment, brought the stone to his nose, and closed his eyes. After a considerable pause, he abruptly opened them. Indeed, as he had stated, It possessed an unbelievable efficacy. In all his years at the Fengtian tribe, he had never encountered such a substance. Its appearance suggested it was not an ancient remedy, lacking the marks of time, but rather freshly concocted not long ago. What could this possibly be? Alas, time had elapsed, and the malevolent entities were not to be trifled with. Otherwise, he could ascertain its origins. The other elder spoke slowly, urging caution. Do not act rashly. The one capable of presenting this treasure is likely either a high-ranking practitioner of blood condensation or a foreign malevolent entity. Brother Zhou, I shall take this treasure back to the tribe. Perhaps our Fengtian tribe's chief can recognize it. As he spoke, the white-robed elder placed the medicinal stone into the little vial with great care, then waved his hand, causing the vial to vanish without a trace. That is as it should be. The elder across from him nodded in agreement. This item is of utmost importance. I shall depart first, and if there are any results, I will convey them to you. The white-robed elder rose, bowed respectfully to the man named Zhou, and hastily exited the purple tent. With a single step, his figure distorted, transforming into a cloud of white mist that soared into the sky, quickly vanishing from sight. As dawn broke, in a vast prairie some distance away, there stood a formidable tribe, grand in scale, resembling a city. Surrounding it were 6 other tribes akin to the Wushan tribe. At its heart lay a massive earthen city. This city stood majestically, akin to a colossal beast looming over the land, with its inhabitants numbering in the thousands, far surpassing the Wushan tribe. The 6 tribes outside the earthen city were direct vassals. Some had been conquered by the Fengtian tribe, while others sought refuge here due to unforeseen circumstances, ultimately becoming part of the Fengtian tribe. Though the Fengtian tribe was classified as a medium-sized tribe, it was among the weaker ones, given that the Wushan vicinity was a remote corner of the savages. However, it was precisely this remoteness that allowed the Fengtian tribe to establish dominance in the area, ruling over many smaller tribes and being the sole tribe capable of connecting with higher echelons. At this moment, as the first rays of sunlight began to grace the horizon, a white mist rushed forth, coalescing into the figure of the white-robed elder just outside the earthen city. His countenance was grave as he entered the city, where every member of the Fengtian tribe he encountered stopped respectfully to bow. In the center of the earthen city stood a pitch-black altar, shaped like a pentagon and towering 10 zhang high, adorned with totems of birds and beasts, exuding an aura of primal essence. The white-robed elder stood reverently beneath the altar, and after a brief moment, a gentle voice resonated from above. Shihai, what brings you here? To report to the chief. Shihai discovered an unprecedented medicinal substance within the Zhou Ran tribe, one that possesses incredible effects. The white-robed elder took a deep breath and spoke solemnly. Oh, let us see it, the gentle voice responded. The elder raised his right hand, and a flash of light appeared. A small vial materialized, seemingly drawn by some peculiar force, and began to ascend towards the altar. The surroundings fell into silence, save for the occasional whispering wind that brushed against the elder's garments as he stood motionless, awaiting the response. After a while, the gentle voice returned, though this time laced with surprise. Is there only one? Only one, the white-robed elder promptly replied. I have never encountered such a medicinal substance. It contains structures I do not comprehend, and it is evident that it was recently concocted. Who exchanged it in the tribe? The voice exuded a hint of gravity. It was a malevolent entity, the white-robed elder whispered. Locate him. Mobilize all forces to find this individual. Inform him that if he joins our Fengtian tribe, I shall grant him the status of a guest of honor. The gentle voice surged with urgency. The white-robed elder inhaled deeply and respectfully acknowledged, though he discerned the extraordinary nature of the medicinal substance. He had not anticipated that the chief desired to recruit this individual as a guest of honor. This status was immensely prestigious, placing him on par with various leaders, aside from the tribe chief and the chief himself. With the departure of the white-robed elder, this command was set into motion throughout the Fengtian tribe, akin to a vast net cast to seek the malevolent entity they believed to exist. Meanwhile, Su Ming was within his own dwelling in the Wushan tribe, having reached a decisive conclusion. At dawn the following day, he left the tribe alone, venturing into the forest towards the direction of Black Flame Peak. Navigating the familiar terrain with ease, Su Ming, having reached the second layer of blood condensation, found his agility and speed significantly enhanced. Even Lei Chen could barely keep up with him, and in this familiar forest, Su Ming's pace quickened. By midday, he had already arrived at the base of Black Flame Peak. With a leap, he ascended the mountain until he returned to his own refining cave. He set down the woven basket he had carried, filled with various herbs he had gathered for this round of refinement. Noticing that Xiao Hong was absent, likely off playing, Su Ming scanned the cave, confirming no signs of trouble, and then sat cross-legged on the ground. Focusing, he circulated the blood within him, achieving a state of optimal readiness as the 10 bloodlines flickered with vigor. He even sensed a hint of impending breakthrough, as if the 11th bloodline was on the verge of manifesting. Grandfather said I would soon reach the 3rd layer. It has not been long. Yet I feel an abundance of vitality. The techniques of the savages are indeed profound. Su Ming opened his eyes, a flash of brilliance igniting within them. Recalling the moment, he expelled the black filth from his body. Deciding to delay the refinement, he resolved to push forward and break through to the 2nd layer. After a brief contemplation, he retrieved an item from his pocket, the Tianyin grass. After glancing at the herb, he swallowed a pellet of Qingqin san and then plucked a leaf from the grass, crushing it and consuming it. Closing his eyes once more, Su Ming entered a meditative state. Moments later, sweat began to pour from his body, and as the blood light radiated, the 11th bloodline subtly began to emerge. After several hours, a muffled sound resonated within him, and the 11th bloodline coalesced, unleashing a surge of vitality within Su Ming. He opened his eyes, which now gleamed with brightness. Blood condensation, 3rd layer. He murmured, excitement etched across his face. After stretching his body, he took hold of the herbs and began the process of refining the mountain spirit powder, employing the methods he had memorized. Su Ming was no longer the naive individual of months past. He had grown adept in the art of refinement and had gained experience utilizing the flames available in this place. As the temperature rose, he casually shed his leather garment, exposing his upper body, moving to the side of the, occasionally inhaling the scents of the herbs and grinding them to toss into the cauldron. Time slipped away unnoticed, and the sky outside gradually darkened, while the forest fell into a profound silence. Even the sounds of birds and beasts weakened to the point of imperceptibility. As the sky dimmed, the bright moon ascended high, yet this night's moon was markedly different from the usual. Its hue was distinctly crimson, resembling a blood moon suspended in the heavens. This peculiar phenomenon seemed to envelop the earth with an eerie aura, particularly around the vicinity of Wu Mountain, where the sounds of wildlife had nearly vanished, and even the faintest whimpers ceased abruptly, as if they dared not make a sound. Within the forest beneath Black Flame Peak, a flickering red shadow darted away. It was the little monkey, bearing a grave expression and eyes brimming with vigilance. Occasionally, it glanced up at the crimson moon, a flicker of panic crossing its face. Hesitating in its advance, it was unaware that Su Ming had returned. It promptly altered its course, no longer heading toward Black Flame Peak, and in a flash, it vanished into the thicket, seeking refuge. As the darkness deepened, the moon's hue intensified to a vivid red, and soon, the entire Wu Mountain appeared to bathe in crimson. At that moment, faint yet piercing roars echoed from within the mountain, growing ever stronger with the passage of time, until they reverberated beyond Wu Mountain. These roars seemed imbued with boundless resentment, sending shivers through those who heard them, as if their very souls were being shaken. Prolonged exposure to this sound evoked a sensation akin to blood igniting within one's veins, instilling a profound sense of dread. The howls resonated through the heavens, mirrored by the blood moon, casting an aura of enigmatic mystery over the entirety of Wu Mountain. That night, the 3 tribes surrounding Wu Mountain remained on high alert. The Wu Mountain tribe, under the guardianship of their fierce warriors, returned to their dwellings early, venturing outside only with great caution, while all the warriors, led personally by the chieftain, stood sentinel over the tribe. The elder stood atop the highest point of the tribe, a platform constructed of colossal timber, grasping a black bone staff, gazing into the distance with a flicker of concern in his eyes. He had sensed Su Ming's departure but had not anticipated that this day marked the blood moon night occurring once every 3 years, and that this particular blood moon had arrived several months earlier than usual. This strange occurrence left him even more perplexed. Fire. After a long pause, the elder suddenly spoke, and immediately the tribe's people surrounding the great timber platform brandished torches, placing them beneath the structure, igniting it in a blaze. The elder, amidst the inferno, remained composed, murmuring arcane incantations. Not only the Wu Mountain tribe experienced this. In another direction, a similar scene unfolded in the Wulong tribe. The elder of the Wulong tribe, draped in a voluminous robe with disheveled hair, appeared androgynous, holding aloft the skull of a peculiar beast adorned with a single horn, emitting a piercing, shrill sound from their lips. Among the Wulong tribe's folk stood an exceptionally beautiful maiden, her complexion pale as she gazed up at the blood moon in the sky. Chapter 26. The Legend of the Fire Barbarians. The young maiden, Bai Ling, was gripped by fear as she observed the elder of her tribe conducting a solemn ritual. Around her, the faces of her fellow tribesmen were pale, mirroring her own trepidation. The blood moon, which appeared once every 3 years, typically manifested only after the snow on Mount Wu had completely melted, ensuring an abundance of beasts for sacrifice to avert calamity. Yet now, it had arrived far too early. Bai Ling bit her lip, her anxiety deepening as she scanned her surroundings. Meanwhile, Su Ming was deeply engrossed in concocting elixirs within the molten cave. Beads of sweat dotting his brow as his gaze remained fixated on the chaotic flames of the stone furnace, adjusting their intensity with precision. Soon, a muffled explosion echoed from the furnace, and Su Ming could only manage a wry smile as he wiped his brow, knowing he had failed once again. The mountain spirit elixir proved to be far more challenging than the cleansing elixir. With a shake of his head, he opened the furnace, only to be greeted by a plume of acrid smoke that wafted forth. Sighing inwardly, he was about to resume his work when he felt a sudden turbulence within his body, as if his vital energies were swirling uncontrollably. Furrowing his brow, he glanced around but found nothing amiss. How peculiar. After a moment of contemplation, he resumed his alchemical endeavors. At that very moment, in a different direction on Mount Wu, within the Black Mountain tribe, the atmosphere was starkly different, though there were numerous tribesmen present. Their eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty excitement as they gazed up at the sky. Roars erupted from their throats, not only from the warriors, but even the ordinary tribesfolk, their voices merging into a resonant wave of sound. At the center of the throng stood a small hill composed of countless red stones, upon which stood a gaunt old man clad in a black robe. His cold gaze was fixed upon the blood moon, a cruel smile playing at the corners of his mouth. In ancient times, a tribe known as the Fire Barbarians wielded tremendous power, mastering the fires of heaven and earth, capable of incinerating the sky in fury and reversing the very elements in wrath. Their fearsome reputation instilled dread even in those outside the barbarian tribes, as they were one of the 8 great tribes of the barbarian race. The old man, with a voice raspy and reminiscent of whispers, seemed to speak to the heavens, recounting the tribe's desire to seize celestial artifacts, which led to their divine punishment. After enduring 9 trials, all but the fire barbarians perished in flames, their souls scattered. Yet, the resilience of the fire barbarians remained unbroken. Even after such tribulations, they sought to defy the divine and establish their own autonomy. The divine, in a fit of retribution, unleashed devastating powers to obliterate the tribe. In the climactic battle, despite the death of their leader, the fire barbarian king unleashed a technique that instilled fear in the divine, ensuring the immortality of all surviving warriors. The old man's eyes glinted with a strange light as he raised his right hand, his shriveled fingers enveloped in dark energy, transforming into grotesque specters. However, he was mistaken. Though he had granted eternal life to the warriors, the divine's ancient methods stripped them of their humanity, turning them into blood moon specters, forever shrouded in darkness, devoid of reason, driven solely by a thirst for blood. Their anguish and rage coalesced into a tide of resentment that stained the moon red every 3 years, allowing them to emerge briefly from their slumber. Today, I, the Black Mountain tribe's leader, Bai Tu, shall assist you. The gaunt old man laughed ominously, biting his tongue to draw blood, which he then expelled. The mound of red stones beneath him erupted with a thunderous roar, sending countless stones soaring into the sky. Bai Tu's form floated eerily above the ground, arms outstretched, a visage of madness and exhilaration. As the stones spun rapidly in the air, they coalesced into a vast pattern, a circular shape adorned with a crimson crescent. Awaken, moon wings. Emerge from your long slumber. Bai Tu cried, spitting another mouthful of blood, which transformed into a crimson mist that fused with the massive pattern in the sky. The pattern erupted with a resounding blast, unleashing a wave of red fog that rolled outward. At that moment, the entire Mount Wu trembled violently, the quake resonating clearly, akin to the earth moving beneath their feet, causing a stir among the tribes of Mount Wu and the neighboring Wulong tribe. Within the Black Flame Peak-esque cave, Su Ming felt the tremors distinctly. His expression shifted, and amidst the disturbance, he faintly heard the echoes of weak roars emanating from the depths of the cave. Startled, he abandoned his work, retreating a few steps toward the exit. As he emerged from the small opening, he nearly gasped in shock upon witnessing the blood moon above. The blood moon. Su Ming's complexion drained of color. Simultaneously, a thick stench of blood wafted from the peak, and without a moment's hesitation, he understood the implications of the blood moon, even having calculated its timing. Yet, he had never anticipated its early arrival. He swiftly turned back, re-entering the cave, aware that remaining outside offered no refuge, and time was of the essence. Inside the cave, he frantically drew forth a bone horn, scraping it against the wall with urgency. The roars from the cave's depths growing increasingly distinct, accompanied by other ominous sounds. With his eyes reddened, Su Ming, familiar with the cave's layout, quickly excavated a hollow with the sharp bone horn. He squeezed into the space and sealed the entrance with the rubble, disregarding the intense heat within his makeshift hideaway. Just as he burrowed into the hollow, a surge of red mist erupted from the depths of the cave, enveloping the entire space before spilling out through the exit. The cacophony of anguished cries resonating clearly in his ears. Outside, beneath the glow of the blood moon, the 5 peaks of Mount Wu erupted like volcanoes, a thunderous roar accompanying the release of vast clouds of red mist. This mist seemed to have always existed within the mountains, now bursting forth to obscure the sky. The fog emanating from Wulong Peak poured from fissures in the mountain, particularly from the very spot where Su Ming had encountered the Wulong's essence. Had he observed closely, he would have noticed that those areas were precisely where the Wulong had skirted around, fearful of entering. The other peaks mirrored this phenomenon, especially the Black Flame Peak, which unleashed a particularly impressive volume of mist. Amidst this fog, a resonant hum reverberated, intermingled with the sound of wings flapping. Merging into a terrifying symphony of death, red figures surged forth from the peaks, accompanied by piercing screams that echoed across the land. These figures were none other than the Moonwings, small, winged creatures with blood-red eyes, possessing 6 limbs and human-like faces, exuding an aura of frenzied bloodlust, numerous and overwhelming. The Moonwings numbered in the tens of thousands, blanketing the earth as they charged toward the Black Mountain Tribe, the Wu Mountain Tribe, the Wulong Tribe, and all creatures dwelling within the forest. Devoid of reason and consumed by vengeance, they were relentless in their slaughter, particularly drawn to the blood of the barbarian tribes, which ignited their frenzy, compelling them to bypass other beasts and head straight for the barbarian strongholds. Within the Ushan tribe, chaos erupted among the clansmen, their terrified screams echoing through the air. Chun Xion's complexion turned pale as she clung tightly to Bailing, who was equally ashen-faced. In the distance, Lei Chen exhibited an extreme agitation, his immediate instinct driving him to search for Su Ming, yet he found no trace of him, as worry enveloped him. His heart raced at the sight unfolding in the sky. The panicked ordinary clansmen were swiftly silenced by the fierce warriors of the tribe, and gradually, the gaze of every individual turned toward the burning wooden platform and the figures gazing skyward. Grandfather's face was ashen, hidden beneath the glow of the flames, his pupils constricting as he beheld the distant crimson mist and heard the faint echoes of frenzied roars. How could this be? Not only had the time advanced, but the numbers had also surged so dramatically. In previous years, there were only thousands. He inhaled sharply, resolutely raising his voice. The ordinary clansmen immediately sought refuge, while the warriors obeyed his command, retrieving all the stored meat, slashing their wounds, and awaiting his orders. Grandfather trembled slightly, casting a glance at his clansmen before closing his eyes. A similar scene unfolded within the Wulong tribe, whereby Ling observed the surrounding clansmen, gripped by fear as they listened to grandfather's commands. The terror in her eyes deepened as she recalled the haunting memory from 9 years ago, when, as a child, she witnessed a playmate being seized by countless moon wings, disappearing amidst the mist with the child's piercing cries, dragged into the depths of Ushan, awaiting a slow demise. The blood moon in the sky, veiled by the mist, flickered in and out of sight, yet the crimson shadows racing through the fog approached steadily. This multitude of moon wings divided into 3 factions, each heading directly toward the nearby tribes. In the Ushan tribe, grandfather fixed his gaze firmly on the heavens. At the moment the moon wings arrived, he swung his bone staff with vigor, causing the inferno beneath him to erupt, enveloping the entire tribe. Strangely, this sea of flames did not consume the surrounding flora and dwellings. Instead, it appeared as an ethereal illusion, wrapping the tribe in its embrace. Cast the beast offerings, grandfather bellowed, prompting the terrified clansmen and warriors to hurl bloody beasts toward the sky with all their might. Almost immediately after the chieftain of the Ushan tribe bellowed, a multitude of moonings descended from the blood-tinged firmament, which was saturated with a sanguine mist that obscured the crimson moon. They plummeted into the skies above the Ushan settlement with a chorus of piercing screeches that drowned out all other sounds, becoming the sole auditory presence of this moonlit night of blood. Creatures whose pelts were stained with gore were hurled into the air by the tribe's folk. Before they could even descend, the countless moonings, resembling a sanguine cloud, swiftly coalesced. Amidst the agonizing cries, these beasts were entirely enveloped by the moonings, their bodies pierced by a myriad of sharp teeth. They were instantly reduced to desiccated corpses, their blood and life force consumed by the moonings. All that remained were the skeletal remains, which crashed onto the earth with dull thuds. After a few final twitches, they all succumbed to death. Numerous moonings, disregarding the offered beasts, dove directly toward the settlement below. Their scarlet eyes gleamed with cruelty and bloodlust, their target being the barbaric inhabitants of this village. Screams, sobs, and roars intermingled, forming a dissonant melody that resonated with the mooning screeches. A macabre symphony played out on this eerie moonlit night. However, the sea of flames encircling the entire village acted as an impregnable barrier, causing the approaching moonings to veer away with piercing cries. Like the fire that could not consume the wooden dwellings, it posed a fatal threat to them. Throw more. The chieftain commanded from within the fiery inferno, his gaze fixed gravely on the heavens. Immediately, more tribesfolk below, gripped by terror, continued to hurl the beasts they had stored for the winter, as if in an act of feeding or sacrifice, inciting the moonings in the sky to ravenously devour them. As time ebbed away, and all the beasts stored for the winter had become meals for the moonings, their desiccated remains littering the ground, the moonings in the firmament, driven by their sanguinary frenzy, began to dive in droves, as if to breach the fiery barrier and descend upon the settlement to feast on the blood of the barbarians that inflamed their scarlet eyes. With a wave of his right hand, the chieftain transformed the sea of flames into a colossal vortex, whirling and churning, single-handedly confronting the moonings in the sky. Simultaneously, a barrage of arrows soared from the settlement, piercing the fiery barrier to engage the moonings in combat. Yet, against these creatures of peculiar vitality, nearly immortal, such attacks proved futile. The flapping of wings and the piercing screeches filled the Ushan tribe with dread. Before long, several moonings breached the fiery barrier, sweeping through the settlement, plunging the Ushan tribe into momentary chaos. A similar scene unfolded in the Wulong settlement. Only the Black Dragon tribe remained eerily still. All the tribesfolk within the settlement were prostrate on the ground, motionless. In the sky above, the barbarian chieftain of the Black Mountain tribe, Bidu, stood with arms outstretched, a fanatical expression on his face, uttering strange incantations to the heavens. Countless moonings swirled around him, many clinging to his body, their sharp teeth piercing his flesh, drinking his blood. Yet, Bidu seemed oblivious to the pain, offering no resistance. Instead, his fanaticism intensified, as his complexion gradually paled. The strange incantations emanating from his lips grew louder. I sacrifice my blood to you, the fire barbarians of ancient eons. You who have attained immortality, transformed into moonings. Devour my barbarian blood, and infuse your fire barbarian blood into my veins. Dihi Hong La Dong. Bidu roared to the heavens. Instantly, his body erupted with blinding black light. As the black light spread, all the moonings on his body shrieked. Their bodies rapidly shrunk, the scarlet glow in their eyes dimming instantly. In moments, they seemed to lose all life, falling from Bidu's body. But more moonings swarmed in, as if in a frenzy once more. In this cyclical process, Bidu absorbed a vast amount of mooning blood. His body swelled at a rate visible to the naked eye, and an aura of intense vitality erupted from within him. Drawn by this aura, not only did the moonings above the Black Mountain tribe swarm in, but even those heading towards the Ushan and Wulong settlements sensed it. They dispersed, changing direction to converge on the Black Mountain tribe. Not far from the Black Mountain tribe, a figure shrouded in black robes stood out starkly against the tribesfolk prostrate on the ground. The style of his robes was beyond the means of any small tribe in the vicinity. Standing there, he watched the Black Mountain barbarian chieftain in the sky, a sinister smile playing on his lips. I imparted to you the method of finding moonstones to summon the fire barbarian moonings, and revealed the quickest path to becoming a Kai Chun realm cultivator. Whether you succeed or not depends on your destiny. Compared to the tragic events unfolding outside, Su Ming was relatively safe. He pushed aside the stones blocking the entrance of the cavern and quickly scrambled out, his skin blistered in several places. His lips were parched, and his heart pounded in his chest. This is actually a mooning roost. Su Ming stared intently into the depths of the cavern. He had heard many tales of moonings since childhood and knew the terror of these strange beasts, especially the rumors of their near immortality, which made Su Ming's eyes narrow. After a moment of contemplation, he slowly crawled out of the exit. As he neared the outside, he peeked out quickly. His eyes widened as he took in the scene. The sky was filled with a crimson mist, within which screeches echoed and countless moonings swarmed. Su Ming quickly retreated, hesitating before slowly returning to the cavern, where he began to pace back and forth. I wonder how the settlement is. I can't go out now. If I do, I'll be spotted by the moonings immediately. Su Ming frowned, his heart filled with anxiety about the situation of his settlement. But he knew there was nothing he could do. A glint flashed in his eyes as he stared into the depths of the cavern. Gradually, his eyes began to shine. The number of moonings this time is clearly much greater than usual, and judging by the looks of it, this cavern should be empty. Su Ming hesitated for a moment, then slowly moved forward, past the area where he had tempered his body, and gazed into the depths of the cavern. His eyes filled with determination. I might as well go take a look and see what's inside that would cause the mooning beasts to roost here year after year. Maybe I can find their secrets and bring them back to tell the chieftain, which might be of some help to him. With that, Su Ming shot off towards the depths of the cavern, which he had never explored before. Strangely enough, the cavern was usually constantly hot, with waves of unbearable heat washing over him. But now, as Su Ming ventured deeper, he felt no heat at all. Instead, a chilling sensation emanated from the depths of the cavern. As Su Ming made his way into the depths of the cavern, the three tribes below Mount Ushan were once again in turmoil. In the Ushan settlement, more than 100 moonings had breached the fiery barrier and were attacking the people of the Ushan tribe. The barbarian warriors fought valiantly, and Bei Ling's eyes flashed with cold light as he protected Chen Xian behind him. Cold air emanated from his right hand, forming sharp ice flowers that spread around him. He had several wounds on his body, from which blood flowed. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed as he looked into the distance. Without hesitation, he reached behind him with his right hand and grabbed his bow. The moment Bei Ling grasped the bow, a chilling aura erupted from his body. He drew the bowstring with his left hand, pulling it back sharply. The arrowhead gleamed, instantly causing the surrounding ice flowers to rapidly coalesce and shoot out towards the spot he was looking at. In the distance, Lei Chun, driven by a bloodthirsty intent, bore several moon wings upon his form, yet he paid them no heed. Instead, in a frenzy, he seized one of the wings and, without hesitation, attempted to bite into it. Dare to siphon the blood of my esteemed lay grandfather? I shall drain yours as well. However, at the very moment he lunged at the moon wing, he became acutely aware of dozens of moon wings descending upon him from the sky. With his current cultivation, he was utterly incapable of contending with such a multitude. In that perilous instant, a chilling gust surged forth, heralded by an arrow gleaming with frost-laden flowers. With a thunderous explosion, it erupted above Lei Chun, sending the multitude of moon wings spiraling away, thus rescuing him. Startled, Lei Chun turned to glance at the indifferent Bei Ling, whose bow was now lowered, a flicker of complexity flashing in his gaze. The chieftain of the Wushan tribe, his own vitality surging wildly, wielded a silver spear that, when cast, resonated with deafening echoes, creating turbulent waves that forced the moon wings to disperse. Yet, despite this, the sheer number of descending moon wings was overwhelming. Some ordinary tribesfolk were caught in anguished cries, perilously lifted towards the heavens by the moon wings. At that moment, the elder intervened, brandishing a bone staff. With a single sweep, the entire tribe seemed to tremble as a colossal figure materialized from thin air. This figure, eyes ablaze with cruelty, appeared to animate, especially as it held aloft a serpent-like creature that roared toward the sky, sweeping across the surroundings. As time slipped away, the night of the blood moon gradually waned, yet the battle within the tribe intensified. Ultimately, the moon wings ceased their bloodletting, opting instead to seize the living tribespeople, as if to transport them to their lairs as sustenance. As the distant sky began to brighten, a piercing shriek echoed from within the Wulong tribe. Among the myriad of moon-winged beasts, a white figure emerged, her exquisite visage tinged with pallor and despair, captured alongside several tribesfolk, being whisked away towards Wushan. Behind them, an elderly woman clad in coarse garments exhibited a countenance of anxiety, pursuing them relentlessly. However, before she could chase too far, the cries of anguish from within the Wulong tribe pierced the air, and with sorrow-tinged eyes, she abruptly turned, abandoning her pursuit to protect her own tribe. The white-clad figure, witnessing this scene, shed silent tears. Yet those tears fell from the sky, their destination unknown, unseen by any. As daylight gradually illuminated the horizon, and the blood moon dispersed, a multitude of moon wings howled as they surged towards Wushan from all directions. Among them, a cluster of moon wings carried several tribesfolk, including the white-robed woman, directly towards the black flame peak, where they vanished into its shadowy entrances. Chapter 28. The Tribe of Antiquity Within the Depths of the Molten Cave. Su Ming advanced with caution, his movements deliberate as he traversed the dimly lit passage. Vigilant and alert, he only shifted his position after assessing the path ahead. His grip on the bone horn firm, his gaze shimmering with intent. The vitality coursing through him surged, empowering him to unleash the strength of his 11 bloodlines at a moment's notice. With each step, he instinctively sought nearby cover, prepared to conceal himself should danger arise, or to evade should the moon wings return unexpectedly. Though curiosity stirred within him towards the unknown, his inherent caution tempered that inquisitiveness, particularly in the face of potential peril. As he continued deeper into the cave, the chilling atmosphere became increasingly palpable, and the scarcity of forks in the path allowed him to quicken his pace. The surroundings were shrouded in darkness, with walls marred by a myriad of cracks, some evidently old from years of heat exposure, while others appeared freshly formed, their colors indicating a recent emergence. A flicker of intrigue crossed Su Ming's mind. What force could cause such fissures to manifest? Perhaps a sudden transition from extreme heat to cold unleashed an unimaginable power. He scratched his head, dismissing the thought, choosing instead to commit this observation to memory. Time felt elongated as he journeyed onward, and suddenly his steps faltered. The molten cave ahead widened considerably, expanding further into the depths. Could he have reached the core? He scrutinized his surroundings, stepping cautiously forward, and soon he found himself in a cavernous expanse, inhaling deeply as he contemplated the scene before him. Before him lay a vast cavern, comparable in size to his tribe, surrounded by numerous small openings, dozens, in fact. The small opening he had emerged from was but one among many. Contemplating, Su Ming approached, his gaze flitting from one hole to another, until he focused intently on one in particular. Without hesitation, he darted inside, for within this opening, he detected a faint scent of blood. Clearly, this was the passage from which the moonwings had fled. He raced through the narrow tunnel, occasionally pausing to chip away at the walls with his bone horn, carving out sizable stones akin in dimensions to the passage itself. Though the task proved cumbersome, his determination remained unwavering, and he produced several such stones as he advanced. Each stone was meticulously placed aside at a precise angle after being chiseled. Gradually, his cautiousness transformed into swiftness as he sensed his path led towards the mountain's base, causing the area to expand. He pressed deeper into the small opening, running until he perceived a flicker of red light in the distance. The crimson glow, reminiscent of fire, was initially indistinct, but upon closer inspection, it beckoned him forward. As he approached, his heart raced, a premonition of reaching a conclusion enveloping him. Yet a sensation akin to his blood igniting coursed through his veins, an all too familiar feeling. The walls around him bore countless scratches and markings, some resembling bite marks, exuding an eerie atmosphere that heightened his apprehension. Nevertheless, he continued onward towards the source of the fiery luminescence. Indeed, he had reached the end of the passage, confronting a more expansive molten cave below. Peering down, he was struck dumb, instinctively retreating a few steps, gasping in astonishment. Before him lay a vast basin, filled with jagged, mountain-like protrusions, all gray, yet radiating a chilling aura that enveloped the cave in frigid air. Yet, it was not merely the icy spires that left him in disbelief. Within this basin, there existed a tribe. Numerous stone structures, enclosures, and lookout posts dotted the area, and in several locations, Su Ming discerned cooking pots fashioned from stone. Each dwelling bore a totem, depicting a blazing flame. The stone houses, impressively constructed and meticulously arranged, appeared even more opulent than those of his own Wu Mountain tribe. Pathways paved with stone meandered through the settlement, each dotted with irregular stones, though Su Ming could not ascertain their purpose. This was no ordinary tribe. It was a fragment of a much larger entity. His gaze settled on several structures at the tribe's periphery, which appeared to have been cleaved in half by some strange force, leaving only one portion in this basin. The other half remained a mystery, lost to time. Moreover, the ground beneath the tribe, aside from the stone-paved paths, resembled earth, starkly contrasting with the surrounding rocky terrain. Su Ming's breath quickened as he absorbed the sight before him, his mind echoing with the legends of the fire barbarians he had heard from his grandfather. Gradually, a vivid image unfolded in his mind, a colossal tribe sprawling across the land, its boundaries seemingly limitless. All structures within were crafted from stone, adorned with the emblem of flames, a representation of the tribe's name. However, one fateful day, this tribe underwent a cataclysm, torn apart by an unknown force, scattering like debris. and mysteriously displaced along with the land they inhabited. A fragment of this tribe and its territory had been transported into the very heart of Wu Mountain. This was no mere legend. Su Ming gazed in disbelief at the extraordinary scene before him, murmuring softly. His eyes scanned the tribe, ultimately fixing upon a more peculiar sight at its center, where a colossal tree, or something resembling one, stood. It radiated a fiery red light, the same glow that had drawn him in the passage. The trunk was thick enough to require several people to encircle it, its roots penetrating deep into the earth, seemingly intertwining with the very core of the Black Flame Peak. This tree bore only a trunk, its upper portion piercing through the rocky ceiling of the cave, as if only a fragment of its true form was visible. A tree rooted within the Black Flame Peak. Su Ming's gaze remained riveted on the trunk, where familiar crimson flowers blossomed, exuding an enchanting beauty. The sight of those flowers conjured memories of the eerie marshes in the jungle. In silence, Su Ming withdrew his gaze, contemplating the remnants of this ancient tribe, buried in the annals of time. A wave of sorrow washed over him, and with a soft sigh, he leapt down, standing amidst this tribe. Once among the 8 great tribes of the barbaric age, the Fire Barbarian tribe, bold enough to challenge the divine beings. Thus, it can be said that those moon wings must indeed be the transformations of the immortal Fire Barbarian people, as recounted in legends. Yet, how astonishing it is to believe that such barbaric arts exist. The prowess of the Fire Barbarian Lord must be of an extraordinary caliber. The ancient scroll spoke of the stages. After the coagulation of blood comes the dawn of dust, and after the dawn, the rite of bones. However, it offered no further elaboration on the realm beyond the rite, merely referring to it as a barbarian master. As Su Ming gazed upon the ancient tribe before him, he gradually stepped into its depths in silence. The village was eerily desolate. Aside from the dwellings and some miscellaneous objects, he perceived no remnants of bones. The surrounding stillness enveloped the area in a suffocating atmosphere. Lost in contemplation, he treaded upon a path strewn with uneven stones, feeling a slight discomfort underfoot. Curiosity compelled him to look down, pondering the purpose of this place, and as he moved forward, his steps suddenly halted. Out of the corner of his eye, he sensed something and abruptly lifted his gaze toward the distant edge of the divided tribe, where a skeleton leaned against the rock wall. The skeleton was obscured by some buildings, rendering it invisible to Su Ming earlier, yet now, from his vantage point, it was vividly apparent. The instant he laid eyes upon the bones, his pupils constricted sharply. This was the sole skeleton he had encountered in this vicinity. He hastened a few steps to the side of the remains, scrutinizing them closely, and a shiver coursed through his body. The skeleton was peculiar. Its upper half resembled that of a human, yet appeared withered and shrunken, while its lower half exhibited an even stranger form, as if it were melting away, starkly contrasting with that of an ordinary person. Moreover, 2 bony wings seemed poised to emerge from its back, bearing a resemblance to the moon wings. It was as if this individual, in their final moments, underwent a transformation of the bones, suffering the agony of becoming a moon wing. Remarkably, the expression on the skeleton's face betrayed no sign of pain. Instead, it bore a hint of mockery and pride. Yet, one wonders to whom this derision was directed. His right index finger pressed deeply into the adjacent rock wall, and as Su Ming followed the line of his finger, he gazed up to discover a line of clear inscriptions upon the wall. They were characters belonging to the barbarian tribe. The moment Su Ming's eyes fell upon the writing, a sudden rustling of wings echoed from the entrance of the passage, intermingled with chilling roars and faint cries of despair. The moon wings have returned. Su Ming's countenance changed instantly. Chapter 29. Lament. The sound of flapping wings howled through the tranquil ruins of the tribe, as if a tempest were brewing. Su Ming's gaze flickered, yet his body remained immobile. Though the echoes of the wings and sharp screeches reverberated in his ears, Su Ming understood the length of the passage. Despite the sounds arriving first, there was still a brief moment before the moon wings returned to this place. This time, though fleeting, marked his final moments here. Without hesitation, Su Ming focused intently on the peculiar bones nearby, his eyes drawn to the inscriptions etched into the rocky wall. The heavens above are vast. Why do you weep alone? The opening phrase of the inscription conveyed a wildness and dominance that made Su Ming's pupils constrict at a mere glance. The meaning eluded him. Yet the profound sorrow and solitary pride emanating from the text struck him deeply. The heavens above are vast. Why do you weep alone? Su Ming murmured, his gaze drifting to the remaining barbaric script. The path of the barbarian desires to exhaust the edges of the 8 directions. The lingering fire melds with blood. incanting a burning sky, consuming the firmament. When the fire moon rises from the clouds, in the vast expanse of heaven and earth. In that silence of thought, blood and fire intertwine, 9 as the extreme, 1 as the law, igniting the barbarian fire in 9 bows, achieving the communion of fire worship. The lower text, evidently inscribed by the same hand, was not merely a lament, but rather a complex discourse. 9 bows to the barbarian fire, achieving the communion of fire worship. Su Ming furrowed his brow, grappling with the intricacies of this cryptic content. He read it again, but the meaning remained elusive. As he pondered, the screeches and the flapping of wings from the nearby entrance intensified. A flash of determination crossed Su Ming's eyes. He would not linger here any longer. In a swift motion, he sprang to his feet and raced towards the entrance passage. In an instant, he found himself within the passage, where the sharp roars grew clearer. He glanced back at the desolate tribe before turning and dashing deeper into the corridor. As he ran, he attentively gauged the intensity of the piercing shrieks. After covering a distance of several dozen paces, Su Ming halted abruptly and darted into a narrow crevice in the rocky wall. Though the gap was small, Su Ming's slender frame allowed him to squeeze through. He crouched down, barely daring to breathe, concealed by the stone. His heart raced as he peered through the fissure. Waiting in silence, time slipped by, and after a mere 10 breaths, Su Ming felt every hair on his body stand on end. He distinctly saw a thick, crimson mist erupting from the passage, accompanied by piercing shrieks and rushing shadows. Those shadows were none other than the moon wings. Witnessing the moon wings at such proximity quickened Su Ming's heartbeat, yet he remained utterly still, his narrowed eyes betraying no glimmer of light. The sheer number of moon wings surged past him, one even colliding with the edge of the crevice, near half a yard from his crouched form. Su Ming gripped the bone fragment tightly, his palm turning white from the pressure. In that fleeting moment, he felt as if his heartbeat had ceased. His entire being plunged into an eerie calm amidst the chaos. He focused on the moon wing that had inadvertently intruded, observing its fierce visage and the way it flapped its wings before vanishing through the crack. His vigilance only heightened. Suddenly, a chorus of desperate wails pierced the air, and Su Ming's eyes widened as he glimpsed through the crevice. Within the swirling mist, several figures were being seized by a multitude of moon wings, hurtling towards the far end of the passage. There were 9 individuals in total, though he could not discern their features. One fleeting glimpse revealed a figure clad in white, bearing a visage marked by despair and beauty. It was her. Su Ming's pupils constricted as recognition dawned. The white-clad figure was none other than Bai Ling from the Wulong tribe, whom he had encountered with Lei Chun. Su Ming fell silent. As time trickled by, the cacophony of screams from the passage began to dissipate, and the mist thinned, suggesting that all the moon wings had returned to their lairs. With the blood moon retreating from the sky, it seemed as if a deep slumber was about to commence once more. A scorching breath enveloped the surroundings, replacing the chill in the air, causing the walls of the crevice to heat up rapidly. Su Ming distinctly heard cracking sounds as he observed the rocky formations around him, which had begun to develop additional fine fissures. So this is how the crevices formed. Su Ming's gaze sharpened, and he swiftly emerged from the crevice, standing within the passage. The surrounding mist had thinned considerably, and waves of heat surged from the direction of the tribe, enveloping him and causing beads of sweat to form on his brow. The ground beneath him grew increasingly hot, even causing discomfort with each step. Su Ming realized that it would not be long before the oppressive heat rendered this place uninhabitable for him. To stay or to leave. A flicker of hesitation crossed Su Ming's face as the anguished wails reverberated, resonating with a profound sorrow that tugged at his heart. Alas, I deceived her alongside Lei Chen in the tribe, and now, encountering her once more, I cannot abandon her. Despite his youth and innocence, Su Ming inhaled deeply, steeling himself before sprinting towards the end of the passage. If there is a chance to save, then I shall. If not, I shall bear no regrets. With resolute determination, Su Ming clutched the bone fragment tightly, noting that the heat intensified as he approached the passage's terminus. Fortunately, the distance was short, and soon he arrived at the end of the corridor. Ignoring the scorching walls, he pressed his body against them and peered inside. At that moment, a flicker of light danced in his eyes. Below, in the immense basin, the tribe he had previously observed was now populated by 7 struggling figures, impaled upon sharp spikes that protruded from the ground. Blood flowed from their wounds, and though they had not succumbed to death, their agonized cries filled the air as they sensed their lives ebbing away. All 7 of these individuals were male. Su Ming focused intently, feeling a momentary relief. These men were not members of the Wushan tribe. Surrounding them, the remaining spikes were visibly melting, and as they dissolved, dark red magma began to seep across the ground, like a river encroaching upon the landscape. Realizing the nature of the spikes, Su Ming inhaled deeply. He understood now that the bizarre phenomena surrounding him were likely connected to the awakening and departure of the moon wings. He surmised that these spikes periodically transformed from magma for reasons unknown, but this transformation was transient. After a night had passed, when the moon wings returned, they would melt away, reverting to magma once more. Considering the number of spikes, he feared that once they fully melted, the basin would be inundated, concealing the tribe once again beneath a deluge of lava. Su Ming suddenly looked up, noticing a red trunk resembling a great tree protruding from the center of the tribe. Under the intense heat of the basin, this trunk seemed to show signs of melting, writhing peculiarly. Upon closer inspection, he could see distinct lines coiling within, occasionally revealing a glimpse of the moonwings. However, those moonwing beings that had entered the trunk, with their occasionally exposed heads, were devoid of ferocity, replaced instead by a visage of anguish, desolation, and sorrow. They ceased their roaring, yet their expressions conveyed a silent lament, and many of the moonwings exhibited bizarre movements, repeatedly raising their claws to their mouths, biting through, and smearing their eyes, yet their punctured fingers revealed no trace of blood. These moonwings had indeed burrowed into the very heart of the trunk. What were they doing? Su Ming stared at the trunk, silently sensing the escalating heat in this place, feeling as though he could no longer remain. Unable to find her. Never mind. Su Ming shook his head, having exerted his utmost. He was just about to depart swiftly when, in an instant, he froze. His gaze fell upon the red trunk at the center of the basin, where two faces emerged from within the tree. One was unfamiliar to him, but the other belonged to Bai Ling. Bai Ling's eyes were wide open, hollow and devoid of vitality, as if she had succumbed to despair over existence. Radiating a poignant beauty, Su Ming gazed at her countenance, then glanced at the slowly coalescing magma below, which, with the melting of numerous sharp spikes, had formed a thick layer, rising to about half the height of the tribal dwellings. At this moment, all that was visible within the basin were the rooftops of those stone houses, which were gradually taking on a reddish hue. The moonwings ventured out, linked to the blood moon, but it seemed that the oppressive heat of this place was also a factor. They appeared to dread the warmth. Thus, they only flew out to forage after the cold returned, and upon their return, they all burrowed into the trunk, with none remaining outside. A detail that aligned with my deductions. Su Ming refrained from acting impulsively, instead standing there, his gaze flickering. There should be a chance for rescue. Yet, I must wait a little longer. Su Ming focused on the trunk, occasionally glancing at the rising level of magma in the basin below. Moments later, the heat surged once more, causing beads of sweat to pour from Su Ming, his skin showing signs of impending fissures. Suddenly, his gaze flashed, and his blood surged. 11 lines of power erupted throughout him as he stepped forward and dashed out. So swift was his motion that he landed upon the rooftop of a tribal dwelling in the basin in the blink of an eye. The instant his feet touched down, a hissing sound erupted, and white vapor immediately enveloped his feet. Without pausing, he leapt again, landing atop another dwelling, and after several such bounds, he was nearing the enigmatic red trunk. Just as he approached, Su Ming suddenly saw, beside Bai Ling's face, another woman he did not recognize, who let out a piercing scream, her visage rapidly withering, transforming within moments into a horrifying skeleton. It seemed as though she had been absorbed into the trunk's body, her flesh and life force siphoned away by some strange power. Chapter 30. The Vast Heaven. Why do you weep alone? This sudden scene jolted Su Ming's spirit, yet his actions did not falter, rather, they accelerated. Such was Su Ming's nature, either to refrain entirely or, once resolved, to be unyielding. Almost at the very moment of his arrival, Bai Ling's vacant eyes seemed to gain focus as she stared blankly at Su Ming, tears unknowingly cascading down her cheeks. In that instant, Su Ming approached without a trace of hesitation. Grasping the bone horn in his right hand, he thrust it fiercely into the crimson trunk, penetrating deeply. Dark red sap, reminiscent of blood, immediately gushed forth from the wound, and at that moment, a deep, thunderous roar erupted from within the trunk, reverberating throughout the basin with a palpable fury. Su Ming's complexion turned pale, but his eyes sparkled with a chilling light. After piercing the trunk, he forcefully twisted the bone horn, creating a resounding tear that split the trunk open, releasing a frigid aura from the fissure. This crack appeared almost along Bai Ling's side, and upon opening it, Su Ming caught sight of her form concealed within the trunk. Without a moment's delay, he plunged his hand inside, grasping her hidden arm, and, with a guttural growl, yanked her out. Bai Ling was utterly stunned, gazing at Su Ming in a daze as he pulled her forth, tears streaming more abundantly. At that moment, Su Ming's visage was indelibly etched into her memory. Pulling Bai Ling along, Su Ming leaped backward, his heart racing as he sought to escape. However, just then, the roar intensified, filling the basin with an overwhelming presence, and from the gaping fissure in the trunk emerged a swarm of moon wings. The sorrow and desolation that once marked their countenance had vanished, replaced by a madness and thirst for blood as they surged forth. Su Ming's scalp prickled with terror, and he retreated rapidly, for the sight of the moon wings was staggering. Thousands, densely packed, with even more lurking within the trunk. Yet, as they burst forth, he distinctly noted that the heat waves of this place instilled a sense of fear within them. Many fell rigidly from the air, crashing into the magma below with a resounding thud, shattering like stone, no flesh, only a chilling vapor rising. The legendary Fire Barbarian clan, transformed into moon wings by the barbarian god, was indeed real. They were not afraid of fire in their original form, yet after their transformation, they exhibited an inexplicable dread of it, witnessing their demise, as if their bodies were encased in ice. Su Ming's gaze sharpened, and while retreating swiftly, he hurled Bai Ling toward the nearby exit of the passage. "What are you dawdling for? Run!" Su Ming's low roar jolted Bai Ling from her stupor, awakening her from a dreadful dream. She landed beside the passage's exit, briefly glancing at Su Ming, hesitating as she opened her mouth to speak. "Run!" Su Ming leapt, dashing toward the exit. At that moment, the magma below had already begun encroaching upon the stone hut, leaving only a few rooftops intact. Bai Ling's face turned ashen, and without a second thought, she pivoted and sprinted through the passage, her feet throbbing with pain, yet the agony was forgotten in her singular desire to escape. Su Ming leapt atop the remaining rooftops, racing toward the passage. Behind him, a multitude of moonwings roared, yet they dared not pursue. However, the deep, throaty growls emanating from the trunk incited a frenzy among the moonwings, with over a dozen recklessly charging towards Su Ming, with blood surging within him. Su Ming's 11 bloodlines flared, and as the moonwings approached, he wielded the bone horn, charging into the passage. Although this sequence of events seemed prolonged, it transpired within a fleeting moment. Upon reaching the passage, several moon wings plummeted into the magma, exploding upon impact. Su Ming's heart raced, yet his mind remained calm. Everything unfolded as he had anticipated. Had he not endured just a moment longer before striking, amidst the intensifying heat, the outcome might not have been so favorable, with far more moon wings emerging. Inside the passage, Su Ming's feet released the acrid scent of charred flesh, but he pressed on, sprinting forward. Behind him, the basin echoed with the roars of the moon wings, which dared not follow. Nonetheless, a handful, having lost many companions, charged into the passage, shrieking at Su Ming. The moon wings feared the heat, thus they did not venture outside the trunk. As the passage extended outward, the oppressive heat diminished significantly. While running, Su Ming could hear the sharp cries of pursuit growing clearer behind him. To vanquish the pursuing moon wings, he could not afford to delay. Su Ming's gaze flickered as he spotted a large stone, previously severed by him, within the passage ahead. In a flash, he dashed toward it, and with the bone horn in hand, he swiftly turned to confront the 4 moon wings closing in. Su Ming's face, pale as it was, reflected a steely calm. Just as the 4 moon wings were nearly upon him, he kicked the nearby stone with all his might. The stone soared into the air like a door, instantly blocking the passage. Su Ming's timing was astutely executed, as he intended to temporarily block 3 moon wings with the stone, leaving one for himself to slay with the bone horn. Yet, the speed of the moon wings was formidable. His makeshift barrier only thwarted 2, while 2 others barreled forth. Furrowing his brow, Su Ming turned and sprinted away. Even if he could slay the 2, he would sustain injuries, and he had better strategies in mind. As he dashed onward, the 2 moon wings behind him quickened their pace, closing the distance to less than 10 yards. In front of him, another stone of similar size appeared. As he passed the stone, Su Ming recalled his earlier experience and kicked it with force. With a resounding crash, the stone soared, blocking the passage and allowing only 1 moonwing to escape while the other became momentarily ensnared behind the stone. At that moment, as 1 moonwing was obstructed and the other lunged towards Su Ming, His eyes gleamed with determination. With the bone horn in hand, he did not retreat but surged forward to confront the approaching Moonwing. In the passage, a fierce battle unfolded between man and beast. Were it not for Su Ming's cultivation of the barbarian arts, he would have been defenseless. Yet now, endowed with 11 bloodlines and wielding a razor-sharp bone horn, he gained the upper hand in the skirmish. With a swift thrust, Su Ming's bone horn pierced the Moonwing's body, tearing it open. However, he was taken aback to see the wound heal rapidly. Though its demeanor appeared weakened, it showed no signs of death. A flicker of insight crossed Su Ming's mind, and he swiftly opened several more wounds, ensuring the Moonwing could not recover in the short term, then turned to flee. As he raced onward, he kicked each large stone he had previously placed, turning them into obstacles along the passage. Though these delays were beneficial, Su Ming was renowned for his speed, and he deftly maneuvered through the passage, soon arriving at a cavern filled with numerous small openings. I am here. Upon entering, Su Ming heard Bai Ling's faint voice. He spotted her, pale and trembling with fear, huddled in one of the small openings, visibly shaken. Bai Ling had arrived here earlier, but was uncertain which exit to take, too afraid to wander, fearful of encountering the Moonwings once more. At this moment, Bai Ling no longer resembled the proud and clever figure that Su Ming had once observed in the departmental square. Now, she appeared akin to a frightened little beast. Her eyes filled with uncertainty, prompting Su Ming to chuckle. You still laugh?" Bai Ling exclaimed, visibly anxious. Just as she was about to speak further, Su Ming swiftly approached, grasping her arm and darting towards one of the many small openings nearby. "Is this the exit?" Bai Ling inquired softly, feeling an inexplicable reduction in her fear upon seeing Su Ming. He nodded in silence, holding her hand tightly as they raced through the passageway. The sound of Bai Ling's breath reached Su Ming's ears, a melodic rhythm that made his heart race. Unsure whether it was from their swift escape or the softness of her hand, they traversed the corridor in silence. Bai Ling did not utter another word, but allowed Su Ming to lead her forward in this perilous passage. Her heartbeat quickened, echoing the thoughts that mirrored Su Ming's own, thoughts that dulled her fear and previous despair. However, this silence could not endure for long. Soon, Su Ming brought Bai Ling into his cavernous sanctum, where he released her hand and began to etch markings into the ground near the faint flickering lights. He furrowed his brow, seemingly calculating something. Not far from them, beneath a desolate cauldron, flames began to emerge, slowly igniting. Bai Ling stared at Su Ming's actions in a daze, her mind in turmoil. Even now, she felt as if she were in a dream. Captured by the Moonwings, she had been steeped in despair. Yet the unfolding events made her feel as if she had not fully awakened from this dream. Just then, piercing shrieks erupted from the depths of the cave, growing increasingly intense as if something was rapidly approaching. Bai Ling shuddered and instinctively moved closer to Su Ming, but he abruptly pulled her back, guiding her past the small openings in the ground as they turned to face the depths of the cave. Before long, the deafening shrieks crescendoed, revealing 3 menacing Moonwings charging directly at them. Bai Ling trembled, about to retreat, when Su Ming's gaze flickered. He wielded a bone horn and cut a gap in the ground, connecting with another ravine beneath the cauldron's flames. Instantly, a torrent of fire surged, creating a veritable sea of flames that engulfed the oncoming Moonwings. Their anguished screams echoed as they plummeted to the ground, bursting apart and releasing a chill that mingled with the fire. In the flickering light, Su Ming's expression grew somber, while Bai Ling, behind him, felt her fear intensify. They fear fire? Bai Ling ventured softly after a long silence. They worshipped fire in life. It was their glory. Yet, as Moonwings, they have lost not only their intellect and form, but also this glory. Stripped of their honor, they do not fear fire. They are ashamed of it. Born of fire, they die by fire. Su Ming murmured, memories of the skeletal remains and the words he had seen in that fiery tribe surfacing in his mind. The sky above is vast. Why do you alone weep? Chapter 31. Beauty. Su Ming closed his eyes, feeling as though the scenes he had witnessed that night had transformed into a weighty sensation, enveloping his heart with an air of desolation and sorrow. The skeletal remains, once belonging to someone of the Fire Barbarian clan, haunted his thoughts. Why was it that only he could choose to end his life during the metamorphosis into Moonwings? Perhaps he was a formidable figure among the Fire Barbarians. The eerie visage of the bones lingered in his mind, accompanied by a complex phrase that resonated within him. When the barbarian desires, it exhausts the borders of the 8 directions. The remaining fire melds with blood, uttering the incineration of the heavens, consuming the vast expanse. Should the fire moon rise amidst the clouds, within the boundless universe? In that moment of silent contemplation, the blood and fire intertwine. 9 represents the extreme. 1 embodies the law, igniting the barbarian fire with 9 bows, forming the communion of the fire worship. Su Ming found himself puzzled by the meaning of these words. As he pondered, his gaze fell upon Bai Ling, who was surveying their surroundings with a look of curiosity, clearly unaware of the purpose of this place. "Let us depart." "Miss Bai Ling," Su Ming said with a gentle smile, leaping towards the exit. Bai Ling hastily followed, eager to escape. Each moment spent here deepened her discomfort. As they emerged from the passage, a fierce mountain wind howled, sweeping over them as if attempting to whisk them away. Bai Ling's complexion paled, and she instinctively grasped a nearby rock. For someone who had been cherished in her tribe since childhood, the daunting peaks were foreign to her. Although she gritted her teeth to endure, the growing pallor of her face betrayed her fear. Su Ming observed Bai Ling for a moment. Her beauty was unlike any he had ever encountered, especially her pale countenance, which now bore a hint of vulnerability. "Never mind, I shall carry you," he proposed, scratching his head while feeling his heart race. "You." Bai Ling hesitated, glancing down at the abyss below, before nodding gently in agreement. With renewed vigor, Su Ming crouched down, and Bai Ling's pale cheeks flushed with a hint of color as she silently clambered onto his back, instinctively wrapping her arms around his neck. Su Ming blinked, acutely aware of the softness against him and the intoxicating fragrance that wafted into his senses. Taking a deep breath, a myriad of unspoken thoughts stirred within him. Make sure to hold on tight. If you fall, it won't be my fault," he said instinctively, but received no response. After a moment's hesitation, he steadied himself and swiftly descended the mountain. With his agility and familiarity with the terrain, carrying someone did not significantly hinder his progress. However, today, Su Ming found himself inexplicably navigating treacherous paths, occasionally leaping down steep drops, which elicited gasps from Bai Ling as he swiftly grasped rocks or vines for support. Feeling her grip tighten around him, a sense of triumph spread across Su Ming's face. What should have been a quick descent of the black flame peak took him a full hour, and when Bai Ling, her face flushed and filled with apprehension, finally dismounted from his back, he felt a twinge of regret. His eyes darted around, and after clearing his throat a few times, he turned to her. "This is a forest with deep snow and numerous traps, and we are quite a distance from the Wulong tribe. It would be dangerous for you to venture alone. Allow me to escort you back to your tribe before I return home," he suggested slowly, observing her expression. Noticing her momentary hesitation, he felt a surge of amusement and quickly continued. "However, the path is arduous. Perhaps I could continue carrying you. It would save time and allow me to return home sooner." Bai Ling bit her lip, her cheeks reddening again. She had perceived his deliberate intentions during their descent. And if he persisted in this manner, a hint of indignation flickered in her eyes. "Hey, I am your savior," Su Ming exclaimed. Noticing the annoyance in her gaze, momentarily feeling guilty but quickly regaining his composure, recalling that he had indeed rescued her. "Are you not grateful? Regardless, you are a warrior. Though the wilderness is rife with beasts and traps, and perhaps even moonwings, a little caution should suffice. Well, I shall take my leave." He stifled a yawn, turning to head towards the tribe, but before he could take more than a few steps, a soft yet urgent voice called out from behind him. Thank you. I am unfamiliar with this area. Please guide me back to the tribe." Su Ming's heart leapt with joy, though his expression remained composed, feigning reluctance as he furrowed his brow. After glancing at Bai Ling, he squatted down impatiently. "Hop on. Let's see if we can return before nightfall. If we don't make it back, we'll have to find a place to spend the night." Bai Ling's eyes widened as she regarded Su Ming. She had come to understand him a little better, especially recalling the earlier incident in the tribal hall, which often left her at a loss for words. Most importantly, he had appeared in her moment of despair, and the memory of his decisive demeanor in the cave lingered in her mind. With a flushed face, Bai Ling gingerly approached Su Ming, leaning down to rest on his slender back once more. She could feel her heart racing, unsure of the emotions swirling within her, as Su Ming sped through the forest. Resembling a nimble monkey, the enchanting fragrance from behind continued to captivate him, leading him to unconsciously alter his course, meandering in circles. After a while, Bai Ling, who had remained silent, revealed a peculiar expression as she tightened her embrace around Su Ming's neck. "We've passed this spot 3 times, she murmured, gazing at a nearby withered tree. Really? Have I lost my way? Wait for me to take a closer look." Su Ming halted, his expression reflecting surprise as he surveyed their surroundings, then nodded gravely. Indeed, I have never traversed this path before. Unfazed by the awkwardness, he adjusted his direction and continued running. Time slipped away slowly. What should have been a journey to the Wulong tribe by dusk now found them only halfway there. Along the way, however, Su Ming had led Bai Ling past his own Wushan tribe. Glancing back to see nothing amiss before he felt a wave of relief and moved on. As the sky darkened, Bai Ling's expression grew increasingly strange. When the night sky plunged into complete darkness, Su Ming paused and, with a resigned look, turned to Bai Ling. It seems we must spend the night here. The forest is unsafe at night. We shall resume our journey in the morning. A glimmer of mischief sparkled in Bai Ling's eyes. Reminiscent of her initial encounter with Su Ming, she regarded him silently, and under her gaze, he felt increasingly uneasy. Very well, we shall stay here for the night. Moments later, Bai Ling suddenly broke into a radiant smile, her beauty illuminated by a rekindled wildness. Su Ming scratched his nose, chuckling as he rose to gather dry branches from a nearby tree to create a resting spot, joining Bai Ling atop the makeshift platform. For a brief moment, both fell silent, uncertain of what to say next. I still do not know your name, Bai Ling remarked after a while, her eyes shining brightly under the moonlight. My name is Su Ming, and I am aware that you are Bai Ling, he replied, smiling at her. You were deceiving me back in the tribal hall, weren't you? Humph, the more I think about it, the more it seems off, Bai Ling said, blinking innocently, her wrinkled nose exuding an endearing quality. Well, you are not from the Wushan tribe, are you? Bai Ling remarked with a light laugh, her beautiful eyes glimmering. Su Ming scratched his head, at a loss for words. Just then, delicate snowflakes began to descend from the heavens, blanketing the world in a soft, white embrace. Ah, it's snowing, Su Ming exclaimed, raising his gaze to the enchanting snowfall, swiftly changing the subject. A hint of amusement danced in Bai Ling's eyes as she chose not to pursue the earlier question. Instead, she too tilted her head back, watching the snowflakes gracefully settle upon her face, their coolness a delightful sensation. As the snowfall intensified, the two in the forest seemed to be enveloped in the beauty of the moment, falling into a serene silence. Su Ming, thank you. The night had darkened considerably, yet the moonlight, filtered through the flurries, cast a silvery glow all around, illuminating the woods. Thank you for saving me. May I inquire about your story? How did you come to be there? Bai Ling looked at Su Ming, her voice soft and inviting. I often venture into the mountains to gather herbs. It was merely a chance discovery of a refuge from the cold. I never expected to encounter a blood moon yesterday. Su Ming refrained from divulging his experiences of dispersing the essence and shared other details instead. As time passed gently in the snowy night, Su Ming and Bai Ling engaged in conversation, gradually unraveling layers of understanding between them, their voices weaving through the wind and snow. My grandfather from the Wulong tribe is my only family. My parents left the tribe long ago. My grandmother told me they went to a tribe larger than Fengshan, and they have not returned for many years. Bai Ling spoke softly, cradling herself amidst the snow as she reminisced. I do not know who my father and mother are. I was found by my grandfather. Su Ming murmured. Ah, so that is why. I wondered why you appeared so much frielier than the others, and you are not even taller than I am. Your grandfather must treat you poorly. Bai Ling's eyes widened in surprise. Not at all. My grandfather treats me very well. Besides, even though you are taller, I have heard my grandfather say that in a few years, I will be just as tall. And you do not seem as robust as the other girls in the tribe, Su Ming replied with a smile. That is because my grandfather taught me a certain martial art, which I was told my mother instructed my grandmother to pass on to me before she left. Bai Ling remarked, observing the snow transforming Su Ming's hair into a frosty white, her laughter ringing like a melody. Chapter 32. Lisu, look at your hair. It has turned white. Bai Ling covered her mouth and giggled, her bright eyes intensifying the peculiar feelings within Su Ming. And what about you? Your hair has also turned white, making you look like an old woman, Su Ming teased, pointing at Bai Ling with a smile. As they exchanged laughter, a sense of intimacy blossomed between them. On this snowy night, Su Ming felt a delightful warmth enveloping his heart, time seeming to fly by unnoticed. Gradually, the distant sky began to glow with a white hue, not snow, but the early sun. As the night slipped away, the light of day spread across the land, and the snowflakes continued to fall. Su Ming and Bai Ling descended from the tree trunk, refreshed themselves, and shared a meaningful glance. Su Ming said nothing further. Instead, squatting down, Bai Ling, with her large, shimmering eyes, approached softly and laid herself upon his frail back, a gentle warmth blossoming within her heart. The closer Su Ming drew to the Wulong tribe, the more peculiar emotions stirred within him, a feeling of reluctance taking root. Gradually, he fell into silence. His steps involuntarily slowed, and he began to wander in circles. Bai Ling lay upon Su Ming's back, aware of the familiar scenery repeating itself, yet this time, she remained silent, resting her head on his back, listening to the rhythm of his heartbeat. As the sun ascended high, casting a golden glow, the snow continued to fall. The outline of the Wulong tribe emerged before Su Ming's eyes. Setting Bai Ling down, a smile graced his face. "You are home," he said. Bai Ling glanced at the tribe, then at Su Ming, her beautiful visage betraying no thoughts. She nodded silently, stepped before him, and gently brushed the snow from his shoulders with her delicate hands. "Thank you. Return to your tribe soon," Bai Ling began, as if to say more. But only a radiant smile emerged as she took a few steps back, heading toward her own tribe. Su Ming stood there, watching Bai Ling's figure gradually fade away, glancing back occasionally to wave goodbye. His mind felt empty. As the distance between them widened, the snowflakes falling from the sky seemed to create an invisible barrier, fragmenting his gaze and slowly obscuring her departing silhouette. It felt akin to traversing a frozen landscape. If he did not return, he would never witness the thaw of the ice, akin to wandering through the years. If he did not reminisce, he would never hear the sighs of those lost in time. After a while, Su Ming shook his head, casting one last glance at the Wulong tribe before turning away. When he arrived, the snow accompanied him, and as he departed, it remained the same. The snowflakes settled upon him and his hair, yet an inexplicable emptiness lingered within him. Was it longing? Su Ming sprinted through the forest towards the Wushan tribe. His brow furrowed, Bai Ling's image occupying his thoughts. It felt different from being with Chen Xian. Taking a deep breath, he shook his head vigorously, as if trying to dispel this unfamiliar sensation. Once he steadied his heart, his gaze flickered, and his speed quickened once more. As darkness enveloped the sky, the stars sparkled brilliantly, accompanied by the moonlight and the unrelenting snowfall. Amidst the endless descent, Su Ming returned to his rightful home, the Wushan tribe. Yesterday, he had observed from afar, ensuring the tribe was safe. Now, upon his return, he spotted the sentinels at the grand wooden gate. The tribe was quiet, the central bonfire crackling with life. Su Ming wandered through the tribe, eventually arriving outside his grandfather's dwelling. The glow of firelight emanated from within, indicating that his grandfather had not yet rested. "Is that you, Su Ming? Come in," his grandfather's voice called out, tinged with fatigue. Su Ming gently lifted the hide tent and stepped inside, finding his grandfather seated cross-legged, his white hair slightly disheveled. "Grandfather," Su Ming said softly, taking a seat beside him. "The tribe is well. There is no need for concern." His grandfather smiled at him, gesturing for him to sit closer. He raised his withered right hand and tenderly ruffled Su Ming's hair, his smile deepening. "You've reached the third layer. Well done." Su Ming looked at his grandfather and recounted everything he had witnessed in the cave, particularly noting his grandfather's change in expression when mentioning the bones. "That which is vast as heaven. Why do you weep alone?" Su Ming asked, furrowing his brow. The legend is indeed true. His grandfather gazed at the hide tent, his eyes seeming to pierce through to the Wushan. This phrase is self-reflective compared to the vast heavens. What sorrow remains for me? Or perhaps it carries other meanings. His grandfather sighed softly, lost in thought, his words laden with the weight of time. As for the words of fire worship, I do not fully comprehend them either. If you can perceive it, perhaps it is your destiny. His grandfather's gaze softened as he regarded Su Ming. "In a month, I will journey to the Fengshan tribe. Should you be away, remember to return. Also, grandfather, I rescued a tribesman from the Wulong tribe in the Mooning S lair. Her name is Bai Ling, the granddaughter of the Wulong tribe's chieftain." Su Ming nodded, recalling the details. "Bai Ling?" His grandfather paused, contemplating for a moment. "Rest now. We will speak of this later." After Su Ming departed, a glimmer of nostalgia flickered in his grandfather's eyes. "Li Su, your granddaughter was inadvertently saved by my family's lasso. Perhaps this may lessen your resentment toward me." His grandfather sighed, the nostalgia deepening. The blood moon is approaching, and the sudden surge of powerful vitality from the Black Mountain tribe last night. Calamity is near. His grandfather closed his eyes, murmuring with evident concern. Su Ming left his grandfather's dwelling, wandering through the tribe without returning to his own tent. Instead, he visited Lei Chen's home, finding him only slightly injured yet still brimming with vitality. After personally administering some medicine, Su Ming felt reassured. Upon seeing Su Ming, Lei Chen was quite pleased, boasting about his encounters with the Mooning, his words overflowing with excitement. It was only after a lengthy recounting that Su Ming finally departed with a smile. "Now, It was deep into the night, but as Su Ming's gaze fell upon a brightly lit tent not far away, hesitance crossed his face. That was the home of the lookout, and also of Bei Ling Chapter 33, The Art of Fire Barbarism. After a moment of hesitation, Su Ming gazed at the tent from which flickering flames emerged, but ultimately chose not to approach. Instead, he returned to his own tent amidst the moonlight and falling snowflakes. Perhaps it was due to his absence over the past few days, but the interior of the tent felt bitterly cold. His breath formed a white mist, making the chill palpable even to the eye. The solitary tent offered no warmth, a stark contrast to the comfort he had experienced at Lei Chen's home. In silence, Su Ming gathered some kindling and struck a spark, quietly igniting a fire within the desolate shelter. Although he could withstand the night's chill thanks to the vitality of the third layer of his blood condensation realm, an inexplicable sense of something missing lingered within him. A void he could not articulate. With a soft sigh, he lit the fire, its warmth gradually radiating outward, dissipating the cold that had pervaded the tent. Seated beside the fire, Su Ming found his gaze entranced by the dancing flames, lost in thought. From a young age, he had envied Lei Chun, Bei Ling, and Shin Xian for their familial bonds, for the presence of fathers and mothers. Despite the kindness of his grandfather, the tribal chief, the demands of leadership often kept him occupied, leaving little time for familial affection. Thus, he learned to embrace solitude and independence at a tender age. Outside, the snow fell heavily, accompanied by the mournful howl of the wind, causing the tent to creak ominously. Occasionally, gusts of wind infiltrated, making the flames flicker violently. Illuminated by the firelight, Su Ming hugged his knees, staring into the flames for what felt like an eternity, releasing another sigh. His grandfather had once said he was a foundling. So, were my mother and father still alive? A hint of melancholy shadowed his expression, a feeling he had buried deep over the years, preferring to mask his loneliness with a smile. Yet, on this snowy night, after experiencing the warmth of Lei Chen's home, he could no longer conceal the chill of his own tent. What of Bai Ling's parents? Are they still by her side? I wonder if she is resting now. Or like me, pondering beside a fire. Su Ming murmured, the image of Bai Ling and her melodious laughter surfacing in his mind. Suddenly, a realization struck him. The peculiar feeling he had towards Bai Ling was perhaps tied to her beauty, but that was not the crux of his sentiment. Rather, he sensed in her a shared loneliness, hidden beneath her playful demeanor. As time flowed on, the warmth of the fire intensified, banishing the lingering cold that had clung to the tent, forming droplets of water that dripped from the fabric. This newfound warmth seeped into Su Ming's heart, allowing the feeling of isolation to wane. But just then, as if the heavens were reluctant to grant him solace, a fierce wind howled, sweeping in from the distant wilderness. Laden with snow, the gusts grew stronger, causing the tent to creak alarmingly, and the entrance was thrust open, allowing a rush of icy wind and howling snow to invade. Extinguishing the flames with a desperate hiss, Su Ming looked up at the swaying entrance, witnessing the warmth he had fought to maintain vanish in an instant. Silently, he rose and stepped out into the storm, lifting his gaze to the tumultuous sky. The heavens, ravaged by wind and snow, revealed a dimly obscured moon. As he stared at the moon, memories of Yue flooded his mind, recalling the skeletal remains he had encountered in the fire barbarian tribe. Along with the inscriptions carved into the bones before death, the desires of the barbarians seek the edges of the earth. The residual fire mingles with blood, uttering the incantation to burn the heavens. And when the fire moon rises from the clouds, amidst the vastness of the world, Su Ming murmured, these lines replaying in his mind, a riddle he struggled to decipher. The term barbarian desire seemed straightforward, expressing base cravings. Yet the word husband, to whom did it refer? Was it a self-reference by the bones? It did not seem so. Amidst the storm, Su Ming resolved to sit outside the tent. To him, the outside and inside felt indistinguishable, devoid of warmth. Fortunately, the wind still wailed its mournful tune, and the moon was there to gaze upon. Who is this husband? I do not understand. He pondered further, the edges of the earth, the residual fire mingling with blood. This seems to depict a scene, suggesting that if one could merge fire with blood, a mere thought could ignite the heavens. His eyes sparkled with insight as he contemplated the moon in the snowy night. If the fire moon emerges from the clouds amidst the vastness of the world. His grandfather had once spoken of the sun as the embodiment of yang, and the moon as the essence of yin, a notion he found quite insightful. During the day, warmth prevailed, while the moonlight often bore a chill. But what of the fire moon? The color of fire is red. Could it be that it referred to a blood moon? Furrowing his brow, he found himself perplexed. In silent contemplation, the blood fire intertwines, 9 is the extreme, 1 is the law. To ignite the barbarian fire, 9 prostrations. Achieving the communion with fire. This line seemed to describe a particular action communing with fire. As he gazed at the moon, a sudden flash of clarity illuminated his mind, awakening a bright realization. Could it be? These lines speak of a barbarian technique? Breathing hurriedly, Su Ming took a deep breath, meticulously analyzing the phrases. The more he reflected, the more he felt that they contained the essence of a barbarian technique. The edges of the earth, the residual fire mingles with blood. Uttering the incantation to burn the heavens, this describes the technique's power and effect. In silent contemplation, the blood fire intertwines, 9 is the extreme, 1 is the law. To ignite the barbarian fire, 9 prostrations, achieving the communion with fire, this outlines the method of cultivation. Indeed, it must be so. As for the phrase, if the fire moon emerges from the clouds, amidst the vastness of the world, it expressed the prerequisite for cultivating this technique. Su Ming felt a surge of excitement, the words that had occupied his thoughts for days suddenly crystallizing into clarity. Yet, moments later, his brow furrowed once more. Something still felt amiss. The cultivation of this technique required the emergence of the fire moon, yet it was not the case at present. Could it be that he must wait for several years until the blood moon reappears before he could practice? Pondering deeply, he remained in contemplation until the moon was gradually obscured by the dawn's light, and as morning approached, he still could not fathom the method of cultivation. With a soft sigh, Su Ming stood, stretching his limbs as the villagers began to emerge from their tents, ready to embark on a new day of labor. He stepped out of the tribe, determined to pursue his training. The requirement for the 4th layer of blood condensation is 25 bloodlines. I currently possess only 11. I must seize the opportunity to cultivate, and regarding the mountain spirit powder, I wonder what its effects will be once refined. I hope it aids my cultivation. Su Ming dashed through the forest, his speed greatly enhanced since reaching the 3rd layer of blood condensation. By noon, he arrived at the Black Flame Peak, and with a few agile leaps, he ascended toward the cave. Halfway up, a smile broke across his face as he faintly heard Xiao Hong's voice. Looking up, he spotted a vivid red figure lounging leisurely at the cave's entrance, eagerly devouring wild fruit while scanning the surroundings. As soon as Xiao Hong noticed Su Ming, her eyes lit up. She tossed aside the half-eaten fruit, leaped up, and bounded toward him, excitedly climbing onto his back with a joyful squeal. A joyful smile graced Su Ming's face as he continued his ascent. Before long, he arrived at the entrance of the cave, took a deep breath of the mountain breeze, and, accompanied by the little monkey, ventured inside. Time passed quietly day by day, as Su Ming returned to the immersive life of refining and cultivation he had known in the previous months. At night, he would gaze at the moon in the sky, pondering the words of the fire moon in the clouds. To facilitate his observation of the bright moon, he had expended some effort to carve several hollow small openings into the rock walls of his refining cave, allowing him to see the moon clearly even while seated within the cave. The muffled sounds that often echoed within the cave gradually diminished over the days. Finally, 7 days after Su Ming's return, he successfully refined the mountain spirit powder. It was a deep blue medicinal stone. Its fragrance was subtle, yet inhaling it brought about a sensation akin to breathing the mountain breeze, accompanied by an indescribable feeling flowing throughout his body. Perched on the rock face outside the cave, basking in the evening sun, Su Ming examined the medicinal stone in his hand. He regarded the refinement of this medicine as considerably more challenging than that of the clear dust powder, with a high probability of failure. Having used up more than half of the luo yun leaves he had purchased, he had only managed to produce 2 pills. Consequently, he was reluctant to experiment with one of them to test its properties. It shouldn't be poisonous. Su Ming inhaled the fragrance of the medicinal stone, observing it meticulously for some time. Gradually, as darkness enveloped the sky, a decisive look gleamed in his eyes. He placed the stone in his mouth. Unlike the clear dust powder, this medicinal stone did not dissolve upon entry. Furrowing his brow, Su Ming bit down forcefully several times until he finally crushed the stone and swallowed it. After a brief moment, he felt no sensation within his body. He touched his abdomen and waited a while longer, even rising to circulate his blood and energy within the cave, but everything remained as usual, with no noticeable changes. Strange. Su Ming's expression turned contemplative. After a while, a flicker of insight crossed his mind, and he retrieved a small vial containing the clear dust powder from his pocket, consuming 1 pill. It rapidly dissolved in his mouth, and a wave of warmth spread throughout his body. However, at that moment, an astonishing surge of heat erupted from within him. The fervent power surged forth abruptly, as if it had been lurking within Su Ming all along, only to be stirred by the cleansing dust. He recoiled violently, momentarily seized by the illusion of being engulfed in flames, reminiscent of the Black Mountain tribesman's demise under the blood dispersal. Maintaining composure, Su Ming discerned a crucial distinction amidst the searing sensation. It was not the feverishness of boiling blood, but rather the acceleration of its circulation throughout his body to an extraordinary degree. The sheer velocity of this circulation gave rise to the burning illusion, accompanied by a frenzied escalation of his heartbeat, as if on the verge of implosion. Such potent medicinal properties. Su Ming murmured, his countenance flushed, yet his gaze remained unwavering. Immersing himself in the ebb and flow of his vital energy, he closed his eyes. Profuse perspiration beaded upon his skin, while 11 crimson striations materialized simultaneously, radiating an intense scarlet luminescence that transformed the cavern into a macabre, blood-tinged underworld. As his vital energy surged, the crimson glow intensified, revealing a network of distended veins pulsating beneath his skin, lending him a somewhat grotesque appearance. An hour elapsed swiftly. During this time, Su Ming's animal hide garments became saturated, dripping with copious amounts of sweat. His body blazed crimson, the 11 blood streaks shimmering like raw, gaping wounds. Suddenly, Su Ming's eyes snapped open, bloodshot and emitting a primal roar. With this cry, a resounding boom reverberated within his body as the 12th blood streak materialized abruptly. Its formation transitioned instantaneously from a faint presence to complete solidification, further augmenting Su Ming's vigor. Yet, this transformation was far from complete. As the 12th streak emerged, the crimson hue of his body waned slightly, only to surge anew with another guttural bellow as the 13th streak erupted forth. With the advent of the 13th streak, Su Ming's hair danced wildly, unbidden by any breeze, as an aura of raw power emanated from his slight frame. The frenetic circulation of his blood dispelled the sensation of deficiency, replaced by an overwhelming abundance. Unless channeled into the formation of blood streaks, his very flesh threatened to rupture. Despite the successive emergence of 2 streaks, a lingering heat persisted within him. Su Ming's expression contorted, overwhelmed by the scorching sensation. Instinctively, he tore open his animal hide garments, baring his torso and revealing the 13 blood streaks etched irregularly across his chest, back, and arms. The crimson streaks pulsed with a vitality that seemed to emanate from within, as rivulets of sweat streamed down his body, reflecting the scarlet glow in an eerie display. Su Ming's gaze intensified, yet remained devoid of madness, firmly under his control. Harnessing the flow of vital energy, he unhesitatingly followed the ancestral techniques, repeatedly circulating his blood to thicken its consistency. After another half-hour, Su Ming unleashed a resounding roar, as the faint outline of a 14th blood streak materialized upon his body. The cavern echoed with his cry, creating a cacophony of reverberations that seemed to multiply his voice. 14th blood streak, emerge. Su Ming's body trembled as the sensation of power intensified. The 14th streak rapidly solidified, seemingly on the verge of complete manifestation. However, as time wore on, the streak remained in a state of flux, as if lacking the final impetus required for full cohesion. Su Ming sensed a deceleration in the circulation of his vital energy, accompanied by the dissipation of the internal heat. Should this momentum wane, the 14th streak would remain incomplete, necessitating another attempt at a later juncture. With a glint in his eyes, Su Ming swiftly reached for a nearby mountain spirit pellet, consuming the elixir without hesitation. He followed it with a cleansing dust, causing his body to convulse violently as the receding crimson hue surged anew, reaching a fever pitch. The burning sensation within him intensified, surpassing its previous intensity and threatening to overwhelm him. 14th blood streak, emerge. A ruthless streak ran through Su Ming's very being, a trait buried deep within him, honed by the trials of his life. With another roar, his body reverberated anew as the 14th blood streak solidified, radiating an eerie crimson glow. Not content to cease there, Su Ming consumed 2 more mountain spirit pellets, determined to elevate his cultivation in one fell swoop. During his 7 days of tempering, he had pondered the premature appearance of the mooning, the concealed anxiety beneath his grandfather's smile. Though unspoken, Su Ming sensed an ominous cloud looming over the tribe. Recalling the Black Mountain tribe's breakthrough and his grandfather's warnings of traitors and insecurity, Su Ming felt a surge of unease. He yearned to aid his grandfather and protect the tribe, but his current cultivation fell far short. He craved strength, to become a formidable warrior. With the emergence of the 14th streak, Su Ming resumed circulating his vital energy, driving his blood to the brink, as if to force out the 15th streak. After a prolonged period, Su Ming's body trembled in agony, yet he remained resolute, unleashing a roar as the 15th streak erupted forth. 15 blood streaks now adorned his bare torso, resembling a constellation of scars that radiated crimson light, enhancing Su Ming's aura of strength. Yet, 15 streaks were not enough. Driven by relentless determination, he persisted, the passage of time marked by his unwavering focus. The 16th blood streak materialized, culminating in the widespread dissipation of the internal heat, signaling the imminent cessation of the process. However, with a flash of cold resolve in his eyes, Su Ming silently raised his right hand and struck his chest with a forceful blow, injecting a surge of energy into his rapidly beating heart. 17th, emerge. Stimulated by this force, his heart unleashed a torrent of blood that coursed through his veins as the 17th streak materialized upon his chest. With the advent of the 17th streak, the fiery sensation subsided, leaving his body devoid of heat and a profound sense of emptiness. He recognized this as the fading of the medicinal effects. Simultaneously, a series of subtle stabs of pain surfaced within his body, indicative of the minor injuries sustained during his arduous training. For a savage cultivator, a few aches and injuries are inconsequential, Su Ming muttered, his gaze gleaming with determination as he sensed the significant augmentation of his power. Without pause, he retrieved a herb from the tattered remnants of his animal hide garments, Heaven Rock herb. This herb, aside from the medicinal pellets, was the most potent he possessed. He had sparingly used it, save for the portion given to Lei Chen, but now he resolutely produced it, intent on elevating his cultivation to its utmost potential. Holding the herb, Su Ming retained a single leaf for future needs, consuming the rest entirely, complemented by the ingestion of the Qingshan powder to enhance its efficacy. A wave of refreshing sensation erupted within him, merging instantaneously with the remnants of lingering warmth. This interplay manifested as wisps of chill around his form, accentuating the vividness of the 17 crimson veins coursing through him. Beneath this icy aura, Su Ming's body took on a faintly bluish hue. Yet the blood within him surged with renewed vigor. As 1 hour turned into 2, the sky outside began to brighten with the dawn. When Xiaohong returned from her playful frolic, she found Su Ming seated in silent meditation, utterly motionless. Aware of his cultivation, she lay beside him, occasionally stealing glances before succumbing to slumber, her breaths gentle and rhythmic. The sky transitioned from morning to midday, and then from midday to twilight, soon enveloped in darkness. Illuminated solely by the brilliant moonlight, as snowflakes drifted softly to the ground. At this moment, the number of crimson veins on Su Ming's body had increased from 17 to 19, the additional 2 gleaming on his arms. In the deep of night, Su Ming radiated a red glow that encircled the entire cavern. He slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of stale air, his gaze revealing a piercing brilliance as he noticed Xiaohong softly snoring, her hair occasionally grasped in her slumber, a smile gracing her lips. He shifted his attention from Xiaohong, instinctively glancing at the small openings in the rock wall. From this vantage point, he could see the outside sky and the luminous moon. Observing it for a moment, Su Ming gradually closed his eyes again, preparing to circulate his inner energy and blood to alleviate the pain caused by his recent cultivation. However, just as his eyes shut, Su Ming abruptly opened them once more, sensing an unusual difference in the moon he had glimpsed through those apertures. Upon looking again, his eyes widened in astonishment. The moon in the sky appeared to have taken on a shade of red. Chapter 35. The mockery of ages past. Su Ming was momentarily taken aback. When he glanced again, the crimson hue of the moon seemed to vanish, as if the previous scene had been but an illusion. With a grave expression, Su Ming did not believe he had fallen into such a delusion. He focused intently, allowing his gaze to follow the small apertures, fixated on the bright moon outside, and began to ponder. As time trickled by, with Su Ming's gaze fixed, the red glow in the cave gradually dissipated, returning to its normal state as he ceased the circulation of his internal blood. After a considerable while, Su Ming furrowed his brow. Could it truly have been a mere illusion? He sighed softly, preparing to shut his eyes and dismiss the matter. But at the very moment his eyelids were about to close, his pupils dilated sharply. No, something was amiss. He faintly grasped a fleeting thought, yet it remained elusive, as if ready to evaporate at any moment, difficult to articulate. The red moon. The crimson moon. Red. Su Ming murmured, suddenly lowering his gaze to his own body. The moment he had witnessed the red moon resurfaced in his mind, it seemed as though the medicinal effects had fully dissipated, causing his blood to circulate, releasing a red glow that illuminated the cave. His gaze brightened as his thoughts sharpened. The murky ideas in his mind gradually cleared, and moments later, without hesitation, Su Ming opened his eyes wide, channeling his blood. Instantly, 19 bloodlines emerged across his body, radiating a blinding red light that not only enveloped him but also bathed the cave in crimson. Su Ming's eyes remained fixed on the moon outside the small openings. And amidst the surrounding bloodlight, he inhaled deeply, his expression growing increasingly grave, yet enlightenment dawned upon him. The moon he beheld now gleamed with red. The redness did not originate from the moon itself, but rather from the pervasive crimson glow of the cave. Thus, peering through the red light, he naturally perceived the moon as crimson. The path of desire is boundless. The residual flames meld with blood, conjuring the incineration of the heavens. As the fire moon rises amidst the vast expanse of the universe, in that moment of silent contemplation, the blood and fire intertwined. The nine formed the extreme. The one embodied the law, igniting the barbaric flames in 9 salutations, culminating in the communion of fire worship. Su Ming gazed at the red moon, muttering softly. In that moment of contemplation, this phrase implied that upon witnessing the fiery moon, one should silently reflect and imagine. Yet, what was to be imagined? The conflation of blood and fire, the 9 as the extreme, the one as the law, igniting the barbaric flames in 9 salutations, culminating in the communion of fire worship. No, this phrase bore no connection to mere imagination. It pertained to action. Su Ming furrowed his brow as his blood circulated within him, intensifying the crimson glow in the cave, rendering the moon's redness ever clearer before his eyes. Imagination. Suddenly, a flash crossed Su Ming's gaze, as if thunder reverberated through his mind. Could it be that this phrase ought to be perceived thus? When the fire moon emerges from the clouds, amidst the vastness of the cosmos, one must silently reflect. If so, the meaning would be profoundly altered. It did not suggest imagining upon the moon's appearance, but rather envisioning the emergence of the fire moon. Su Ming trembled, faintly sensing he had grasped the crux of the matter. He inhaled sharply, silently envisioning the moon in the sky transforming into crimson. This visualization, with the passage of time, was repeated in his mind until he was wholly absorbed, neglecting the circulation of his blood, oblivious to the fact that the cave's snowy light had entirely dissipated, returning to normal. He tilted his head back, his gaze fixed on the moon beyond the small openings, as the visions in his mind became increasingly layered. The red moon, the burning moon. Su Ming murmured, within his sight, that moon exuded a deep crimson hue, gradually transforming the entire orb into a vibrant scarlet. In that fleeting moment, Su Ming's body was engulfed in a shiver, as he sensed that within the red moon, tendrils of crimson light descended from above, flowing through the small apertures, merging with his gaze, subtly coursing into his being, integrating with his blood. A chilling sensation enveloped him, igniting his internal circulation, gently flowing within him, while Su Ming remained oblivious, as if all of existence had faded away, leaving only the resplendent red moon in his sight, growing larger and clearer. The red within the moon seemed to harbor an extraordinary power as the moonlight cascaded down, penetrating into his core. As time ebbed away, Xiaohong had long since awakened, staring blankly at Su Ming from a distance, revealing a look of confusion. It raised its head to glimpse the moon beyond the small apertures, yet to its eyes, the moon appeared no different from usual. It scratched its head, unable to fathom the source of Su Ming's distraction, unbeknownst to anyone at that very moment. Within the 5 peaks of Wu Mountain, where the moon wings rested and slumbered, a peculiar transformation was unfolding, particularly within the depths of the Black Flame Peak. In the basin covered by fiery magma, countless lines traversed the massive red trunk, occasionally revealing the visages of the moonwings. Their expressions were neither grotesque nor sorrowful, but rather a blend of obsession and fervor. It was unclear what stirred their excitement, yet their rapid movements along the trunk indicated a fervent intensity. It seemed as if they struggled to break free from the confines of the trunk, yet some force restrained them, rendering escape impossible. Perhaps they sensed something, a summons, or perhaps a worship, or perhaps a recollection of their forgotten epics. Beneath the bubbling magma, remnants of the ancient fire tribes lay submerged. Their skeletal remains, though seemingly unchanged, bore a mocking and arrogant expression. Perhaps their derision was not aimed at the moments of their demise, but rather at the aftermath. As night fell, and the moon in the sky began to wane, reminiscent of dawn's first light, within the forest of Wu Mountain. A shadow cloaked in black robes slowly traversed the distance. This figure was none other than the being that had existed within the Black Mountain tribe. It moved slowly, each step seemingly ethereal, effortlessly passing through countless dead trees. Here, there was still nothing. Where could it possibly be? The figure sighed lightly, emitting a raspy voice as it gradually made its way into the distance, vanishing as the first light of dawn broke on the horizon. Chapter 36. The Enchantment of Little Red. As the night passed, and the darkness of dawn was dispelled by the radiance of the rising sun, when the bright moon in the firmament transformed into a crescent and ultimately faded away, Su Ming, within the cavern of Black Flame Peak, trembled slightly. His head, which had been held aloft, gradually descended. His eyes reflected a state of bewilderment, confusion, and a hint of emptiness. This indescribable gaze caught the attention of Little Red, who immediately bristled with fear, retreating against the rocky wall, her expression one of terror and astonishment. In Su Ming's pupils, a faint shadow of a blood moon gradually dissipated. After a lengthy pause, once the ephemeral blood moon vanished completely from his eyes, he awakened from his daze. Little Red, still staring at Su Ming, wore an expression of puzzlement. Su Ming took a deep breath. The events of the night felt but a fleeting moment, and now, upon regaining consciousness, he grappled with the myriad confusions swirling in his memory. However, upon inspecting his body, all bewilderment transformed into sheer astonishment. His injuries, completely healed, Su Ming murmured. Previously, he had forced himself to ascend, leaving behind minor wounds which, by his estimation, would require several days of meditation to recover. Yet, astonishingly, after just one night, he found himself entirely restored. After a long while, Su Ming inhaled sharply, lifting his gaze only to be met by the luminous sky and the sun outside the small openings. This was indeed a formidable technique, a primal art of the Fire Barbarian clan. Such an art must possess immense power. Merely by contemplating it for a night, my injuries have fully mended. A flicker of realization ignited in Su Ming's eyes as he began to channel the vital energy within him, and soon, 19 bloodlines manifested across his body. However, upon the appearance of the 19th bloodline, an odd expression crossed Su Ming's face. He sensed that, at this moment, he still had some residual strength. With a serious demeanor, he once more circulated his vital energy, and after it had coursed around his body several times, astonishingly, a 20th bloodline coalesced at his chest. This sight left Su Ming wide-eyed. After a pause, as he dispersed the energy, he was even more astounded by the events of the night. His heart raced. The extraordinary effects of the mountain spirit powder had already left him in shock, and now, the peculiarities of the Fire Barbarian technique revealed themselves, seemingly opening a path toward his future, opening the dust. Perhaps, in this lifetime, I, Su Ming, can indeed attain the realm of opening the dust and become a formidable warrior. Su Ming took a deep breath, suppressing the excitement within him. At that moment, Little Red scurried over, leaping onto Su Ming's shoulder, her eyes wide as she gazed into his. An expression of confusion etched upon her face. She lifted her paw, attempting to grasp at Su Ming's eyes. With a hearty laugh, Su Ming playfully nudged the little monkey. After a brief moment of fun, Little Red seemed to recall something. And, with a series of urgent screeches, she raised her right paw to her nose, inhaling deeply. Her expression turned to one of rapture, and after a few more sniffs, she extended her paw towards Su Ming, inviting him to partake in the scent. Su Ming hesitated for a moment. He had often observed Little Red engaging in such behavior over the past few months and had pondered its meaning, yet it felt somewhat amiss. Now, gazing at the paw she presented, he faltered, but upon meeting her expectant gaze, he leaned forward to sniff. A pungent odor wafted forth, causing Su Ming to laugh and gently push her paw away. Little Red's eyes widened in indignation at Su Ming's rejection, and she let out a series of displeased screeches before scampering off to smell her paw again, her expression one of bliss, as if it had once grasped something extraordinary. She never had this habit before. Su Ming mused, increasingly perplexed, and an idea began to form within him. Days swiftly passed, and during this time, Su Ming immersed himself in the effects of the mountain spirit powder. The potency of the powder thrilled him, igniting a desire to concoct more. Unfortunately, the failure rate of this powder was significant. Having used half of the luoyun leaves, he had only managed to produce 2 pills, aside from refining the powder. During the day, Su Ming frequently meditated, circulating the blood within him to solidify his 3rd level of bloodline, a robust sensation enveloping his body. By Su Ming's analysis, He now possessed the capability to confront the hulking brute that had perished beneath the blood powder on that fateful day. As night fell, Su Ming would forego further attempts at refining the powder, instead sitting within the cavern, gazing at the bright moon, silently envisioning it as crimson. Meanwhile, Little Red, who had not ventured outside for several days, quietly awoke, her eyes sparkling with excitement and anticipation. While intoxicated by the scent of her paw, she cast a few glances at Su Ming, and upon confirming that he was oblivious to her presence, she darted towards the exit. The moment Little Red's figure vanished from the cavern, Su Ming opened his eyes, a smile gracing his lips as he rose stealthily to follow her. He was curious to uncover what had so enraptured Little Red. After all, he was still a young man, driven by curiosity, especially after observing her peculiar behavior. With his current cultivation, Su Ming, possessing 22 bloodlines, had achieved a remarkable level of speed and agility. He could traverse snow without leaving a trace. Following closely behind Little Red, he remained undetected as she swiftly descended the mountain, moving with remarkable speed. However, after half an hour, Su Ming's smile faltered. Replaced by a look of intrigue, he observed Little Red bounding through the forest, seemingly on a precise course, familiar with her destination. Eventually, she halted outside a burrow in the thicket, where the surroundings were in disarray, with grass and foliage scattered about. Little Red cautiously approached the burrow, her expression a mix of alertness and anticipation. After observing for a moment, she suddenly dashed into the cave. Su Ming, watching from a distance, furrowed his brow. With his experience in the woods, he could instantly deduce that a large beast must be hibernating within. Just then, a furious, chilling roar erupted from the cave, followed by a swift red figure leaping out, emitting a piercing screech and displaying an air of triumph. A large tuft of black fur clutched in its paw. This is. Su Ming hesitated momentarily, then felt the ground tremble as a massive beast, resembling a bear, charged out of the cave. The creature was entirely black, with long fur and furious red eyes. However, upon witnessing this enraged beast, Su Ming's expression grew even more peculiar. He noticed that the lower part of the beast was sparse, with only scattered tufts of fur, suggesting it had suffered multiple instances of fur removal. Upon recalling the object in Little Red's possession, Su Ming's eyes widened in realization. The beast's furious roars echoed as it pursued Little Red, but it could not match her speed. Soon, it whimpered as if in despair, letting out a few pitiful cries before retreating back into the cave. Moments later, loud thuds resounded from within, indicating the beast was venting its frustration. Su Ming's mind was blank, his expression peculiar. He swiftly turned and pursued the direction in which Xiao Hong had fled, moving considerably faster than her. It wasn't long before he caught sight of her figure in the distance. Xiao Hong had halted at the edge of a thicket filled with withered trees. Glancing around, she hastily wiped the black fur she clutched in her right hand against her undercarriage. Her face radiated a sense of triumph, clearly visible to Su Ming from afar. She bore an expression that suggested she felt as formidable as a bear. Yet, there was an underlying air of lewdness to her demeanor. Su Ming stood in a daze, watching as Xiao Hong, after completing her actions, confidently approached the thicket, emitting a series of shrill cries. Shortly thereafter, a group of small, non-red female monkeys emerged rapidly from the underbrush, encircling Xiao Hong. Observing these petite creatures, each one curiously sniffing at Xiao Hong's right paw, he noticed their expressions of surprise and fear as they glanced at her undercarriage. Ultimately, under Xiao Hong's smug gaze, they ventured deeper into the thicket together. Su Ming let out a bitter laugh and sighed deeply, realizing that Xiao Hong was leveraging the bear's might to attract the attention of the opposite sex. With an indescribable feeling swelling within him, he found himself in a state of bemusement and quickly departed from the scene, continually reminding himself to forget the embarrassing incident from days prior when he had been coaxed by Xiao Hong to sniff her right paw. He returned to the cave in a rather disheveled state, exhaling another deep sigh, feeling a sense of sympathy for the bear that had lost so much fur from incessant harassment. It was no wonder that Xiao Hong, whenever she ventured out, would return exhausted after several days, only to rest for a while before bounding out again, full of energy. Su Ming rubbed his nose, forcing himself to dismiss the thoughts of the incident, and once again immersed himself in the peculiar state of gazing at the crimson moon, as if the red essence were merging with the blood coursing through his veins under the moonlight. Days passed, and on one particular night, as usual, Su Ming sat cross-legged, gazing at the bright moon. Gradually, as the moonlight intensified, a faint blood moon began to materialize in his eyes, flickering ominously. It seemed as if the blood moon was about to ignite within his left eye, causing his body to jolt violently. Unbidden, A phrase surfaced in his mind. Blood fire intertwines, 9 is the extreme, 1 is the law, ignite the savage fire with 9 prostrations, and thus become the conduit of the fire worship. Chapter 37. The conflagration of blood and fire. The conflagration of blood and fire. 9 signifies the extreme. 1 embodies the law, igniting the wild flames with 9 bows, forming a communion with the sacred fire. Su Ming murmured unconsciously, the phrase echoing incessantly within his mind, its resonance growing louder until it thundered like a tempest in his thoughts. His eyes, with the faint shadow of the blood moon, became increasingly vivid, flickering with an enchanting radiance that appeared to burn incessantly, causing a sharp pain to pierce through his gaze. Initially, this sensation was subtle, but as time unfolded and the luminous moonlight illuminated the sky, the pain intensified, ultimately overwhelming him to the point of trembling as if he could no longer endure it. He yearned to close his eyes, to avert his gaze from the moon that seemed to be the source of his torment, as if it were not the flames, but the moonlight itself that inflicted such agony. Yet, in that moment, an equally potent feeling surged within him. It was as if this transformation was pivotal to his mastery of the extraordinary wild technique. To close his eyes would be tantamount to abandoning his cultivation, and a foreboding intuition whispered in his mind that should he relinquish this endeavor, he might never again be able to practice this art. Blood and fire. How does one ignite this conflagration? Su Ming's eyes, now laced with crimson veins, reflected the haunting image of the blood moon, rendering him a sight both striking and alarming. The fiery essence within his eyes seemed to evaporate all moisture, leaving them parched, as if they were on the brink of desiccation. With a primal roar, he tilted his head skyward, his expression contorting as the blood surged through him, but no amount of flow could alleviate the withering sensation, which only grew more pronounced. Gradually, the moon began to blur in his vision. Were there others beside him, they would have witnessed the vibrant flames still flickering in his eyes. A fiery blaze reminiscent of blood, raging fiercely. How does one ignite this conflagration? How could the flames of blood and fire intertwine? As Su Ming writhed in struggle, the meaning of the enigmatic phrase eluded him, and as clarity faded before him, he instinctively sought to close his eyes. He knew that if he failed to do so, he might be forever deprived of light. But at the moment his eyelids nearly sealed shut, a flash of insight struck him like lightning. A peculiar image emerged within his mind. It was a memory of the moon wings he had encountered in the depths of the cave while rescuing Bai Ling, their expressions wrought with sorrow and anguish. Those moon wings repetitively performed an action, clawing at their own flesh to smear their eyes with their blood. A jolt coursed through Su Ming, as if realization dawned upon him. In the fleeting moment before his eyes fully closed, he abruptly reopened them. Simultaneously, he raised his right hand and bit down fiercely on his fingertip. Instantly, blood welled from the wound, saturating his fingers, and he lifted his hand to smear the blood across his eyes. As the crimson essence touched his eyelids, a thunderous sensation erupted from his brow, and a refreshing chill enveloped his vision. In that instant, the entire black flame peak seemed to tremble slightly, yet curiously. Not a single snowflake stirred, as if the tremor originated not from the mountain itself, but from its very soul. At that moment, an invisible breath surged forth from the black flame peak, converging frantically towards Su Ming as he sat cross-legged. He could not discern its nature, yet he felt it rush toward him, merging with his eyes, transforming them into a vortex that drew in this ethereal essence. These incoming breaths resembled delicate raindrops that extinguished flames, and as they poured into him, the haze before his eyes dissipated rapidly, replaced by clarity infused with a sanguine glow. In that moment, Su Ming's world shifted to shades of red. The burning sensation within his eyes that threatened to parch them vanished, replaced by a soothing coolness that alleviated all pain within him. As this subtle essence flowed into Su Ming's eyes, it spread throughout his body, merging with his blood, coursing through his veins. 22 bloodlines radiated with a sanguine luminescence, enveloping him, and astonishingly, a 23rd appeared. Following the emergence of this 23rd line, a flicker in his eyes heralded the rise of a 24th. After a considerable time, as the sky brightened and the moon began to fade, Su Ming sprang to his feet and rushed towards the exit, swiftly emerging into the open air. The mountain wind howled, tousling his long hair, and his 24 bloodlines twisted grotesquely, rendering him an otherworldly figure. Standing there, he gazed up at the waning moon and inhaled deeply. At that moment, he beheld the moon flicker suddenly, as a ray of red moonlight descended directly into his eyes, appearing and vanishing in an instant. A tremor coursed through him, and a 25th bloodline erupted on his neck. The blood condensation realm, 4th layer. In nearly all the minor tribes, reaching the fourth layer of the blood condensation realm was of great significance. It signified that those who attained this level could join the hunting team, becoming the backbone of the tribe's battles and defenses. Moreover, this fourth layer also represented the pinnacle of the early stages of blood condensation. One step further into the fifth layer would elevate them to the mid-stage of blood condensation. Most importantly, upon reaching this mid-stage, Su Ming would have the potential to unleash new wild techniques. For the first time, Su Ming felt a surge of power. His expression remained serene as he gazed at the dispersing moon and the dawning sky. A cool essence flowed from his eyes and around him. A multitude of similar energies surged from the mountain, drawing near. In that moment, he experienced a peculiar sensation, as if he could command the light of the moon. With this extraordinary feeling, Su Ming slowly raised his hand, and, at the instant the moon vanished, he gently waved it. In the instant Su Ming waved his right hand, the crescent moon in the sky, which had been fading, suddenly emanated an unparalleled silver glow, visible only to Su Ming. The silver radiance descended from the firmament, and as Su Ming waved his hand, he witnessed a distortion of the surrounding space. In a flash, the moonlight he seemed to have drawn from the moon triggered a thunderous roar. A vast expanse of rocks before him shattered into countless fragments, scattering and falling into the mountain stream, the echoes reverberating for a long time. Su Ming's eyes widened, and he gasped, staring blankly at his right hand. After a long while, he finally reacted and looked up at the sky, only to find that the moon had vanished, and the rising sun bathed the world in light. So, this is the fire barbarian art? Su Ming murmured. Yet this art is related to the moon, bearing no trace of fire. Why is that? His heart pounded as he recalled the power of the moonlight he had invoked, filled with an enigmatic force he couldn't comprehend, but whose sharpness stirred his soul. He clenched his right fist, his eyes gleaming, and punched a large rock beside him. His blood surged, the 25 bloodlines intertwined. The moment his fist touched the rock, a muffled boom echoed, and cracks appeared on its surface. Simultaneously, a tremendous force surged into Su Ming's right hand, rushing into his body, but was dispelled by the circulating blood. Su Ming stepped back, his eyes fixed on the cracked rock, gradually revealing excitement. With my current strength at the fourth level of blood solidification, I can only crack this rock. If I use the spirit-devouring barbarian art and find the right beast spirit, I might be able to shatter it. But this is already my full strength. Yet it pales in comparison to that wisp of moonlight. If a mere wisp of moonlight can do this, what if there were more? Su Ming took a deep breath and smiled, feeling his transformation and the power within him, anticipating the arrival of the moonlit night. It's a pity that the power of moonlight seems to be available only at night. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming turned and returned to the cave. For the first time, Su Ming eagerly awaited the arrival of night. He frequently peered through the small holes, checking the sky, feeling as if the day was unusually slow. Gradually, as the sky darkened once more and moonlight bathed the earth, Su Ming suppressed his excitement, gazed at the moon, took a deep breath, and his eyes shone with determination. From the inheritance of the barbarian statue, Su Ming knew that once he reached the fifth level of blood solidification or higher, he could wield two immensely powerful barbarian arts inherited from the medium-sized Ushan tribe hundreds of years ago: Crimson Blood Dust and Three Fiend Severance. Crimson Blood Dust involved condensing a drop of barbarian blood within the body, unleashing astonishing power in an instant. As for Three Fiend Severance, it stirred Su Ming's soul every time he thought about it. Crimson Blood Dust required at least 50 bloodlines to cast, while Three Fiend Severance was even more challenging, requiring 200 bloodlines to initially wield, capable of severing one fiend. The fifth level of blood solidification required 53 bloodlines, and to become a barbarian at the sixth level, 109 bloodlines were needed. As for the seventh level, it required 243 bloodlines. The peak of the middle stage of blood solidification was the eighth level, requiring 399 bloodlines. The ninth level and above marked the late stage of blood solidification, up to the 11th level, requiring the limit of ordinary barbarians, 781 bloodlines. The more bloodlines one possessed, the greater their strength and the higher their chances of reaching the dust opening realm. Su Ming's eyes gleamed as he gazed at the moon, his anticipation growing stronger. As he contemplated the moon as crimson, it gradually became a red moon in his eyes, and a burning sensation resurfaced within him. This time, Su Ming did not hesitate. He bit his fingertip and immediately raised his hand, smearing blood on his eyes. His entire body rumbled, and the strange changes that had appeared within and outside Black Flame Peak the previous day resurfaced. I must become stronger. Su Ming murmured, his 25 bloodlines emerging, his body flashing with blood as he continuously absorbed the mountain's aura from all directions. At the same time, the crimson moon in his eyes flashed, and he raised his right hand once more, smearing it across his pupils again. The Dao barbarian's desires to explore the edges of the 8 directions, merging residual fire with blood, chanting to incinerate the heavens, burning the firmament. If the fire moon emerges from the clouds in this vast world, at that time, contemplate blood and fire overlapping and burning, 9 being the extreme, 1 being the law, burning the barbarian fire in 9 bows, achieving the connection of fire worship. 9 is the extreme. 9 is the extreme. The meaning of this phrase, in my opinion, is to overlap and burn blood and fire 9 times. After Su Ming smeared his right hand across his eyes for the second time, his entire body trembled violently. The entire black flame peak suddenly shook, though this tremor remained imperceptible to others. An even more immense mountain aura surged forth, rushing into Su Ming's body, giving him the illusion of bursting open. The 25 bloodlines on his body shone brilliantly, as if alive, twisting and writhing. In that instant, a 26th bloodline appeared on Su Ming's body, followed by 27, 28, 29, until 33 bloodlines emerged simultaneously. Su Ming's breathing quickened, his heart pounding faster. The feeling of possessing immense power immersed him, as if he didn't want to wake up, but his mind remained clear. The crimson moon in his eyes flashed, and he slowly raised his right hand, biting his 3rd finger. The blood on his fingertips seemed to possess a strange power. Su Ming stared at the blood, slowly bringing it before his eyes. He was going to overlap and burn blood and fire for the 3rd time. He had an extremely strong feeling that if he could overlap and burn blood and fire 3 times, his cultivation would advance by leaps and bounds. The intensity of this feeling made his body tremble. Clenching his teeth, Su Ming pressed his finger against his right eye and gently smeared it, just a trace. The entire Ushan Mountain quaked. Not only did Black Flame Peak shake, but the other 4 peaks trembled as well. Countless birds and beasts looked up at the sky in terror, afraid to move, but the mountain remained unchanged in everyone's eyes, as if nothing had happened. The Yulong tribe didn't notice, nor did the Ushan tribe. Only Bitu, within the Black Mountain tribe, who was meditating to absorb the blood of the mooning and break through to the dust-opening realm, felt a sudden pang in his heart. Opening his eyes, he revealed a trace of horror and immediately left his house, looking up at the sky. But the feeling vanished in an instant. No matter how he observed, he couldn't find the source of his fear. At the same time, the moonings dwelling deep within the 5 peaks of Ushan Mountain all revealed excitement the moment Su Ming attempted to overlap and burn blood and fire for the 3rd time. They frantically tried to rush out of the strange tree trunks they inhabited, as if to seek their king, but they were enveloped by some force, unable to leave. Similarly, the bizarre red tree within Ushan Mountain trembled. It was unclear whether with excitement or fear. Inside the cave, Su Ming had to stop trembling after smearing a trace of blood on his right eye. The immense aura surging from the entire Ushan Mountain rushed into his body, causing the bloodlines on his body to soar at a terrifying speed, even to Su Ming. 34, 35, 36, 42, 44, until 47. Su Ming could no longer continue. The feeling of bursting open became clearer, and he could even faintly hear the roars of moonings within the entire Ushan Mountain. His right hand shot up abruptly, breath quickening, gasping for air, his entire body drenched in perspiration. Simultaneously, the ethereal essence of Wushan dissipated, and the surging, formidable aura vanished along with it. The haunting roars that echoed in his ears faded into oblivion, and everything returned to normal. Yet Su Ming understood that what had just transpired was far from ordinary. Such formidable barbaric techniques. I can sense that should the 3rd conflagration of blood and fire be completed, my bloodline would double. And this is merely the 3rd phase. If it were to reach 9, Su Ming inhaled sharply, a creeping dread of the cultivation process beginning to take hold. This is only 9 phases. According to my understanding, after 9 conflagrations of blood and fire, one could bow to the fiery moon in the heavens. After 9 bows, one could transcend to the realm of the fire barbarians. Su Ming murmured, feeling within himself a power that seemed almost unbelievable. After a long moment, he slowly raised his head, a glimmer of determination shining in his eyes. By combining with medicinal stones to cultivate this technique, I see the dawn of hope. Su Ming clenched his fist tightly. Chapter 39, Hostility. As time flowed day by day during Su Ming's refinement and training, Xiao Hong returned to the cave after several days. Appearing utterly fatigued, even the fur on its body seemed dulled. Despite its exhaustion, there was a gleam of satisfaction and reminiscence in its eyes as it continuously sniffed at its right paw, grinning foolishly. Upon Xiaohong's return, Su Ming slightly opened his eyes and caught a glimpse of it, which involuntarily reminded him of a scene from a few days prior, causing an unnatural expression to cross his face. Noticing Su Ming's gaze, Xiaohong quickly turned to him, scampering over and extending its right paw, exuding pride and a desire for Su Ming to take a whiff, as if believing that good things should be shared. Su Ming could only chuckle in exasperation and chose to ignore Xiaohong, once again immersing himself in his cultivation. With the passage of time, a month slipped by swiftly, bringing him closer to the date he had agreed upon with his grandfather for their journey to Fengjin tribe. During this time, Su Ming had exhausted all his luoyun leaves, managing only to successfully refine a single mountain spirit powder, the failure rate of which had become a source of considerable frustration for him. Fortunately, aside from the mountain spirit powder, his training had progressed relatively smoothly. He had completely solidified the fourth layer of the blood condensation realm and even gained 2 additional bloodlines, reaching a total of 49. Gradually, he began to accept the peculiarities of the fire barbarian technique. However, as he delved deeper, the condensation of bloodlines became increasingly arduous. In recent days, regardless of his efforts, he found himself unable to condense any further, understanding that this was tied to his inability to complete the 3rd round of blood-fire layering. Additionally, during nights when the moon graced the sky, he attempted repeatedly to manipulate the moonlight based on an instinctive feeling from his heart, but the results were far from significant. He could only control a mere wisp of it, unable to summon more. Yet, even this slender ray of moonlight was astonishingly sharp in Su Ming's grasp, surpassing even the bone spikes, and most importantly, Xiaohong was oblivious to it. From this, Su Ming could somewhat confirm that aside from himself, others could not perceive it. One morning, Su Ming rose from his meditative posture and surveyed the cave's surroundings. After a moment's contemplation, he moved the crude cauldron aside. Uncertain how long his journey to Fengjin tribe would take, he felt compelled to make some preparations. The rock walls of the cave were etched with countless fine grooves, a testament to his manipulation of the moonlight over recent days. After organizing his belongings, Su Ming exited the cave. Xiaohong, already awake, hurried after him upon noticing his departure, and when they reached the cave's entrance, it perched itself on Su Ming's shoulder, lazy to descend the mountain on its own. Unfortunately, the mountain spirit powder was exceedingly difficult to refine. On the second door, beneath the mountain spirit powder emblem, there were 8 small holes, evidently requiring the offering of 8. He wondered how long it would take to gather 8 mountain spirit stones while ensuring his own training progressed. Moreover, opening the second door required a substance known as the Nanli stone. The herbs needed for this stone were unfamiliar to him, but fortunately, his grandfather had provided him with a diagram that contained some information. Standing outside the cave, Su Ming gazed at the dawn breaking in the distance, inhaling the cool, crisp air, murmuring to himself. Only by possessing sufficient quantities of these 2 stones could the second door be unlocked. Thankfully, the last stone, known as the nascent spirit powder, seemed to not require refinement, yet this only underscored its rarity. As Su Ming pondered, Xiaohong, perched on his shoulder, grew impatient, tugging at his hair and letting out a series of shrill cries. Su Ming gently patted the little monkey on the head and leapt down the mountainside with vigor. The cold wind howled, ruffling his garments and hair, causing Xiaohong to cling tightly to his hair, screeching incessantly. Laughter echoed in Su Ming's wake as he deftly grabbed onto a nearby rock mid-fall, stabilizing himself before descending further. With his current cultivation, it wasn't long before he sped down the black flame peak. The snow covering the forest remained, soft and yielding underfoot. Su Ming swayed his body, running toward the distance. Initially planning to return directly to the tribe, he hesitated upon reaching a fork in the road. Xiaohong remained comfortably on his shoulder, absorbed in sniffing its paw. Upon seeing Su Ming halt, it looked up in mild surprise. To the right lay the path back to the tribe, while the left. Su Ming gazed down that route, leading to the Wulong tribe. It would be worthwhile to take a look. Xiaohong, have you ever seen Bai Ling? Oh, right, you haven't. Perhaps I should take you to see her? Su Ming whispered. Xiaohong's eyes widened, scratching at its fur, remaining silent. Very well. Since you wish to see her, I shall take you to have a distant glimpse. Su Ming found a reason to proceed and smiled as he patted Xiaohong's head again. Despite Xiaohong's displeasure, he dashed toward the left path. As dusk approached, The sun in the distance emanated a reddish glow, heralding the sunset. Su Ming arrived at the spot where he had bid farewell to Bai Ling, crouching down. From here, he could see the outline of the Wulong tribe and the movement of its people, yet Bai Ling's white figure eluded his sight. For a long while, Su Ming remained silent, lost in thought, simply feeling that Bai Ling was beautiful. She was the most exquisite girl he had ever encountered since childhood, and he yearned to gaze upon her a little longer. After some hesitation, he quietly sat there, refraining from any rash movements, merely observing the sky. As the sunset faded, casting shadows, his gaze sparkled with determination. He stood and took a few steps forward, moving swiftly yet cautiously toward the Wulong tribe, careful not to draw too near. For this was not the Wu Mountain tribe. Should he be detected, danger would ensue. Though the Wu Mountain tribe bore no deep-seated enmity with the Wulong tribe as with the Heishan tribe, it was not without its tensions. Encounters in the wild often led to hostility, especially for someone like Su Ming, lingering outside the Wulong tribe. Alas, this was unwise. Su Ming muttered to himself as he stealthily advanced. He halted when still 1,000 zhang away from the Wulong tribe. Growing up in the tribe, and having ventured alone to Wu Mountain for herb gathering in his youth, even encountering members of the Heishan tribe on several occasions, had instilled in him a sense of caution and vigilance that had become instinctual. Having witnessed too much bloodshed, mostly from wild beasts captured by hunting teams in the tribe, he, as a child, absorbed these experiences. Moreover, he had taken lives. This fact was something even Lei Chun had not faced. Thus, even though he felt an inexplicable urge to catch a glimpse of Bai Ling, his subconscious instincts compelled him to remain at a cautious distance as dusk approached. Stopping 1,000 zhang away, crouching there, he cast a distant glance at the Wulong tribe, his eyes revealing a resolute determination. Without a moment's hesitation, he suddenly turned and swiftly retreated from the Wulong tribe. However, just as he took a few steps, an intense sense of peril surged through him, far more potent than when he had encountered the 2 Heishan tribe warriors. His body leapt instinctively, twisting midair, hands clutching his head, curling into a ball and cradling Xiao Hong in his arms, seemingly suspended in the air. At that very moment, a piercing shriek echoed, and a massive spear, nearly 3 zhang long, hurtled forth like lightning from the towering wooden palisade of the Wulong tribe, soaring past Su Ming with tremendous force and crashing into the ground, producing a resounding boom that shook the earth and erupted the snowflakes around them. A wave of energy surged forth, radiating in all directions. Fortunately, Su Ming's keen instincts allowed him to evade it in advance. As the force swirled around him, he swayed momentarily before sprinting forward with all his might. Trying to escape? A cold snort echoed from afar, revealing a young man clad in coarse linen garments, his long hair cascading down, eyes glinting with a fierce intensity as he pursued. As Su Ming pressed onward, he cast a glance back, a flicker of cold light flashing in his gaze. Chapter 40. Sikong, the young man, appeared to be around 18 or 19 years of age, possessing a remarkably robust physique that could rival that of Lei Chun. He wielded a spear, measuring merely half a zhang in length, yet it was entirely obsidian black, exuding a chilling aura that was almost palpable. At the tip of the spear, a faint golden glimmer flickered ominously. Most importantly, this spear was not fashioned from stone, but rather crafted from a material that Su Ming had never encountered before. Upon catching sight of it from a distance, an inexplicable sense of dread surged through him, a feeling that was hauntingly familiar, yet he could not ascertain its origin. Nevertheless, the underlying sense of peril compelled Su Ming to cast aside all distractions, leaving only an instinctive calm within his mind. The man donned not animal skin but coarse linen garments, indicating his esteemed position within the Wulong tribe. I do not regret approaching the Wulong tribe, Su Ming thought, a flicker of resolve igniting within him. I have not ventured within 1,000 zhang. According to tribal customs, 3 men can traverse within that distance without hostility. I bear no ill will. I merely wish to meet a friend from your tribe. Su Ming surged forward, moving with the grace of a phantom gliding over the snow, leaving no trace behind. As he sped away, his words floated back, "Oh, in that case, you do not appear to be an enemy. Do not flee. Halt and accompany me back to the tribe. After clarifying the situation, let the chief decide." A glimmer of cold light flashed in the young man's eyes as he spoke, his pace unrelenting, seemingly waiting for Su Ming to falter. As an outsider, how could I intrude upon your Wulong tribe? Su Ming responded, his body still in motion, a smile adorning his lips. That is a valid point. Then, What is the name of the person you know? The young man maintained his composure, yet his eyes narrowed as he continued his pursuit. I do not know her name, only that she wears white and is exceedingly beautiful. The moment Su Ming uttered these words, he abruptly glanced back. He noticed a fleeting glimmer of murderous intent in the young man's eyes upon hearing his reply, igniting a realization within Su Ming. He had been contemplating that. Given his own prowess, remaining outside of 1,000 zhong would not provoke an immediate attack from the Wulong tribe, nor would they unleash that terrifying spear so readily. There must be a reason behind it. Moreover, the fact that this evidently high-ranking young man was pursuing him alone led Su Ming to form a hypothesis. Indeed, it is him. The young man's response to Su Ming came in the form of a disdainful snort. Striding forward, he raised his right hand, and a surge of black energy enveloped him, coiling around the spear. As it spiraled, a sharp sound echoed, and the spear levitated above the young man's head. Su Ming's pupils contracted. This was a manifestation of barbaric techniques. The aura emanating from the young man distinctly revealed his formidable cultivation, slightly surpassing Su Ming's own, indicating he had reached the 5th level of blood condensation. It was evident he had only recently crossed this threshold, as evidenced by the numerous blood veins visible on his body. However, possessing a barbaric weapon set him apart. We shall meet again in death. The young man, still over 700 zhong away from Su Ming, continued his relentless pursuit, having already distanced himself from the Wulong tribe. Yet, as the spear floated ominously, the sense of danger intensified within Su Ming. Upon the young man's words, his gaze turned lethal, and with a swift gesture of his right hand, he sent the spear, shrouded in black energy, hurtling towards Su Ming with a piercing shriek. As it advanced, the golden glimmer at the spear's tip flickered fiercely, as if tearing through the void, approaching Su Ming at an unimaginable speed, reducing the distance to less than 300 zhong. A barbaric weapon. Su Ming recognized it instantly. 50 blood veins erupted within him. And at that moment, his vitality surged, propelling his speed and agility to their zenith. Just as the spear neared, Su Ming crouched low, a fierce wind howling past him as the spear whizzed overhead, landing with a thunderous crash mere inches from the ground. This strike was as powerful as the one he had previously encountered from the Wulong tribe, were it not for Su Ming's expertise in speed and agility. A typical 4th-level blood condensation warrior would have struggled to evade it, having successfully dodged. Su Ming did not spare a glance at the spear embedded in the ground, but instead felt a chill creeping into his heart as he sped away. He did not need to ponder whether to seize the spear. The beast-skin leather tome had mentioned that only those at the dust-opening realm could claim ownership of a barbaric weapon, while those below this threshold were incapable of doing so. Yet, the fact that it had been thrown so casually suggested something sinister about its nature. As twilight descended, the young man hastened to the location where the spear had struck, his eyes glinting with cold fury, but he furrowed his brow slightly. As the son of the chieftain of the Wulong tribe, Sikong was not the strongest among the younger generation, yet he was formidable. Boasting cultivation at the 5th level of blood condensation and possessing a barbaric weapon, making the slaughter of a 4th-level warrior a relatively simple task. However, being evaded by Su Ming instilled a sense of caution within him, revealing the latter's wariness. Unfortunately for Su Ming, had he truly harbored intentions of claiming his barbaric weapon, he would have perished on the spot. Sikong hesitated briefly, lost in thought before cautiously grasping the spear and resuming his pursuit. Within the forest, Su Ming raced like the wind, his speed increasing with each moment. Yet, Sikong relentlessly followed, the occasional whistling of the spear indicating that Su Ming could not create any distance, maintaining a gap of several hundred zhong as they plunged deeper into the woods. In truth, if Su Ming truly desired to escape, his speed and familiarity with the terrain would render this task trivial. However, he harbored no intention of distancing himself. This was the second time he had encountered a barbaric weapon, and the experience ignited a fervent desire within him to possess it. As he dashed forward, he kept a watchful eye on the dimming sky. Upon noticing the encroaching darkness and the moon's emergence, a flicker of determination ignited in his gaze. Barbaric weapons were extraordinary artifacts. His previous experience with one was rather rudimentary, and it seemed likely that there were hidden capabilities. As the pursuit continued, Sikong's frustration grew. He had not anticipated Su Ming's agility. The encroaching twilight and the considerable distance from the tribe weighed heavily on him. He had departed discreetly, not wishing for too many to be aware of his absence. If he returned too late, he would face difficult explanations. With a resolute clench of his jaw, He grasped the spear tightly, its icy essence flooding into his arm. Just then, several hundred zhang ahead, Su Ming called out amidst his sprint. You pursue me with such fervor. Do you truly wish to condemn me to death? We share no enmity, and even if you intend to kill me, you ought to provide a reason. There is no need for such idle chatter. You have trespassed upon the Wulong tribe. Any member of my tribe is entitled to slay you. Should I kill you, even if the Wushan tribe seeks retribution, it would be your own doing. Sikong retorted with a cold laugh, gripping the spear with renewed ferocity. Sikong's countenance darkened, and with a cold snort, he gripped the black spear tightly in his right hand, raising it abruptly. Instantly, the surrounding mountains and forests seemed to erupt with countless howls, as a surge of dark energy rapidly emanated from the spear, swirling around it, transforming it into a monstrous black dragon. This dragon boasted innumerable claws and swaying whiskers, exuding an air of terrifying ferocity. Regardless of one's identity, today, death was inescapable. Sikong sneered, his complexion slightly pale, clearly burdened by the immense power required to wield the spear. Just as he was about to hurl it towards Su Ming, the latter spoke up suddenly. It's because I saved Bai Ling, isn't it? Upon hearing the name, Sikong momentarily paused. Yet, in that fleeting instant, he noticed the figure before him, which had been fleeing, suddenly halted, turning to face him, raising his own right hand and swinging it fiercely. An unprecedented sense of peril surged within Sikong's heart, his pupils constricting sharply, his expression shifting drastically. He intended to throw the spear from his hand, but his body jolted violently as if a gust of wind had struck him, or perhaps a blinding light pierced his vision. He gazed into Su Ming's eyes, which bore the shadow of a blood moon. This haunting image consumed his vision entirely. Suddenly, an excruciating pain coursed through his body, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Bewilderment and disbelief etched across his features. Trembling, he collapsed into the snow. As he fell, the spear, which had not yet been thrown and had transformed into the dragon, gradually dissipated its dark energy, reverting to an ordinary object and tumbling to the ground. Blood oozed from his body, soaking into the snow, revealing a silver thread entwined within him, deeply embedded in his flesh, as if with a mere tug. It could tear him apart. He was not dead. He still breathed, merely fainted from the sudden agony. Su Ming's heart raced, casting a wary glance at the spear. The earlier display of its power had imparted a profound sense of mortality upon him. In the chaos of battle, one must not be distracted or hesitate. If one could strike with lethal swiftness, there must be no second-guessing or holding back until the final moment. Su Ming murmured to himself, etching this lesson into his memory. He possessed a formidable weapon, and by sheer fortune, he claimed victory in this battle. Crouching down, he looked at the unconscious Sikong, hesitating briefly before tending to his wounds. He did not wish for the opponent to perish, nor did he want to embroil his tribe in trouble. By his assessment, Sikong would awaken soon. His gaze then turned fervently towards the black spear, scrutinizing it closely, gradually discerning certain peculiarities. Numerous minute barbs adorned the spear, hardly visible unless one observed with utmost concentration. After a prolonged examination, Su Ming carefully grasped the unbarbed section of the spear and swiftly departed. However, not long after Su Ming departed, he hastily returned, standing beside the unconscious Sikong. After pacing back and forth with hesitation, he looked up at the sky, where the gentle moonlight bathed the earth. To simply take away such a precious barbaric artifact seems somewhat inappropriate. Without a proper explanation, the Wulong tribe could demand it back at any moment, and might even accuse me of theft. To kill, or not to kill? Su Ming pondered for a moment, glanced at Sikong, and made up his mind. He retrieved several herbs from his bosom, crushed them, and applied their juice to Sikong's lips. Then he squatted beside Sikong, his left hand patting Sikong's head, as if trying to awaken him. Before long, Sikong twitched all over, abruptly opening his eyes. In the instant he opened his eyes, his vision was somewhat blurred. But within that blur, he saw Su Ming's smiling face. Sikong was stunned for a moment, then his eyes widened, his pupils contracting as he was left with confusion and disbelief from the scene just now. His mind was blank, as if he had seen something before fainting, yet also as if he had seen nothing at all, a vague sense of disorientation. But just as he was about to move, the black spear in Su Ming's right hand suddenly arced, pointing directly at Sikong's throat, a mere 3 inches away. It seemed that with just a slight force, it could pierce Sikong's throat, causing his instant death. Don't move. The golden light at the tip of the spear, as Sikong saw it, was like the light of death, causing his body to tremble faintly. His gaze towards Sume contained terror and shock. What? What do you want to do? I am the son of the Wulong tribe's chieftain. If you kill me, the Wulong tribe will never let you off. I know you are from the Wushan tribe. If you kill me, the Wushan tribe will not spare you either. He still couldn't understand how he had failed, only feeling that with a wave of the other's hand. He had fainted in excruciating pain. The more he couldn't imagine it, the more mysterious he found the smiling youth before him. This intense sense of mystery transformed into fear, especially with the spear at his throat, making him instinctively retreat in terror. But the moment he moved backward, he immediately tasted something bitter in his mouth. Instinctively, he licked his lips, and the bitter taste intensified, instantly draining all color from his face. A bad premonition arose in his heart, and his expression became horrified. He raised his hand to wipe his mouth, smearing some brownish juice on his hand. You, what did you feed me? Nothing, just ordinary herbs. With a slight touch of toxicity, Sume said with a mysterious smile, teasingly. Upon hearing this, despair filled Sikong's eyes, and his body trembled. He felt the bitter taste in his mouth growing stronger, even a tingling sensation on his tongue. Coupled with Sume's expression, which revealed no clues, he became even more alarmed. I don't believe you dare to kill me. Sikong suddenly looked up, staring intently at Sume. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. If you don't believe me, there's nothing I can do. But I do have the antidote. So you're the son of the Wulong tribe's chieftain. What's your name? Sume was somewhat apprehensive, but he never revealed his emotions, especially when he felt uneasy. He smiled and said, My name is Sikong. You can't kill me. It will bring trouble to your tribe. Sikong's expression was sorrowful, but in reality, he was quite nervous. He felt not only a tingling in his tongue, but even a dull pain in his chest. Furthermore, seeing no hint of anything from Sume's expression, he became increasingly frightened. Sikong, how about we discuss something? Sume looked up at the bright moon and said slowly. Sikong's face was pale, and the fear in his eyes was unconcealed, growing ever more intense. He nodded immediately. I've taken a liking to this broken spear of yours. How about we discuss it? I'll buy it for 5,000 stone coins. Sume blinked, looking at Sikong expectantly. Sikong paused, looking at the spear tightly gripped in Sume's right hand, and the spear tip pointed at his throat. How could he dare disagree? Especially with the bitter taste in his mouth, and considering he had been chasing the other person earlier. He felt that the other person must have given him some kind of poisonous herb. He had considered gambling that the person before him wouldn't dare kill him, given his noble status. If he died, it would inevitably spark a war of revenge between the two tribes. He could even gamble that even if the spear was taken away by the other party, he had countless ways to have his father help him retrieve such a treasure. But now, the bitter taste in his mouth prevented him from gambling. He feared what might happen, just in case. Especially since his head was throbbing from being patted, Sikong hesitated slightly before nodding quickly. Sume grinned, revealing a happy smile. He tore off a large piece of clothing from Sikong, an action that made Sikong's heart sink. His pale face lost even more color. Since it's a business transaction, let's write a note, something like this. I, Sikong, due to a lack of stone coins, sell this spear for 5,000 stones. Sume was saying when he suddenly hesitated and shook his head. No, it should be written like this. I, Sikong, as the son of the Wulong tribe's chieftain, guarantee that due to a sudden urgent matter, I am borrowing 5,000 stones from the Wushan tribe for a term of 10 years. Using this barbaric artifact spear as collateral, I promise to repay 10,000 stone coins after 10 years in order to reclaim this spear. I will not repay or reclaim it early. If I break this promise, may the barbaric spirits punish me. Sume finished speaking, looking at Sikong. Sikong listened to this speech, especially the last sentence, with a bitter expression. As he hesitated, he saw Sume take out a piece of herb he had never seen before and heard Sume's voice. This is the antidote. Sikong stared at the herb, gritted his teeth, bit his finger, squeezed out blood, and wrote on the cloth, quickly completing the entire passage. Sume snatched the rough cloth strip, carefully examined it, and revealed excitement in his eyes. He blew on it gently, and after the blood had dried, he folded it, placed it in his bosom, patted it, and smiled at Sikong. Sikong, remember, debts must be paid. I'll be waiting for you for only 10 years. Sume revealed a sly look, put down the herb, and darted away into the distance. He left Sikong on the snowy ground with a bitter expression. Sikong quickly picked up the herb, hesitated for a moment, but didn't dare to eat it. Instead, he quickly got up and ran towards his tribe. After he left, A blurry figure gradually appeared out of thin air on the quiet, snowy ground. It was an old woman with a gloomy expression, holding a huge bone staff. On the bone staff was a human skull, emitting a faint glow. Is that the infant from back then? What kind of barbaric art is he using? Even I can't see through it. Never seen anything like it. The old woman looked at the place where Sume had departed, her eyes flickering, as if in contemplation. After a long time, she turned and walked towards the Wulong tribe, slowly disappearing into the snow. Sume ran through the mountains, occasionally looking at the spear in his hand and grinning foolishly, appearing very fond of it. Even Little Red on his shoulder was constantly examining the spear, roaring softly. It could vaguely sense a very powerful force contained within the spear. Let you stop me from seeing Bailing again. Judging by his appearance, he seems to like Bailing. In that case, many people in the Wulong tribe should know about my saving Bailing. Sume paused, his eyes thoughtful. I wonder how much Bailing told them about the process. If she told them everything, my Chusan Rongdong would be unsafe. Sume suddenly felt somewhat agitated, frowning and thinking for a long time before silently moving forward in the night forest with a troubled mind. Little Red blinked, looked at Sume as if he had something on his mind, and its eyes darted around, as if it had thought of something. Its expression became enlightened, and it grinned. Its body leaped from Sume's shoulder, and with a few flashes, it disappeared into the forest. Remember not to return to the Black Flame Peak, nor to the cave, Su Ming exclaimed, casting a quick glance. This forest was Little Red's home, so he was not overly concerned about her safety at this moment. They were not too far from her tribe. As he proceeded, Su Ming resolutely pushed aside his contemplative thoughts and invigorated his spirit, making his way toward the tribe. When the deep of night fell and the moon hung the brightest in the sky, Su Ming caught sight of a few flickering campfires from afar within the forest. He swayed slightly, preparing to exit the wooded expanse, but just then, a rustling sound emerged from behind him. Upon turning around, he was met with the sight of Little Red, her face alight with excitement as she hurried to catch up. In her hands, she clutched a large tuft of black fur, and upon reaching Su Ming, she promptly thrust the fur into his hands, her expression oddly animated. She then took a few steps back, pointing at the fur and then at her own abdomen, performing a series of peculiar gestures as if instructing Su Ming on how to utilize the fur. After tapping her chest proudly, she let out a series of triumphant cries, as if to convey the effects of this newfound treasure. Su Ming gazed at Little Red, a slow laugh escaping his lips. Seeing his frown dissipate, Little Red grinned widely, evidently pleased with her assumption that Su Ming had been troubled by this matter. Little Red, Su Ming crouched down and beckoned the small monkey closer. As Little Red approached, Su Ming looked into her eyes, warmth radiating from within him as he gently patted her for a few times. During my absence, you must remember not to return to the Black Flame Peak or the cave. Venture elsewhere until I return to find you. Also, please do not disdain the medicinal stones I gave you. Consume one daily, paired with the herbs I taught you to recognize. You must remember this. Su Ming spoke softly with a smile, casting one last glance at Little Red before rising and continuing toward the tribe. Chapter 42. Instruction. On the third morning after Su Ming returned to the tribe, a group led by Grandpa gathered at the center of the tribe, in the place known as Machi. Grandpa, dressed in his coarse cloth garments, his long white hair braided in numerous plaits, appeared in excellent spirits. His gaze swept over Bei Ling, Lei Chen, Su Ming, and a girl of similar age to Su Ming, named Ula. Ula had been identified as possessing the barbaric physique during the Manchi and had, after several months, reached the pinnacle of the second level of blood condensation, on the verge of forming her 11th bloodline and ascending to the third level of barbarian warriors. Behind Grandpa stood two others. One was the lookout of the tribe, Bei Ling's father, whose robust physique resembled an iron tower, his penetrating gaze softened by warmth. The other, a figure of cold indifference, was the leader of the hunting team, Shan Hen, clad in animal skins that accentuated his fierce demeanor. He was not one for many words, yet commanded immense respect from most of the barbarian warriors in the tribe, especially since his hunting team played a crucial role in protecting the tribe and providing sustenance, thus elevating his status. Our Ushan tribe is small, incomparable to the Fengzhen tribe, and every few years, we must pay homage to Fengzhen as a sign of respect. In previous years, I seldom attended, but this year, I shall make the journey myself. Apart from our Ushan tribe, the Wulong tribe, the Heishan tribe, and several other smaller tribes from the surrounding areas will gather at Fengzhen. Therefore, this journey will serve as a test for you, among many peers from external tribes, whether you can stand out and uphold the name of Ushin rests upon you. The reason I have chosen you is that you are the elite of our Ushin tribe. Gaining some experience will greatly benefit your future. Among you, Bei Ling has participated twice and is familiar with certain details. You may inquire with him. Grandpa's raspy voice echoed around them. Bei Ling nodded softly, casting a glance at Lei Chun and then at Ula, finally settling his gaze on Su Ming, his brow furrowing. Grandpa, will this journey, like the previous two, involve a grand trial? Bei Ling hesitated before respectfully asking Grandpa. Upon receiving a nod from Grandpa, Bei Ling's eyes flickered as he pointed at Su Ming. Grandpa, I suggest Su Ming should not go. He is not a barbarian warrior and would be of no use or assistance. It would be better to leave the spot for another tribesman. As soon as Bei Ling spoke, Lei Chen, standing nearby, reacted vehemently, stepping forward and raising his voice in protest. Just because he is not a barbarian warrior means he cannot go? Bei Ling, what do you mean? Ula, on the other hand, remained calm. Her gaze sweeping over the silent Su Ming, a hint of disdain in her eyes, yet she refrained from interjecting. Grandpa, during the pilgrimage, we can only take 4 younger members from the tribe. In previous grand trials, Ushin tribe only had me in the top 50. This year with Lei Chen, perhaps he too can make it. Even Ula, despite her low cultivation, managed to perform 9 flashes during Manchi, which might allow her to enter the top 100. Such results would greatly surpass previous years. If we can have one more person in the top 100, wouldn't that be even better? As for Su Ming, he is merely a waste of a spot. Bei Ling spoke calmly, not even glancing at the furious Lei Chen beside him. Su Ming will not participate in the grand trial. I will take him along for other arrangements. Grandpa spoke slowly. Bei Ling seemed ready to argue further, but the lookout behind Grandpa shot him a fierce glare, causing Bei Ling to swallow his words. He had always been intimidated by his father. Enough, time is short. Let us depart. Grandpa raised his right hand and made a swift motion towards the clear sky. Suddenly, thunder rumbled, shaking the surroundings. As the multitude of white clouds in the sky swiftly darkened, concurrently, a distinct barbaric pattern formed on Grandpa's face, resembling a black python. With the emergence of this pattern, the darkened clouds in the sky seemed to ripple as if manipulated by an invisible force, coalescing into a gigantic, menacing black python, stretching several dozen feet in length. This sight left Lei Chun and Ula in stunned awe, while Bei Ling managed to maintain a semblance of composure, forcing himself to remain stoic. Su Ming, observing the colossal python, inhaled deeply, his eyes reflecting a sense of longing. The lookout behind Grandpa gazed at the python with a mix of reverence, while Shan Hen's eyes flashed with fervor as he regarded the creature. The python took form, its scales vividly visible, emanating an overwhelmingly fierce aura. With a mighty toss of its head, its crimson eyes, initially filled with ferocity, gradually softened, and it descended, submissively lowering its head beside Grandpa. Grandpa stepped onto the python, positioning himself atop its head. Everyone, get on. Bei Ling was the first to leap onto the python's back, settling cross-legged. Lei Chen and Ula followed suit. And after a moment's hesitation, Su Ming also leapt up. As he was about to step back to sit with Lei Chun, Grandpa's voice rang out. Su Ming, come here. Grandpa's tone was stern, causing Su Ming to wear a pained expression as he approached. The moment he sat down, he caught Grandpa's disapproving glare. Grandpa, I was wrong, truly wrong, Su Ming hurriedly whispered. Grandpa ignored him, waiting for the lookout and Shan Hen to mount the python before raising his hand. The python let out a thunderous roar and soared into the sky. The tribe below rapidly diminished in size, eventually becoming a mere speck as the python ascended, the howling winds akin to thunder, causing Su Ming's complexion to pale. Lei Chun and the others felt the same. However, the lookout and the hunting team leader stood guard at the midsection and tail of the python, protecting Bei Ling and the others. Amid the turbulent winds, Su Ming felt his breath quickening, but soon, a gentle force enveloped him. It was Grandpa's imposing presence, enabling Su Ming to withstand the discomfort of his first journey into the skies. Do you still recognize your mistake? Where did you err? Wasn't it the Wulong tribe's Nala Su who borrowed 5,000 stones from you, mortgaging his spear? The howling winds surrounded them, yet Grandpa's words clearly reached Su Ming's ears, bolstered by Grandpa's formidable aura, rendering the others unable to hear. Well, Su Ming's face turned awkward. After returning to the tribe, he had eagerly informed Grandpa, only to see Grandpa's expression darken immediately, leading to a scolding and the confiscation of his spear, leaving Su Ming to sigh heavily in his dwelling, puzzled about where he had gone wrong. Grandpa, I truly regret it. I should not have taken the barbaric weapon from Sikong. I should not have entertained greedy thoughts, Su Ming said, his face drawn as he cautiously observed Grandpa's expression. Nor should I have let him write that blood contract. Alas, Grandpa, I realize my mistakes. Oh, is that all your errors? Think again, what else did you do wrong? Grandpa regarded Su Ming steadily, his tone measured. Su Ming paused, scratching his head instinctively, pondering the deeper implications of Grandpa's words. Could there be further transgressions beyond those he had already acknowledged? Frowning thoughtfully, an epiphany struck him, and he suddenly looked up. Grandpa, I understand now. I should have killed him and disposed of the body before taking the weapon. Upon hearing Su Ming's words, the elder's pupils visibly contracted, and he stared blankly at Su Ming, as if his gaze penetrated beyond the boy before him, delving into meanings that Su Ming could not comprehend. Oh, why do you believe the fault lies here, and why must he be killed? The elder inquired, his tone measured. Because he wants to kill me. You don't understand. Elder, he truly intends to take my life. If I had not been cautious, you would no longer see me, Su Ming replied, a tremor of urgency in his voice. Yet, I feel a twinge of reluctance. If I were to truly slay him, it might bring turmoil to our tribe. He recalled a scene from days prior, still haunted by it, and hesitated before continuing in a hushed tone. You are correct, the elder affirmed. Su Ming, remember this. Whenever you encounter someone who poses a lethal threat, you must eradicate the danger before it can manifest. The elder closed his eyes for a moment, and when he finally opened them again, his gaze upon Su Ming softened with kindness. However, the mistake you made is not solely here. Reflect further, what other aspects have you overlooked? Taking a life may be simple, but how do you ensure your own safety afterwards? How do you navigate through peril and find a path from despair? Su Ming scratched his head, still a youth at heart. Despite his remarkable demeanor, he remained fundamentally a boy. The elder's words left him somewhat bewildered, yet more so in a state of confusion. Think it over. Do not rush to provide me with an answer. Once you have come to a realization, share it with me. You must learn to ponder and to reflect. The elder instructed, closing his eyes once more. Such moments were frequent throughout Su Ming's formative years, where the elder's teachings played a pivotal role in his development. Su Ming's brow furrowed in contemplation as he recalled the events of that day, the piercing thrust of a spear outside the Wulong tribe, the relentless pursuit by Sikong. Up until the very end. As time drifted by, half an hour soon passed. They were still a short distance from the Fingzhen tribe when a powerful gust of wind swept in from afar, causing the massive python to shudder slightly. And all upon it felt the disturbance. In that tremor, Su Ming's mind ignited with clarity. Elder, I understand now, Su Ming murmured, a cold sweat breaking out upon his back. Chapter 43. Mo Sang-o, what have you realized? The elder opened his eyes and gazed at Su Ming. I cannot kill Sikong. Given his status, even if he is the son of the chief of the Wulong tribe, he cannot invoke the power of the tribe's protective spear. Moreover, it is impossible for him to act covertly without the entire Wulong tribe knowing about it, pursuing me alone. As Su Ming spoke, his heart raced, and a cold sweat broke out on his body. Although it seemed that he was the only one being pursued, in reality, Su Ming's pupils contracted slightly. In truth, the Wulong tribe's barbarian chief and the chieftain must be aware of his pursuit. Yet they did not intervene, allowing the situation to unfold. Furthermore, they might just be following behind, witnessing my battle with Sikong firsthand. Su Ming inhaled sharply. He was not afraid of anything else. His greatest fear was that the power of moonlight would be seen by the opponent. The more he analyzed the situation, the more alarmed he became, as if a true painting was slowly unfolding before him. However, Su Ming soon furrowed his brow, a look of confusion in his eyes. If the barbarian chief or the chieftain of the Wulong tribe is following behind, why would they allow you to easily take this spear? The elder calmly pointed out the greatest doubt in Su Ming's heart at that moment. Su Ming remained silent, lost in thought. After a while, he gazed into the vastness of the horizon and slowly spoke. The one secretly following me in Sikong cannot be the chieftain of the Wulong tribe, otherwise. Upon seeing Sikong injured, he would not be able to hold back. I believe the one following us must be the barbarian chief of the Wulong tribe. Yet, I still do not understand why this barbarian chief allowed me to take that barbaric spear. Indeed, the one following you is undoubtedly the barbarian chief Lisu of the Wulong tribe. The elder's eyes sparkled with admiration. Your analysis is quite accurate. If the chieftain of the Wulong tribe were present, he would never allow you to bully his son. As for your question, the elder can provide you with an answer. This pursuit, seemingly threatening, is in fact, the Wulong tribe will not kill you. After all, you saved Bai Ling, if they repay kindness with malice. It would surely provoke my Wushan tribe, especially at this crucial moment. They would not act so recklessly. The elder's eyes gleamed with wisdom as he analyzed the situation for Su Ming. Are they trying to intimidate me? Su Ming's expression shifted to one of realization, but it quickly turned into distress. Haha, they are indeed trying to intimidate you, the one who covets their tribe's maidens, hoping to scare you away so that you will never dare approach the Wulong tribe again. Sikong likely does not know this. His murderous intent is genuine, presumably due to his interest in Bai Ling, and he has been used by the barbarian chief Li Su's anger. If you cannot withstand him, at most, you will be injured, and she will secretly intervene, allowing you to escape seemingly by the skin of your teeth. You are still too naive to see the truth of this matter. If it were me, I would not run at all. Instead, I would boldly approach their Wulong tribe, seeking the girl you admire in front of them. You are her savior and my child. How could they easily harm you? The elder spoke with a smile, gently patting Su Ming's head. Su Ming paused for a moment, a look of regret crossing his face. Perhaps this is also a test from the Wulong tribe. After all, the girl you admire is the granddaughter of Li Su. The elder smiled, looking at Su Ming. Elder, the barbarian chief of the Wulong tribe, is too cunning. Su Ming frowned, now fully understanding the implications of the elder's words. Do not be disheartened. Aside from not seeing their intentions, you have performed quite well. I believe Li Su did not anticipate that you would not only evade Sikong's pursuit, but also subdue him. As for why Li Su allowed you to take that weapon, the elder's eyes gleamed. She saw that you were not frightened away, so she deliberately let you take it, intending to inform me of your saving Bai Ling, thus offsetting the debt. The Wulong tribe is somewhat different from us, especially Li Su. She is not skilled in barbarian techniques, but excels in crafting barbaric weapons, not genuine ones, but imitations. For instance, the spear you obtained is a replica crafted according to the blood-scaled spear from the 3 great barbaric weapons of the Wushan tribe back in the day. The elder raised his right hand and patted Su Ming's arm, and instantly, Su Ming felt a chill seep in, and soon a black line slowly emerged on his right arm. This spear, the elder has already refined for you, making certain changes so that it can merge into your body. When you need it, simply think of it. The elder raised his right hand, smiling as he spoke. Su Ming looked at the black line on his right arm, hesitating for a moment, about to speak. The elder knows what you want to say. I ask you, now that you have taken the Wulong tribe's weapon to offset your saving of Bai Ling, how do you wish to proceed? Will you return this spear to have the opportunity to interact with that girl, or will you keep the spear and never see her again? The elder asked with a smile. Su Ming pondered for a moment before suddenly smiling. This spear was a collateral for the 5,000 stones Sikong owes. Naturally, I cannot return it. As for Bai Ling, I am her savior. Su Ming blinked. The elder laughed heartily, giving Su Ming a pat on the head. His eyes filled with approval. In the middle section of the massive python's body, Bai Ling sat cross-legged, watching the elder and Su Ming's figures. Despite not being able to hear their conversation, observing the elder's smile and Su Ming's joy made Bai Ling lower his head. A flicker of jealousy passed through his eyes. Su Ming, if you were merely a barbarian warrior, that would be one thing, but you did not possess a barbarian body during your first awakening. Why is it that you, an ordinary person, not only have a Xian harboring feelings for you, but more importantly, why does the elder treat you with such kindness? Is it merely because you are the elder's adopted child? You have no blood relation, while I am the hope of the tribe. Yet, the elder has never shown me a smile. Even my father is the same, often lamenting that you possess the potential to become a leader. Su Ming, without you, neither Chun Xian nor my father, nor even the elder, would treat me as they do now. Su Ming, you have always thought that my coldness toward you is due to Chun Xian. I have always wanted to explain. But you do not understand that I do not wish to hear your explanation. A child picked up from the streets. One who is not even a member of our Wushan tribe, and does not even resemble a barbarian. What qualifications do you have to explain to me? And what right do you have to make me waste my time listening to your explanation? Bai Ling breathed heavily, taking a long time to regain his composure. When he raised his head again, everything returned to normal, still indifferent, still proud. Not far away, Bai Ling's father, the leader of the Wushan tribe, frowned slightly. After glancing at Bai Ling, he turned his gaze back to Su Ming's figure, sighing softly. At the tail of the giant python, beside Lei Chun, the leader of the hunting team, Shan Hen, had a peculiar glimmer in his eyes, lost in thought. For someone who had always been taciturn within the tribe, few could discern his thoughts. Time quickly passed. From the Wushan tribe to the Fingxian tribe, if Su Ming had to travel on foot, it would typically take nearly 2 days. However, on the back of the elder's python, it took less than an hour before they could see a grand tribe in the distance. At the heart of this tribe stood a massive city of mud and stone. From the sky, the city appeared small, but as the python descended, it became vividly apparent to Su Ming. This majestic city of mud and stone housed numerous mud and stone houses, appearing utterly orderly and tidy. Although it could not compare to the ancient fire barbarian tribe Su Ming had observed long ago, it far surpassed his own Wushan tribe. This single city was not something the Wushan tribe could possess. The city walls towered several meters high. Standing below, one had to look up in awe. Even now, as Su Ming hovered in midair, he felt his spirit quiver at the sight. Not only he, but also Lei Chun lay upon the python, peering downwards, his eyes filled with envy and astonishment. Ula, too, gazed blankly at the enormous earthen city, a sight she had never before encountered. Only Bei Ling maintained a serene demeanor. Within the vast city, it appeared that thousands could reside, with even more space available. At the very heart of the city stood a towering altar, entirely black and shaped like a pentagon, rising over 10 zhang high, adorned with faint totems of birds and beasts, emanating an aura of primordial essence, making it the most striking feature of the city. Yet this earthen city alone could not reveal the might of the nearby overlord, the Fengxian tribe, which commanded the allegiance of countless smaller tribes and was the sole tribe possessing connections to the higher tiers. Surrounding this earthen city were 6 tribes, akin to the Wushan tribe. These 6 tribes directly affiliated with the Fengxian tribe, now fully integrated into it. Su Ming stared in a daze at the colossal tribe beneath. The power of the Fengxian tribe surpassing his imagination. In his mind, such a tribe was akin to the heavens, capable of obliterating any adversary. As the python drew nearer, Su Ming observed many tribespeople of the Fengxian tribe looking up, seemingly gazing at them. Among these unfamiliar tribespeople, Su Ming sensed a hint of pride, though he could not discern if it was merely his imagination. This is the Fengxian tribe. Grandfather's voice echoed upon the python. Once a subordinate tribe of our Wushan tribe, now the strongest tribe in all directions. Grandfather, was our Wushan tribe ever as large as the Fengxian tribe? Inquired the girl named Ula. Grandfather remained silent, a shadow of melancholy crossing his features. At that moment, a gentle laughter emanated from within the Fengxian tribe. Emo sang, "It hasn't been easy for you to come to our Fengxian tribe." There were sentiments within that he wished to express. For those who wish to hear, please read on. There will be another update at dawn, the final chapter of stored manuscripts. Starting Monday, I shall return to the routine of writing and publishing in real time. It has been 3 weeks since the new book was released, and this is the 4th week. However, the rankings have not soared. The membership click rankings and recommendation lists remain elusive, perpetually hovering at the back, with only 3 weeks left in this month. Ears are eager to see a rise in the rankings, and I implore you, dear friends, to lend your support to Ears. Log into your account, as each click adds to the member count. Your vote might very well determine the position of Seeking Demons on the recommendation list. A single click from your logged-in account could influence its ranking. Brothers, sisters, fellow cultivators, in these final 3 weeks, can we not allow Ears to shine once more? To not feel stifled? These 3 weeks have been suffocating, a feeling I cannot accurately describe. I have seen the clicks diminish, yet what can I say? My lips have blistered, my heart ablaze, but all I can utter is this. Dear friends, can you not, in Ears' most desperate hour, allow me to feel your warmth? I wish to see better rankings, to have more people discover Seeking Demons. I am confident in my ability to write it well. While I do not claim to surpass CNNI, I assure you it shall not fall short. I am certain that the opening of Seeking Demons is far superior to that of CNNI. Have the 3 years and over 6 million words of CNNI not instilled faith in Ears? Do you not realize that Ears excels not merely in beginnings, but in crafting a narrative that grows richer with each word? Once, the beginning of CNNI was poor, its performance dismal. Have you not witnessed how diligently Ears has transformed a lifeless manuscript into a vibrant tale? That was a reversal. My reversal, Wang Lin's reversal, your reversals. Now, with Seeking Demons, this spirit of defiance remains, not merely against the celestial, but ignited by the infernal. I am unwilling to accept such outcomes during this new Book S period. Fellow cultivators, do you know how many are watching us, observing Ears, and mocking Seeking Demons as it falters? Have you seen the ratings? At times when no words graced the text, the score maliciously plummeted to a mere 7 points. What does this signify? If my writing were truly lacking, I would not feel this anger and frustration. Yet, I have asked many, both strangers and acquaintances. And the consensus is clear. I have not erred in seeking demons. Perhaps the beginning does not surpass others, yet I have not made mistakes. I possess the assurance and unwavering confidence that seeking demons will only improve. I refuse to accept this fate. In these final 3 weeks, Ears requires assistance. A revival of our past glory. I need you all. Where are you at this most crucial moment? I beseech the heavens for aid. I shall rise. I refuse to be the subject of ridicule. I do not wish for the term reversal to fade into obscurity, nor do I want those malicious reviewers to gloat. I will strive. Even if the heavens mock me, should I ultimately fail, I can still boldly proclaim, this defeat was not due to a lack of valor. I aim to ascend the rankings. Can you help me? In the membership click rankings, the recommendation lists, any top position will trigger 4 updates on Monday. My determination is not mere empty talk. If we achieve first place in both lists, I will write through the night, renewing the fervor of 6 updates a night. I am striving. Let us unsheathe our swords, pristine from blood, vowing not to turn back. Fellow cultivators, brothers, sisters, the time for fervor has arrived. The time to draw swords is now. The moment to rise in fury has come. Ears shall unleash its wrath in writing. Chapter 44. Are you Su Ming? In the heart of the mudstone city, upon the 5-pointed altar, stood a middle-aged man clad in a purple robe, gazing up with a smile. Though Su Ming was at a distance from this man, upon hearing his voice and casting his gaze, the man's visage appeared before him as if viewed from mere inches away. This extraordinary scene sent a tremor through Su Ming's spirit, simultaneously, as the man's laughter resonated. A surge of vitality stirred within Su Ming, seemingly beyond his control, as if a mere glance from this individual could cause his blood to erupt violently from within, leading to an instant demise. Not only did Su Ming experience this sensation, but also Lei Chun, Ula, and even Bei Ling shared in this uncanny illusion. Lei Chun shuddered, disbelief evident in his eyes, while Ula trembled as if the man before her emanated an overwhelming force that compelled her to kneel in reverence. Even Bei Ling's father, the chief scout of the Wushan tribe, exhibited subtle tremors, gradually lowering his head towards the middle-aged man who was stepping into the air from the altar below. Apart from the chief scout, Shan Hin, the leader of the hunting team, breathed heavily, his eyes reflecting fervor and yearning, a sight rare for one usually so reticent. The realm of Kai Chun. Su Ming's heart seemed to cry out as the 3 characters flashed across his mind. The description of the Kai Chun realm in the leather tome was succinctly encapsulated in 16 words. Stepping into the void, the barbaric patterns in the sky. Words and actions infused with savage blood, the essence shatters the heavens. Su Ming stared blankly at the approaching figure of the man in purple, who appeared to be in his 40s, slightly gaunt, yet strikingly handsome. Few traces of barbarism were evident on him, save for the bone rings adorning his ears. The purple robe he wore was unlike any garment Su Ming had ever encountered. It was far removed from coarse linen or the beast hide he currently donned. As the man drew nearer, the landscape of the Feng Zhuan tribe warped, as if, in that instant, the world lost its color. Nothing existed apart from him. In that moment, the wailing of the wind ceased, and the shifting of the clouds froze. The middle-aged man, with long hair flowing and a gentle smile, gradually approached. His smile, akin to a spring breeze, seemed to soothe the turbulent vitality within Su Ming and the others, yet as he came closer, an overwhelming sensation akin to suffocation arose. As if they dared not even breathe, especially in the presence of his gaze, which seemed to contain the vastness of the heavens. Those who met his eyes found their minds blank, as if all their secrets laid bare before him, leaving them feeling utterly exposed. The great serpent, too, hung suspended in midair, paralyzed, sensing the terror emanating from the middle-aged man. A gong slowly rose, concealing the complexity that had flickered in his eyes upon the man's arrival. Mo sang, "I pay my respects to the barbarian of Feng Zhuan," a gong said, his aged visage somber as he bowed to the middle-aged man. Mo sang, "There is no need for such formality between us," the man replied softly, yet did not stop a gong's bow. After a gong descended, the man waved his right hand, as if to assist a gong from afar. A gong trembled at the gesture but did not rise. Instead, he bowed again with composure. As he did so, the force surrounding him seemed to shatter, gradually dissipating, allowing him to finally stand upright. The purple-robed man regarded a gong with profound significance, a smile gracing his lips as he shook his head, indicating a gong. "You still possess the same temperament as in your youth. After all these years, what prompts you to seek me out now?" The request proposed by the upper barbarian back then has been considered, and I have reached a decision, a gong replied, his demeanor unchanging as he spoke. At these words, the purple-robed man's expression stiffened. Su Ming and the others had long since risen, standing respectfully to the side. Being closest to a gong, Su Ming could faintly sense the emotions a gong harbored in the presence of this old friend. And he understood why a gong had never visited Fengjuan. Observing a gong's aged features, Su Ming's heart raced with anxiety as he cast a sidelong glance at the middle-aged man. And a memory of a gong's words from the past surfaced in his mind. The barbarian chief of the Fengjuan tribe was inferior to me before turning 20. It was not until he reached 34 that he could barely contend with me. In those days, a gong was renowned throughout the nearby tribes. Su Ming's heart twisted. And just as he was about to withdraw his gaze, the purple-robed man smiled and looked directly at him. In that moment, Su Ming's mind erupted. Acutely aware that the concealment a gong had cast upon him was instantly perceived by the middle-aged man. As Su Ming felt himself on the verge of collapse, trembling, the man shifted his gaze toward Bei Ling and the others, Lei Chen, Ula, the chief Shan Hen, and the scout leader of the Wushan tribe. Greetings to the barbarian of Fengjuan. Shan Hen was the first to bow, followed in kind by the others. Lei Chen's heart raced, his complexion pale with tension, while Ula mirrored his anxiety. Even Bei Ling shed her previous aloofness, now standing with utmost respect. I remember you. Your name is Bei Ling, is it not? The middle-aged man pointed at her. Bei Ling momentarily froze, but then her eyes sparkled with elation as she stammered, I am Bei Ling, of the upper barbarian. The purple-robed man nodded with a smile, and just as he was about to speak to a gong, his expression shifted as he gazed into the distance. A gong, who had remained silent, seemed to sense something amiss, and he turned to follow the middle-aged man's gaze. In the far reaches of the horizon, a fierce wind howled, and a colossal black line surged forth, rapidly approaching. Before long, it became clear that this black line was a gigantic black dragon, measuring over 10 zhang in size. The dragon had countless legs, its appearance grotesque and terrifying, surrounded by swirling black mist, upon which stood 6 figures. Su Ming observed the approaching dragon and recognized one of the figures draped in white, a smile breaking across his face. At the forefront stood an elderly woman with silver hair, clad in black robes. Though she appeared aged, it was evident that she must have been extraordinarily beautiful in her youth, yet her icy demeanor instilled a sense of chill in those who beheld her. Su Ming noticed a gong's gaze towards the elder diverged slightly, hinting at something deeper. Behind the elder was a towering man, resembling an iron tower, his expression equally cold, exuding a vitality that seemed to surpass even Shan Hen and the scout leader. Beside the elder stood a young woman in white, her beautiful eyes sparkling with a hint of sorrow that lingered. Yet upon seeing Su Ming, the sorrow evaporated, replaced by surprise and joy, as she winked playfully at him. Among the remaining 3 figures, Su Ming recognized one, Sikong, who glared at him from atop the dragon's back, seething with hatred. The other 2, seemingly siblings, were of similar age to Su Ming. The girl was robust and strikingly beautiful, while the boy remained silent. As the dragon drew near, the elder and her companions bowed to the purple-robed man, their expressions filled with respect. Even the dragon beneath them trembled, seemingly intimidated by the presence of the man in purple. The purple-robed man continued to smile, nodding in acknowledgement of the dragon tribe's reverence. Just then, a figure burst forth from the Fengjuan tribe below, enveloped in swirling purple mist, appearing in midair to bow reverently to the purple-robed man. The figure before them was an elderly man clad in a white robe, none other than Shihai, who had taken Su Ming's medicinal stone that fateful day. Shihai, please attend to our esteemed guest, spoke the man in the purple robe. After Shihai respectfully acknowledged this, he turned his attention to the elder Moksang of the Wushan tribe. Moksang, a certain offering of mulberry leaves has arrived from the tribe. I recall your fondness for this delicacy from years past. I eagerly await your visit to savor it together. The elder of the Wushan tribe nodded slightly, and after giving a few brief instructions to his entourage, he rose and, to Su Ming's astonishment, appeared to walk through the air towards the man in the purple robe, ascending alongside him toward the mudstone city. Watching the retreating figure of the purple-robed man, a flicker of desire ignited within Su Ming's eyes. To attain such a realm as the opening dust realm. I wonder when I might reach such heights. As Su Ming harbored his quiet aspirations, Shihai smiled warmly at the assembly. Aside from these younger generations, many of you are old friends. You have arrived early. The other tribes have yet to make their appearance. Allow me to host you. Please, let us proceed to Fengzhen City. Internally, Shihai had other matters to attend to and, suppressing his thoughts, he exchanged pleasantries, guiding the group toward the Mudstone City. During this time, Lycan approached Su Ming, seemingly reminded of the affair with Bailing, and an air of unease enveloped him as if standing beside Su Ming could absolve him of all responsibility. Su Ming occasionally glanced at Bailing, who wore a smile, their eyes meeting intermittently, igniting a rapid heartbeat within Su Ming. Soon, the people of the two tribes descended into Fengzhen City, landing in a vast plaza. The black dragon dissipated, transforming into a swirling mist that merged swiftly with the form of an elderly woman from the Wulong tribe. Meanwhile, the dark python disintegrated into wisps of white clouds, vanishing into thin air. At this moment, the expansive plaza was already filled with members of the Fengzhen tribe, awaiting their arrival. Under Shihai's instructions, several individuals approached with courteous gestures, guiding them to their accommodations for the duration of their stay. However, this politeness was merely a faade, concealing an undercurrent of arrogance beneath their demeanor. As Shanheng and his entourage prepared to depart, a voice suddenly resonated from within the Wulong tribe. "Are you Su Ming?" Su Ming halted, turning to see the elder woman of the Wulong tribe. Her gaze fixed upon him with a brooding intensity. Chapter 45. 16 years of that year, Su Ming felt a wave of anxiety surge within him. This tension stemmed not only from the fact that he was in the presence of the barbarian chief of the Wulong tribe, but also from the implicit connection to Bai Ling's elder. Moreover, it was compounded by the speculations and analyses his grandfather had shared with him during their journey to the Fengzhen tribe. Junior Su Ming pays his respects to the barbarian chief of the Wulong tribe. With a deep breath and a demeanor of utmost respect, Su Ming bowed to the elderly woman before him. Her expression was dark and scrutinizing, as if she were pondering something inscrutable. The surrounding crowd fell silent, their gazes fixated on Su Ming, including the anxious Shihai, who had intended to leave but halted in surprise. To Shihai's eyes, Su Ming appeared merely as an ordinary child, devoid of any visible strength or vitality. After a brief glance, he turned his attention away, choosing not to dwell on the matters between the two small tribes. His mind was plagued with worry, having searched for the elusive alchemist for a long time without a single lead. Just days earlier, the chief had inquired about this matter, leaving Shihai at a loss for how to proceed. Had the alchemist perhaps left this place? Alas, where could he possibly go to search for him? Standing beside Su Ming, Lei Chun glared at the old woman, feeling a mixture of reverence for the Fengzhen chief but harboring no respect for her. Bai Ling frowned, his gaze shifting to Su Ming, a flicker of displeasure crossing his face as he wondered what offense Su Ming had committed against the Wulong tribe. "You have grown so much over the years." The old woman fixed her gaze upon Su Ming for an extended period before slowly speaking, her words betraying no hint of emotion. Su Ming's anxiety intensified. He stood there, at a loss for words, acutely aware that nearly every pair of eyes was directed at him. This sensation was foreign and uncomfortable for him. Bai Ling, standing behind the old woman, appeared pale, instinctively clutching the hem of her garment, while the man beside her, Sikong, wore a smug expression, glaring at Su Ming with malice. Regrettably, the old woman continued, her gaze still fixed on Su Ming. "Your grandfather raised you, yet he failed to cultivate your understanding, resulting in your utter lack of decorum. Have you not considered your own standing?" Her words were few but laced with derision, starkly contrasting her position as a chief. Su Ming's face turned pale at once. His most vulnerable spot had been exposed, especially in front of so many witnesses. He bit his lip, rendered speechless. "Grandfather." Bai Ling's heart ached at the sight of Su Ming's ashen face, and she spoke up, her eyes filled with rage as she turned to the old woman. Besides Su Ming, Lei Chen's eyes widened in anger, unconcerned with the identity of the elder. Witnessing Su Ming's humiliation ignited a fierce indignation within him, and he was about to step forward. Yet, at that very moment, a strange glimmer flickered in the old woman's eyes, causing Lei Chen to shudder involuntarily. At that instant, the silent chief of the Yushan tribe, who had been observing from the side, furrowed his brow and took a decisive step forward. As his foot struck the ground, a formidable aura emanated from him, enveloping the area. The sound of a dull thud reverberated around Lei Chen, who recoiled in shock. "My lord chief, is it truly necessary to intimidate a child from the Yushan tribe?" The chief's expression darkened as he spoke slowly. Almost simultaneously, the burly man standing behind the old woman shot his head up and stepped forward, unleashing an even more powerful aura than the chief's. Next, The previously silent Shan Hin narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing within them, resembling a viper poised to strike as he stared at the Wulong tribesmen. Tension filled the air. From a distance, Hai observed the unfolding scene with a smirk of derision. In his view, these two small tribes were once united centuries ago. Yet now they stood so divided. After a moment of contemplation, he chose not to intervene, opting instead to relish the spectacle. Su Ming kept his head lowered, enveloped in silence, while Lei Chen's anger remained unquenched. Despite his fear, he was about to speak when Su Ming suddenly grasped his arm. Startled, Lei Chen looked at Su Ming, who slowly raised his head. His complexion was still pale, and his frail figure resembled that of a perpetual child. His features untouched by the passage of time or the harshness of life. He was still just a child. His eyes were clear, pure, and transparent, devoid of impurities. Biting his lip, he gazed at the old woman of the Wulong tribe, loosened his grip on Lei Chen's arm, and stepped forward. At that moment, he remained the center of attention for everyone around him, yet he paid them no heed, advancing step by step past Lei Chen, past the chief, until he stood a mere yard away from the old woman. He stood there, silently observing her as she regarded him. I may lack understanding and have no parents. In your eyes, I possess neither qualifications nor status. However, my grandfather once told me that the rain from the heavens is but a fraction of what falls. You can never know how much there is once it ceases. The murky water on the ground reveals only its surface, concealing its depths. This year, I turned 16. Su Ming spoke softly, lowering his head. After finishing, he turned and walked away slowly. Lei Chen followed closely behind, casting a fierce glare at the old woman and huffing in disdain. Seeing that the old woman had fallen silent, the chief and Shan Hin gradually retreated, leading Bei Ling and Ulo away, guided by the Fengxian tribesmen as they gradually departed. The old woman watched Su Ming's retreating figure, her brow furrowed, her eyes flickering with an inscrutable light before she turned and walked away. Bai Ling, come back with me. Bai Ling stood there, watching Su Ming fade into the distance, her heart in turmoil as her grandmother's words echoed in her ears. In silence, she followed the old woman away. During each tribal pilgrimage, the attendees were invited into the Mudstone City, where they were assigned specific quarters until the ceremony concluded. The Yushan tribe was allocated a large residence in the southern part of Mudstone City, comprising 9 interconnected houses, surrounded by fences that gave the impression of being isolated. At that moment, within one of the houses, all the members of the Yushan tribe gathered, sitting cross-legged, listening intently to the chief's discourse. The Fengxian tribe vastly outnumbers us, and consequently, their warriors exceed our own by far. Additionally, as the dominant tribe in the vicinity, the Fengxian tribe has acquired nearly all the herbs available here through years of tributes. The chief's gaze swept over the assembled crowd as he spoke in a grave tone. A medium-sized tribe is far beyond our Yushan tribe's comparison. I do not know the precise number of warriors the Fengxian tribe possesses, but I suspect it to be in the hundreds. Among these warriors, there are ample herbs and various powerful legacies that no small tribe can rival. Their cultivation speed surpasses ours, and their external conditions are superior. The likelihood of encountering exceptionally gifted individuals among them is significantly higher than in our Yushan tribe. During this period, Shan Hin and I will not restrict your movements. We brought you here to witness the strength of a medium-sized tribe and to meet the peers of the Fengxian tribe. I hope you can forge friendships here, whether with members of the Fengxian tribe or those from other tribes, except for our long-standing nemesis, the Heishan tribe. The chief concluded, casting a glance at Su Ming, who had remained silent since returning. Simultaneously, I urge you to observe the distinguished individuals from other tribes, to identify the gaps in your own abilities and set your aspirations accordingly. However, it is imperative to remember that within the Fengxian tribe, personal disputes are strictly prohibited. Rest assured, this principle is not exclusive to us. It is upheld by all tribes. Furthermore, your tenure within the Fengxian tribe will be somewhat prolonged, as the biennial pilgrimage also marks the time for the grand trials of the Fengxian tribe. Achieving a commendable rank will be immensely beneficial for your personal advancement. Bai Ling, having spent several years in the Fengxian tribe, is well acquainted with its intricacies. Please, enlighten us about the formidable individuals among your peers in the Fengxian tribe. Sitting nearby, Bai Ling nodded in acknowledgement. The Fengxian tribe boasts numerous strong warriors, particularly among our contemporaries, of whom 7 warrant special attention. The first among them is named Yi Wang. This individual, as Bai Ling elaborated, Su Ming remained silent in the corner, troubled by the words of the elder from the Wulong tribe. Even now, he felt as though he had returned to this place, yet the elder's voice resonated within his mind, prompting him to shut his eyes and clench his fists tightly. "Su Ming," a cold voice echoed in his ear. Turning around, he discovered Shan Hen, the leader of the hunting team, seated cross-legged behind him. "Why did the chieftain of the Wulong tribe speak to you in such a manner?" Shan Hen inquired, gazing at Su Ming with a calm yet penetrating stare. "It's nothing," Su Ming replied after a moment of contemplation, shaking his head. Shan Hen's brow furrowed slightly, a flicker of intrigue flashing in his eyes. Just as he was about to speak, he abruptly looked up towards the outside of the dwelling, prompting the lookout to focus intently as well. A figure, appearing to be in their 30s and belonging to the Fengxian tribe, approached swiftly. "Who is Su Ming?" "The chieftain summons you. Please accompany me." Taken aback, Su Ming rose from his seated position and glanced at the lookout above, who nodded slightly in affirmation. He then exited the dwelling and stood before the Fengxian tribesman. "I am Su Ming," he stated calmly. The Fengxian tribesman appraised Su Ming for a moment before turning away. Su Ming hesitated briefly, then followed him out of the dwelling. Just as he heard Bailing's voice behind him. "In past grand trials, nearly 100 participants have competed, yet the top 50 ranks have invariably been dominated by members of the Fengxian tribe, particularly the top 10, to my knowledge. No outsider has ever appeared among them in the last 50 years. I anticipate this year's grand trial will follow suit. Remember, we must work together to secure a place in the top 50. If I manage to enter the top 50, even if it's at the tail end, it will be a significant achievement for our Wushan tribe." Chapter 46. The secret of grandfather. Su Ming silently traversed the stony city that belonged to the Fengxian tribe. Before him, a clan member walked alone, exuding an air of pride that Su Ming could distinctly perceive. He indeed had reasons to be proud. As Su Ming gazed at the city, observing the various earthen and stony dwellings, memories of the skin tints in his own tribe surged in his mind. And he realized that they were hardly comparable. Particularly along the way, Su Ming encountered an abundance of Fengxian tribesmen, more than he had ever seen in his 16 years, creating a lively atmosphere. Among the crowd, men and women donned animal skins that far surpassed the simplicity of Su Ming's attire. Notably, many wore the coarse linen garments that only grandfathers possessed, each emanating a formidable aura of vitality. A medium-sized tribe. Su Ming contemplated all he had witnessed, glancing towards the distant walls of the city. He recalled glimpsing, from the air, 6 tribes akin to Wushan surrounding this earthen city. Clearly, they were not privileged enough to reside within its confines and could only dwell outside. Along the route, Su Ming also observed numerous trading houses. While the crowds there were sparse, each individual entering or exiting sent a jolt of awareness through him. The ground was not dirt, but rather laid with numerous stones, crushed and flattened by some unknown means. The surface was hard, unsettling Su Ming, who was accustomed to soft earth. In the distance, along the walls of the stony city, Su Ming noticed several colossal black bows, each towering about 10 zhong, radiating a menacing aura that sent chills down his spine upon sight. "Have you seen enough?" A piercing voice interrupted Su Ming's gaze. It was the Fengxian tribesman who had guided him. Turning around with a smile, his pride now seemed to transform into mockery, not directed at Su Ming, but rather at the stunned members of smaller tribes who had come here. "Stop dawdling. You'll be residing here for a while. You can explore at your leisure, especially at night. I recommend you venture outside rather than remain in your dwelling. The nights in my Fengxian tribe are incomparable to those in Wushan." The Fengxian tribesman clapped Su Ming on the shoulder and quickened his pace. Su Ming fell silent, hastening to follow. In the very heart of the stony city, within a massive pentagonal altar, there were 3 secret chambers. At present, in one of those chambers, a purple-robed man, the Fengxian tribe's chief, sat cross-legged, while across from him sat the composed grandfather of the Wushan tribe, Mo Sang. Between them lay a crude chess set crafted from animal bones on a stone board. Aside from the chess set, each had a fist-sized stone cup beside them, steam wafting from within, carrying a rich fragrance that enveloped the air. Mo Sang, "When you returned from your travels, you gifted me this chessboard and taught me how to play, perhaps to stave off loneliness with a companion," the purple-robed man remarked, placing a bone piece on the board and smiling. "This chessboard is from the Tai tribe, said to be a replica created by their ancient ancestors from a distant land. Alas, I have not played in many years. I cannot compete with you." Grandfather picked up a piece and gently set it aside, speaking softly. Mo Sang, "I have always envied you." The purple-robed man sighed, gazing at the aging Mo Sang. Memories of their youth flooding back, how spirited and proud they had once been among their peers, known by all. Yet now, Who would have thought that the once mighty youth had become an elderly figure? You should not have been born into the Wushan tribe. Had you accepted my grandfather's offer to become a barbarian, you would now be the Fengxian chief instead of me. Moreover, you wouldn't have struggled to advance in cultivation, achieving the opening dust realm long before me. My grandfather even claimed you had the potential to reach the bone sacrifice realm. As he spoke of the bone sacrifice, the purple-robed man's eyes gleamed with desire. Bone sacrifice, to sacrifice one's 13th vertebra, unlocking the seals of fate and transforming it into a true barbarian bone from the ancient times. He continued, his fervor dimming as he spoke. I cannot do it. Mo Sang fell silent, a bittersweet nostalgia etched on his face. If you had agreed to my grandfather's proposal back then, marrying Wen Yin and joining Fengxian, he would have mobilized the entire tribe to assist you in achieving bone sacrifice. Once you reach that realm, how could our Fengxian tribe be hidden away? The purple-robed man forced a smile. Jing Nan, it's all in the past, Mo Sang replied softly. Indeed, it is all in the past. The purple-robed man sighed, recognizing that Mo Sang finally uttered his name. You are here to see me, likely because of the child who stood beside you earlier. He must be the infant you brought back all those years ago. Fengxian's chief, Jing Nan, observed Mo Sang thoughtfully. That is one reason, Mo Sang replied, taking the stone cup and blowing gently to dissipate the steam before savoring its contents. I sense that the recent blood moon is linked to the Black Mountain tribe. Perhaps by two of the Black Mountain tribe has encountered some fortuitous change. He set the cup down. I won't hide it from you. He can enter the opening dust realm at any moment. Mo Sang continued. If you asked me to eliminate him, Jing Nan hesitated before shaking his head. I cannot do that. If he becomes an opening dust warrior, it would greatly benefit my Fengxian tribe. Even if you agreed to my request from years ago, I still cannot act against him. That is acceptable. Grandfather smiled faintly, fully aware of how things would unfold. He understood that Jing Nan was not as amicable as he appeared, and both harbored an understanding of their intertwined fates. You have your difficulties, I comprehend. Moreover, I and he must have a resolution eventually. I have come here to propose a transaction with you. Oh, go on, Jing Nan replied, his gaze flickering slightly as he spoke. Grandfather spoke softly, his words barely audible to anyone but Jing Nan. Upon hearing it, Jing Nan's expression remained unchanged, but he closed his eyes, seemingly in contemplation. Grandfather did not urge him, but instead took the stone cup and savored its contents. As time passed, the chamber fell into silence, and it was unclear how long had elapsed when suddenly a respectful voice emerged from outside. Chief, Su Ming has arrived. Let him in, Jing Nan instructed, still with his eyes shut. Footsteps echoed in the quiet chamber, gradually approaching. Su Ming felt a surge of nervousness as he walked forward. The dim light of the room cast shadows, and at the end of the path, he saw Grandfather and the purple-robed man. Seeing Grandfather eased Su Ming's anxiety. Su Ming, come to my side. Grandfather smiled, gesturing for him to approach. Su Ming hurried forward, standing behind Grandfather, his head bowed in silence. State your second request. Jing Nan said slowly, his eyes finally opening, a glint of sharpness flickering within as he regarded Mo Sang. I require a drop of your barbarian blood. Grandfather stated with equal intensity, fixing his gaze on Jing Nan. Jing Nan furrowed his brow immediately. As a warrior of the mankind, he possessed the blood of the barbarian. Yet as a formidable figure in the realm of Kai Chun, his barbarian blood was exceedingly precious. Each drop he required a significant period of recuperation. Even among his tribe, he seldom bestowed a drop of his blood except to those of exceptional talent. In contemplation, Jing Nan's gaze drifted past Mo Sang and briefly settled on Su Ming. Although Su Ming kept his head lowered, he could still feel the piercing gaze of the man in the purple robe upon him, akin to a needle pricking his skin. To give him blood? This youth possesses only average talent. It would be a waste, as he would struggle to merge even a single drop. Perhaps you should propose another request. Jing Nan withdrew his gaze and spoke calmly. Two requests, unchanged. First, the art of the barbarian, the true method of awakening. Should you agree, I shall grant it to you afterward. Grandfather Mo Sang lifted a stone cup and offered it to Su Ming, signaling him to drink. Without hesitation, Su Ming accepted and drained the cup, feeling a pleasant warmth spreading within him. Jing Nan frowned, pondering for a moment before addressing Grandfather Mo Sang. Very well. I can acquiesce to your two requests, but regarding the barbarian blood, you are aware that there are 3 trials in this grand competition. For the top 3 in each trial, I shall bestow barbarian blood. To avoid waste, I must add a condition. If this youth can place within the top 40 in any trial, I will grant him a drop of my blood. Should he fail, you must propose another request. Grandfather Mo Sang pondered briefly, sensing that the other party was being somewhat difficult. After much deliberation, he nodded, contemplating how to frame another request that would still benefit Su Ming. As Su Ming listened to the exchange, he observed the white hair and wrinkled face of Grandfather Mo Sang, recalling the derisive words of the elderly woman from the Wulong tribe, and the indifference of the Beiling. He reflected upon the loneliness he had felt throughout his life and the dreams he had nurtured while gazing at the night sky. All these thoughts coalesced in his mind, forging an unwavering determination he had never known before. This resolve was even stronger than when he had worshipped the barbarian statue. Grandfather Mo Sang rose, gesturing for Su Ming to follow him. Just as they were about to depart, Jing Nan, seated cross-legged, fixed his gaze upon Grandfather Mo Sang. A flicker of hesitation in his eyes, and suddenly spoke. Mo Sang, I have harbored a question in my heart for over a decade. One I have longed to ask you. Now that you have come to my Fengtian tribe, I hope you can provide me with an answer. Grandfather continued walking without pausing, with Su Ming trailing behind, hearing the voice of the man in the purple robe from behind. You are clearly at the 9th layer of the blood condensation realm, yet I have sensed a faint, unmistakable aura of Kaichen emanating from you, both then and now. The purple-robed man spoke swiftly, withholding the entirety of his thoughts, for within the presence of this aura, he sensed even a hint of terror. This was true then, and it remains so now. Chapter 47, 6 numbers. Upon hearing these words, Su Ming felt a jolt within him. As he began to grasp the intricate relationship between his grandfather and the barbarian chief of the Fengtian tribe, it was clear that their connection was far more complex than he had initially perceived, possibly entwined with past entanglements. This realization shed light on his grandfather's reluctance to visit Fengtian over the years, which was likely linked to this matter. Simultaneously, the barbarian chief of the Fengtian tribe must have harbored some trepidation, evidenced by the subtle courtesy he extended to Su Ming's grandfather. Despite the latter's cultivation being merely at the blood condensation stage, a scene from earlier flashed through Su Ming's mind. His grandfather, alongside a man in a purple robe, had seemingly traversed the air with ease atop a giant python, causing his heart to race uncontrollably. You will understand in due time, his grandfather replied, not elaborating further, and led Su Ming out of the pentagonal altar. Inside the altar, Jing Nan remained silent, gazing toward the direction of Mo Sang's departure, his expression growing increasingly somber. After a lengthy pause, he retrieved a small purple vial from his pocket, its vibrant hue suggesting it was a cherished possession. Upon opening the vial, a fragrant aroma wafted forth, revealing a single medicinal stone within. Qingchen San. Alas, only one. A solitary piece bears little efficacy. If only I could acquire 8 more. A flicker of desire danced in Jing Nan's eyes. I must locate the malevolent being who forged this. At any cost, I shall uncover this individual. I have already discreetly sealed off the surrounding areas. This person cannot possibly escape. I can sense them nearby, close to me. Meanwhile, dusk had fallen outside, and the city of Nishi was bathed in the soft glow of the approaching moonlight. Yet, the streets were still bustling with tribespeople, lively and vibrant, with numerous bonfires illuminating the night, set in peculiar vessels Su Ming had never before encountered, levitating in midair and casting a warm glow across the city. As his grandfather walked ahead, Su Ming followed closely behind, both enveloped in a contemplative silence. 7 days hence would mark the day of the grand trial hosted by the Fengtian tribe, an event to which all the smaller tribes in attendance must send representatives. A grand celebration for the younger generation. His grandfather wished for him to participate, assuring him that concerns regarding the exposure of his cultivation level were unfounded, as arrangements would be made. You carry this item. Aside from Jing Nan, no one else will recognize you. Su Ming, this is all the assistance I can provide. From this point forward, you must rely on yourself. His grandfather gently ruffled Su Ming's hair, his tone warm and encouraging. Raising his right hand in a seemingly casual gesture, a faint aura of vitality briefly flickered around his grandfather before dissipating, revealing a black straw hat crafted from wild grasses. This was a treasure I acquired during my youth in a large tribe, a barbarian artifact that, infused with barbaric blood, can subtly alter your appearance. Though the change is slight, it can render you unrecognizable, a cherished possession from my early days. This hat has accompanied me for many years, but it has lost its purpose for me now. I bestow it upon you. His grandfather placed the black hat atop Su Ming's head, and in that instant, a shiver coursed through Su Ming's body as the hat vanished. Yet, despite its disappearance, Su Ming felt an emotional resonance, as if the item had melded with him, akin to the imitation blood-scaled spear. Subsequently, knowledge of how to wield the hat's transformative powers flooded into his mind from his grandfather. During the grand trial, remain at your dwelling and do not accompany us. After we depart, you shall change your appearance, and I will arrange for someone to clandestinely escort you to participate. His grandfather smiled softly. Su Ming yearned to voice his thoughts, but hesitated, ultimately refraining from speaking. Nevertheless, his resolve solidified within. He vowed to make every effort to ensure his grandfather would not be disappointed. The first 40. He silently gritted his teeth. Su Ming, I have always taught you to ponder deeply and reflect often. This will greatly benefit you in the future. Now, I shall present you with a riddle to see if our little Reizu can decipher it. His grandfather turned to him with a kindly gaze and a playful wink. Listen closely, Su Ming. I shall only say this once. 32, 79, 248. 371, 563, 781. Su Ming was taken aback, murmuring these 6 numbers, yet he could not discern their significance. Observing his grandfather's smile, he sensed that he would not receive a straightforward explanation. Thus, he committed the 6 numbers to memory and fell into deep contemplation. The moonlight cast elongated shadows upon them, and as they walked further into the distance, Su Ming and his grandfather gradually faded from view. Time passed swiftly, and soon it was the 6th night, with the grand celebration of the Fengtian tribe set to commence at dawn. Throughout these 6 days, Su Ming resided in the solitary quarters arranged for them by the Wushan tribe, diligently meditating and circulating his internal energy, always cautious, as if he were under the scrutiny of unseen eyes, yet unable to identify their source. Amidst this elusive gaze, Su Ming's training was intermittently disrupted. During the most intense moments of this peculiar sensation, he would often abandon his practice, choosing instead to rest and ponder those 6 numbers, unable to unravel their mystery. It was not until the 5th day that the feeling of being observed finally dissipated, leaving Su Ming quite anxious. He had speculated on who might be watching him, conjuring various figures in his mind, yet he could not arrive at a definitive conclusion. During these days, Lei Chen visited Su Ming several times. While most of his time was spent with Ula, engaged in the final preparations for the grand trial under his grandfather's guidance. However, true to his nature, after a brief period of training, he could not resist dragging Su Ming out to explore the bustling streets of Nishi. On occasions when Su Ming declined to join him, Lei Chen would venture out alone, returning each time with an air of mystery. Su Ming, you cannot fathom the wonders this city holds. I have never seen so many women in my life, he exclaimed. There is a drink here they call wine. You must taste it. You won't believe what I witnessed today. The Black Mountain tribe has arrived, bringing their clansmen on a swirling cloud, but their barbarian chief was absent. The leader was reportedly their tribe's elder. Su Ming, wake up. I met a Black Mountain tribesman today, roughly our age, who was incredibly arrogant. If it weren't for the prohibition against fighting here, I would have loved to teach him a lesson. Guess what? I saw Bai Ling today. Isn't that peculiar? It seems she has been deceived by us. She didn't even inquire about the stone currency. But upon seeing me, she did ask about you. I think I've developed feelings for someone. The girl I mentioned yesterday, Bai Ling, was beside her. She's also from the Wulong tribe. And she's far more beautiful than Bai Ling. I finally learned her name. It's Bai Fong, a lovely name indeed. Throughout these days, Lei Chen incessantly shared his experiences and musings with Su Ming, particularly fixating on the enchanting Bai Fong in the final days. In contrast, Bai Ling frequently ventured out and, even when remaining in their quarters, was often visited by numerous young men from the Fengtian tribe, all appearing quite friendly. On the 6th night, as Su Ming stepped outside to gaze at the moonlit sky, he noticed Bai Ling in the distance, seemingly reluctant to follow the Fengtian tribe. I don't wish to go today. Bai Ling hesitated before speaking softly at the entrance. Not going. That's acceptable, but Bai Ling, you were personally requested by Wu Sun to participate in our ceremony. If you abstain, you shall forfeit the barbaric blood of the Fengtian tribe. Do not forget how you managed to enter the top 50 last time. The young man, a mere lad of 18 or 19, who accompanied Bai Ling from the Fengtian tribe, spoke with a smile, his voice slow and deliberate. Beside him were 2 others, their gazes cast upon Bai Ling, tinged with an unmistakable air of disdain. Bai Ling remained silent, nodding slowly before departing with the trio, vanishing into the embrace of the night. From a distance, Su Ming observed this scene, his brow furrowing slightly. After a moment of contemplation, he glanced at the luminous moon above and stepped out through the gate. Wu Sr. Su Ming vaguely recalled that this name had been mentioned by Bailing, said to be one of the 3 most formidable youths within the Fengtian tribe. It was widely acknowledged that during this grand trial, he would undoubtedly secure a top position in all 3 challenges. Bailing had introduced him in brief, opting to swiftly move on to the next individual. As he walked through the dimly lit alleys of the Mudstone City, Su Ming's form gradually transformed with each step. In mere moments, he had grown 7 inches taller, his physique robust and strong, his hair lengthened significantly, and his features shifted from delicate to rugged, exuding a fierce aura that rendered him indistinguishable from the typical frail tribesman. Even his attire underwent a subtle yet peculiar change. After stretching his limbs, Su Ming felt no discomfort. He felt as he always did. As the energy coursed through him, the 49 bloodlines beneath his skin remained hidden. Yet a formidable presence suddenly erupted from within. Under the moonlit sky, even those at the 5th level of blood condensation would not stand a chance against me. And with the Bloodscale Spear, what could even the 6th level do to me? Su Ming's gaze flickered as he lifted his eyes to the bright moon and continued onward. Bailing had just entered the 6th level of blood condensation, while his father, Liao Shou, and the leader of the hunting team were at the 8th level. It was exceedingly rare for a junior to reach the 8th level, ensuring their dominance over their peers. I deduced that Wu San, along with the other 2, would not achieve the 8th level. Su Ming's pace was unhurried as he moved stealthily through the shadows, keeping a watchful eye on Bailing and the 3 others ahead. The remaining trio appeared to be at the 5th level of blood condensation. However, given Bailing's wary demeanor, it was likely that Wu San surpassed him, being above the 6th level yet below the 8th. I am quite confident that Wu San's cultivation stands at the 7th level. Though I may not triumph over the 7th level, under the moonlight, should any discord arise, he shall not detain me. Su Ming harbored a strong conviction in his speed. His reason for following was not mere curiosity, but rather a reflection on Bailing's earlier reluctance, reminiscent of the brotherly bond he once felt in his youth, compelling him to follow with a complex mix of emotions. As time passed, and the moon ascended high in the sky, he noticed Bailing and his companions disappearing into an unremarkable mudstone dwelling, located in a secluded corner of the Mudstone City. Chapter 48. A Thunderous Strike. Outside the dwelling, Su Ming halted his steps, ensconced in the shadows like a hunter, fixating his gaze upon the house for a while. Gradually, his brow furrowed, as if sensing something amiss. In a swift motion, he approached the door, pushed it open, and stepped inside, only to find the room unoccupied. Interesting, Su Ming murmured to himself, lowering his gaze as his eyes darted around. At the far end of the dwelling, he noticed an earthen hole. After a moment's hesitation, he crouched beside the pit, scrutinizing it closely before reaching inside to feel the soil. It was dry, indicating that the hole had existed for quite some time. With a glint in his eyes, he leaped into the hole. It was a passage, and Su Ming moved without a sound, quickening his pace along the corridor. As he advanced, he silently calculated the direction of the tunnel, concluding that it directly pierced through the city walls of Mudstone City, extending outward. Scattered footprints marred the ground of the passage. Occasionally, Su Ming would pause to observe them closely, mentally tallying the number of individuals, roughly 7 or 8. He pondered for a moment, retrieving a bone fragment. And while continuing his journey, he dug several deep pits into the earth. The bone fragment effortlessly fulfilled its purpose. At one point, he glanced upward at the tunnel's ceiling, where sturdy logs provided support, seemingly to prevent the tunnel from collapsing. After a few moments, having traversed several thousand zhong, Su Ming paused. Not far ahead, he discerned a sliver of moonlight filtering in, clearly indicating the exit. Faintly, he could hear voices drifting from beyond the threshold. The sound seemed to carry a melodic quality, laced with an eerie undertone. Upon reaching the exit, he quickly peered upwards and immediately withdrew a step. Through the moonlight, he glimpsed a figure seated in meditation, seemingly guarding the entrance. Just one person, and judging by his vitality, he appeared to be merely at the 4th level of cultivation. Su Ming maintained a calm demeanor, stepping forward before suddenly leaping out of the exit. In that instant, the young man from the Winzen tribe, seated in meditation, abruptly opened his eyes, momentarily taken aback. However, in that fleeting moment of surprise, Su Ming raised his right hand and waved it gently. Instantly, the youth was engulfed in searing pain, crimson light flashing before his eyes like countless needles piercing his flesh. As he was about to emit a piercing scream, a powerful, icy hand clamped over his mouth, stifling his cry into muffled struggles. Before long, the youth's body convulsed and he lost consciousness. Behind him, Su Ming remained composed, gently laying the figure down as he crouched to survey his surroundings. In the deep night, all was quiet. In the distance, the silhouette of Mudstone City loomed under the cover of darkness, with flickering bonfires visible in the surrounding tribes. In another direction, Su Ming noticed a bonfire, but its flames were not red, they were green. This eerie green fire emitted a sinister aura, casting a ghastly light under the moonlit night. The melodic voices originated from that green bonfire. Furrowing his brow, Su Ming stealthily approached the ominous sight. As he drew near, he crouched and witnessed a scene that sent a shiver through his soul. The bonfire, radiating green light, blazed fiercely, surrounded by numerous dry branches. Within the flames, Su Ming discerned several corpses, clearly long deceased, crackling softly as they burned. Around the fire, 7 individuals sat in meditation. Among them, one was positioned directly above the fire, while the remaining 6 were grouped in pairs on either side. One of these figures was none other than Biling, the individual seated at the forefront. Draped in a black robe, or a strikingly handsome visage, yet the flickering firelight revealed an insidious quality about him. Su Ming remained silent, intently observing, gradually unraveling the mystery before him. He faintly perceived that the green flames harbored 6 distinct auras, which were being absorbed by the 6 individuals flanking the bald youth. Their faces growing increasingly pallid, their bodies trembling subtly. Soon, one of the 6 rose and approached the bald youth, kneeling on one knee with a forceful clap of his hands against his chest. Instantly, his body quaked more violently, and a drop of green blood was forced from his brow, soaring towards the bald youth. Simultaneously, a drop of dark green blood oozed from the center of the bald youth's forehead, merging with the offering. Upon this amalgamation, numerous bloodlines manifested upon the bald youth's body, infused with a hint of green. A powerful aura of vitality erupted from him, prompting Su Ming to squint, realizing his earlier misjudgment. This individual was indeed not at the 8th level of blood condensation, nor was he at the 7th, but rather the 6th, on the brink of a breakthrough into the 7th level. It seems I have overestimated the Winzen tribe. Su Ming remained motionless, his gaze fixated on Biling, who, aside from the bald youth, was the only one remaining seated. The others had gradually stood up, having extracted blood from their brows, returning wearily to their original positions. Wu Senior, over the past few days, I have given you over 10 drops of phosphorescent blood. You are now quite weakened. Tomorrow is the grand trial, and today I shall only grant you 1 drop. Is that acceptable? Biling spoke softly, his expression complex as he regarded the bald youth. The bald youth, named Wu San, whose eyes glimmered with green, fixed his gaze on Biling. Do you wish to renege? We agreed that if you assist me in breaking through to the 7th level, I would share a portion of the Aguman blood with you upon obtaining it. It was the same agreement back then. At worst, you would not participate in the first 2 trials. But I would ensure you a share of the blood in the final trial, allowing you to secure a position within the top 50 without issue. Biling hesitated momentarily, seemingly torn, yet soon gritted his teeth, rising to his feet and kneeling before Wu Sin, his hand striking his chest with vigor. Instantly, his body trembled, and a drop of green blood flew forth from his brow. However, just as the blood was about to escape, Biling, appearing fatigued and on the verge of retreating to recuperate, caught sight of Wu Sin's eyes flickering. In a flash, Wu Sun raised his right hand, directly pointing at Biling's unguarded brow. Biling's body convulsed as he prepared to resist, but upon the touch of Wu Sin's finger, his brow seemed to split open, and droplets of blood began to rush forth rapidly. Fear not, we are friends. I shall not harm you. I merely wish to assist you in overcoming your hesitation, allowing you to offer your all this night. Wu Sin spoke with a sinister smile, retracting his finger, prepared to manipulate the dark green blood seeping from Biling's brow to merge with the blood that had just escaped. But at that moment, a sudden jolt coursed through him, his eyes widening in alarm. He had no time to reclaim the floating dark green blood before he stumbled back several paces, his entire being merging into the green flames. In that instant, a surge of black light erupted, accompanied by a wailing sound, as a black spear, resembling a colossal dragon, hurtled through the air, racing past the surrounding figures and directly toward the bald youth, Wu Senator. With a resounding boom, the bonfire erupted violently, scattering green flames in all directions. A robust figure emerged, moving with such swiftness that he stood before Biling almost instantaneously after the flames had burst forth. With a swift motion, he grasped the blood belonging to Biling, along with the dark green blood belonging to Wu Sin, all within his hand. This man, of unremarkable appearance, was none other than Su Ming, having altered his form. "This blood is quite satisfactory. I shall take it." His voice was hoarse, and as he moved his left hand, the black spear embedded in the ground transformed into a wisp of dark mist, which he grasped tightly. Su Ming slowly spoke, casting his gaze toward Wu San, who was hastily retreating amidst the collapsing flames. Wu San's expression was grave, tinged with a hint of ferocity. "Seeking death," Wu San bellowed, as a surge of green energy erupted from his body, coalescing into a hazy silhouette towering 3 zhang above him. The green figure howled silently to the heavens, raising its arms like a zombie, lunging towards Su Ming. Simultaneously, the others reacted, their vital energy swirling within them. However, having previously sacrificed the green blood from their foreheads, they were now in a weakened state. Just as they were about to act, Su Ming sneered, plunging the spear in his left hand forcefully into the earth. Vital energy surged into the spear, causing it to emit a torrent of dark mist. Upon piercing the ground, a resounding boom erupted, causing the earth to tremble and a shockwave to radiate from Su Ming, forcing the weakened individuals to retreat. In the next moment, Su Ming's body flickered. Moving with extraordinary speed toward Wu Senator, his left hand raised the spear, as dark mist spiraled upward, faintly transforming into a shadowy black eagle with outstretched wings, stirring a fierce wind as it charged towards the approaching zombie-like figure. At that instant, the moonlight above shone brilliantly, and unnoticed by anyone, a beam of moonlight appeared, merging with the shadowy eagle to combat the indistinct green figure. With a thunderous roar, Su Ming was thrown back, staggering a few steps before swiftly retreating toward the entrance of the tunnel, suddenly diving inside. In that fleeting moment of his retreat, an enraged roar echoed, as the green figure disintegrated, revealing Wu San's malevolent expression, a wound gushing blood from his chest. "You dare to hurt me." His eyes glowed fiercely green as he charged forward in pursuit. The two vanished into the depths of the tunnel in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a crowd, including Bei Ling, all wearing expressions of shock. After exchanging glances, they hesitated to follow. Yet, not long after, a muffled sound emanated from the earth, as if the underground passage were collapsing, accompanied by faint, furious roars. Eventually, Wu San emerged from the tunnel's exit, looking disheveled and enveloped in a tempest of wrath, though beneath that fury lay an urgency concealed from prying eyes. "I have reclaimed my corpse energy source blood, but I shall not refine it tonight. You must locate this person for me. He is not a member of the Fengxian tribe. Find him, and I will personally snap his neck." Chapter 49, The Third Method. Under the moonlit night, the Wind River tribe's mudstone city resonated with the mournful howls of the wind, as if the very air bore the weight of unspoken grievances. Stirring the dust of the earth and casting a haze upon the moon above, several figures raced through the depths of the city in the stillness of night, seemingly in search of something, yet ultimately finding themselves lost and directionless until the horizon began to brighten, prompting them to disperse. Biling, weary and pale, returned to the residence of the Wushan tribe. This night had drained him significantly. He had lost a considerable amount of blood from his brow, leaving his body frail and on the brink of collapse. He had also witnessed a brief yet astonishing battle, where a spear, hurled amidst a cacophony of thunder, shook the very ground, and the furious cries of Wusun echoed incessantly in his ears. To Biling, Wusun represented the epitome of the Wind River tribe's elite. Despite both being at the 6th tier of cultivation, Biling knew he could not triumph over him, nor did he dare to engage in combat. Wusun's martial practice was not of the ordinary sort. It was said that his early reverence for a particular totem within the tribe, a mysterious entity requiring the essence of corpses for cultivation, could lead to a formidable power, impervious to destruction. Who could the opponent he faced be? That figure, shrouded in obscurity yet capable of rendering Wusun so desperate, must be of great renown. Could it be from the Black Mountain tribe? Biling's expression darkened. Though he was the strongest among his peers in the Wushan tribe, he understood that beyond its confines, he was insignificant. Haunted by a mix of complex emotions and uncertainty about the impending trial at dawn, Biling stepped into his room. As he crossed the threshold, a sudden jolt coursed through him. His pupils constricted, and a chill ran down his spine, leaving him breathless and incredulous. On the table before him floated a mass of blood, shimmering with a faint green hue, pulsating eerily. This blood was the very essence he had been forced to expel by Wusun's touch. After a moment of shock, Biling swiftly turned to look behind him, only to find the darkness enveloping him in silence. His heart raced as he stood still for a moment before advancing into the room. Fixating on the familiar blood on the table, his expression shifting unpredictably. Who was the one that aided him? Why extend a hand in assistance? After a long pause, Biling seized the blood, which immediately merged with his body upon contact, transforming into a warm current that compelled him to sit cross-legged and circulate his bloodline. Meanwhile, in another chamber of the Wushan residence, Su Ming sat with his legs crossed, pallid, and with a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Yet his eyes shone brightly as he gazed down at a pool of dark green blood in his palm, a smirk creeping onto his lips. So this is the celebrated scion of the Wind River tribe, one who cannot tolerate being overshadowed. It is of little consequence. If I can successfully complete the third stage of blood-fire convergence, even if I do not slay him, inflicting severe injury will not be difficult. Su Ming wiped the blood from his lips, a glint of determination flashing in his eyes. It is merely a minor injury. I shall recover with the flow of my vitality. However, the martial practice of this individual is indeed peculiar. Images of the burning corpses and the green flames they emitted flashed through Su Ming's mind. Should the opportunity arise, I would like to confront all those esteemed prodigies. Yet, witnessing Wusun's frantic state in the cavern, it is clear that this matter holds great importance to him. Su Ming glanced at the dark green blood in his hand, storing it in a small vial. After a moment of contemplation, he reached out, seemingly grasping at the air, and a beam of moonlight enveloped the vial before vanishing. With the vial secured within his embrace, Su Ming closed his eyes, channeling his internal energy as he awaited the dawn. Time passed swiftly, and soon the sky transformed from pitch black to a gentle illumination as the light at the horizon grew brighter. The dawn was upon them. This morning would be unlike any other, for it marked the grand trial presided over by the Wind River tribe, in which nearby tribes would gather to participate once every few years. Each grand trial serves not only to test the younger warriors, but also as a showcase for the tribes, revealing their potential and determining the Wind River tribe's future stance. As dawn broke, Lei Chun, Wu La, and Biling, under the guidance of their elders, departed from their dwelling, accompanied by the welcoming clansfolk of the Wind River tribe. Su Ming stood outside his abode, watching the group depart. He noticed Lei Chun waving confidently in his direction, while Wu La cast a subtly disdainful glance. Biling, silent and composed, did not even acknowledge him. The elder, with a knowing smile, and the watchful leader, whose expression hinted at a tinge of regret, were the last figures he observed. Finally, he caught sight of the taciturn Shan Hin, his narrowed eyes glinting with an unusual light as they swept over Su Ming. As the figures of his companions faded into the distance, Su Ming remained rooted to the spot, though his appearance began to shift. His visage transforming into that of a robust youth, his complexion darkening, exuding an air of ruggedness akin to the common tribesman. Yet, this new incarnation of Su Ming was distinct from the one of the previous night. The mystical hat bestowed upon him by the elder allowed him to alter his form at will. Standing there, Su Ming felt no urgency, instead gazing skyward in tranquil anticipation. He understood that today held great significance, not only for himself, but for the elder as well. Perhaps today, Su Ming would soar to new heights, or perhaps plunge into the depths of despair. Unaware if some unseen force was orchestrating the fates of mortals, Su Ming looked up at the vast blue sky, stretching infinitely above. Among all living beings on this earth, who could truly glimpse the end of the heavens? This thought echoed from the opening lines of a leather-bound tome, which had profoundly stirred him upon first reading. People often speak of the world as Tianxia, but what is this Tianxia? It is the realm beneath the sky. If the heavens possess a spirit, then it will exert pressure, pressuring our tribe, seeking to humiliate us. Fragments of the text echoed in his mind. He sometimes felt as though the heavens indeed harbored a spirit, yet that spirit was cold. If it were not so, why did he witness individuals of extraordinary talent alongside those of humble origins, those like the elder, brilliant yet fading into obscurity, and those like the purple-robed, who stood above all to pave new paths? With Biling's internal turmoil and Wusun's fervent pursuit of mastery, the weight of celestial authority bore down invisibly, compelling endurance, merging into a state of bliss. If one does not find joy, must they then rise against the heavens? This phrase was drawn from the closing lines of the tome's opening passage. Su Ming never fully comprehended it. Even now, he understood only a fraction. He had once posed the question to the elder, whose response lingered in his memory. The statement was simple yet profound. The heavens press down, seeking to subdue our tribe. We may either yield and endure in tranquility or rise in defiance. Yet the final line was phrased as a question, in the elder's understanding. Perhaps it inquired whether there were alternatives to mere rebellion. When you grow older, perhaps you will grasp this deeply. If you ever reach a point where you can articulate this sentiment, you may conceive of a third method beyond compliance and resistance. After all, this tome was the elder's final pilgrimage, a sanctuary of the most magnificent essence of the tribe he had ever encountered in his lifetime. There lies a place known as Dayu, where the owner of the beast's skin is the barbarian prince of Dayu. Su Ming remained silent, his gaze fixed upon the cerulean sky. After a prolonged moment, the sound of footsteps approached, and he turned his eyes away from the heavens to see a figure drawing nearer, clad in a white robe, with hair as white as snow and a visage marked by the passage of time, yet exuding a profound wisdom. It was none other than Shi Hai. Shi Hai regarded Su Ming, studying the unfamiliar face before him. He was puzzled by the barbarian Prince Jing Nan's decision to assign him this task, leading Su Ming to covertly participate in the grand trial. "Follow me," he commanded. Not sensing anything particularly remarkable about Su Ming, Shi Hai turned and began to walk away. Su Ming maintained a calm demeanor as he followed closely behind. Upon stepping outside, Shi Hai waved his large sleeves, and a mist immediately began to emanate from his body, swiftly enveloping Su Ming. A stir of emotion surged within Su Ming, yet he did not retreat. Instead, he allowed the mist to swirl around him as he and Shi Hai ascended, transforming into a misty rainbow that soared into the distance. This marked the second occasion on which Su Ming beheld the earth from the sky, and a flicker of anxiety lingered in his heart. Shi Hai, noticing his unease, chose to disregard it and accelerated their ascent. Before long, they had crossed over the Fengtian tribe below, heading toward a vast expanse of wilderness to the north. As Su Ming gazed at the boundless plains beneath, resembling an ocean of land, the mist rushed forth rapidly. In an instant, he felt a jolt, as if his body had collided with an invisible barrier. The moment he penetrated through, the surrounding world twisted, rippling like the surface of water. And he heard Shi Hai's icy voice whisper, "We have arrived." What lay ahead was not a flat plain, but a towering mountain. Su Ming had never witnessed such a colossal peak, vast beyond measure, dwarfing the Wu Mountain to the point where it seemed like an infant compared to this titan, which resembled a formidable iron tower. It appeared to pierce the clouds, with its summit obscured by swirling mists. The grandeur of the mountain was astonishing. Upon its slopes, Su Ming discerned numerous winding paths of steps that ascended into the fog. At the base of the mountain stood a vast circular plaza, surrounded by 9 imposing statues, each emanating an aura of primal savagery and ferocity. At that moment, the expansive plaza was already populated by hundreds of individuals, dispersed yet murmuring in discussion. Su Ming's arrival instantly drew the attention of the crowd, though most merely cast a fleeting glance before diverting their gaze, engaged in their own hushed deliberations. Chapter 50. Young man, we are destined. Amidst the gazes cast upon him, Su Ming did not notice his grandfather and others. The majority of the tribespeople present were from the Fengtian tribe. Although he had arrived later, it seemed his grandfather and the others had come earlier. After Shi Hai set Su Ming down, he handed him a black plaque without uttering a word and promptly vanished into a swirl of white mist. Standing alone, Su Ming glanced around, finding no familiar faces, and fell into silence. He lowered his gaze to the black plaque in his hand, which bore the tribal number 109. The plaque appeared rather ordinary, crafted from stone, yet felt somewhat cool to the touch. This grand trial was said to have the largest number of participants, exceeding 100. However, that was merely the first phase. It was likely that many among the participants would not proceed to the second and third phases. After all, those lacking sufficient strength would only subject themselves to humiliation. You are mistaken if you believe otherwise. The first phase of the grand trial is the most challenging. The second phase tests speed, while the third phase involves actual combat. Both require a certain degree of cultivation and involve elements of luck. However, the first phase, at first glance, appears to have no requirements for cultivation. In reality, it is a test of perseverance and potential. Such matters cannot be feigned, yet they are exceedingly cruel. Regardless of one's cultivation level, a poor ranking in this first phase signifies a lack of resolve and insufficient potential, rendering such tribespeople of little significance within the tribe. Su Ming toyed with the black stone plaque as murmurs from the surrounding crowd reached his ears. Each grand trial typically saw the top 50 participants predominantly comprised of warriors from the Fengtian tribe, with other tribes merely playing a supplementary role, especially among the top 10. It was said that outsiders had never made an appearance. Of course, this time would be no different. The individuals among the top 10 and even the top 40 are largely the same, particularly those in the top 10, aside from the elite members of the tribe. It was unlikely that anyone else would qualify. As Su Ming listened, he gradually discerned many such discussions. The people present were not all participants in the first phase. The majority had come merely to observe. While contemplating the 6 numbers mentioned by his grandfather, Su Ming suddenly sensed something and turned to his side, where an elderly man was quietly approaching. Noticing Su Ming's gaze, the old man quickly smiled and hurried over to him. This elder, clad in animal hide and adorned with bone rings on his ears, appeared to be a member of the Fengxian tribe as well. Young man, I am Beiqiu. I see that you hold a stone plaque, which indicates you are among those participating in the first phase. I come in peace, with no ill intentions, he said, his appearance somewhat comical with his sharp features that seemed to shift when he smiled, leaving a memorable impression. Su Ming maintained his composure and nodded slightly after hearing the elder's words. Young man, I speak bluntly, please do not take offense. Although my cultivation is not high, I have lived many years and honed my observational skills. Your potential appears quite ordinary, the elder remarked, blinking his eyes. This grand trial occurs once every few years, and every time, I come to witness the spectacle. With your potential, I fear it may be challenging for you to enter the top 50. In my experience, you might rank around 100. However, the elder leaned in closer, a mysterious expression on his face, glancing around to ensure no one was listening before lowering his voice. But young man, meeting me is your good fortune. I possess a herb that can temporarily unleash one's potential. With it, you might just secure a place in the top 50 during this first phase. If you procure more and consume them simultaneously, entering the top 10 is not out of reach. The elder slightly opened his garments, revealing some herbs before quickly covering them again, his expression becoming even more secretive, as if fearing too many eyes would see. Su Ming was taken aback for a moment, staring at the elder, unable to articulate a response. Do you not believe me? The elder, noticing Su Ming's expression, quickly pressed on. Young man, you are still quite young. Even if this were a deception, it is worth a try. After all, once you achieve a high rank, your standing in your tribe will change entirely. You seem to be someone who has not found their place in your tribe. Very well, if your herbs are truly effective. Why is it that in every grand trial over the years, the top 50 have always been members of the Fengxian tribe, and outsiders have never entered the top 10? I will not buy them. You should sell them to someone else, Su Ming replied, frowning as he stepped back. The elder widened his eyes, raising his right hand and giving Su Ming a thumbs up, repeatedly praising him. Impressive, young man. You deduced that so quickly. It seems I misjudged you. Though your potential may be lacking, your intellect is indeed sharp. However, you are mistaken about the first phase's top 10. It is not true that outsiders have never entered. 50 years ago, there was one individual who consistently ranked first, Mo Sang from the Wushan tribe. You must have heard of him. The reason for his success was that he purchased a large quantity of my herbs each time. And what about that fellow from the Heishan tribe? He also bought my herbs and ranked in the 40s, as well as someone from the Wulong tribe. Ah, do not leave. Let me tell you about the last grand trial. There was a young man named Biling who entered the top 50 after purchasing. The elder continued to prattle on, prompting Su Ming to frown and step back once more. Young man, we are destined to meet, which is why I offer to sell it to you. For others, I would charge 10 stones per herb, but for you, only 3 stones. What do you say? Such a bargain. If I were to shout out, a crowd would immediately gather. Since we have this fortuitous connection today, I will offer a buy one, get one free deal. The elder rambled on excitedly, his hands clapping as he spoke, seemingly energized by his own words, leaving Su Ming momentarily stunned as he instinctively retreated a few more steps. Just as the elder was about to continue, a commotion erupted among the crowd, as a massive black python suddenly twisted into view from the sky, with several figures standing atop it, none other than Su Ming's grandfather and his group. It was the Wushan tribe. The Wushan tribe's warrior, known for his formidable cultivation, was reputed to lack successors. However, there was a rumor of a talented individual named Biling, who ranked 49th in the last grand trial. As the python dissipated, Su Ming's grandfather and his companions landed in a corner of the square, casting a distant glance at Su Ming before averting their eyes. Biling stood there, exuding an air of aloofness and indifference, while Lycan and Ula displayed hints of excitement, surveying their surroundings. Do you see that old man and the cold-faced youth? They are the Wushan warrior Mo Sang and Bailing, whom I mentioned earlier. The elder beside Su Ming said, his face still shrouded in mystery. While he spoke, the murmurs of the crowd rose again, this time noticeably louder. 5 figures gradually strode into the square from the warped entrance. The foremost figure, clad in a black robe and bald, was none other than the brooding youth Wu Sun from the previous night. His countenance was dark, tinged with an undercurrent of anger, a result of the humiliation he had suffered, especially concerning the emerald green blood that belonged to him, which only heightened his inner turmoil. Though his expression remained impassive, the 4 individuals behind him were equally silent, trailing closely as they approached the square. Wu Sin, our Fengtian tribe shall undoubtedly secure a position in the top 3 during this grand trial. It is said that his combat style is rather peculiar. Lower your voices. His temperament is unpredictable. Silence. Wu Sun commanded, his voice cutting through the chatter. As Wu Sun advanced, he suddenly let out a low growl, instantly silencing the surroundings. With a grim expression, he strode past Su Ming, but in that fleeting moment, he turned his head and cast a cold glance at Su Ming. A flicker of confusion evident in his eyes. However, upon closer inspection, he discerned that Su Ming was not the individual he had encountered before. With a disdainful snort, he continued on his way, settling into a meditative posture at a distance, while the 4 individuals who followed him encircled him, seemingly serving as his guardians. Su Ming observed Wu Sun, then glanced at the distant Bei Ling before retracting his gaze. Wu Sun practiced the blood-devouring corpse chi technique and worshipped a malevolent idol from the Fengtian tribe, exuding an aura of malevolence and possessing a gloomy disposition, making him a rather unsavory character. The elder beside Su Ming appeared quite irate, yet wary of being overheard. Muttering softly as if he had suffered a setback in dealings with Wu Senator, I advise you, young man, to steer clear of this individual. Though, even if you do provoke him, it matters not. I possess another type of herb that, once consumed, will grant you immense strength, the elder suggested. A glint of mischief in his eyes as he persisted in his persuasion. Su Ming furrowed his brow, finding the elder's incessant chattering far more overwhelming than Lei Qin's, to the point where one could describe Lei Qin as taciturn in comparison. The elder's entreaties continued unabated, adopting a tone that suggested he would not relent until Su Ming purchased a herb. Just then, the plaza outside twisted once more, and this time, over 10 individuals surged in, their laughter and chatter filling the air, with one person standing out prominently among the group. This individual was of modest height, slightly plump, laughing heartily and engaging in lively conversation with those around him, occasionally gesturing animatedly. An indescribable aura emanated from him, making it strikingly apparent among the gathering, compelling onlookers to focus their attention upon him. Chinchong, Wu Sun, seated in meditation at a distance, opened his eyes and fixed his gaze on the slightly plump man, narrowing his eyes in scrutiny. Su Ming's attention also gravitated towards this individual, acutely sensing an elusive force emanating from within him. This was not merely the power of vitality, but an indescribable sensation. Chinchong, he is a well-known figure in our Fengtian tribe, renowned for his amiable nature, far surpassing Wu Sun, the elder whispered eagerly. I must tell you, keep this information to yourself. Chinchong is one of my esteemed customers, frequently visiting to procure herbs. Chapter 51. The margins not long after. A considerable number of individuals from various tribes, aside from the Wushan tribe, began to arrive for this inaugural event. These individuals either came with their tribes or ventured here alone. Gradually, the crowd in the square grew denser, with the air thick with murmurs and discussions, creating a lively atmosphere. After all, such a grand event occurs only once every few years, and this year's attendance was noticeably larger than in previous years. Seizing the opportunity amidst the throng, Su Ming hurriedly took a few steps forward, blending into the crowd to evade the persistent old man whose incessant chatter was quite vexing. Once safely concealed among the masses, he glanced back at the old man, who was scanning the area, and quickly lowered his head to avoid being seen. Despite the multitude, Su Ming recognized hardly anyone, rendering him inconspicuous in the crowd. He felt quite ordinary and believed no one would pay him much attention. In truth, he was not alone in this. Many of the others present, aside from the clansfolk of the Fengtian tribe, were also first-time attendees. Look, there's Wu Sun. I've heard he's a prodigy from the Fengtian tribe. Isn't that Chinchong? His name resonates like thunder. I've heard of him before, but seeing him in person is quite a surprise. He truly exudes charisma. Have you spotted Bei Ling from the Wushan tribe? It's said he's exceptional. He made it into the top 50 in the last competition. Making friends with him would be quite beneficial, and we'd certainly draw envy upon our return to the tribe. A number of those around Su Ming, who were also experiencing this event for the first time, whispered amongst themselves, their faces reflecting envy. This might be our chance. If we could catch the attention of Wu Sun or Chun Chong and have them choose to befriend us, our status in the tribe would surely change. Indeed, many share this thought. Don't you see how people are eager to approach them? Why not give it a try ourselves? A young man with a naive demeanor smiled at Su Ming. With a smile on his face, Su Ming engaged in casual conversation with the youth. Brother, it seems most haven't arrived yet, but it looks like the first trial will commence soon. Why don't we go over to Chin Chong and engage him? What do you think? If we go as a group, we might stand a better chance of being noticed. The youth urged Su Ming and those nearby. Look at Wu Sun. He appears rather grim, likely in a foul mood. We should avoid provoking him. Chin Chong seems to be quite affable and should be easier to approach. Encouraged by the youth's words, the surrounding individuals were swayed, and eventually, a group of 7 or 8 made their way toward Chin Chong's location. Su Ming was reluctant to go but was drawn along by the enthusiastic youth, following the crowd. As they approached, the atmosphere around the square distorted again, capturing the attention of everyone present. Emerging from the distortion were 5 figures, led by a robust man in his 40s. Dressed in coarse, homespun garments, he radiated an overwhelming aura of vitality. His face bore a distinct scar that slashed diagonally from his left brow to the right corner of his mouth, rendering him a fearsome sight. It must be the leader of the Haishan tribe, someone murmured. I've heard he bears a fearsome scar. Indeed, it was said that this time, the Haishan tribe's formidable champion did not attend, and instead, their leader led the way. Following the burly man were 4 others who approached the square at a leisurely pace. At first glance, the 4 seemed quite ordinary, but upon closer inspection, it became evident that 3 were young men of similar age, while the 4th was another sturdy man in his 40s. Curiously, the young men seemed to orbit around one particular youth, subconsciously mirroring his movements. This young man, clad in black fur, possessed long hair and appeared to be around 18 or 19. His face was obscured by the high collar of his attire, which shielded his eyes from view, and he perpetually kept his head lowered, rendering his features inscrutable. Silently, he traversed the crowd, unperturbed by the gazes directed at him, and gradually made his way toward a distant corner of the square, where he and his companions sat cross-legged. Their seating arrangement highlighted the youth's distinctiveness. He sat apart, seemingly out of place among his tribe. However, after settling down, he lifted his gaze slightly toward the Wushan tribe, and a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. Su Ming's attention, along with that of the surrounding crowd, fixated on the Haishan tribe's members, particularly the leader and the notably aloof youth, who piqued Su Ming's interest. While he expected the Haishan leader's strength, the aloof youth emanated an unsettling sense of danger that Su Ming could not ignore. He was nearly certain this individual was extraordinary. Yet, Su Ming felt a strong aversion towards such pretentiousness. In fact, he believed Wu Sun exhibited far more authenticity, as he did not indulge in such theatricality to convey mystery. The arrival of the Haishan tribe did not stir much discussion. Instead, people remained more captivated by the renowned prodigies of the Fengshan tribe, whose reputations echoed throughout the surrounding regions. Amidst the enthusiastic group surrounding Su Ming, they made their way toward Chin Chong, who was encircled by admirers. Standing among them, he felt exceedingly inconspicuous and ordinary, drawing little attention. I tell you, I never frequent those tribal gatherings. Even if I do, it's merely to observe the commotion. Don't believe me? As they neared, Su Ming noticed Chin Chong gesturing animatedly to those around him, eliciting waves of laughter, most of which were clearly intended to flatter him. Even those nearby, eager to make acquaintances, instinctively joined in the laughter, as if attempting to integrate themselves into the circle. The youth beside Su Ming and several others were doing just that, their laughter incessant. Su Ming stood calmly, smiling softly, observing Chin Chong, who was enveloped by the crowd, his esteemed status rendering him incomparable. Watching the individuals around him strive to meld into the circle of laughter, desperately seeking an opportunity to introduce themselves, their faces, devoid of flattery, nonetheless betrayed an underlying desire for connection. At that moment, the Wulong tribe made its entrance from outside the square. Typically, the appearance of such a small tribe would not elicit much discussion, especially when compared to the Haishan tribe's notoriety. However, the instant the Wulong tribe arrived, even the jovial Chin Chong and the brooding Wusun lifted their heads in unison. Not only them, But also the enigmatic black-clad youth from the Haishan tribe and nearly all the other tribesmen present turned their attention toward the Wulong tribe. What captivated their gaze was a stunning maiden in white among the Wulong tribe members. The exquisite girl bore a radiant gem embedded in her forehead, glinting brilliantly under the sunlight. Her beauty exuded a wild allure, enough to make hearts flutter. She was none other than Bai Ling, under the scrutiny of so many eyes. Bai Ling's cheeks flushed, yet she did not lower her gaze. Instead, her eyes swiftly scanned the crowd until she spotted the Wushan tribe, her expression brightening momentarily. However, as she continued to look, her joy dimmed when she realized she could not find Su Ming. With her head lowered, Bai Ling followed behind the elder matriarch of the Wulong tribe, making her way toward the square. At this moment, she remained oblivious to the presence of an unremarkable youth in the distant crowd, silently observing her. She also failed to notice the enigmatic figure clad in black from the Haishan tribe, whose eyes betrayed a flicker of desire and greed upon catching sight of her. Wu Xin cast a brief glance at Bai Ling before closing his eyes. Although Bai Ling was breathtakingly beautiful, he felt no stirrings of affection, as his heart was consumed by anxiety, leaving no room for other thoughts. Su Ming stood in silence, captivated by her exquisite visage, suddenly feeling an insurmountable distance between himself and Bai Ling. A voice, laced with warmth, resonated near Su Ming, its soft tones spreading to reach Bai Ling's ears. It was Chen Chong. Bai Ling lifted her gaze and spotted Chen Chong emerging from the throng, a smile gracing her lips, albeit one that concealed a lingering sadness. Chen Chong laughed heartily, and the crowd instinctively parted for him. Su Ming remained motionless, watching as Chen Chong approached Bai Ling. As he observed, Su Ming closed his eyes, uncertain of the emotions swirling within him, yet he felt an odd sense of tranquility. With his eyes shut, he seemed to disregard his surroundings until a hand grasped his arm, shaking him with excitement. Yuang, it's Yuang. Look, that's Yuang, the foremost among the younger generation of the Fengxian tribe. Yuang, twice he has claimed first place in all 3 trials. This individual possesses extraordinary talent, hailed as the greatest in the vicinity, and is believed to be the most likely among our generation to achieve the realm of Kaichun, meticulously nurtured by the entire Fengxian tribe. The future lord of the Fengxian tribe. Su Ming opened his eyes to behold a figure approaching from the distant square. Clad in a crimson robe, this individual lacked Wu Xin's somber demeanor, Chen Chong's star-like aura, and the black-clad youth's feigned mystery. He was simply a solitary figure, making his way forward step by deliberate step. Chapter 52. The Wind Chasm Mountain. The crimson-clad figure blazes like fire. Upon this person, there seems to be an invisible flame that scorches the eyes of all who gaze upon him, compelling them to bow their heads in his presence. Though his appearance is unremarkable and he lacks a robust physique, there exists an ineffable aura that captivates the hearts of all onlookers as he approaches. With his black hair cascading over his shoulders, Yuang walks slowly forward. He does not possess Wu Xin's brooding demeanor, yet within his calm expression lies a terrifying depth that surpasses even Wu Xin's unsettling nature. He may not draw the same reverence as Chen Chong, surrounded by admirers, yet even alone, he emanates an overwhelming presence. He lacks the deliberate air of mystery that characterizes the youth from the Black Mountain tribe. Yet his own formidable strength and illustrious name evoke a sense of enigma far beyond that of the cloaked figure. He is mysterious because he is Yuang, the most exceptional peer within the Windchasm tribe, the proudest of all from the surrounding realms, and he is heralded as the future powerhouse of Kaichun. He approaches with a regal composure, requiring no dialogue, as countless individuals unconsciously divert their gaze from Wu Sun and Chen Chong, instinctively bowing their heads and making way. There is no murmur of conversation. Upon his arrival, all sound ceases abruptly, persisting in silence until he reaches the center of the square and sits cross-legged, where the stillness remains unbroken. After a considerable time, soft conversations begin to stir, as if the surroundings are slowly awakening. Hey, we've spotted a big shot. Being able to see Yuang during this visit makes it worthwhile, murmurs a sturdy youth beside Su Ming, his eyes gleaming with envy and satisfaction. Su Ming remains silent for a long while, eventually nodding gently. Following Yuang, others arrive in succession, and after half an hour, all present have gathered. Suddenly, the sky darkens. Amidst the rolling clouds, a thunderous roar erupts, shaking the very earth and startling the crowd, who look up to witness the clouds rapidly coalescing, forming a towering figure made of mist. Perched atop this cloud figure sits a man in purple robes, none other than Jing Nan, the chieftain of the Windchasm tribe. He sits in silence, not gazing downward, but instead looking towards the distant mountains, those towering peaks that pierce the clouds, revealing only their midsection. This mountain is the treasured heritage of our Wind Chasm tribe. Without it, perhaps, there would be no tribe at all. What you see is merely the peak, the true pinnacle of Wind Chasm Mountain. Atop this mountain lies a sealed beast, slumbering for eons, yet always remaining undisturbed. Perhaps it shall never awaken. This mountain holds immense power, its aura pervading every nook and cranny, intensifying as one ascends. There are 218 steps leading directly to the summit. This is the first trial. As per tradition, there is no time limit. All participants in this initial challenge, holding their tokens, may seek a path among the steps, ranking themselves by the number of steps traversed. Many of you are here for the first time. To ensure fairness, I shall inform you that the mountain's pressure is strongest at night. Now, I shall lift the seal upon this mountain. Enter swiftly. As Jingnan speaks, he raises his right hand and gestures towards the mountain. With that wave, the cloud figure emits an astonishing roar, striding swiftly towards the peak. Its massive arms raised as if to tear apart the heavens and earth, aiming to rend the mountain asunder. With a single tear, the earth trembles, and a massive crack appears in the sky, splitting open like an invisible curtain that had concealed the true scene beyond. The mountain remains unchanged. Yet now it is shrouded in swirling black mist, exuding a sinister aura that quickens the heart with trepidation. Simultaneously, an indescribable pressure emanates from the gaping fissure, sweeping like a gale, tousling the hair of many and causing some tribesmen to pale, instinctively retreating a few steps, as if what lay within the crack were not a mountain, but a colossal beast of the cosmos. In that instant of the crack's unveiling, several indistinct figures swiftly materialize beside the cloud figure in the sky, revealing 8 individuals. Among them is Sure Hai, one of the 8, each possessing remarkable prowess. Upon their arrival, they each bite their tongues, unleashing streams of blood that merge, forming an intricate pattern that glows red, hurtling towards the fissure as if imprinting upon the misty mountain. The mountain, veiled in fog, rumbles as the mist swirls upward, revealing ancient, weathered steps at its base. Your tokens, once they leave your body, will dissipate, and you will be disqualified and compelled to exit the mountain. This also serves as a means for you to retreat should the pressure become unbearable. Moreover, these tokens record the number of steps you take, displayed externally. Now step forth. The speaker is Sure Hai, one of the 8, who bellows towards the crowd below. Suddenly, a figure leaps forward, transforming into a radiant arc that darts towards the fissure. This is the crimson-clad Yuan. Following him, Wusun rushes second, soon followed by Chen Chong, and gradually, a multitude of tribesmen join the fray, plunging into the breach. Bailing, Lei Chun, Wula, and Sikong, even Bai Ling, are among them, each seeking an untraveled path among the steps, vanishing within. As soon as a step is chosen, a fog envelopes the path, obscuring it. Su Ming does not stand apart but chooses to enter the fissure alongside a throng of others. The moment he steps into the breach, he distinctly senses the difference in atmosphere. Here, an oppressive force weighs down upon him, akin to invisible hands pressing upon his body, rendering him uncomfortable. Many of the paths ahead are shrouded in mist, indicating that others have already entered. Su Ming remains unhurried, sprinting towards the distance. For many like him are also in search of a path. The base of the mountain is not orderly. Some paths appear shorter, often quickly seized by those who reach them first. Su Ming refrains from competing, instead moving to a more distant area where several paths converge. He stands for a moment, contemplating, about to proceed when he suddenly glances to his right, noticing the mysterious youth from the Black Mountain tribe, clad in black animal skins, who approaches with half his face obscured, walking past Su Ming without a glance, ascending one of the steps. Su Ming watches as the figure disappears into the mist that cascades down from the mountain, retracting his gaze and proceeding towards a rather ordinary path. The instant he steps onto the first stair, he feels the entire mountain tremble, and simultaneously, the token at his chest radiates warmth, though it does not enter his body. Instead, it continues to emit a gentle warmth. Immediately, a thick mist enveloped him, rendering his surroundings indistinguishable. He could see neither to his sides nor behind him. The only discernible sight was the winding staircase faintly visible through the haze, alongside the dimmed sun hanging in the vast sky. An eerie silence prevailed, creating an illusion that within this mountain peak, each individual was utterly alone. Su Ming took a deep breath, refraining from ascending immediately. Instead, he attuned himself to the oppressive atmosphere of the place. Once he acclimatized slightly, he lifted his foot with a resolute and unwavering gaze, ascending step by step. At this moment, unbeknownst to him, as all of them stepped into the chasm, the fissure in the outside world began to close slowly. The 8 from the stone sea above descended, settling in the corners of the square in a meditative posture. The formidable figure of Feng Juanman Gong, Jing Nan, also dispersed the cloud-like giant, landing beside Grandpa Mo Sang. An invisible wave of energy enveloped the two, preventing any prying eyes from intruding upon their presence. The square still bore witness to several hundred individuals, all fixated on the 9 colossal statues surrounding them. Gradually, inscriptions began to appear on these statues. First place, Yu Wang, level 97. Second place, Wu Sun, level 51. Third place, Chen Chong, level 47. Fourth place, Bai Su, level 46. 103rd place, Mo Su, level 6. The rankings of all participants in this initial trial were clearly displayed, revealing the number of steps they had ascended through their tokens for all to see. Indeed, Yi Wang claimed the top spot, with an overwhelming lead over the second place. Look, it's changed again. 115 steps. How fast? Who is this Bai Su? I've never heard of him. He isn't from our Feng Juan tribe, yet ranks so highly in the early stages. I heard that in the last grand trial, Yi Wang ultimately reached 803 steps. I wonder how far he can go this time. It is said that historically, no one has ever ascended beyond 930 steps. Feng Juanman Gong, Jing Nan, similarly gazed at one of the statues alongside Mo Sang. A smile gracing his face as his eyes skimmed over the name Mo Su. Mo Sang, that must be Su Ming. However, judging by his ranking, entering the top 40 seems quite challenging. Perhaps I can relax the criteria. As long as he makes it into the top 60, that would suffice. Grandpa Mo Sang remained silent, his gaze fixed on the name Mo Su etched upon the statue, a deep-seated anticipation flickering in his eyes. Chapter 53. The Secret of 6 Numbers. In the square, hundreds of individuals were intently fixated on the 9 statues, each displaying identical rankings. As they cast their gazes, murmurs of discussion arose, punctuated by gasps of astonishment at sudden rank ascensions and expressions of regret for those who had unexpectedly fallen. This grand event had shifted the focus from the competitions within the mountains to this very moment. Although not all present hailed from the Fengzhen tribe, many belonged to various other tribes, with representatives from nearly all neighboring factions gathered here. They would return to their respective tribes to proclaim the results of the 3 trials, ensuring that everyone was informed. This was customary, as it had been in previous years. As time passed, Yi Wang, currently leading, revealed that he had reached the 345th step, gradually slowing his pace. Following closely was Chen Chong, who had ascended to the 189th step, while the much-anticipated Wu Sun found himself unexpectedly in 9th place, having only reached the 127th step. Conversely, a figure named Bai Su garnered significant attention, ranking 3rd with a display of 188 steps. Who exactly was this Bai Su, whose prowess was so formidable? Could he possibly emerge as the victor in this first trial? This was indeed intriguing. It had been a long time since anyone from an external tribe had penetrated the top 10, let alone the top 30. Amidst the discussions, the robust leader of the Haishan tribe sat cross-legged, eyeing the ranking on a nearby statue with a smug smile, casting glances towards the Wushan tribe. In contrast, the Wushan tribe's leader sat in meditation, eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to the rankings, while the lookout exhibited a furrowed brow, displaying signs of anxiety. He scrutinized the rankings, noting Bei Ling in 57th, Lei Chun in 73rd, and Wu La in 91st. The elder of the Wulong tribe and others from various tribes were also watching intently, their expressions largely inscrutable, as leaders typically concealed their emotions unless faced with significant upheaval. The lookout of the Wushan tribe, however, would not have shown such concern were it not for Bei Ling. Unlike the bustling square, the atmosphere among the more than 100 participants on the winding stone steps within the mountain was one of solitude, as if they were the only ones on the entire peak. The dense mist obscured their vision of one another, preventing any external gaze from penetrating the veil. Even the formidable Fengzhen barbarian king, Jing Nan, could not pierce through the fog that concealed the events unfolding within. Nevertheless, the environment posed no danger, as such trials had been conducted numerous times before. Bai Ling bit her lip, beads of sweat forming on her forehead as she ascended step by step, the staircase stretching infinitely before her, inducing a sense of disorientation. The mounting pressure grew ever more intense, creating an overwhelming sensation of repulsion, as if countless voices whispered in her ears, urging her to abandon her quest. Not far from Bai Ling, Lei Chun roared defiantly, tearing open his beast skin garment to reveal his muscular torso, droplets of sweat cascading down as he pushed onward, his expression a mixture of ferocity and determination. Further away, Bai Ling appeared pale. Having expended much of his vitality in aiding Wu Sun, he felt weak. According to their agreement, he was to receive a modicum of barbaric blood from Wu Sun during the third trial, but uncertainty gnawed at him regarding whether the pact would hold. Gritting his teeth, Bai Ling was determined not to concede defeat, carrying the pride of the Wushan tribe as he ascended. In stark contrast to their struggles, the illustrious Yi Wang of the Fengzhen tribe moved with remarkable ease, hands clasped behind his back, ascending at a leisurely pace. This was not his first encounter with these steps, it was his third. He vividly recalled that during his second attempt, he had surpassed 800 steps, and this time, his goal was 900. His grandfather had mentioned that while the mountain appeared daunting, it contained only 999 steps, imbued with a peculiar power capable of altering the very fabric of existence. The height one could reach would reflect the final count of their cultivation's bloodlines. I must eat less from now on, Yi Wang mused to himself, determined to adhere to this resolution, while behind him, Chinchong gasped for breath. Muttering to himself as he climbed, slightly plump, his body quivered with each step. Yet a glint of intensity flashed in his eyes as he gazed at the token in his hand, which displayed all the rankings. He was aware that a certain Baisu was trailing closely behind him. In the distance, a mysterious youth from the Heishan tribe, clad in black animal hide, maintained a calm demeanor, as if the staircase posed no significant challenge to him. This is my first time here. If I had not come, it would be one thing. But since I have, Wu Sun, Chinchong, and even Yi Wang must yield to me. This time, I shall make it known that I, Baisu, am the foremost prodigy among the surrounding tribes. The youth's eyes gleamed with fervor, half his face obscured. In contrast to these individuals, Su Ming found himself lagging far behind, taking slow steps, having only reached the 32nd step. At this point, instead of proceeding, he lowered his head in contemplation, staring at the steps beneath him, his gaze gradually igniting with realization. His grandfather had spoken of 6 numbers. The first number was 32. Could it be that this referred to the 32nd step? Lost in thought, Su Ming slowly lifted his foot towards the 33rd step, feeling no immediate difference as he landed. The pressure felt the same as on the 32nd step. Nothing unusual here. It feels the same. Su Ming frowned, continuing to the 34th step, but as his right foot landed, he suddenly jolted. Same. No, something's off. Closing his eyes and placing his right foot on the 34th step, he carefully sensed the subtly heightened pressure. Opening his eyes, he quickly retreated several steps back to the 31st step, lifting his foot to press down on the 32nd and 33rd steps. In that moment, his eyes sparkled with clarity as he took a deep breath. So that's how it is. The 31st and 33rd steps exhibit an increase in pressure. Yet the 32nd step is peculiar. Whether one steps back or advances, the pressure remains constant, as if the 32nd step does not exist. Even without this 32nd step, everything remains unchanged. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ming opted not to ascend further, but instead sat cross-legged on the 32nd step, feeling the dual pressures converge around him, creating discomfort while simultaneously causing over 40 bloodlines to manifest within him. As these bloodlines appeared, the pressure he experienced diminished significantly, becoming difficult to discern without keen awareness. On the vast majority of the steps of this mountain, one can perceive 2 distinct pressures, one emanating from above and the other lingering from behind. Yet, only at these 32 locations can the ascending and descending forces reach a harmonious equilibrium. The 6 numbers conveyed to me by my grandfather must undoubtedly signify 6 such places upon this mountain. Perhaps this is a secret he unearthed during his participation in the great trial of the Fengzhen tribe in his youth. Seated in meditation, Su Ming gradually closed his eyes, circulating the blood within his veins. After a brief moment, he opened his eyes, furrowing his brow. He felt no discernible benefit, even with the flow of his vital energy. Nothing seemed to change. Lost in contemplation, Su Ming struggled to grasp the reason behind this. Yet he understood that his grandfather would never speak frivolously. There must be a secret yet to be uncovered. However, Su Ming scratched his head, recalling how his grandfather often spoke in riddles, urging him to ponder and deduce the meanings himself. If comprehension eluded him, his grandfather rarely offered direct answers. After a moment of reflection, Su Ming sighed. Observing the 49 bloodlines that manifested upon his body, their existence allowed him to disregard the prevailing pressures of this place. Oh, grandfather, could you not simply tell me? Sigh. What secret lies hidden here? Unwilling to yield, Su Ming continued to sit there, deep in thought. The pressure. A unified pressure from above and below. One could sense its presence, yet while seated here, the blood within his body quickened under its influence, naturally manifesting bloodlines to resist it. Suddenly, a spark ignited within Su Ming's mind, a glimmer of understanding that felt just out of reach. He widened his eyes, inhaled deeply, and gazed at the 49 bloodlines on his body. Could it be that the secret embedded in his grandfather's words was to instruct him on how to manipulate these bloodlines, allowing them to dissipate one by one, just as they appeared? Thus, the balanced pressure present here could emulate external forces, rendering what once seemed impossible into reality. A shiver coursed through Su Ming's body. The purpose of this was to enable him to wield control over the bloodlines far more adeptly than anyone else. To unleash a punch while regulating the number of bloodlines involved, ensuring each strike bore sufficient force without excess waste. Instinctively, Su Ming licked his lips, closed his eyes once more, and silently endeavored to manipulate the bloodlines within his body, attempting to reverse their dispersal, not all at once, but to let just one dissipate. This proved to be a formidable challenge. Chapter 54, The Subtle Unleashing. It is indeed a challenge, for while it is easy to comply with the flow of events, it is far more difficult to swim against the current. Much like the bloodlines, which emerge in succession as the vital energy circulates, there exists the potential for an instantaneous eruption, a phenomenon easily achieved. However, to disperse them one by one requires an astute control over the velocity of the internal circulation, a precision that must reach the level of the most minute details. It is exceedingly rare for a warrior at the blood condensation stage to accomplish this. In fact, it is not a skill expected of one at this level, but rather of a formidable master at the dust-clearing stage, who must comprehend and execute it. At this moment, Su Ming is unaware of this. All he knows is that his grandfather has guided him to proceed in this manner, akin to solving a riddle, encouraging him to discover the answers through contemplation. This process feels entirely organic to him, devoid of coercion or obligation, leading Su Ming to believe that he must indeed give this a try. Otherwise, it would be a waste of the time he has spent pondering the solution. As time flows gradually, an hour passes in the blink of an eye. During this hour, Su Ming sits cross-legged, diligently experimenting with the circulation of his vital energy. The bloodlines on his body begin to exhibit peculiar fluctuations. The 49 lines sometimes diminish by more than 10, only to surge back to 49, oscillating in this manner toward a semblance of stability. This phenomenon is closely linked to the steady pressure of the surroundings, which seems to be the only external force capable of enabling a warrior at the blood condensation stage to master this intricate control, typically reserved for those at the dust-clearing stage. As the day gently transitions into dusk, the mountain shrouded in thickening mist stands in stark contrast to the bustling square below, where voices of discussion abound, and many have even wagered with stone coins. The first remains Yi Wang, who has ascended to the 516th step. The second, Chen Xiong, lags behind at 328 steps. This is not the end of it. I have been particularly focused on the third contestant, Bai Su, who is undoubtedly a surprise in this competition, as he has reached 327 steps, just one step behind the second. Throughout the afternoon, these two have been alternating their positions. Unfortunately, Wu Sun has inexplicably fallen to 12th place. In a corner of the square, Su Ming's grandfather, Mo Sang, and Feng Zhen sit in meditation, surrounded by an invisible barrier that keeps all disturbances at bay. Mo Sang observes the rankings with a calm demeanor, yet internally rejoices, for he knows that Su Ming has grasped the essence of the task at hand. In his view, if Su Ming can deduce the solution independently, it holds greater value than simply acquiring the barbaric blood. As dusk descends, the sun and moon emerge simultaneously in the sky, subtly exchanging places. Su Ming's rank fails to draw much attention. Most merely glance to discover who occupies the last position. At this moment, Su Ming remains seated at the 32nd step, seemingly unchanged. Yet, upon closer inspection, one can discern the rapid transformation of the 49 bloodlines on his body, fluctuating between 46, 47, and 48. The swiftness of these changes makes them difficult to perceive without careful observation. As twilight gives way to night, the sun completely vanishes and the moon brightens. Suddenly, Su Ming's bloodlines undergo another transformation. From 10 fluctuations, only once does he achieve 48 lines, gradually increasing to 2, 3, until reaching 8, 9. At this juncture, Su Ming opens his eyes, a glimmer of excitement flashing within them. He has succeeded. Though not yet perfect, he has indeed accomplished his goal. Out of 10 trials, he can now cause one of his bloodlines to vanish on 9 occasions. Though this may seem a mere reduction of 1 line, it signifies that Su Ming has begun to control the circulation of his vital energy, no longer a wild stallion running unchecked, but rather one that has been fitted with a bridle. Gradually, he notices his bloodlines reducing to 47, 46, 45, until they reach 38, at which point he can no longer maintain control, and chaos ensues. Su Ming realizes that the balancing pressure exerted by the 32nd step is insufficient to support him further. To advance, he must ascend to the 79th step. With brightened eyes, Su Ming rises without hesitation, taking a bold step forward onto the 33rd step, continuing onward without a moment's pause. As he traverses step by step, enveloped by the mountain's pressure, the 49 bloodlines within him erupt forth, rapidly coursing through him. The delicate control he achieved this afternoon has yielded not only a sense of accomplishment, but also mastery over these bloodlines, causing a low rumble within him. Though this sound is subtle, it resonates as the 50th bloodline emerges. Following the appearance of the 50th line, the 51st swiftly follows suit. And this cascade does not cease as Su Ming strides forward through the steps, 37th, 42nd, 49th, 58th. In a remarkably brief span, as he reaches the 60th step, the 52nd bloodline manifests. Just one more, and he will ascend to the 5th level of blood condensation. At this moment, he is indeed poised to cultivate the barbaric art of the black blood dust. Though the low rumble emanating from him does not travel far, the nearest contender, by Su, who is over 300 steps ahead, catches a faint echo of this sound. He halts mid-stride and glances back in surprise. This is the sound of an increase in bloodlines. Who is it that has managed to add to their count? After a moment's contemplation, he dismisses it from his mind and continues onward. Although this is his first visit, he has adequately prepared beforehand. Baisu is aware that in past competitions, the pressure of the mountain at night is vastly stronger than during the day. Consequently, nearly all participants choose to rest under the full moon, pausing their ascent until dawn, as the cost of proceeding forward under such conditions outweighs the benefits. Thus, he aims to cover as much ground as possible before resting for the night. Meanwhile, Su Ming, having increased his bloodlines to 52, continues his ascent, traversing the steps toward the seemingly endless summit. At this moment, he remains blissfully unaware that his rapid progress has stirred a small tempest within the square below. Among the hundreds of spectators, although most focus on the fluctuations within the top 50 rankings, some cast derisive glances at the last contestant, named Mo Su, who has remained motionless at the 32nd step all afternoon, appearing incapable of advancing. Yet now, as a burly man among the crowd glances at the last position after observing the top 50, he is momentarily taken aback, his eyes widening in astonishment as he witnesses the rapid ascent of Mo Su's rank. 33, 37, 45, 48, until it reaches 61, 63. And it continues to rise. He observed his ranking, having consecutively ascended over 10 places from the very last position, and it continued to rise. Soon, he was not the only one to notice this remarkable shift. Many others were also captivated. As they looked on, each was met with astonishment, for at this moment, the allure of the top 50 was overshadowed by the fervent sprint of the last ranked contender. This individual, known as Mo Su, was unexpectedly surging upwards. Could it be that he had merely rested through the afternoon and was now finally awake? He had already soared to the 137th position, climbing over 10 ranks from the bottom. This fellow was truly making a late push. One could only wonder if he would break into the top 120. He did it. 119, a leap of 79 steps. But wait, why has he halted again? Remarkably, he had come to a stop. Those who had been tracking Su Ming's rank gazed at Mo Su, now positioned at 119 and the stagnant number of 79 steps for quite some time. Feeling a wave of disappointment wash over them, they had hoped for another surprise, but alas, his momentum seemed insufficient. It appeared that 79 steps were his limit. A culmination of the energy he had amassed throughout the afternoon, explosively released all at once. Gradually, the crowd in the square ceased to pay attention to this ordinary name. redirecting their focus towards the top 50. As the night approached, following the customary practice, no one would attempt to ascend the steps at this late hour, rendering the current rankings the conclusion of the day. In a corner of the square, the elder Mo Sang observed the rapid ascent of the ranking just moments ago, only to see Su Ming stall at 79 steps, a smile tugging at the corners of his mouth. Beside him, the chieftain of the Fengjun tribe, Jing Nan, wore a perpetual frown, for the more than 100 names he had anticipated on the statue now seemed to have vanished, leaving only one behind. 119. Mo Su, 79 steps. As Su Ming's rank continued to rise, within the depths of the colossal mountain, a narrow path of steps saw Ula, her expression tense, anxiously clutching her token, from which she could discern the rankings. 118. Ula, 82 steps. After a while, once Ula noticed that the individual named Mo Su remained at 79 steps, she finally breathed a sigh of relief, gritted her teeth, and continued her ascent up the steps. Chapter 55. The moonlit night belongs to him. On the 79th step, Su Ming stood still, surveying his surroundings, particularly gazing at the luminous moon in the sky. Although it was still some time before midnight, he felt an undeniable sense of comfort in this moonlit night. Ever since he began practicing the fire barbarian technique, Su Ming had developed an affinity for moonlit nights, particularly yearning for the night of the full moon. However, he had never encountered a full moon since embracing this technique. There had been one occasion, but it was obscured by dark clouds, and while he felt a surge of restlessness within him, it ultimately did not lead to any significant changes. Su Ming speculated that had the clouds not veiled the moon, he might have experienced a more pronounced transformation. Alas, tonight was not a full moon either, yet Su Ming still felt at ease. He sensed the oppressive aura emanating from the mountain, which intensified with each ascending step and seemed to strengthen as the moon rose higher in the sky. The Wenjin barbarian had once remarked that the mountain's oppressive force amplified at night, and indeed it was so. A slight smile graced Su Ming's lips as he dismissed the matter. To him, the night not only augmented the mountain's pressure but also marked the pinnacle of his own power. In the night, Su Ming was far more formidable than in the daylight. Retracting his gaze from the moon, Su Ming settled into a meditative posture on the 79th step, taking a deep breath as he silently attuned himself to the unique atmosphere of this place. As anticipated, this location served as the second point of pressure equilibrium along the winding path of steps. Although the oppressive force here was balanced, it was significantly more potent than that at the 32nd step, making it an ideal setting for him to further refine the control of his vital energy, allowing for the emergence and reduction of the bloodlines within his body with greater precision. At this moment, Su Ming had already perceived that with his meticulous manipulation of vital energy, the 3 newly manifested bloodlines he had acquired earlier would reach the 5th layer of coagulation with just one more line. This prospect filled him with anticipation, as he wondered how many additional bloodlines he would gain when he ventured higher, beyond the 79th step. Gently closing his eyes, Su Ming began the intricate manipulation of his internal energy once again, striving to decelerate the flow of his vital energy according to his will. The 52 bloodlines coursing through him gradually stabilized and diminished, eventually reaching the prior limit he had encountered at the 32nd step. However, the addition of 3 bloodlines had resulted in a current total of 40 remaining. Su Ming's expression remained tranquil, devoid of urgency as he continued to regulate his vital energy, immersing himself in the delicate manipulation. Time passed swiftly, and soon an hour had elapsed. Meanwhile, in the mountain, numerous individuals had chosen to cease their ascent, opting instead to sit cross-legged on a step, nurturing themselves while monitoring their ranks via the tokens in their hands, awaiting the dawn for the next round of competition. Wu Xin, panting heavily, sat down after struggling to ascend a few more steps to reach the 295th step. His complexion was pale, and his expression darkened as he stared into the mist, gradually becoming lost in thought. My corpse chi source blood. Cursed be that person who stole my corpse chi source blood. Without it, not only can I not advance in my training, but I will also rapidly weaken. I can already feel my frailty creeping in. This is something I cannot disclose to my grandfather unless absolutely necessary. If he learns that I lost the corpse chi source blood, even if he helps me find it, I will no longer hold any value in his eyes. As he recalled the terrifying consequences, Wu Sun clenched his fists, fear flickering in his eyes amidst the confusion. He could not let anyone else know, especially those who had offered their blood to him. For all these years, he had exerted dominance over them due to his strength and status within the clan. If they discovered he had lost the corpse chi source blood, they would likely betray him without hesitation. What should I do? What should I do? Wu Sen's expression twisted, his teeth grinding, yet the predominant feeling was still confusion. Chen Qiong, out of breath, muttered to himself as he walked. Glancing at the brightening moon in the sky, which was not obscured by mist, he contemplated resting until the next day. But upon checking the ranking on his token and seeing that the fellow named by Su had surpassed him, he felt a surge of unwillingness after only 2 steps. Damn it, I refuse to believe this. Chen Qiong gritted his teeth and pressed on. Simultaneously, Bai Su of the Black Mountain tribe, also panting heavily, stared at his token while braving the mounting pressure of the mountain under the moonlight, seemingly in competition with Chen Qiong as he continued upward. After another half hour, Chen Qiong's legs trembled, and with a shout, he collapsed onto the ground, letting out a series of yells into the surrounding silence of the mist. Go on, just go. Damn it. I'm done for today. I'll come back tomorrow. Unbeknownst to him, Bai Su, sensing something, took a few more steps before plopping down on the ground. Yet a smirk crept onto his lips as he glanced at his ranking. Lei Chun had already settled on the 130 steps, sighing repeatedly, his expression filled with dissatisfaction. Many had ceased their ascent, but one individual continued to forge ahead. 563, 567, 572. Yi Wang was still climbing in the depths of the night. The second place, Bai Su, had only reached 397 steps. Yet Yi Wang had surpassed 500. Was he truly going to disregard the increasing pressure of the mountain at night and continue onward? Truly, he was the foremost among his peers. Such perseverance was unmatched by others. The hundreds of spectators in the plaza were fixated on the first rank of the statues, and only this leading position continued to fluctuate. All other participants had come to a halt. 587, 589. It changed again, this time to 595. A murmur of astonishment swept through the plaza, all eyes riveted on the first ranking, as even the leaders of other tribes sighed in quiet admiration for the young Yi Wang. Mo sang, how does our Yi Wang's talent compare to yours in your day? The barbarian chief Jing, Nan of the Fengjin tribe, smiled as he gazed at the statue's ranking. Grandfather Mo Sang's expression remained calm as he offered a slight smile. Indeed, with a smile, Jing Nan chose not to dwell further on the subject. At this moment, atop the mountain, Yi Wang maintained a resolute demeanor. Beads of sweat forming on his brow as he continued walking, hands clasped behind his back. Each step was arduous, yet he hesitated not for a moment. Finally, upon reaching the 600th step, he paused, a smile gracing his face as he sat cross-legged beside it. Last time, on the first day, I reached 580 steps. This time, I surpassed 20 steps. Good enough. I wonder if I can discover the trial at the 562nd step. I suspect it remains unchanged, with no one deemed worthy to experience the heart refinement at that step. As he murmured, his expression betrayed a hint of pride. 562 was a threshold he had failed to cross the first time, only succeeding on the second attempt. Now, on his third try, he would not dwell too much on it. In his view, none of the participants held the qualification to compete against him, nor did anyone possess the merit to capture his attention. He had not once glanced at the token all day. His competition was not with the other participants, but with himself. When he finally paused, the discussions below in the plaza surged, for everyone believed that with Yi Wang's cessation, the day's competition had come to a close. They would now await the dawn for the next round to commence. The first place is Yi Wang. Second place is Bai Su. Third place is Chen Qiong. And the 12th is Wu Senior. Thus, in the top 10 of this first day, only one is an outsider, while the rest are all members of our Fengjin tribe. However, the 48th place goes to Bei Ling and the 49th to Si Kong, both of whom are also outsiders. It remains uncertain whether they can maintain their positions within the top 50 tomorrow. After all, this is just the first day, and tomorrow will be crucial. Who exactly is Bai Su, belonging to which tribe, that he is so astonishingly ranked second, surpassing even Chen Qiong? From this moment onward, he will undoubtedly gain immense fame. Yet, this is not the end. Unexpected developments may still arise. The murmurs of speculation gradually faded, as the hundreds of people present mostly settled down into a meditative posture, waiting for the arrival of the next day. Slowly, apart from the sound of breathing, tranquility enveloped the surroundings. Mo sang, let us return to the tribe and continue our game of chess. We shall see at dawn if your Su Ming can secure a place in the top 50, Jing Nan said with a faint smile, glancing at Mo Sang. Grandfather Mo Sang remained silent, instead gazing at the statue, where Su Ming had slipped to 123rd place. He nodded slightly. As the two were about to depart, suddenly, grandfather's pupils constricted, and among the few who had not yet rested and were still observing the rankings, someone let out a startled cry. He moved. That fellow named Su has moved. This exclamation instantly caused those who had closed their eyes to look on in surprise. Jing Nan, who had intended to leave, halted his steps and focused his gaze. Not just him, but everyone in the square, including the leader of the Wulong tribe, the chieftain of the Heishan tribe, and the leaders of other tribes, all turned their attention, for in this deep night, amidst a gathering of participants who had ceased their movements, this singular and sudden change stood out vividly. Deep within the mountains, on the small path where Su Ming sat, he abruptly opened his eyes at the 79th step where he was meditating. His control over the bloodlines had solidified as it dwindled to 28, reaching its limit. Unable to proceed further, this experience was much smoother than before and occurred at a faster pace, for now, it was a moonlit night. Under the moonlight, a faint red moonshadow flickered in Su Ming's eyes as he slowly rose, gazing at the winding steps ahead, a glimmer of brilliance flashing in his gaze. At the next step, Su Ming lifted his right foot, and under the moonlit night, while everyone else on the mountain, be it Chinchong, Bai Su, or even Yu Wang, dared not advance further, Su Ming, ascended. The moonlit night belonged to him. Chapter 56, The Fifth Layer of Blood Condensation. In the moonlit night, with his eyes shimmering with vitality and brilliance, Su Ming took a resolute step forward against the overwhelming pressure atop the mountain. At the 80th step, then the 81st, the 82nd, the oppressive force of the mountain was magnified several-fold in the stillness of the night, becoming increasingly formidable as he ascended. Yet, this moonlit night belonged to Su Ming. The luminous moon cast a pure light, seemingly ordinary, yet it bestowed upon him an imperceptible essence that infused his being, gradually clarifying the faint lunar shadow within his pupils. A refreshing energy coursed through Su Ming, accelerating his pace. 87, 88, 93. Soon, he stood upon the 99th step. The moment his right foot touched this step, a tremor coursed through him, a torrent of heated vitality bursting forth within, causing his body to quiver slightly as 52 blood lines manifested upon him, twisting and coiling into a peculiar pattern. Halting for an instant, Su Ming let out a low roar, which, though not loud, reverberated around him. Suddenly, a 53rd bloodline emerged. This signified Su Ming's breakthrough from the 4th to the 5th layer of blood condensation. At that moment, a thunderous sound erupted from within him, echoing outward in a series of booms, swallowed by the surrounding darkness, its destination unknown. As Su Ming transcended the 4th layer, a figure named Chinchong, seated on a nearby path of the mountain, muttered to himself while preparing to rest. Suddenly, he felt a jolt and instinctively turned to the encroaching mist beside him. A familiar, muffled roar resonated in his ears. What the hell? Someone actually broke through here. Chinchong was momentarily stunned, disbelief etched across his face, his flesh quivering slightly. He had never heard of anyone advancing in the preliminary trials before, making this event unprecedented. Rubbing his eyes vigorously, he sensed something amiss and quickly rubbed his ears, tilting his head to listen intently, his ears twitching oddly before flushing red. Gifted from a young age, Chinchong's most remarkable attribute was his keen hearing. Even at great distances, while others remained oblivious, he could discern sounds distinctly. This ability had only intensified with his growing power, filling him with pride. Now, however, a bitter expression crossed his face, mingled with resentment. Why did such luck elude him? Why couldn't he experience a breakthrough like this? With a heavy sigh, he envied the fortune of others. The muffled roar, audible only to Chinchong due to his unique hearing, went unnoticed by the majority. Only Bai Su, who sat cross-legged on a higher step, suddenly opened his eyes in astonishment, glancing back at the mist. Someone has broken through. His expression darkened as he recalled the sounds he had heard when the blood lines increased. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, yet he dismissed it and checked his token for any changes in ranking. Almost immediately, he noticed a name soaring upward among the ranks, amidst the stillness of others. Outside the mountain, in the square, Su Ming's movements had stirred a considerable uproar. Almost everyone focused their attention on the rankings of the statues, particularly that of Su. In this dark night, while others rested, this night differed strikingly from past experiences. Movement was detected. The 99th step had escalated from 79th to 99th in a single breath. This individual had previously surged from the last place to 119, only to pause and drop to 123. Look, now their rank is 113. No, 109, 100. 101. They have entered the 101st position, astonishing indeed. Laughter erupted in the square, filled with lively discussions, even more animated than during the day. Even those who typically overlooked the rankings beyond 100 were now wide-eyed with curiosity. Historically, few paid attention to those at the tail end of the rankings, often focusing on the top 50, even the top 30 or 10. Yet this time was remarkably different. A rare occurrence of such notable discussion around a single name. Despite the fervor, no one truly regarded Mo as anything significant. They viewed him merely as a fleeting entertainment during the night while others rested. At dawn, when the rest resumed their efforts, Mo would be promptly forgotten, overshadowed by the true prodigies. Meanwhile, the participants atop the mountain were also drawn to Su Ming's anomaly. Those resting glanced at their tokens, particularly the lower-ranked individuals who felt a pang of anxiety, while the higher-ranked ones merely cast a casual glance before returning to their reverie. Ula, seated at the 112th step, fixed her gaze upon her token, deeply concerned about this Mo. Previously, he had surged up, pressuring her considerably, after toiling all day to reach the 100 mark. She couldn't help but question who this Mo was and why he was advancing during a time meant for rest, under the intensified pressure of the moonlit night. Biting her lip, her tension mingled with a sense of injustice. After a while, however, she observed that Mo, lingering at 101, showed no further signs of movement, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. He had reached his limit. At that moment, Leichen sat cross-legged at the 135th step, contemplating the name Mo on his token with a pensive expression. Meanwhile, Bei Ling, stationed at the 206th step, glanced at the rankings but paid little heed, considering this individual merely a spectacle seeking attention, advancing at night to draw others' focus. A mere trick, Bei Ling scoffed. Similarly, at a lower rank, Si Kong of the Wulong tribe furrowed his brow. Having scrutinized the rankings countless times without locating the name Su Ming, while he had unconsciously disregarded the ascendant Mo. In his perspective, Su Ming's ranking should be comparable to his own. It was inconceivable for him to fall beyond the 100th position. If that were indeed the case, he would find it exceedingly difficult to accept being bested by such a weakling. Meanwhile, on a separate flight of steps, Bei Ling sat on the stairs, which numbered over 130, gazing up at the moon. She did not glance at the rankings, her expression one of bewilderment, lost in her thoughts. The crowd in the square, after waiting for a considerable time, expressed disappointment as they saw no change in the ranking of Mo, who remained at the 101st position. Yet, there was also a sense of relief, as if this outcome had been anticipated all along. The leaders of the various tribes gradually withdrew their gazes, no longer fixated on the display. The elder matriarch of the Wulong tribe slowly closed her eyes, having shown no interest in the proceedings from the start. The burly chieftain of the Black Mountain tribe wore a sardonic smile. His sole focus was on Bai Su. And perhaps, if there was any lingering interest, it would be in the one ranked first, Yi Wang. To him, Bai Su's only adversary was this Yi Wang. After a while, as Mo Su's position remained unchanged, the discussions in the square gradually subsided. This individual had evidently bided his time, choosing to make a sudden move in the stillness of the night, likely aware that he would not draw attention otherwise. What a clever strategy this was. At the very least, I have now remembered his name and am curious to discover who he is. Let us rest. Tomorrow is crucial. And perhaps the rankings within the top 50 will shift. Ah, it has moved. It has moved. Just as the fervor was on the verge of dissipating, a voice filled with astonishment echoed around. Mo Su's ranking surged once more, his position ascending at an astonishing speed that left the onlookers in disbelief. 100 steps. 103, 107, 112 steps. Chapter 57. Do you believe? Su Ming stirred, lifting his foot to step onto the 100th stair. He had lingered on the 99th step for quite some time. As the emergence of the 53rd bloodline caused a tumultuous surge of energy within him, swirling around his body, the explosive force required a brief moment for his body to acclimate before he could proceed. After all, the appearance of this bloodline signified a breakthrough in his cultivation, rather than a mere enhancement. At this moment, as he moved, Su Ming suddenly rose. His figure beneath the luminous moon seemed to absorb the moonlight continuously. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the 115th stair. Without pausing, feeling the increasingly potent pressure emanating from the mountaintop. Su Ming propelled himself forward. 120 steps, 130 steps, 140 steps, 150 steps, 160 steps. Within mere moments, he ascended 60 steps in succession. Standing on the 160th stair, Su Ming felt an overwhelming pressure crashing upon him, as if a tremendous force had suddenly emerged, bearing down on him. Yet, at this moment, the moon shone brilliantly, enveloping Su Ming in its light, causing his dark hair, bound by ropes, to sway freely. With this movement, a profound silence fell over nearly half of the participants on the mountain, as well as the spectators in the plaza. Ula, momentarily stunned, had been preoccupied with concerns about her ranking, feeling wronged and discontent. However, with her expression frozen, all those complicated thoughts dissipated. She realized that she and Su Ming were not on the same level. Any attempt to compare herself to him would only lead to humiliation. Lei Chen abruptly stood up, staring blankly at the token in his hand. Previously, he had his suspicions about the name Mo Su, but now he hesitated, uncertain if his initial thoughts were indeed correct. Bei Ling clutched his token tightly, his heart racing. In that instant, he felt a breathtaking thrill as he observed Mo Su ascend 60 steps in mere moments. This astonishing speed left him incredulous, nearly causing him to forget to breathe. He had initially thought that Mo Su was merely trying to attract attention by making a show of himself at night, but it was now evident that he possessed genuine strength. Otherwise, how could he ascend 60 steps in a heartbeat? The mountain was engulfed in silence, and in that stillness, Chun Chong blinked rapidly, trying to ignore the sensation. Yet his intuition urged him to acknowledge that this Mo Su person was likely the one associated with the thunderous breakthrough he had heard earlier. Who could he be? Not one from the Fingzhen tribe. He couldn't recall seeing him in the plaza. At that moment, Chen Chong was oblivious to the fact that among the crowd surrounding him, laughing and attempting to integrate into his circle, there was one individual whose smile was faint and appearance ordinary, so ordinary that he went unnoticed. This person observed Chen Chong, watched as he laughed and mingled, saw him receive adoration, and noticed him move toward Bai Ling. As Chen Chong pondered, Bai Su, nearest to the path leading to Su Ming, widened his eyes, trying to pierce through the mist to discern the figure on the adjacent path. Unlike Chen Chong, Bai Su was so close that he could nearly assert with certainty that Mo Su was just below the foggy steps he was gazing at, very near. Just 160 steps, more than double my current position. This person is of no concern. If he can approach me, I'll reassess then, Bai Su thought coldly, shutting his eyes with a smirk. On another side of the mountain, Wusun wore a grim expression, his gaze flickering as he focused intently on the rankings within his token, particularly on the names Bai Su and Mo Su. I am currently ranked 12th, at 295 steps. Alas, I cannot enter the top 10. I can feel my weakness intensifying. The ones who stole my source blood that night must be among these two. Wu Sun was no fool. Rather, he was quite astute. Otherwise, he would not have secured a position in the treacherous tribal dynamics, nor would he have been able to manipulate people like Bei Ling Bai Su. Wu Sun's gaze shifted from Mo Su to Bai Su, his eyes narrowing with malice. Yet beneath that malice lay a deep-seated apprehension. A person who ranks second is someone he cannot confidently challenge for the source blood. Si Kong appeared anxious, his expression reminiscent of Wula's earlier demeanor. As he gazed at the rankings, noting Mo Su's name at the 160-step mark, his heart raced with the fear of being surpassed. If it were daytime, he might not have cared, but now, under the cover of night, he lacked confidence in continuing his ascent, especially given his rank of 49. If he were overtaken, he would instantly drop to 50. Though it might seem like just a single position, the implications were vastly different. Aside from them, nearly all participants were fixated on their tokens, particularly on the name Mo Su. Only Yuang remained indifferent, uninterested in the token, unaware of the unfolding events. Yet, even if he were aware, his nature would prevent him from being overly concerned. In stark contrast to the profound silence of the mountain, the plaza was enveloped in a palpable stillness, akin to a breath caught in one's throat, unable to emit a sound. The force that constricted the throats of the many in the plaza stemmed from their own shock, as they gazed upon the rankings displayed on the statues. 63rd place. Mo Su, 160 steps. After witnessing the sudden surge in rank and steps, many in this place could no longer dismiss the name Mo Su as a mere distraction for the night. They began to regard it with genuine seriousness. For that moment of 60 steps had instilled within them an incredulous awe. If it were daytime, perhaps the term shock would not suffice, but presently, it was night, a time when the mountain's pressure far exceeded that of the day. To nearly everyone, If one could ascend 60 steps in a matter of moments at night, how many more could they achieve in daylight? There were surely not many among the tribes who could accomplish such a feat. Who exactly is he? Imosu. Imosu. I just calculated. It took him less than 10 breaths to ascend from 99 to 160. This is unbelievable. From 101 to 63 in an instant, this person possesses such strength that, if he were to ascend during the day, he might even breach the top 30. Why must he exert himself at night like this? After a long silence, murmurs began to emerge, gradually escalating in fervor within the plaza, even drawing the attention of the tribal leaders. However, the elder from the Wulong tribe and the patriarch of the Haishan tribe remained indifferent. This night was destined to be extraordinary. It was a night when all brilliance belonged to one individual, Su Ming. Grandfather Mo Sang wore a gentle smile as he gazed at the rankings displayed on the statue, his anticipation growing more intense. He understood that Su Ming had fully grasped the significance of those 6 digits. Beside him, Fengzhen's patriarch, Jing Nan, maintained a calm demeanor, revealing not a hint of emotion. With his cultivation and status, if he couldn't master the art of concealing his feelings, he would never have attained his current standing. Indeed, Mo Sang, the child you brought back all those years ago has been well taught under your guidance. I have always harbored a slight curiosity about his origins. Jing Nan smiled faintly, turning his gaze toward Mo Sang. Curious? If I were to tell you that he is a prince of the Dayu dynasty, would you believe it? Mo Sang met Jing Nan's gaze, smiling enigmatically, revealing no hint of truth or deception. Perhaps the secret of Su Ming's lineage was known only to him. Why not declare him the son of a barbarian deity? How intriguing indeed. Jing Nan paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. Perhaps that too could be plausible. Mo Sang replied with a smile. Jing Nan laughed heartily, yet a shadow of doubt lingered within him, unsure whether to place faith in Mo Sang's words. This unsettling thought had accompanied him throughout his upbringing, each encounter with Mo Sang evoking a similar feeling. At that moment, amidst the uproar of discussions in the square, a fresh wave of astonishment erupted. It's moving again. How many steps must it ascend before it halts? Look, it has reached 168 steps. 172. 179. Its pace seems to have slowed a tad since earlier. This must be the final push. I wager it will reach no more than 200 steps, certainly not beyond that. Perhaps even breaking into 190 will prove a challenge, particularly in the dead of night, as the pressure only intensifies with height. Amidst the murmurs, countless gazes fixated on the rankings of the statues, each gaze tinged with indifference, disdain, anticipation, envy, and jealousy. At this moment, Su Ming was enveloped by the moonlight, steadily ascending the mountain steps. With each stride, 53 bloodlines radiated a resplendent crimson glow. And astonishingly, a 54th bloodline emerged as he progressed. Following closely were the 55th, 56th, and 57th bloodlines, all manifesting simultaneously, intensifying the sanguine luminescence surrounding him, filling his being with an overwhelming force poised to erupt. With a low growl, Su Ming lunged forward, reaching the 186th step. Within him, the sound of bloodlines multiplying echoed once more, a noise that made by Su, standing nearby in the mist, furrow his brow, while Qin Chong, eavesdropping from a distance, gritted his teeth, wishing fervently for his own body to produce a similar sound. 189, 192, 199, 200. Instantaneously, the rankings within the square shifted. First, Yuang, 600 steps. Second, by Su, 397 steps. Third, Chinchong, 391 steps. 48th, Beiling, 206 steps. 49th, Sikong, 201 steps. 50th, Mosu, 200 steps. Chapter 58, Breaking Through. 50, Mosu, 200 steps. The inscription on the rankings of each statue caused the countenance of all who beheld it to shift dramatically. Their prior disdain, contempt, or mere amusement in passing time dissipated as if swept away by a fierce gale. No longer did anyone perceive this as a trivial pastime. They had witnessed a miracle, an astonishing rise from the last position to the 100th, and then to the 50th. Some members of the crowd found it hard to fathom the extraordinary spectacle unfolding before their eyes. The fact that Mo Su, amidst a stillness from others, surged from the very last to break into the top 50 in the dead of night was nothing short of breathtaking. In this moment, the hundreds gathered in the square overlooked the brilliance of the top 10, even the second place by Su, as all attention gravitated towards Mo Su. How far could he ascend? Surely, he would breach the top 30. Perhaps not. I suspect his momentum may falter. Nonetheless, to enter the top 50 speaks volumes of his formidable prowess. Whispers and discussions surged through the square, a stark contrast to the quietude that should have prevailed in the night, now rendered tumultuous, even more so than during the day. Su Ming's ascent to the 50th rank drew not only the attention of the hundreds gathered, but also those participating in the contests within the high mountains. For those beyond the 50 mark, his sudden triumph was met with a mixture of indignation and reverence, while those within the top 50 stared at their tokens, keenly observing his rank. For them, Su Ming had become a looming threat, albeit a minor one, that warranted attention. However, for those in the top 10, or even the top 20, this concern was negligible. Yet, the most anxious were undoubtedly Sikong and Bailing, ranked 49 and 48 respectively. The emergence of the 50th rank felt like a lump lodged in their throats. Particularly for Sikong, whose face drained of color, clenched his fists tightly. As the son of the Yulong clan leader, he had fought hard to achieve this rank, feeling a sense of pride, but now his heart raced uncontrollably. Move up, move up, move up. He chanted in his mind, his eyes bloodshot as he fixated on the rank inscribed on his token. On a distant mountain path, Bailing stood, equally tense, his eyes wide as he gazed at his token. Unlike Sikong's internal struggle, he gritted his teeth and abruptly turned, resolutely heading towards the 207th step. While most were fixated on the rankings, Su Ming stood resolutely at the 200th step, taking a deep breath. His gaze as steadfast as iron. The 58 bloodlines emanated a brilliant glow. Had it not been for the surrounding mist, their radiance would have soared skyward, visible from afar. Yet, shrouded by the fog, this brilliance lay concealed within the mountains. Feeling the robust power surging within him, Su Ming raised his head, peering through the thin mist above to behold the bright moon and the pitch-black sky. He could not comprehend why, since mastering the fire barbarian technique. He had developed an affinity for the night, harboring no disdain for daylight, yet lacking anticipation for it. Who among the myriad beings on this earth can glimpse the edge of the heavens? Su Ming murmured, his gaze fixed upon the dark sky. A fleeting glimmer of brilliance flashing in his eyes before vanishing, almost imperceptible. With a decisive step forward, he ascended to the 201st and 202nd steps. As his foot landed, a sudden commotion erupted from a distant mountain path where Sikong stood, his expression twisted in rage as he let out a deafening roar, charging forward. He watched helplessly as his rank plummeted from 49 to 50. The difference of a single rank felt monumental, an insufferable burden for the proud Sikong. Had he been suppressed from the outset, it might have been bearable, but to seize an advantage only to have it snatched away was unbearable for him. Gritting his teeth, he pressed on, undeterred by the overwhelming pressure of the night. Bailing, too, was unable to remain still. The actions of the two sparked a chain reaction, causing those in the 47th, 46th, and 45th ranks to rise in discontent. Their movement invigorated the crowd in the square, who buzzed with excitement. Discussions echoing like a surge of adrenaline. Sikong surged forward, reaching the 202nd and 203rd steps. Stop! Bailing, unable to hold back, climbed to the 207th, 208th, 209th. How intriguing! Mo Su's entrance into the top 50 disrupted the rankings, inevitably leading to one being ousted from the top 50. This realization ignited urgency within them. Just as the murmurs crescendoed, an abrupt silence fell, transforming the chatter into gasps of astonishment as all eyes turned to the name ascending rapidly through the ranks. At that moment, even the elder of the Yulong clan, who had remained indifferent, opened her eyes to observe the name dancing upon the statue beside her. Although her expression remained unchanged, her thoughts were a mystery to outsiders. Yet, the leader of the Haishan clan continued to ignore the spectacle entirely. 49th, Mo Su, 205 steps. 46th, Mo Su, 213 steps. 42nd, Mo Su, 221 steps. 39th, Mo Su, 232 steps. 37th, Mo Su, 239 steps. 34th, Mo Su, 247 steps. Sikong stared blankly at his token, his face ashen, his body trembling as if all strength had drained from him, collapsing to the ground, gritting his teeth in frustration, ultimately succumbing to despair. He had only taken 2 steps before the oppressive weight of the night forced him to halt. Bailing, wearing a bitter expression, relinquished his pursuit, lacking the energy to continue. The knight's pressure was beyond his endurance. The others, too, ceased their ascent, gazing at the astonishing Su, who had surged from the 50th to the 34th rank, a wave of helplessness washing over them. Su Ming stood upon the 247th step. This place barely a third of the way up the mountain in comparison to the seemingly endless stairs. Yet here, it felt as though he stood suspended in midair. The absence of wind and the mist's cover made the outside world hard to discern. However, as he looked up at the moon in the sky, it felt as if he were drawing closer to it. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming lifted his foot and stepped onto the 248th step. The moment his foot touched down, the bloodlines on his body surged from 58 to 59. Glancing at the now increased bloodlines, a smile crept onto Su Ming's lips. He could distinctly sense that the 248th step, much like the previous two, held a certain equilibrium. As night deepened, with dawn still some time away, Su Ming chose not to ascend further. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the 248th step, closed his eyes, and immersed himself in the circulation of his vital energy, gradually beginning to refine his control over it. As the bloodline increased, the difficulty of manipulation correspondingly heightened. Yet, Su Ming remained unhurried. He did not wish to relinquish this rare opportunity, one that was seldom encountered. Moreover, the 6 numbers that the elder had imparted to him were indeed meant to encourage him to cherish this moment. As Su Ming sat in meditation, controlling the circulation of his internal energy, time gradually slipped away. The 30 or so onlookers in the high mountains transitioned from confusion to individual contemplation, while those ahead of the 34th gradually relaxed from their tension. In the square outside, speculation and anticipation grew regarding Su Ming's pause. Who was he? Which tribe did he belong to? Why did he move under the cover of night? And why had he come to a halt after reaching the 34th position? Was it due to a lack of momentum, or did he have other plans? Would he maintain his rank, or perhaps fall beyond the 50th position, or even surge into the top 30, or even the top 20? Was there even the slightest possibility of penetrating the top 10? Countless questions stirred within the hearts of the hundreds of tribespeople in the square. As their discussions gradually faded, these uncertainties were buried within, awaiting the moment of revelation. Of course, there were many who held little hope for Su Ming. They believed he would falter. Most importantly, with the dawn approaching, when others resumed their movements, Su Ming's rank would undoubtedly decline. Nevertheless, even those who were skeptical could not deny that this night was rendered unique by the name of Su. This name would forever be etched in memory, destined to remain unforgotten even after many years. On this night, the brilliance of Su surpassed that of the top 10, even eclipsing Yi Wang. It was fated that the name Su would continue to attract attention, even after dawn, regardless of the thoughts of others, who harbored a glimmer of expectation for this name. Elder Sang maintained a smile as he observed Su Ming's ranking. Though he was unaware of the reason behind Su Ming's remarkable transformation during the night, he understood that everyone harbored their own secrets. As an elder, his role was not to comprehend every detail, but to offer protection. Now, do you believe what I said earlier? Elder Sang inquired, for the first time, addressing Jing Nan, who stood beside him. Jing Nan's expression remained unchanged, though he slightly furrowed his brow as he gazed at the rankings, his mind increasingly uncertain about Sang's previous remarks regarding Su Ming's origins. As night gradually ebbed away, a tranquil silence enveloped the square. Almost everyone fell into silence. Though each may have harbored different thoughts, their gazes intermittently remained fixed on the various statues, particularly on the line dedicated to Su. After a considerable time, as a white glow appeared on the horizon, a new day dawned. Chapter 59, A Startling Movement. This marks the second day of the first trial. Just as the first ray of morning sunlight graced the land, the oppressive aura emanating from the black mist-enveloped mountains, which had imprisoned the enigmatic beasts of the night, began to dissipate, restoring the atmosphere to its normality. Yi Wang was the first to stir. With a tranquil expression, he opened his eyes and rose to ascend the 601st step. Unbeknownst to him, the events of the previous night had unfolded entirely beyond his awareness. For one so proud, the ranking token held no allure. He believed that no one else possessed the qualifications to challenge him, save for himself. Step by step, clad in fiery red, Yi Wang strode forward with an air of arrogance. A resolute determination surged within him. This time, he vowed to reach the 900th step. He vividly recalled the last trial, where he had faltered at over 800 steps, utterly exhausted and forced to relent. In that moment of surrender, He had gazed upwards and seemingly glimpsed a peculiar statue atop the mountain peak. Regrettably, the statue's features remained obscured by distance. Yet that fleeting glimpse ignited an unwavering obsession within Yi Wang. Pride and individuality had seeped into his very essence, compelling him to behold the summit others could not see. He yearned to stand there, gazing down upon the myriad beings below. With his proud demeanor, he ventured deeper into the mist, progressively distancing himself from the others. Despite not glancing at the ranking, he was acutely aware that he must surely be in the lead. At this moment, Chen Chong gritted his teeth, murmuring incessantly as he climbed upward, panting without respite. He frequently checked the ranking token in his hand, observing Bai Su maintaining a 3-step lead. The two seemed to be in a perpetual race, a situation that had begun the previous day, fueling Chen Chong's simmering discontent. Damn it! Either hurry up and widen the gap so I can stop fretting, or slow down a bit. This way, aren't you exhausted? If you're tired, so am I. Sweat poured from Chen Chong as he ascended past 400 steps, feeling as if the oppressive aura from the summit threatened to suffocate him. Fatigue flooding his body like a relentless tide. Meanwhile, Bai Su was also breathing heavily, despite a full night's rest. The increasing pressure with each step heightened his sense of exhaustion, gradually suppressing his pride, especially as he observed Yi Wang's steady ascent beyond 600 steps, which instilled a measure of respect in him. With the desire to compete for first place waning, Bai Su redirected his focus onto Chen Chong, determined to crush him beneath his heel. To him, Chen Chong was the sole rival. Vanquishing him would confer enough prestige, even if he ultimately fell short to Yi Wang. As for Wu Sun, his countenance was rather bleak. After a night's rest, his condition had not improved. Rather, the repercussions of his dwindling bloodline began to manifest as time passed. His expression darkened as he advanced, frequently glancing at his token. Aware of Bai Su lurking just behind him, his own spirit weighed down by bitterness. Although he remained in 12th place, Wu Sun recognized that his chances of breaking into the top 10 had evaporated. The individuals ahead of him, who had previously seemed inferior, now loomed large in his mind. In contrast, Su Ming remained remarkably composed. He had ceased his ascent, choosing instead to sit cross-legged on the 248th step, meticulously regulating the flow of energy within his body, as he deftly managed the ebb and flow of his bloodlines. He found it akin to the art of refining medicinal stones, with his body serving as the cauldron, his vitality as the flame, and his form as the semi-finished herbs, controlling the intensity of the fire to temper his physique. As time wore on, the hundreds gathered in the square observed the rankings on the statues, engaging in lively discussions. Yi Wang's position as the undisputed leader was beyond question, having ascended to over 680 steps, far ahead of any contender. The battle for second and third place was clearly between Chen Chong and Bai Su, who remained locked in a tight competition. However, Wu Sun's inexplicable struggle left many puzzled. To their astonishment, Imo Su remained stationary, and by midday, his ranking had plummeted to 47. As discussions continued, a sudden flicker of gray light erupted from one of the statues, momentarily transforming a name into a shade of gray. This unexpected occurrence captured the attention of the crowd, who sensed that someone had surrendered. In previous trials, the second day often witnessed a wave of abandonments, as participants succumbed to the mountain's overwhelming pressure. Suddenly, the sky warped, and a wisp of mist surged forth, revealing a young man of about 20. His face was pale, and as he landed, he stumbled, clearly having been forcefully teleported away. Uncomfortable under the collective gaze, he lowered his head and hurried to his designated area within the tribe, where he sat down in silence, visibly dejected. As the afternoon progressed, more and more participants succumbed to the pressure, their names fading into gray. Those who abandoned the trial returned to their respective tribes, including several from the Fengzhen tribe. Outside the top 100, all had surrendered. Just wait until tonight. I guarantee that everyone outside the top 50 will give up. And as night falls, many more will follow suit. Even if they stop moving, the relentless pressure of the night will be too much to bear. In each trial, the focus extended beyond mere rankings. Witnessing the abandonments brought a peculiar form of amusement. Especially entertaining were those who, despite their commendable ranks, returned to their tribes. Anxious expressions etched upon their faces, fearful of being overtaken. Amidst the murmurs echoing through the square, someone suddenly expressed excitement regarding one of the statues. Imosu has moved. This proclamation instantly drew the attention of nearly everyone present. their eyes converging upon the respective statue of Su Ming. Su Ming opened his eyes. After a prolonged period of meticulous control, he had reached a point where his bloodlines could advance no further. He lifted his gaze to the mist-shrouded steps ahead, slowly rising to his feet. Unbeknownst to him, he had captured the attention of the masses. His mind was fixated on two thoughts: to continue honing his skills and to ensure he did not disappoint his grandfather. I will give it my all. Su Ming, still a youth, embodied youthful zeal and an indomitable spirit. With a flash of determination, he stepped forward onto the 249th step, immediately confronted by an overwhelming pressure that jolted his body. What an immense weight! Su Ming's complexion paled slightly as he felt as if a ferocious beast was roaring and charging down the mountain path towards him. With unwavering determination in his gaze, Su Ming felt the surge of energy coursing through his body as the oppressive force approached. 59 bloodlines materialized, and with a powerful stride, he surged forward. 251, 255, 258. He pressed on, taking more than 20 steps in one breath until he reached the 270 steps. At which point he finally exhaled slowly. Sweat beaded on his forehead. The ascent during the day, deprived of the moonlight's nurturing, proved somewhat arduous for him. Yet, the more challenging it became, the more resolute he grew. Crucially, as the intensifying pressure bore down upon him, he sensed an impending increase in his bloodlines, triggered by the impact of the force colliding with the 59 bloodlines within him. He understood that this was a result of uncovering the secret behind those 6 numbers. And by continuously manipulating his energy and blood flow, he expertly controlled his internal potential, coaxing it forth through meticulous precision. Especially with the genuine barbaric initiation technique he had acquired from his grandfather, along with that drop of barbaric blood gifted by him, they were unleashed during this painstaking process. Under the pressure descending from the mountaintop, he absorbed their essence. Gritting his teeth, Su Ming lifted his foot once more and continued his rapid ascent, the muted thundering resonating within him. With each step forward, the 60th bloodline emerged. 61, 62. As Su Ming set foot on the 301st step, the 67th bloodline erupted forth from his body. The 67th bloodline coiled around him, imbuing him with an indomitable strength. Despite the relentless sweat pouring from him, his gaze was now more resolute than ever. Unbeknownst to Su Ming, his movement from the 248th step to the 301st had sent shockwaves through the crowd of hundreds gathered below. The chief of the Black Mountain tribe stared with an unusual gravity. Another 60 steps. When Mo-Su remained still, he was unremarkable. When he moved, he astonished. Oh, I have been waiting for him to act, and he has not disappointed me. Mo-Su, break into the top 30, ideally the top 10. He had shown no change all day. Now, even with this movement, his ranking was merely 36, a decline from yesterday. Amid the murmurs laced with jealousy and feigned disdain, one individual suddenly widened their eyes, swallowing the words they had been about to utter. Chapter 60. They are afraid. Not only did the individual in this life swallow half of his words, but at this moment, the hundreds of tribesmen observing in the square, along with those who had given up the contest and returned with downcast spirits, all widened their eyes in astonishment. Some instinctively rose from their cross-legged positions, while others unconsciously took a few steps closer from their positions farther away from the statue, eager for a closer look. The elderly woman from the Wulong tribe also exhibited a piercing gaze, fixated on a statue not far away, particularly on the ranking belonging to Mo-Su. More tribal leaders who had gathered here focused intently, their faces growing serious. The lookout from the Wushan tribe, the father of Bailings, had been fixated on the ranking displayed on the statue, primarily observing his son's position. However, at this moment, he overlooked his offspring and instead concentrated on the 2 characters Mo-Su, watching in disbelief as the steps behind them surged at an astonishing rate. The entire square fell into a profound silence. 36th, Mo-Su, 301 steps. 34th, Mo-Su, 310 steps. 31st, Mo-Su, 322 steps. 28th, Mo-Su, 335 steps. 26th, Mo-Su, 344 steps. 23rd, Mo-Su, 351 steps. 19th, Mo-Su, 371 steps. It was only after the name Mo-Su persisted in the 19th position for a while, maintaining the count at 371 steps, that gasps of disbelief began to ripple through the square. This scene left the majority of onlookers in a state of incredulity. Despite having witnessed the miraculous events of the previous night, the current transformation seemed vastly different. If the previous night was a miracle, then what transpired now could only be described as legendary. In less than 60 breaths, he ascended from 248 steps to 371 steps. This was a leap of over 120 steps, and it took less than 60 breaths. Wusun could not achieve this, nor could Chen Chong, and even Yi Wang, who had traversed over 100 steps, had taken more than an hour. Who is this Mosu? Amidst the gasps, an uproar erupted in the square, the fervor exceeding that of before, surpassing even last night. This was merely the afternoon. By dusk, by nightfall. Considering the individual's prowess from the previous night, how many steps could he ascend? What rank could he ultimately achieve? The top 10. This individual is bound to be among the top 10. Among the crowd, there were those consumed by jealousy, yet many were mere insignificant figures within the tribe. To them, whether it was Chen Chong, Wusun, or those in the top 10, 20, or even 30, they were all lofty figures to be revered, their hearts yearning to connect. Yet simultaneously, there was a sense of unwillingness and helplessness. Now, they had witnessed a rise, someone who had been at the very bottom yesterday, surging forth with an indescribable momentum and speed, directly entering the 19th position in a miraculous ascent. Having seen it with their own eyes, their hearts surged with excitement, as if Mosu were themselves. However, human nature is intricate, and such singular transformations are rare. Within their exhilaration lay a complex mix of admiration and envy, intertwining thoughts that formed an emotion they themselves could scarcely articulate. They wished for Su Ming's rise, as it fulfilled their desires. Yet they were deeply envious that he could ascend from the ranks of the insignificant, wishing that he remained forever at their level. The top 10? I doubt it. He has merely stumbled upon good fortune. Perhaps he employed some underhanded means to reach this point. Indeed, did you see how long he rests after each segment? I say, that must be where his secret lies. The crowd's discussions were rife with contradictions. One moment they were filled with excitement, the next consumed by jealousy. Yet, within this throng, there was an old man with a sharp face, his eyes darting as if deep in thought. He occasionally approached some of the conversing individuals, pulling one aside, and, under the displeased gaze of the other, he would lower his head and whisper a few words before swiftly opening his garment to reveal something, only to hide it again, as if fearing too many eyes might see. Those drawn aside by this old man often bore expressions of astonishment, finding it hard to believe. Yet unsure of what he had conveyed, they remained skeptical. A few were led away by the old man to a more secluded area, seemingly engaged in a transaction. In contrast to the hundreds in the square, the participants of the contest within the towering mountain were equally complicated in their feelings. Most stared at the tokens in their hands, gazing at the name that had captured their attention since last night, their hearts swirling with emotions of envy, jealousy, and perhaps disbelief. Lycan withdrew his gaze from the token, a hint of a silly smile gracing his lips, yet uncertainty lingered in his eyes as he slowly advanced. He pondered, is this Mosu truly Su Ming? Ever since he had seen the name Mosu, Su Ming's visage had sprung to mind, but now, as he witnessed Mosu's ascent to the 19th rank, Lycan found himself more doubtful than ever. Alas, perhaps it is not him. Biling, drenched in sweat, gazed at the ranking within the token, observing the rise of the individual known as Mosu, shaking his head lightly, a soft sigh escaping his lips. This person has incredible restraint. From now on, he is bound to become renowned. Yet, this has no bearing on me. He is not of my Wushan tribe. However, his name carries the character Su. I despise that character. Biling lowered his head and continued his ascent. Meanwhile, in the distance, Sikong naturally ceased to regard the rising Mosu. To him, the individual had surpassed many, becoming someone beyond his comparison. His current focus was solely on the leader ahead, Biling. I must break into the top 50. Sikong clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he advanced. Biling, for the first time, spent an extended period gazing at the ranking within the token. She looked at the characters Mosu, and like Lycan, uncertainty filled her heart. Is it him? Biling smiled bitterly, shaking her head. She knew Su Ming was a formidable warrior, possessing some cultivation. Yet she could not believe Su Ming could be the radiant Mosu. In contrast to these individuals, the one truly anxious was not Yi Wang, who remained oblivious to everything. Nor was it Chen Chong and Bai Su, who were locked in a standoff, unwilling to relent until a victor emerged. It was Wusun. Wusun felt a surge of anxiety as he gazed at the ranking on the token, where the name Mosu had suddenly surged to the 19th position. His expression grew exceedingly grim as he struggled to discern who between Bai Su and Mosu warranted greater suspicion. Yet, this was not the root of his anxiety. He was perturbed by the prospect of being surpassed by an outsider. If two outsiders surpassed him, he would be unable to bear the humiliation. Damn it! Woosen growled lowly. Despite his pale complexion, he furiously pressed forward, as if a voice in his mind were roaring, insisting that he must not be surpassed again. In the top 20 ranks, everyone was striving hard. Su Ming's ascent instantaneously altered the dynamics of the top 20, akin to a pebble cast into water, sending ripples across the surface while startling the fish beneath. Fortunately, the source of their trepidation, the individual ranked 19th, Su, came to a halt after ascending the 371st step, remaining motionless for an extended period. This unexpected stillness allowed them a moment of respite, prompting a rapid ascent as they sought to capitalize on this opportunity to widen the distance between themselves and him. They were afraid of the peculiar actions of this Su, afraid of his uncanny ability to remain still before unleashing astonishing changes. For the first time, they regarded this individual with utmost concern, frequently glancing at the rankings to see if he would make another move. A sense of unease pervaded them. A premonition that when he did act again, it would be like a thunderclap, potentially propelling him into the top 10. Su Ming sat cross-legged on the 371st step. Though he could surmise that he was attracting considerable attention, he could never have anticipated that the name he had assumed, Su, would incite a tempestuous upheaval in this first trial. Aside from Yuang, no one was unaware of this name. Indeed, the gaze of the onlookers had shifted away from the top 10, now fixated on Su Ming's ranking, eagerly awaiting his next outburst of power. With a tranquil demeanor, Su Ming closed his eyes, channeling the flow of bloodlines within him, not 67, but 71. These 71 bloodlines coiled around him, flickering with a crimson radiance. As each line dissipated, they would rejuvenate once more, under Su Ming's meticulous control, which not only coaxed forth his latent potential but also tempered his physique, rendering his mastery of strength even greater. He began to anticipate the speed he would achieve upon fully unleashing his powers, for speed was indeed Su Ming's forte. As time elapsed, dusk approached. Throughout the afternoon, the square witnessed swirling mists as participants who relinquished their trials emerged. Their expressions increasingly varied. Those ranking higher exhibited diminishing despondency, with some even revealing signs of exhilaration. By twilight, the sky darkened subtly, and within the 9 statues, nearly all rankings beyond 60 turned to gray, save for 2 that persevered. 67th, Ula, 159 steps. 61st, Bai Ling, 178 steps. Chapter 61, Unravel the Rope. Regrettably, the resolve of Ula and Bai Ling waned as twilight faded, and the moon in the sky began to reveal its luminous presence. Almost simultaneously, 2 strands of black mist emerged from the distant distortion of the heavens, converging upon the square and transforming into 2 pallid figures. Bai Ling remained composed. She had exerted herself to the fullest. In truth, after failing to see Su Ming, her competitive spirit had diminished, and now, amidst the scrutinizing gazes of hundreds, she lowered her head and returned to her tribe in silence. She sat behind the old woman, gazing at the statue rankings, her eyes lingering on the characters Su, biting her lip, lost in contemplation. Beside her, the old woman whispered something, but Bai Ling seemed oblivious, unable to hear or respond. In stark contrast to Bai Ling's tranquility, Ula was filled with discontent as she walked silently to the Ushan tribe. Greeted by the warm smile and comforting words of the lookout, Ula, you have done remarkably well. For your first participation in the grand trial, placing in the top 70 is commendable. Upon your return, dedicate yourself to your training. Next time, strive for the top 50. Ula nodded gently, feeling a mix of dissatisfaction and pride within her. She recognized her achievement as notable, as the lookout had stated. Such a ranking on her first attempt was indeed commendable. Raising her gaze, Ula observed the rankings, her eyes catching sight of Bai Ling in the 49th position, Lei Qin in 53rd, and then Su. Upon seeing the name Su, her eyes sparkled with intrigue. Who could it be? Time can sometimes feel sluggish, yet in the intensity of the first trial, it seemed to pass swiftly. In the blink of an eye, the crescent moon had transformed into a radiant orb, high in the night sky. Midnight approached, and the oppressive atmosphere of the mountains intensified. Lei Chun relinquished his efforts, ultimately securing the 52nd rank. As he emerged from the mist into the square, his expression remained bright, adorned with a goofy smile. Many greeted him, evidencing the friendships he had forged during his time at the Ushan tribe. Upon returning to his tribe, Bai Ling and Sikong followed suit, emerging with the black mist. Bai Ling maintained his aloof demeanor, satisfied with his 49th position, achieving his goal of entering the top 50. This time was markedly different from years past when he had relied on Wu Sin's assistance to attain such a rank. This time, it was solely his merit. Bailing believed that had he not given Wu Sun a significant amount of blood from his brow in the preceding days, his rank might have been even higher. With a sense of pride, he made his way to the Ushan tribe. Ula, you performed well. Although you did not break into the top 50, your ranking is commendable. However, do not become complacent. There are still 2 trials to endure, Bailing remarked, casting a glance at Ula. She promptly stood, nodding appreciatively, her gaze toward him reflecting respect. Having personally participated in this grand trial, she understood the difficulty of achieving a top 50 position. And as for you, Lei Chun, you should have aimed for the top 50. Now, rank 52, it's acceptable. In the second trial, you must strive harder. Among us 3 from the Ushan tribe, we must exert our utmost effort. Bailing stated calmly, his eyes fixed on Lei Chun. Lei Chun bowed his head, remaining silent. In the distance, Sikong returned. His face a mask of disappointment as he, too, settled at 50. He cast a glance at the silent Bai Ling and opened his mouth to speak. But upon meeting her cold gaze, he swallowed his words. As time progressed, more individuals gradually surrendered, their names turning gray, while others returned to the square, enlivening the atmosphere. Those who ranked in the top 50 often wore expressions of pride, receiving congratulations from many, their laughter ringing out in triumph. While some relinquished their efforts, others persisted. At this moment, Chen Chong was resolutely pushing forward, drenched in sweat, his face contorting with strain as he climbed the mountain steps. He gasped for breath. Perceiving a multitude of stars swirling around him, threatening to overwhelm him, yet his muttering continued unabated. Damn it, I'm exhausted. 537. You bastard Bai Su. 538. You curse Bai Su. 539. Damn you Bai Su. I won't give up on you. Chen Chong wiped his sweat, his expression growing frantic, his muttering escalating in volume. Are you insane? Why compete with me? Damn it. Bai Su, if I drop dead from exhaustion, I swear I'll haunt you. 538. Wait, not much. It's 539. Chen Chong grimaced, his breath coming in ragged gasps as he crawled forward, battling against the increasingly intense pressure, his heart pounding as though it might burst. Sweat pooling on the steps behind him. I'm going to die of exhaustion. You must be trying to kill me. I swear, after this, I must have lost weight. Chen Chong gasped, just as he heard a sound that made him perk up. Listening intently, he burst into laughter. You think you can outdo me? I'll make sure you suffer, you bastard Bai Su. His naturally sharp ears had picked up on the equally labored breaths of someone on a nearby staircase. Bai Su, equally disheveled, sweat streaming down, with eyes ablaze with determination, climbed furiously, having battled against Chen Chong for an extended period. He was exhausted to the point where even breathing caused stabbing pains in his chest, yet he refused to surrender. Chen Chong, I will surpass you. I am the strongest among our peers, second only to Yi Wang. However, the higher they climbed, especially beyond 500 steps, the oppressive pressure under the night sky became increasingly formidable. Both Chen Chong and Bai Su found that the challenges were nearly insurmountable at this late hour. Aside from the two, the rest of the remaining contenders faced similar struggles, particularly Wu Sun, who persevered step by step. He was determined not to be surpassed, resolved to maintain his 12th place, even if he couldn't break into the top 10. As the deep night approached, the pressure from the mountain reached its zenith. Some individuals began to halt their progress, for according to the customary practices of the grand trial, the final showdown would occur at dawn on the following day. At the moment night fell, Chen Chong shuddered, acutely aware of the terrifying pressure emanating from the summit. 547. 500. Damn it. I'm done. Bai Su, you can have second place. I concede. If I continue any further, I might genuinely collapse here. My body can't take it. Chen Chong slumped down, shouting at the surroundings. Third place is fine. As long as I don't fall out of the top 3, I won't be ashamed. After all, Wu Sun is behind me. Bai Su, if you can, take a few more steps. I'd love to see you suffer. Damn it, if I had Mo Su's abilities, I could have broken through too. Wait. Chen Chong gasped, fanning himself with his hand, abruptly jolting with shock as he noticed Bai Su's rank within the token, witnessing Chen Chong's stagnation. Bai Su erupted into laughter, a fierce glint in his eyes. I am the strongest among our peers, second only to Yi Wang. He hurriedly ascended several steps, his breath quickening, until he reached the 553rd step, where he finally paused. A glance at the token froze the triumphant expression on his face. He noticed that Imosu, who had fallen to the 21st position, was moving. This revelation was shared by Wu Sun and all those in the top 20, except for Yi Wang, who also witnessed Imosu's motion. Meanwhile, below in the plaza, a tempest of astonishment erupted, as if it were about to shake the heavens and the earth. Everyone present, the elderly of the Wu Mountain tribe, the leaders of various clans, and even the Black Mountain chieftain, who had been indifferent until now, immediately turned their gaze. Countless eyes, including those of Lei Chun, Wu La, Bai Ling, Si Kong, Bei Ling, and all the participants ranked after 20 who had chosen to forego further competition, held their breath, fixated on the identical name among the 9 statues. Old Imo Sang's eyes sparkled with intensity as he scrutinized the ranking of the statue, while Jing Nan, standing beside him, no longer appeared indifferent. His pupils constricted as he looked on. Su Ming was moving. In this deep night that belonged to him, bathed in the moonlight, he slowly rose to his feet. The bloodlines within him, under his meticulous control, dissipated after remaining just 15. As he lifted his gaze to the moonlit sky, a crimson shadow began to form in his eyes. His hair, bound by a grass rope, stood upright, swaying in the moonlight without a breeze. Taking a deep breath, Su Ming raised his right hand to remove the grass rope, allowing his hair to fall freely. He then forcefully lifted his right foot and descended toward the 372nd step. In that instant, as his foot touched down, a surge of bloodlines erupted from within him, marking the first time he unleashed his utmost speed in this place. Bloodlight scattered as Su Ming transformed into a fleeting shadow of crimson, racing forth with blinding swiftness. 372 steps, 393 steps, 424 steps, 448 steps, 471 steps. His speed, in this moonlit night, swept through like a tempest, rendering all who bore witness, whether on the mountains or in the plaza, utterly silent. Chapter 62. A formidable threat. They had to remain silent, for this was merely the beginning. On the 9 statues, among the fewer than 20 individuals left in the mountains, the ranking that represented Su Ming on their tokens was ascending at a terrifying pace. 20th place, 19th place, 17th place, 15th place, 14th place, 12th place, 10th place. Furthermore, as he burst into the top 10, the ranks suddenly shifted, astonishingly becoming 9th place. Wu Xin stood there, frozen on the 457th step, staring blankly at the ranking on his token, unable to believe his own eyes. Although he had anticipated that this individual named Mo Su would be astonishing when he moved, he never imagined the extent of such terror. Almost instantly, Wu Xin fell from 12th to 13th place, not even afforded a moment to react, to resist, or to struggle. Equally stunned were those ranked from 10th to 20th. They all experienced an immediate shift in their standings, which overwhelmed them with a sense of powerlessness. Leaving no room for thoughts of resistance, only awe and shock remained. Wu Xin let out a low growl, veins bulging on his forehead, gritting his teeth as he charged forward. Unwilling to accept defeat, with his movement, all those ranked below Su Ming rose from their rest, gritting their teeth and pursuing him. Those who could enter the top 20 were no ordinary individuals. Their pride forbade them from easily surrendering. At this moment, regardless of the deepening pressure of the night, they all sprang into action. Even Chen Chong, resting on the 547th step, jolted awake, staring at the token in his hand, gasping in disbelief. He could hear the low rumbling sound, the ominous thunder that accompanied the increase in bloodlines, the very sound he had yearned for. Bai Su, on the 553rd step, felt this even more acutely. He was only separated from the path where Su Ming stood by a dense fog. He could clearly hear the ominous rumble and feel the terrifying speed of the individual known as Mo Su on the adjacent staircase. Not only these two, but the 5 individuals ranked from 4th to 8th were also in a state of heightened tension. These 5 were all members of the Fengtian tribe. Though not as renowned as Chen Chong or Wu Xin, they were by no means ordinary. Yet, at this moment, their anxiety quickened their heartbeats, prompting them to rise from their rest and resume climbing. However, it was night, the depth of night, when the oppressive force of Fengtian Mountain was at its peak. Their ascent met with formidable resistance, a sensation akin to being crushed under heavenly pressure, enough to drive a person to the brink of despair. As everyone stood, barely taking a few steps, their gazes fell upon the ranking on their tokens, their shock transforming into sheer horror, causing their footsteps to come to an abrupt halt. Su Ming's long hair flowed freely, unbound by grass ropes, moving as if in a windless realm. His eyes blazed a crimson hue, imbued with the essence of the moon, which burned fiercely within him. Without a moment's pause, upon reaching the 471st step, he was engulfed in an incessant roar, bloodlines surging forth. He paid no heed to how many had increased, but suddenly lifted his foot and stepped out again. The pressure descending from the mountain peak bore down on him like the weight of countless summits, nearly overwhelming him. Yet, within him, his vital energies surged rapidly, the moonlight enveloping him, propelling him forward with unwavering determination. 472, 483, 494, 506, 523, 537. 546. It was only when Su Ming stood on the 546th step that he finally halted, drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. Yet his eyes remained resolute. His body continued to roar, and with this sudden stop, 87 bloodlines erupted, intertwining around him, forming an aura of immense power that enveloped Su Ming entirely. Fourth place, Mo Su, 546 steps. Before him stood only 3 individuals. Behind him were the remaining contenders of this initial trial. Though he could not survey all the mountains from this peak, nor could he claim to have reached the summit. At this moment, Su Ming too stood upon a pinnacle. At this instant, Chen Chong trembled, though he could not see Su Ming. He felt a powerful aura emanating from the token in his hand, and heard the terrifying rumble that sent chills down his spine. He could not see the individual, yet a sense of dread overshadowed him, perhaps because he could not see, and this mystery instilled within him an unusual wariness. Chen Chong appeared affable, yet within his heart resided a lingering pride. He could dismiss Bai Su. His decision to withdraw stemmed not from fear, but from exhaustion and a character unwilling to exert unnecessary effort. In his view, Bai Su was no opponent. What did it matter if he surpassed him? Without an aura that inspired tremors, everything felt insipid. Among those he observed, only Yi Wang possessed such an aura. But now, he was shockingly aware that in the name of Mo Su, he sensed an aura that only Yi Wang had once exuded. A grave expression settled upon Chen Chong's face. He ceased his murmurs, revealing an increasing aura befitting a formidable warrior. He stood, gazing into the depths of the fog, as if he could faintly discern a figure standing coldly on the 546th step, head raised, eyes fixed on the heavens, emanating a pressure he regarded with utmost seriousness. In contrast, Bai Su was visibly inferior in this regard. His expression contorted with malice, he stared intently into the fog, feeling the faint breathing of the shadow concealed within. Whoever you are, surpassing me, Bai Su, is impossible. Bai Su roared into the mist, his voice melding with the fog, gradually dissipating. At this moment, the last-ranked member of the Fengxian tribe, after a brief silence, chose to give up and depart. He understood that the trial's first phase required no waiting for dawn. This was already a decisive battle, one in which he could not participate. This mountain was meant for a select few. He did not wish to be a mere backdrop. It was better to leave. Understanding the nuances of timing and retreat was a rarity among many, yet those who ranked among the top 20 were generally aware of this. Strong individuals often share mutual respect, even across different tribes. As this individual departed, gradually, after the 4th place, everyone except Wu Sun and the other 2 chose to withdraw, leaving the arena for the 4 who stood at the pinnacle. Wu Sun struggled for a while before heaved a long sigh, and also chose to leave. The other 2, though reluctant, hesitated upon seeing the others depart, and ultimately decided to give up. As the black mist enveloped the silent square in the depths of the night, no one paid them any mind. All eyes were fixed on the rankings upon the statues, breaths quickening. The elderly woman from the Wulong tribe had risen, her expression grave, mirrored by the robust man beside her. Not just them, every member of the tribes shared the same sentiment. No one remained seated. Even the leader of the Heishan tribe wore a grim expression, fixated on the rankings on the statues. Bailing, Sikong, Bailing, Lycan, Ula, all remained silent, gazing at the standings. Even those proud individuals who returned to the square did not mind their unremarkable homecoming. Instead, they turned their gazes toward the statue, fixating on the 4 lines that shone brightly amid the multitude of names rendered gray. Grandfather Ma Xiang, too, was absorbed in contemplation, while beside him, Jing Nan's expression betrayed no hint of thought, yet he remained attentive. Standing on the 546th step, Su Ming inhaled deeply. The oppressive atmosphere here was formidable, making it challenging for him to replicate his previous swiftness. He lifted his foot and ascended to the 547th step, progressing upward, step by step. Although his pace was unhurried, it was steadfast. In his ears, he faintly discerned a distant roar emanating from the mist, as if someone were speaking. Yet he did not strain to listen. He continued to traverse each step methodically. Qin wore a grave expression. Refraining from uttering a word or glancing at the rankings inscribed on the token, his demeanor one of utmost seriousness. He tore open his garment, revealing a somewhat thickened torso, and also advanced step by step. In contrast, Baisu appeared exceedingly ferocious, gritting his teeth against the overwhelming pressure and the oppressive pain surging within him, striding forward while continually fixating on the rankings displayed on the token. First place, Yi Wang, 791st step. Second place, Baisu, 554th step. Third place, Qin 548th step. Fourth place, Imosu, 547th step. Among the four, only Baisu remained fixated on the rankings. The other three paid no attention. Yi Wang disregarded any fluctuations entirely, believing that his only true rival was himself. Qin, proud in his own right, sensed the latent momentum exuded by Su Ming, which commanded his respect. Thus he avoided glancing at the rankings for fear of disturbing his focus. Su Ming, too, did not look. He simply continued his ascent, each step resonating with a tremor in his body as beads of sweat flowed profusely from him, overwhelmed by the immense pressure. Yet, the tenacity ingrained in his character, coupled with an indescribable resolve, allowed him to weather this oppressive force like a small tree struggling against a tempest. Who among all the creatures of this earth can behold the edge of the sky? Su Ming gazed upwards as he walked, murmuring softly. Chapter 63, The Stage of Heart Refinement. The bright moon hangs high in the sky, casting an ethereal glow that seems different from usual. The cloudless sky enhances the moon's brilliance, its silvery light spilling onto the earth, as if unveiling a soft curtain between heaven and earth. From a distance, it appears enchanting. Yet upon the towering, cloud-kissed mountain, the moon transforms into a harbinger of terror. Under the moonlight, the mountain's oppressive aura erupts at an alarming speed, forming an invisible storm that warps the entire peak, distorting the gazes of those who dare to look up from within the mountain's embrace. At this late hour, when the moonlight is at its zenith and the mountain's pressure peaks, Su Ming and his companions, standing on the 500-and-something steps, seem as if they are at the very edge of the sky, their hands almost touching the heavens. Ascending beyond 500 steps feels like entering the realm of the divine. At this moment, Yi Wang is oblivious to the happenings in the outside world and to the struggles of his companions behind him. He is solely focused on his own path, taking labored breaths as he moves forward. Today, he aims to conquer the 803rd step. With gritted teeth, Yi Wang strides ahead, imbued with a pride that could scorch the eyes of others. In the face of such oppressive force, without steadfast determination, no one could advance even a few steps. Baisu, though persistent, is plagued by self-doubt, glancing at his rank on the token with each step he takes. 556, 557. Damn it. Qin has surpassed me. He is at 558. Frustration flashes across Baisu's face as he clenches his jaw and takes another step, only to be jolted by a deep, resonating roar emanating from the mountain's peak, a roar not of man, but of beast. As the roar reverberates, Baisu trembles, a sharp pain piercing his chest, and he coughs up blood, nearly toppling over. His face turns pale, and in that fleeting moment, he perceives the mountain transforming into an unseen monstrous beast, its gaping maw lunging toward him. Qin, standing at the 558th step, feels the tremor as he prepares to move, his body shaking violently, blood vessels bursting in his eyes, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Drenched in sweat, Su Ming remains unwavering. His determination intensifies with each step. 548, 549. Upon reaching the 557th step, he too hears the ominous roar. It carries an overwhelming resentment, crashing down upon him, freezing him in place, a searing pain in his chest causing him to spit blood. The roar is suffused with pressure, compelling all who feel it to submit. Yet, as the blood stains his vision, Su Ming's eyes ignite with a fierce, crimson light, blazing with defiance. He will not yield. Instinctively, he raises his head towards the mountain summit and unleashes a thunderous roar, its reverberation echoing around him. With hair billowing wildly and eyes ablaze, he stomps onto the 558th step. As his foot strikes down, his body quakes, veins bulging, pain coursing through him, yet he refuses to relent. He must ascend to the 563rd step and continue to refine his control, unwilling to forfeit this opportunity or disappoint his grandfather. Su Ming's resolve is unwavering. He strives for a commitment free of regret. 559, 560, 561. With every step, his body convulses violently, the unbearable agony threatening to shatter his very bones. As a 16-year-old boy, the pain is nearly insurmountable. Just 2 more steps, just 2 more. Su Ming's heart roars, urging him to reach the 563rd step. He growls again, lifting his foot to take another step. As he descends, he feels the earth tremble beneath him. Yet he knows the ground is still. It is his own body that falters. The sensation of the earth shifting and the mountain swaying drains the color from Su Ming's face. He gazes skyward, the heavens seeming to stretch away from him as if time itself has slowed. He senses his body beginning to collapse, not due to the earth's movement, but because he has reached his limit and is slowly toppling backward. The 562nd step is a formidable barrier. A bittersweet smile graces his lips. Though the earth remains still and the mountain unmoving, if his body stirs, everything else will remain unchanged. Grandfather, why does it seem that the trees move when I run? I feel confused, unsure if it is my body in motion or if the trees are retreating. What is happening? A memory of a question he once asked his grandfather surfaces in Su Ming's mind. Eyes can deceive, Su. You'll understand when you grow up. What you see may not be the truth. Perhaps your eyes are misleading you. Do those trees truly move? Is it your body that is in motion, or the trees? Or something else entirely? He recalls his grandfather's response, his understanding hazy at the time, yet now it strikes him profoundly. Unable to alter the earth or the mountain, he realizes that the movement originates from within himself. His eyes widen in sudden clarity. The movement springs from his heart. When I ran as a child, it was my body that moved, while the trees remained still, yet my eyes perceived the trees as moving, because my heart was deceived by my eyes, and it was my heart that was in motion. The earth, the mountains, the trees, everything remains constant. Even if my body moves, if my heart remains still, nothing will change. Even my body may deceive me, both eyes and body can mislead my heart, creating an illusion of motion. A tremor courses through Su Ming as he grasps this revelation, a deafening clarity resounding in his mind. As the dizziness fades, he finds himself standing firm on the steps, his right foot on the 562nd step and his left foot on the 561st. His body has remained unchanged throughout. In silence, Su Ming lifts his left foot and stands resolutely on the 562nd step. Taking a deep breath, his eyes radiate understanding. I comprehend now. If the heart does not move, nothing moves. This is the essence of refinement. He whispers to himself as he ascends to the 563rd step, his pale face breaking into a smile as he slowly settles into a meditative posture, commencing his first true refinement after his newfound clarity. This time, it is entirely distinct from the previous 4 attempts, which were undertaken in a state of confusion, relying solely on the force of manipulating his energy and blood at full capacity. This was external strength. In the present moment, he has come to a profound realization. True depth lies not in external forces altering the flow of vital energy, but rather in the heart. When the heart stirs, all follows. When the heart remains still, so does the energy. As Su Ming settled into a meditative posture, Bai Su let out a reluctant roar, his right foot trembling, suspended above the 562nd step. No matter how hard he tried, he could not bring himself to descend. A powerful intuition gripped him, warning that should he take that step, he would be unable to bear the consequences. The intensity of this sensation was so vivid that it demanded belief. Gradually, with a pained expression, he chose to halt. He dared not take the risk. Chen Chong wore an expression of rare gravity, standing at the 561st step, gazing at the next. He remained silent for a long while, having heard tales of this threshold. After a moment, he clenched his teeth and stepped forth. Yet at the very instant his foot descended, he became frozen in place, his eyes vacant. Time ticked by, and after 7 breaths, Chen Chong coughed up a mouthful of blood, collapsing between the 561st and 562nd steps. Ultimately, he too could not ascend. He had failed to overcome the trial of the heart. However, in contrast to Bai Su, Chen Chong possessed a heart capable of metamorphosing into that of a true warrior. The square lay in utter silence, devoid of discussion or uproar. Most spectators were now breathing heavily, their gazes fixed upon the rankings displayed on the statue, their astonishment eclipsing all other thoughts. The first place went to Yi Wang, at 803 steps. The second was Mo Su, at 563 steps. These 2 lines of text captivated everyone's attention. Imo Su, an ordinary name, one unheard of before the grand trial, now resonated with great renown. As time gradually elapsed, this night would undeniably be extraordinary, surpassing even yesterday in its intensity, destined to belong solely to those two individuals at the pinnacle, their climactic duel. In the square, impatience was absent. Everyone silently awaited the moment when the two would make their move. As the deep night passed and dawn approached, the ranks behind the name Imo Su on the 9 statues stirred. This motion did not cause the heavens to tremble, nor did it summon stormy winds. Yet it transformed into a tempest, rising like a tidal wave within the hearts of all who beheld it. Chapter 64. Yi Wang's Altered Perception. Su Ming opened his eyes, and upon examination, he discovered only 3 bloodlines coursing across his body. Glancing down at the 3 lines encircling his chest, he rose to his feet. He inhaled deeply. Refraining from rushing forward, instead, he turned to gaze at the thick fog surrounding him. Though visibility was obscured below, he could sense that he stood at a considerable height. The final 3 lines required him to ascend 781 steps. Su Ming's eyes sparkled as he fixed his gaze on the mountain summit. Furthermore, he yearned to discover just how far he could push himself. He lifted his foot and, without hesitation, descended toward the 564th step, resolutely climbing higher with each deliberate stride. Step by step, he ascended, not exhibiting the frenzied bursts of energy from before. With each breath, he traversed hundreds of steps, unwavering and steady, embodying a calm demeanor akin to a tranquil well. Gradually, he reached the 573rd step, then the 578th, and subsequently the 582nd, and he continued onward. As he advanced, all his bloodlines became pronounced, a majestic surge of vitality erupting within him. Simultaneously, his steady progression led to the emergence of an additional line. This path was Su Ming's road to strength, marking a significant transformation in his life, an evolution in both his cultivation and his spiritual insight. Each of Su Ming's steps resonated throughout the square, transforming into a visible change in the statue's step count, eliciting palpable reactions from those who watched. 597, 598, 599, 600. He had reached the 600th step. This was the limit Yi Wang had achieved the previous day. Still, he pressed on. 601, 602. Did Yi Wang not realize that despite the distance, if this continued, he would soon be caught up? In the hushed square, Su Ming's movement reignited murmurs among the onlookers, though this time, the discussions were quieter than before. In contrast to those who were continually observing the great trial's initial phase, a faction within the square consisted of the top 50 competitors. Among them, particularly those who had entered the top 10, formed a circle that belonged solely to them. Yi Wang had grown overconfident. He harbored a habit of ignoring the rankings on the token. He firmly believed that his only opponent was himself, dismissing others as unworthy contenders. He wondered if this time, Imo Su would qualify as a rival. Having already reached 635 steps, Imo Su indeed exhibited remarkable prowess, surpassing him in potential. He secretly wished Yi Wang would glance at the token, pondering how he might react upon realizing Imo Su's presence behind him. Would he scoff dismissively, or perhaps feel a thrill of excitement? Within the crowd, 2 distinct circles engaged in varied discourse. Yet, there existed an even higher echelon within the square, tribal leaders, whose rank and cultivation dictated their perspective. The elder from the Wulong tribe observed the name Imo Su inscribed in the statue, her expression gradually transforming to one of gravity and concern. She could not fathom who this individual was, yet she felt a burgeoning admiration. In her view, regardless of his tribal affiliation, he could not belong to Fengzhen. His arrival, therefore, would be quite intriguing. Regrettably, he was not from her Wulong tribe. Otherwise, she would have devoted all her efforts to his training. The elder sighed quietly, glancing at Bai Ling and Si Kong beside her. Si Kong lacked the capability for great responsibility. Alas, the Wulong tribe had fallen into decline. As for Bai Ling, her feelings towards Su Ming were merely fleeting. She could not discern the difference between gratitude and affection. Given time, she would naturally forget him, provided that Wild Boy did not pursue her. What right did Su Ming have to approach her granddaughter, unless he was the enigmatic Imo Su? The elder chuckled self-deprecatingly, her gaze tinged with irony. In the distance, the chief of the Heishan tribe wore a grim expression, fixated on the name Imo Su inscribed on the statue. His gaze was icy yet imbued with a sense of gravity and astonishment. Bai Su had been educated by the barbarian prince since childhood, far surpassing his peers. Had it not been for the barbarian prince's breakthrough, Achieving an equal standing with Fengzhen, he would not have allowed Bai Su to reveal himself. However, where had this Su emerged from? And from which tribe did he hail? Such a person must be brought under the control of the Heishan tribe. Otherwise, he would have to devise a means to eliminate him. In the square, the highest-ranking individual was undoubtedly Jing Nan, who stood observing the rankings on the statue. Noting the number of steps following Su's name steadily increasing, he had now reached 677 steps. His pupils constricted, yet his expression remained composed, as though such developments could not evoke even a hint of astonishment within him. Mo sang, after Su Ming participates in the grand trial, let him remain in our Fengzhen tribe. Here, he will receive better support. As the step count transformed once more, reaching 684 steps, Jing Nan spoke slowly. Hearing Jing Nan's words, Mo Sang smiled faintly, feeling astonished at Su Ming's performance, which had exceeded his expectations. However, his insistence that Su Ming not concern himself with revealing his cultivation was intentional. There is no rush. We can discuss this further after the grand trial concludes. Mo Sang stated, his gaze softening as he looked at the inscription of Mo Su on the statue. Noticing Mo Sang's lack of immediate rejection, Jing Nan's eyes flickered. With his intelligence, he recognized that perhaps his offer was insufficient. If he can ascend beyond 750 steps, I will grant him the same privileges as the sons of the tribe leaders within Fengzhen, such as Qin Chong and Wu Senator, should he reach 800 steps. I will offer him a candidate status among the barbarians. Jing Nan spoke deliberately. And if he climbs even higher? Mo Sang inquired, turning to face Jing Nan. Even higher? Very well. If he can surpass 850 steps, I will afford him the same preferential treatment as Yi Wang. Should he reach 900 steps? If he agrees to join our Fengzhen tribe, I will designate him as a barbarian before Yi Wang. Jing Nan pondered deeply, regarding Mo Sang with a measured gaze. 700 steps achieved, Mo Sang smiled subtly. 700 steps. Su Ming gasped, sweat cascading down as he stood at the 700th step. With dawn approaching, the moon dimmed, and he had traversed this arduous path with great difficulty. As he ascended, several additional bloodlines emerged within his body. However, the exact number eluded him. His singular focus remained, to persist, to reach his utmost limits. Regulating his breath, Su Ming lifted his foot once more, advancing toward the 701st step. At that moment, Yi Wang was seated cross-legged at the 803rd step, utterly motionless. The mountain peak was shrouded in silence, and the locations of Yi Wang and Su Ming diverged entirely. As dawn approached, and the moon faded, signaling the imminent arrival of daybreak, Yi Wang opened his eyes and gazed upward at the sky. Once dawn breaks, I shall commence the final sprint. This time, I will exert every ounce of my strength to reach 900 steps. Yi Wang murmured, a confident smile gracing his lips. Surely by now, there were few remaining on this mountain. Excluding himself, there could not be more than 10 individuals. He wondered if any had successfully traversed the 562nd step. However, there likely have not. Yi Wang's expression bore a tranquil pride. Yet, after a moment of contemplation, he opted to produce the token and glanced at it. Initially, he intended to casually observe the remaining competitors, merely a gesture of superiority during the waiting period before dawn. His demeanor was composed as he focused on the token. After a fleeting glance, he withdrew his gaze, yet in that very instant, he froze, suddenly refocusing intently. Second, Mo Su, 716 steps. Mo Su, walking through the night, utterly foolish. Yi Wang paused in silence, retracting his gaze from the token, closing his eyes as he resumed his tranquil meditation, awaiting the dawn's arrival. Seemingly devoid of anxiety. Yet, the subtle tremor of his eyelids betrayed the turmoil within his heart. Su Ming, breath quickening, pressed onward, his mind a void, driven solely by a relentless will. With each step, the blood vessels within him multiplied, each addition rekindling his strength. In this frantic advance, he traversed 725 steps, 738 steps, 751 steps, 763 steps, 779 steps. A deafening roar echoed within him, yet his legs trembled. His body swayed precariously, especially his feet, which felt as though they were fused to the mountain, every elevation bringing excruciating pain. Gritting his teeth, Su Ming raised his foot once more, reaching the 780 mark, just one step away from his goal of 781. His eyes burned crimson, a fierce flame consuming him, as if he were destined to be reduced to ashes. With only this final step in sight, the blood vessels surged violently within him, forcing forth a flicker of power. He lifted his foot and finally set it upon the 781st step. In that instant of impact, his body seemed unable to bear the pressure, teetering on the brink of collapse. Su Ming let out a roar towards the heavens, resolute in his determination to stand firm here, no matter what. His right hand rose, the index finger biting into his lip, blood spilling forth and saturating his vision. He was resolute in conducting the long elusive third attempt at the blood-fire fusion here. Just as his bloody fingertip brushed against his left pupil, the entire mountain trembled as if the earth itself were shattering. A beastly roar erupted from the black mist atop the peak, reverberating through the air. At the 803rd step, Yi Wang, finally steadying his heart, was suddenly jolted by the roar emanating from the mountaintop. In that moment, he sensed an unprecedented shift within the mountain's very core. His eyes flew open, pupils instinctively contracting. A premonition gripped him. This abrupt transformation of the mountain was undoubtedly linked to the entity known as Su. Without a moment's hesitation, he retrieved the token and looked again. Upon seeing the digits of 781 following the name Su, Yi Wang's expression shifted dramatically, and he sprang to his feet from his meditative posture. Chapter 65, The Final Showdown. At the second stage, Su ranked 781. Yi Wang's expression bore an unprecedented gravity. He held his pride and felt an immense sense of self-worth, believing that no one possessed the qualifications to be his rival. His only competition was himself. However, in this moment, amidst the thunderous vibrations of the towering mountains, an unimaginable aura surged from all directions, shaking Yi Wang's heart. He could not help but waver. He had to take this seriously. Fixating on the token in his hand, he found himself inexplicably concerned about a person he had never considered before. This individual, in his eyes, far surpassed Wu Sun and Chen Chong, eclipsing everyone but himself, Yi Wang. Now, with only a mere 20 steps separating them, a rare sense of pressure and tension enveloped him. Su, do you truly possess the merit to be my opponent? The cold light in Yi Wang's eyes conveyed a pride that forbade any rival from overshadowing him. Yi Wang was solitary in his arrogance. Since childhood, he had exhibited extraordinary talent, consistently outshining his peers, standing atop the pinnacle of achievement, and had become a formidable figure within the Fengshan tribe. His elevated status was evident in the demeanor of those who encountered him. He had no need to form alliances, maintain an air of mystery, or bask in the limelight. For wherever he stood, he naturally shattered any coalition that dared to oppose him. In any gathering, he was the most striking banner, his brilliance eclipsing all others. He was Yi Wang. He held disdain for all his contemporaries, or perhaps it was indifference and utter disregard for anyone he deemed unworthy of his attention. Yet, the arrival of Su Ming instilled in Yi Wang, for the first time, the sensation of having a rival, prompting an unprecedented sense of importance. Then, let us engage in a true contest. Yi Wang inhaled deeply. Although his visage gradually returned to normalcy, his heart remained tumultuous. If he could maintain his composure, he would have awaited dawn before ascending the summit, as per his earlier plans. However, with Su Ming's emergence, that plan had transformed. For the first time in his life, Yi Wang had altered his preconceived notions due to the presence of a peer. With a dramatic flourish of his sleeve, Yi Wang stepped forward, his expression grave as he approached the 804th step. As his foot descended, a tremor coursed through him, his breath quickening. Yet he did not linger long before continuing onward. At this moment, Su Ming stood upon the 781st step, his right hand trembling. The instant blood smeared across the pupil of his left eye. He sensed the mountain's tremors and the strange aura that had previously surged within the black flame peak. Here, the intensity of this aura far surpassed that of the modest black flame peak. Merely an application of blood unleashed a power exceeding all he had previously experienced during his second attempt at the black flame peak. The mountain's black mist roiled violently, as if a beast's roar erupted from the summit, reverberating wildly within the heights. This thunderous roar intensified the swirling fog, rendering the entire mountain a boiling cauldron in that fleeting moment. Invisible energies rushed into Su Ming's body, causing it to tremble violently, the sensation of impending eruption surging anew. This feeling was a potency Su Ming had encountered during his third attempt at blood-fire ignition, yet now it was magnified severfold, forcing blood to seep from the corners of his mouth, compelling his quivering right hand to drop. As his hand fell, the mountain's roar ceased abruptly, the tumult of the mist momentarily calming, and the mysterious aura from all directions vanished without a trace. All fell into tranquility, as if the previous spectacle had merely been an illusion. Gasping for breath, Su Ming stood at the 781st step, casting a glance upward at the mountain steps. Rather than sitting cross-legged, he stood with closed eyes, harnessing the balancing pressure from this final numerical step to refine himself. Meanwhile, outside the mountain, the crowd in the plaza erupted into a cacophony of astonished discussions. They could not perceive the monumental shift that had just transpired on the mountain. All they could see were the rankings on the 9 statues, noting that the individual named Mo Su had ascended to the 781st step, with only 20 steps separating him from the first, Yi Wang. The shock that coursed through their minds rendered them momentarily speechless, their astonishment palpable. They also witnessed Yi Wang move. Among the hundreds present, many did not ponder Yi Wang's actions too deeply, believing he should naturally rise to face the circumstances. However, within the small circle of the top 50, those distinguished from the Fengtian tribe, their understanding of Yi Wang far exceeded that of others. Upon seeing the change in Yi Wang's rank, their shock surpassed that of the uninitiated. Yi Wang. He must have observed the token. He undoubtedly glanced at the token. Given his disposition, he would typically dismiss it. Yet, the extraordinary presence of Mo Su rendered even Yi Wang unsettled. He had deviated from his usual pattern. Once Yi Wang had made a decision, he seldom altered it. His initial plan was to wait until dawn to proceed, yet now, due to Mo Su, everything had shifted. Wu Xin sat cross-legged in a distant corner, his complexion pale as he gazed at the statue representing Mo Su, remaining silent. Previously, he had harbored doubts about Bai Su, but now he sensed that this Mo Su warranted scrutiny. However, this was merely the first trial, one that measured potential rather than cultivation. At present, he believed he might still extract answers from him. Wu Sun clenched his fists. In the plaza, leaders from various tribes fixated on the statue, observing the rankings with myriad thoughts. The only consensus among them was the cold amusement at the predicament of Fengtian. Historically, in every major trial, no outsiders had ever appeared in the top 3, let alone the top 10 or 30. Yet now, not only had 2 outsiders breached the top 10, but this Mo Su appeared to possess the qualifications to contend for first place. This revelation not only shocked them, but also sparked a hidden mirth within. Mo Su. Mo Su. From which tribe does he hail? Such a person has never emerged from my Wulong tribe. Should he be inclined to join us, I would negotiate any cost. The matriarch of the Wulong tribe sighed, fully aware of the impossibility. Within the Wushan tribe, the leader gazed in astonishment, exhaling deeply, his thoughts mirroring those of the Wulong matriarch. Beside him, Bailing's eyes glimmered with fervor, fixated on the name Mo Su. He had witnessed all that transpired during this initial trial, and the most formidable individual he had encountered was Wu Senator yet now. The emergence of an unfamiliar contender striving for the top filled him with exhilaration. This Mo Su is remarkably strong, Bailing murmured. Indeed, he is exceptionally formidable. However, I remain uncertain about his tribal affiliation. Alas, it is a pity that he is not from our Wushan tribe. Ula's expression was imbued with reverence. She idolized the strong, particularly this Mo Su, whom she had witnessed rise to prominence step by step. The immersive sensation enveloped her entirely. Have you ever sensed? This name, Mo Su, carries a certain familiarity? Lei Chen hesitated for a moment before speaking for the first time since his return. Familiar? Lei Chen, what do you mean? Wulong was taken aback and turned to look at him. Perhaps I am overthinking it. I recall my grandfather being named Mo Zong, and this person is named Mo Su. It seems like a combination of my grandfather's and Su Ming's names. Lei Chen scratched his head, his expression betraying uncertainty. You are overthinking. A flicker of disdain crossed Wulong's eyes as he turned away, instead focusing excitedly on the rankings displayed on the statue. Mo Su, why isn't he moving? Yi Wang has already progressed to the 827th step. Bailing remained silent, yet a hint of scorn in her gaze revealed her thoughts on Lei Chen's words. Lei Chen fell silent. Under the scrutiny and discussions of the crowd, the air distorted as 2 wisps of black mist suddenly appeared, transforming into Chen Chong and Bai Su in the square. The 2 manifested almost simultaneously, immediately locking eyes with one another in fury. Their return drew the attention of those nearby, as well as that of Jing Nan from the Fengtian tribe and grandfather Mo Zong from a distance. This child, Chen Chong, shows promise. Grandfather Mo Zong remarked with a smile. He still pales in comparison to your Su Ming. Jing Nan's demeanor remained calm, yet internally, he was already astonished. Despite his prior expectations, he had not anticipated that Su Ming would surpass his expectations to such an extent. Mo Zong, entrust this child, Su Ming, to me. Jing Nan turned to Mo Zong and said earnestly, let us observe further before discussing it. Mo Su replied with a smile. At that moment, exclamations erupted as one person in the square shouted, and in an instant, everyone sensed a dramatic shift. Most have finally moved. This is the decisive battle. On the mountain, black mist swirled as Su Ming stood on the 781st step, his closed eyes suddenly opening, a flash of brilliance igniting within them. Only 2 lines of blood remained on him. Chapter 66. The flames of blood rekindle. As the heart stirs, the challenges intensify. The limit of the 781 steps is represented by the last 2 lines of blood, which seem to be intertwined, making it impossible for me to separate and dissipate them. Su Ming murmured softly, "Yet, this is the final number. This mountain can be considered a sacred ground for cultivation. Once I depart from here, finding such an opportunity again may prove exceedingly difficult." Su Ming's brow gradually furrowed. 32, 79, 248, 371, 563, 781. These are the 6 numbers that grandfather imparted to me, likely the secret he discovered in his time. However, perhaps beyond these 781 steps, there exists another place, or several, that even grandfather did not uncover. A glimmer of determination began to shine in Su Ming's eyes. After a moment of silence, Su Ming glanced at the token in his hand and saw his ranking within it, which filled him with excitement, causing the blood within him to surge. Second, withdrawing his gaze from the token, Su Ming lowered his head, striving to calm the exhilaration that surged within him, lost in contemplation. "I have fulfilled my wish. Now I can relinquish it," Su Ming murmured, his expression wavering. "But if I give up, this meticulous cultivation will falter at this final juncture, unable to reach completion. Surely, there must be another step above, a balance of power." Su Ming hesitated only briefly. He was unwilling to forego this opportunity. He was acutely aware of the tribe's crisis and felt grandfather's concern. He yearned to grow stronger. "This opportunity, I cannot afford to miss. I must find that step which even grandfather overlooked." The uncertainty in Su Ming's expression transformed into resoluteness and decisiveness as he lifted his foot and surged toward the 782 steps. As he descended the first step, a tremor coursed through Su Ming's body, an overwhelming pressure crashing down upon him, causing him to quake. Bloodlines erupted from his body, their radiance scattering like stars, echoing the dimming moon above, compelling Su Ming to let out a low roar and grit his teeth as he pressed forward. 783, 784, 785, until he reached 796. Su Ming's hair was disheveled, his entire being convulsing, with every step. It felt as if he expended all his strength, his body racked with pain, on the verge of collapse under the immense pressure. This sensation of impending breakdown was utterly distinct from the burning flames of blood. The flames of blood were an internal explosion, as if his body could no longer contain the force. Yet now, it was an external compression, as if the very essence of his being was being crushed to smithereens. The bloodlines within him resisted as they circulated, supporting his body and preventing it from shattering, further nourished by the moonlight, allowing him to withstand the immense pressure a little longer. Step by step, blood trickled from the corner of Su Ming's mouth, his expression twisted in agony. Yet amidst that torment, a startling resolve and perseverance shone through. "I must find that step. I yearn for perfection in this cultivation." Su Ming took another step, landing on the 799 steps. At this moment, his vision blurred, and he found himself unable to take another step forward. Now, Yuang appeared equally disheveled. Gasping for breath, his hair in disarray, veins bulging on his forehead, bloodlines swirling around him as he struggled to reach the 837 steps. A tightness gripped his chest, and the rapid beating of his heart left him feeling dizzy. Yet, upon glancing at the token, madness ignited in his gaze. "Emosu." Yuang suddenly lifted his head, letting out a roar toward the heavens, raising his foot to step forward, though his pace had noticeably slowed. Su Ming attempted 5 times, but his feet remained anchored, as if great hands were pressing down upon him, causing excruciating pain, rendering him unable to lift his feet. Those invisible hands exuded ruthlessness and indifference, pinning Su Ming down, forcing him to bend, unable to stand upright, as if he were about to topple over. Su Ming's face was ashen, sweat pouring down him, and the sensation of dizziness intensified, a feeling of helplessness blossoming within him. Struggling, he slightly lifted his head, gazing at the dimming moon above, at the vast sky. "The heavens above, why do you weep alone?" Faintly, a phrase echoed in his mind, and he suddenly laughed. This laughter resonated throughout his body, amplifying the pain. Yet in Su Ming's eyes, the blood moon appeared even clearer, igniting a fierce flame within. I refuse to yield. Su Ming lifted his head and let out a resounding roar, his voice reverberating, a manifestation of the uprising within his heart. In this moment, Su Ming struggled to raise his right hand, biting down hard, his eyes ablaze with madness, once more anointing his left pupil. In that instant of application, the entire mountain trembled, fog swirling violently as an array of energies erupted from within Fengshan Mountain, like towering waves converging towards Su Ming from all directions. At that moment, a wild beast's roar echoed from the mountain's peak, reverberating throughout, penetrating the hearts of Su Ming and Yi Wang. Su Ming coughed up a mouthful of blood, and as countless strange energies surged into him, a cacophony echoed within, bloodlines multiplying anew. He howled, his bent form gradually straightening against the pressure of the invisible hands. Slowly rising to his feet, the oppressive force of that hand seemed incapable of restraining Su Ming, who was now infused with the overwhelming energy. Unable to suppress this blood flame rekindled beneath the moonlit sky, Su Ming stood tall. The sky, in the dawn, the once dim moon now emitted its final rays of light, suddenly clarifying. As Su Ming gradually rose, he surged forward, stepping onto the 800th step, and continued to advance several more steps. 802, 805, 811, 814, 817. Standing at the 817th step, Su Ming's eyes burned crimson, his very blood igniting with a sense of combustion. The third convergence of blood flames commenced, partially marking his left pupil with blood. A surge of explosive power erupted from within, threatening to tear him apart. Su Ming understood that had he been in the outside world, this forceful third convergence of blood flames would have been unbearable. Yet here on this mountain, the tremendous pressure coalescing from the outside world proved to be a boon, creating a dual force, one pushing outward, the other compressing inward, presenting him with an opportunity amidst the impossibility of converging for the third time. Su Ming's right index finger trembled. With a fierce roar, he swept across his left eye, anointing the entirety of his pupil with blood, igniting the flames anew. The mountain quaked, and more strange energies surged toward him, racing from every pore, causing his bloodlines to multiply rapidly. I will ascend. Su Ming lifted his foot, continuing upward, 819, 823, 827, until he reached the 839 steps, blood mist erupting from his body. Yet his eyes remained resolute and unwavering. Among the steps he traversed, he found no balance, yet Su Ming firmly believed that it must exist among the remaining steps. Mo-Su. Yi Wang was equally frenzied, now standing at the 845 steps, eyes fixed on the name Mo-Su on the token, which bore the number 839. How could he not lose his mind? As the most outstanding peer, his pride would not allow anyone to surpass him. His dignity compelled him to maintain his position at all costs. His visage was marred by protruding veins, and his eyes were suffused with bloodshot hues. The once proud demeanor had dissipated, replaced by a grotesque expression of defiance. He struggled to raise his right hand, letting out a low growl as he struck his chest with a ferocious blow. Instantly, a surge of power coursed through him, erupting from every sinew and bone. While a blood-colored pattern emerged upon his chest, it was a horn, a sanguine horn, reminiscent of a ferocious beast. This horn served as a totem, its hue not vivid crimson, but rather a muted shade. At that moment, as Yi Wang's palm descended, the horn erupted in a blinding crimson radiance, as if melting, its brilliance merging with Yi Wang's entire being, endowing him with newfound vigor. He lifted his foot with fervor and propelled himself forward. 845, 846. Until he stood at the 861st step. Yi Wang expelled a mouthful of blood, the horn upon his chest dimmed as the red glow faded, its original color appearing even more obscure, as if it could dissipate entirely. Mo-Su, you may take pride. You are the sole one who has compelled me to resort to the 37 drops of barbaric blood, forcibly inscribing the barbaric pattern to facilitate my gradual absorption, granting me the potential for awakening and a significant enhancement. I had no intention of wielding this power forcibly, for it brings me no advantage. I would prefer a gradual absorption. Mo-Su, you may take pride. Yi Wang gritted his teeth, gasping for breath as he cast a glance at the token. Upon that gaze, his eyes widened in disbelief. This cannot be. To his astonishment, the number beside Mo-Su's name on the token was escalating rapidly. 841, 843, 845, 849, until, before Yi Wang's incredulous eyes, The number transformed into 859. There remained but 2 steps between them. Yi Wang's forced absorption of the barbaric blood had not widened the gap. Instead, the distance had remarkably diminished. Had he not decisively absorbed it earlier, he feared he would have already been surpassed. This is impossible. Yi Wang's eyes reflected disbelief and shock as he murmured, raising his right hand once more. Infused with a hint of ferocity and madness, pressing it against the dim horn upon his chest, a spurt of blood erupted forth. Yet his entire being radiated with an overwhelming sanguine glow, his form barely discernible within the crimson blaze. M.O. Su. Chapter 67. The sixth layer of blood condensation. At the apex of the mountain, a climactic battle raged as Su Ming and Yi Wang unleashed their full powers. Su Ming's blood fire surged, while Yi Wang forcefully absorbed the blood of his ancestors. The multitude gathered in the square below remained largely unaware of the intricate details. However, as the intensity of the battle reached its zenith, the crowd's emotions soared to a fever pitch. A true clash of dragons and tigers. Yi Wang surged from rank 845 to 861, yet Mo Su relentlessly pursued him, narrowing the gap from 20 to just 2 ranks. Who would emerge victorious? The air buzzed with fervent discussions, gasps of astonishment, and waves of excitement, as the throng collectively yearned to discover who would be crowned the champion. This question stirred a tempest among the elite of the top 50, their excitement rivaling that of the masses. The more they learned about Yi Wang, the more they grasped the immense pressure of the mountain and the daunting challenge of ascending over 800 steps. Yi Wang had consistently claimed the first position. Could he maintain it this time? Mo Su was undeniably formidable, closing in with astonishing speed. I once believed that within the dominion of the Fengjin tribe, Yi Wang was indisputably the foremost contender, unmatched by any. Yet today, I realized I had underestimated others. The leaders of various tribes stood, their gazes fixed upon the statue, their expressions shifting from mere shock to profound awe and trepidation. Which tribe did Mo Su hail from? Who was this young man? If he surpassed Yi Wang, the repercussions for Fengjin would be monumental. Regardless of his rank, after today, Mo Su would be a name known to all. Bei Ling clenched his fists in excitement, a voice within him roaring for Mo Su's victory. Beside him, Wula's cheeks flushed with exhilaration as she stood transfixed, her eyes glued to the fierce contest between first and second place. Then there was Chen Xiong, staring blankly at Mo Su's name etched on the statue. If someone had told him that before the first trial commenced, Su Ming had been encircled by a group, laughing and interacting with them, as he approached Bei Ling, he would have dismissed it outright. Bai Su gripped his fists tightly, his gaze burning with fury and envy. He had always believed that the glory now belonging to Mo Su should rightfully have been his, stolen away by this upstart. In a distant corner, Jing Nin could no longer maintain his composure, his face betraying his astonishment. He too was shaken, gazing at the inscription on the statue, witnessing Yi Wang's sudden surge. He could surmise that Yi Wang had forcefully absorbed the blood essence. What was Su Ming's true identity? What lineage did he possess? How could he harbor such latent potential? Jing Nin inhaled deeply, his astonishment evident. Mo sang, "Is he truly a prince of Diyu?" Jing Nin hesitated before whispering the question. Mo sang smiled faintly, remaining silent, for his own heart was tumultuous, stirred by the unfolding events. At this moment atop the mountain, the mist swirled, and the peaks trembled. The roars emanating from the summit grew increasingly distinct, imbued with an indescribable significance. Su Ming trembled, madness flickering in his eyes as his right index finger pressed against his right eye, where the pupil had already been stained crimson. The difficulty of the third blood fire surge exceeded Su Ming's expectations. He had not anticipated such overwhelming external pressure. Compared to the previous 2 attempts, this third surge felt like a formidable barrier, a bottleneck. Standing at the 859th step, this was not the place he yearned for. In the midst of this conflagration, Su Ming's entire being seemed to ignite with flames, his blood transforming rapidly, shifting from ordinary to fiery. The excruciating pain coursing through him, coupled with the external pressure, tempted Su Ming to yield. Yet, when he recalled the impending crisis facing his tribe and the anxious visage of his aged grandfather, he resolved to endure all suffering. He must grow stronger, aid his grandfather, and protect his homeland and tribe. He would fight for his people, using blood to declare to all enemies that the Wushan tribe was not to be trampled upon. Su Ming let out a roar, a primal cry intended to expel the agony within. As he shouted, he continued to wipe away the crimson stain from his right pupil, slowly yet resolutely. In that moment, Anyone who sought to thwart Su Ming's determination to protect his tribe would become his sworn enemy. His eyes blazed like fire as Su Ming stepped forward with fervor. One step, then another, ascending from the 859th step to 860, then to 861, 862, 863, until he reached 877. His body erupted in a spray of blood mist. He had reached his limit. At 877, he could ascend no further. In that fleeting moment of extremity, Su Ming threw his head back and roared, his voice echoing across the sky, causing the moon to shine with unprecedented brilliance. The moonlight, unseen by any, descended directly from the heavens, flooding into Su Ming's being. The mountain beneath him trembled violently, the mist swirling with an unprecedented ferocity, enveloping the surroundings, forming an enigmatic shape. It resembled a colossal beast, though indistinct in detail. As the mountain quaked, an indescribable, peculiar aura erupted forth, centering around Su Ming. As this energy surged into him, Su Ming's right index finger completely stained his right pupil with red. The third blood fire surge was complete. A tremendous roar reverberated within Su Ming's body as the blood vessels surged forth, multiplying rapidly. The emergence of these bloodlines intensified the overwhelming sensation coursing through him. Almost instantaneously, the number of bloodlines surpassed 109, and with the thunderous sound, he astonishingly broke through to the sixth layer of the blood condensation stage. Blood condensation. Sixth layer. The bloodlines continued to multiply, manifesting as Su Ming stepped towards the 878th step. The moment his foot landed, the mountain quaked once more, and the strange aura surged in, propelling him to the 879th step and beyond, 883, 885, 889, until he reached the 899th step, where the number of bloodlines skyrocketed to 156. Within him, all energy seemed to transform into flames, as if his body contained an inferno capable of incinerating the heavens and earth. Yet, within his eyes, the blood moon's shadow gradually receded, deeply concealed. As if once the third blood fire surge was completed, it would retract, revealing nothing to the outside world. At this point, the fire barbarian technique had reached a minor completion. Su Ming lifted his foot, swiftly stepping onto the 900th step. Standing there, he gazed upward. And from his vantage point, he could see a beast statue lying not far ahead at the summit. An indescribable sensation enveloped Su Ming's mind and body. The beast statue appeared akin to a tiger, yet it possessed two enormous wings, seemingly yearning to soar, but bound by countless iron chains. A potent aura of resentment permeated the air, exuding an air of desolation. As he gazed at the statue, Su Ming felt as though the creature was also observing him. The two of them, man and beast, silently exchanging glances from atop the mountain, separated by nearly 100 steps, as if by the passage of time itself. After a prolonged moment, Su Ming closed his eyes, sensing a familiar essence emanating from the beast statue belonging to the fire barbarian. This was a manifestation of a fire barbarian beast. With his eyes shut, Su Ming felt the significance of the 900th step, the very place he yearned to discover, the seventh location where the oppressive force found equilibrium. Standing there, the 156 bloodlines coursing through his body began to disperse rapidly in sync with his heartbeat. At the brink of dawn, as the night began to yield to the light, Su Ming undertook his final refinement. Yi Wang, with disheveled hair and a countenance reflecting utter madness, advanced with reckless abandon. With every 10 steps, he struck his chest without hesitation, the horn upon his head growing increasingly faint, the crimson glow surrounding him similarly dimming. Driven by pride and dignity, he could not allow himself to falter. 881, 882, until 897, 899. Yi Wang's right hand slammed against his chest, causing the totem of the horned barbarian to erupt in a resounding burst, vanishing entirely and bestowing upon him his final surge of power. This energy surged through Yi Wang, propelling him forward in a roar as he ascended to the 900th step and continued onward to the 905th step. In that instant, Yi Wang spat blood, his body slowly collapsing, the token in his hand slipping away, transforming into a wisp of black mist that enveloped him, vanishing upon the mountaintop. Now, the entire peak was left with Su Ming alone. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, the square equally still. When Yi Wang had appeared in the square, he was unconscious. Amidst Jing Nan's somber demeanor, others rushed to support him, aiding in his recovery from the corner. Among the 9 statues, Only one name remained unturned to gray. Second, Imosu, 900 steps. Everyone awaited.